Chapter 1. The Transformation of the Three Pure Ones. Emergence of the River of Underworld. I, the Grand Pure One, am Laozi. I, the Jade Pure One, am the Primordial. I, the Upper Pure One, am Tontion. Today, we take form, receiving the affirmation of heaven and earth. Thus we are the true legacy of Pangu. Rumble, accompanied by a sound that resonated throughout the vast wilderness. A proclamation of the Three Pure Ones echoed in the void, recognized by the Tao. Threads of Taoist intent swirled around the three figures, and golden lotuses of virtue descended from the heavens, suffused with a sacred aura. The Three Pure Ones exchanged glances, their joyous laughter reverberating across the expanse of Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, in a distant realm of primordial chaos, amidst a sea of blood rife with slaughter and brutality, this was the blood sea formed from the tainted blood of the great Pangu, a repository for all negative energies of the primordial world. No birds dared to alight, no fish ventured near. Having just endured the great catastrophe of Long Han, the blood sea now lay in an unsettling calm. An oppressive aura of violence and the lingering resentment of fallen dragon, Qilin, and Phoenix warriors surged within the depths, raising towering waves that reached the skies. And in such an environment, thump, 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 it resembled the rhythm of a heartbeat emanating from the depths of the blood sea. The sound was eerie, even the crashing waves could not muffle it. Thump, 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 thump. As time passed, the sound grew increasingly urgent. Soon after, the violence and brutality of the blood sea surged toward a singular direction, stirring the atmosphere above, culminating in a rapidly spinning vortex. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, perhaps centuries, perhaps mere moments. With a sharp crack, the tumultuous blood sea once again fell silent, as if all that had transpired was but an illusion. Is this the primordial? A voice filled with confusion slowly arose above the now tranquil blood sea. As wisps of crimson mist lingered in the air, a strikingly handsome man, exuding an eerie aura, suddenly appeared. Clad in a red robe with black hair, his pale skin bore the pallor of one long deprived of sunlight. Tall and slender, with broad shoulders, he possessed a face of extraordinary beauty, enigmatic and captivating. It was beauty rather than handsomeness, for his features were so exquisite that one could scarcely discern gender, resembling the allure of esteemed readers themselves. What most captivated was his pair of eyes, glowing with a strange red hue, deep and enchanting, drawing one in with an inexplicable charm. Yet, at this moment, the owner of those eyes was filled with bewilderment. Is this the primordial? Is this the depths of the blood sea? And am I the ancestor of the river of underworld? Hiss! The river of underworld gasped in surprise, quickly slapping his thigh. Upon feeling the sharp sting of reality, a bitter smile crept upon his face. Could it be? I merely uttered a curse, and now I have become the ancestor of the river of underworld? Originally named Li Mingi, he was an avid reader of primordial-themed novels. It all began when he witnessed the King of Earth sitting cross-legged outside the Azura path, guiding an endless stream of Azuras and malevolent spirits. In a fit of rage at the ancestor of the river of underworld's submissive demeanor, he cursed vehemently. What a ridiculous title, ancestor of the river of underworld. How could one live so pathetically? If it were me, would a mere bodhisattva of the Western teachings dare to defecate on my shoulders? Truly, it feels like a cow on a plain, inflating his ego to the heavens. So damned frustrating. Then, darkness enveloped him. He felt himself sinking into an abyss of endless night, wandering aimlessly within the void, until one day, in his consciousness, he glimpsed a colossal figure, wielding a massive axe, battling against 3,000 bizarre shapes. With a mighty swing of the axe, chaos in the universe transformed into clarity, pure energy rising, turbid energy descending. That figure appeared to notice him. A spark of divine light rushed toward him, and then Li Ming's vision was once again engulfed in darkness. At that moment, he thought he must have been entranced by the novels he read. Damn it, dreaming of Pangu creating the world. Truly hopeless. Yet now, all that lay before him confirmed to Li Mingi that this was no mere dream. He had truly arrived in the primordial world, and had become the river of underworld. After a brief moment of daze, the river of underworld floated above the blood sea, his gaze sweeping around. In the next second, his pupils contracted in shock. Two swords, swirling with strands of malevolent energy, floated within his line of sight, one red and one blue, one to the left and one to the right. These must be the supreme swords, Yuan-Tu and Ubi, the finest innate spiritual treasures. gazing at the two swords radiating intense brutality and murderous intent. Enveloped in crimson lightning, Li Mingyi murmured to himself. He then lowered his gaze, noticing beneath him, as pure as a lotus flower, a blood-red lotus, spinning endlessly amidst the roaring flames. As the lotus twirled, tendrils of bright red flames surged upward, seemingly licking at the world's karma. Then this must be the legendary 12-petal, fiery red lotus. Observing the three ethereal, innate spiritual treasures before him, Li Mingyi inhaled deeply. After several breaths, he spread his arms wide, gazing up at the blood-red sky. Since I have come, I shall make my peace with it. From this moment forth, there shall be no more Li Mingyi in this world, only the river of underworld. As the river of underworld uttered these words, boom! A nameless voice of the Tao resonated throughout the primordial void, as if in response. With a resounding thunder, the three innate spiritual treasures emitted an incredibly dazzling, enchanting crimson light. Centered around the river of underworld, the entire blood sea surged into a crimson tsunami of 90,000 feet, as if welcoming the river of underworld's arrival. The events unfolding in the blood sea stirred the entire primordial world. Far to the east, atop Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones gazed at the seemingly tumultuous blood sea and the pervasive aura of slaughter and brutality above, revealing traces of astonishment. The upper pure one, Tongtian, remarked, "It has been tens of thousands of years since the great catastrophe of Longhan, yet the residual aura of slaughter can still produce such a terrifying presence. I too must become such a formidable being. No, I must be even stronger than them, to secure a glimmer of hope in the next calamity." The Jade Pure One, Yuan Shi, declared, "Even powerful as the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, they are still unable to evade the arrival of calamity. Only we, as the true legacy of the great Pangu, shall be the future of the primordial. Only by following the will of heaven can we witness the rise and fall of calamities." As his words fell, Yuan Shi raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. He believed that although his brothers had taken form later and were born after the three clans, as manifestations of the primordial spirit of the great Pangu, they would undoubtedly secure their place in the future of the primordial world. In contrast to the Jade Pure One and the Upper Pure One, the Grand Pure One's gaze remained fixed upon the towering blood waves, silent. Yet within the depths of his eyes lay a hint of caution and concern. What transpired within the blood sea? Why has even the Tao resonated in response? In the far west of the primordial, atop Mount Shumi, Jane and Juanti were equally stirred by the scene unfolding in the blood sea. Observing the colossal blood waves towering 90,000 feet, Zunti's eyes reflected a trace of horror. What on earth has happened in the depths of this blood sea? Could it be the emergence of a supreme spiritual treasure? Hearing Zuni's words, Jiayin's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. However, recalling something, he shook his head. In a blood sea so rife with filth and malevolence, how could powerful treasures possibly emerge? Even if they did, they would hardly be auspicious. Juanti countered dismissively. Our western continent has become as such. What harm would an evil treasure bring? Jane glanced at the distant western land, where enormous fissures rivaled canyons, observing the rolling heat rising from the earth under the sun's rays, and took a deep breath. Indeed, no matter what, it cannot be worse than it is now. As he spoke, Jane turned to meet Zuni's gaze. In the next moment, the two figures soared into the air, racing toward the blood sea. Deep within the blood sea, feeling the joyous cheer and celebration from the surrounding waters, the river of underworld's enigmatic visage revealed a hint of a smile. Bathed in the scarlet glow, the river of underworld appeared even more enchanting. He slowly raised his right hand, gently pressing downward, conveying his joy and a touch of reassurance through thought. A wave of unnamed information emanated from the river of underworld, spreading to every corner of the blood as in an instant. A towering wave crashed down with a resounding roar, splattering droplets of sanguine rain. As the blood rain fell, it stirred up ripples upon the surface. Sensing the vast sea of blood returning to its usual state, Mingyi slowly descended from the heavens, choosing a spot above the blood sea to sit cross-legged upon the blazing red lotus, scrutinizing the body of this innate divine being. Has my transformation granted me the cultivation level of an early Tai golden immortal? Messages from the void conveyed to Mingyi that he now possessed the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal. Within his chest resided the essence of the five elements, yet the three flowers atop his head had yet to form. He realized that several millennia had elapsed since the Dragon Han calamity, and that Hongjun Laozu had long since acquired the creation Jade Plate and departed for the Zhixiao Palace. The time for the first sermon was drawing near, which was the method to transcend to the Daluo golden immortal realm. Thus, apart from those formidable beings who had innate strength upon their transformation, the Tai golden immortal level was already regarded as among the highest tiers of existence in the entirety of Honghuang. Contemplating this, Mingi felt a slight sense of reassurance. It is well known that in the vast expanse of Honghuang, strength reigns supreme. A saying later emerged: all below the sage are but ants. Hence, cultivation is everything in establishing one's existence in Honghuang. Even for Mingi, the ancestor of the Blood Sea, who was destined to never perish as long as the Blood Sea remained, this principle held true. After all, if the Blood Sea were to dry up, it would be finite in the eyes of the sages of Honghuang. At that moment, something deep within Ming's mind captured his attention. It was a bead emanating a chaotic hue. Could this be the chaos bead that every traveler must possess? Murmuring to himself, Ming's consciousness brushed against the bead. In an instant, strands of gray-black script appeared upon its surface. Break to establish anew. Merit fulfilled. The great Tao manifests. Break to establish anew. Merit fulfilled. The great Tao. Seeing the inscriptions on the bead's surface, Ming's eyes trembled, and he murmured in disbelief. It is known that in the world of Honghuang, the great Tao transcends the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is partial, the great Tao is wholly impartial. And this bead is named after the great Tao. It seems this bead possesses an extraordinary origin. However, it is somewhat regrettable that it is not the chaos bead. Shaking his head, a hint of regret surfaced in his crimson eyes. The chaos bead is an essential item for any traveler, and he did not possess one. In his astonishment, Mingi felt a sense of confusion. After imparting these inscriptions, the bead fell silent, merely spinning in his sea of consciousness. Mingi attempted to invoke the bead with the power and divine sense within him, yet no response emerged. After trying various methods, he eventually sighed in resignation and set aside his inquiry into the bead for the time being. He opened his eyes, gazing up at the vast, ethereal expanse of the Blood Sea. After a moment of contemplation upon the countless crimson mists, he resolved to make a decision that went against his ancestors. As a seeker of truth with the cultivation level of a Tai golden immortal, the most crucial aspect was to pursue his own path. Having read extensively about Honghuang, Mingi understood that he was on the path of cultivating the way of slaughter. However, gazing at the Blood Sea before him, he felt inclined to pursue the way of blood, mastering its laws. After all, aside from the fact that the way of slaughter belonged to the demon ancestor, which was a grueling path requiring incessant killing, the success of such cultivation was uncertain. Even if one succeeded in the way of slaughter, they would inevitably attract the attention of Hongjun in their relentless pursuit of death, ultimately meeting a tragic fate akin to that of Lohu. Moreover, the world is not merely about conflict and bloodshed. The way of slaughter signifies a life constantly entwined with life and death. Such an existence was not what Mingi desired. Wasn't it far more enjoyable to sit at home, indulging in anime and novels? Why must he venture out to engage in life and death struggles? As long as the Blood Sea remains, Mingi shall not perish. If he refrains from provoking the sages, he is certain to survive. The rest, over the long years, could be spent comprehending the Tao within the Blood Sea. What a delightful prospect. With this thought, Mingi once more closed his eyes, expanding his divine sense as he began to refine and understand the Blood Sea that nurtured and birthed him. As he commenced this process, streams of information from the Blood Sea flowed into his consciousness, deepening his comprehension of the way of blood. At that moment, a question arose. Would you like to enhance the laws of blood? Ming's vision seemed to blur momentarily. Subsequently, the surface of the bead underwent yet another transformation. Enhance the laws of blood? Could it be that the bead's ability is to enhance the laws? Overcome with excitement, Mingi stood up. An entity capable of enhancing laws is an unfathomably powerful existence in the world of Honghuang. If it can continuously enhance, it signifies the possibility of reaching the great Tao. What the Daluo golden immortal? What the Hunyuan golden immortal? What are the Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal? All trivialities. Becoming a Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal, on par with a sage, is merely a matter of time. Success is inevitable. After a brief surge of exhilaration, Ming's mind focused. Commenced the enhancement. In an instant, he felt a torrent of golden light surging uncontrollably from within him into the gray-black bead. Within the Blood Sea, rife with slaughter and filth, The golden light appeared supremely sacred, seeming to clash with the very essence of the blood sea, rendering it eerily strange. Simultaneously, it imbued the blood-red Mingi with an aura of tranquility. As the golden light poured in, Ming's tightly shut eyes gradually relaxed, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Ian's and Hong Huang are not marked by time. Hundreds of years passed in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Mingi opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. His gaze now contained strands of the great Taoist essence, flowing endlessly. Mingi smacked his lips, feeling a sense of lingering satisfaction. No wonder in those cultivation novels, practitioners often enter seclusion for years, even hundreds or thousands of years without feeling weary. For an ordinary person, several hundred years may seem lengthy, but for the recently transformed Mingi, it felt like a fleeting moment. Just as he began to relish the experience, it concluded, leaving him somewhat reluctant to part with it. Nevertheless, the gains from this endeavor were immense. As he felt the cultivation within him, he nodded in contentment. When he emerged from the blood sea, he had merely possessed the cultivation of an early Tai golden immortal. At present, one has attained the late stage of the Tai golden immortal realm. The comprehension of the laws of blood has evolved from an initial grasp of approximately 10% to a remarkable 70% now. The River of the Underworld conjectured that once he comprehended the law of blood to its fullest extent, he could begin to grasp and master the great path of blood. Attaining even a mere fraction of this great path would elevate him to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal, he would possess a formidable combat prowess within this primal chaos. Indeed, given the current timeline, the impending arrival of the War of the Witch Ancestors and Lich is imminent. As one of the principal figures in this catastrophe, the 12 ancestors of sorcery each wield terrifying power that rivals that of the primordial golden immortals, reaching the level of quasi-saint. Not to mention the other key figures, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Contemplating this, the consciousness of the River of the Underworld turned towards the orb within his sea of consciousness. It was precisely due to the existence of this orb that he was able to comprehend the law of blood to 70% in a mere century, or more accurately, in an instant. The River of Hades felt the golden essence within himself being entirely absorbed by the orb, and shortly thereafter, a multitude of insights burgeoned in his mind. The passage of a century was merely a testament to his efforts in refining and mastering the blood sea before him. It appears that to swiftly elevate one's realm, the influence of this orb is indispensable, since it can assist in comprehending and fortifying the laws. Let us henceforth refer to it as the Orb of the Great Path. The reason the River of Hades did not designate it as the Orb of Enhancement to the Orb of Sudden Enlightenment is that he harbors the hope of one day grasping the Great Path with its aid. Upon uttering these words, the Orb of the Great Path seemed to resonate with the River of Hades' state of mind, causing the gray mist swirling around it to quicken ever so slightly. Then, the River of Hades spoke again. However, this meant that in the future, an abundance of merit power would be required. As the orb facilitated his rapid understanding of the laws, he noticed that what it continuously absorbed from his being was, in fact, strands of merit power. It was precisely because his internal reservoir of merit power was nearly depleted that he ceased his cultivation. After all, once one has grown accustomed to solving mathematical problems with the ease of drinking cool water, reverting to a state where even a single problem might take hours to tackle, and where the solutions could very well be erroneous, creates a disparity that is indescribably vexing. Alas, it seems that the merit power previously within him was indeed a compensation from this blood sea, which serves as a receptacle for the tainted energies of heaven and earth. The River of the Underworld gazed at the distant crimson waves, rising and falling with the tumultuous winds, murmuring softly. With a century of comprehension, he had completely refined the blood sea before him. At this moment, the blood sea resembled his own realm. In his perception, whenever a wisp of murky aura from the primordial chaos approached the blood sea, he felt a hint of merit descending from the void into his consciousness. Moreover, as he keenly sensed, he ultimately discovered that after the blood sea accepted the murky aura from the primordial chaos, strands of pure energy began to emerge from it over time, returning to the land of the primordial chaos. This merit might very well be the compensation for enduring, accepting, and purifying the chaotic aura and spiritual energy. No wonder the blood sea never dried up, and the River of the Underworld remained undying. It turned out that the blood sea was not merely a dumping ground for the primordial chaos, but also a purifier. If the blood sea were to vanish, one could only imagine the state of the primordial chaos. It was no surprise that others dared not provoke the River of the Underworld. Such immense karma was indeed not something ordinary beings would dare to touch. However, the pace of this process was painfully slow. Changing the subject, the River of the Underworld shook his head. If he were to rely on such a slow accumulation of merit, without other fortuitous opportunities, it would likely take until the end of the calamity of the witches and demons for him to attain the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Such a wait was intolerable. It seemed necessary to take some actions to accumulate merit. Contemplating this, The river of the underworld closed his eyes and began to ponder what he could do at this stage to amass a significant amount of merit without affecting the overall trajectory of the primordial chaos. Just then, a thought stirred within him, and his eyes snapped open, fixating intently on a certain spot within the blood sea. In his perception, it seemed that some presence was rapidly approaching. What kind of being would choose to venture into such a polluted place as the blood sea? Chapter 3. Why have you come to my blood sea? At a distance of 10,000 zhang from the blood sea, two figures clad in golden robes, tall and emaciated, approached swiftly. One of them had a kindly visage, his expression solemn and profound, with eyes as deep as an abyss, revealing no trace of joy or sorrow. The other shared a similarly benevolent appearance, but bore a glimmer of cunning in his gaze, presenting an air of craftiness at first glance. Both emanated an intense aura of tranquility as they made their way toward the blood sea. Upon encountering the overwhelming stench and sanguine scent, the two figures halted. The one known as Zhuan Ti surveyed the barren blood sea, devoid of even a single fish, and a look of distaste crossed his face. This blood sea was indeed the most filthy and polluted place in all of primordial chaos, living up to its reputation. It was even more desolate than our extreme western lands, where not a single living creature could be found. Would treasures truly emerge from such a place? Facing Zhuan Ti's doubts, the other, Jie, appeared similarly hesitant. They were well aware of the blood sea's notorious reputation throughout the primordial chaos. Had it not been for the blood sea's presence, their extreme western lands would have been deemed the most barren region. After the blood sea underwent significant changes, they were the first to arrive. Although the blood sea filled them with revulsion, the events that had transpired were undeniably real. After a moment of contemplation, Jie spoke again. Since we are already here, let us venture inside and take a look. Even in our desolate and fragmented extreme western lands, treasures can be found. Thus, the blood sea, despite its murkiness, still holds the possibility of hidden treasures. Moreover, with the recent conclusion of the Dragon Han calamity, unusual fluctuations have emerged from the depths of the blood sea. It is possible that treasures from the Dragon Han calamity have fallen into the blood sea. We must hurry inside. If we delay, the powerful beings from the east may arrive, and we will miss our opportunity. As soon as Jian finished speaking, he summoned his magical powers, enveloping himself in a radiance of sacred platinum light, stepping upon golden lotuses as his figure transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly entering the depths of the blood sea. Hearing Jian's words, Zhuan Ti felt a flicker of urgency in his eyes. Indeed, such a significant disturbance must have attracted the attention of those from the east. We must enter quickly, lest we miss the treasures. With this thought, Zhuan Ti also grasped the seven-colored treasure tree and dashed forward like a streak of light. However, unbeknownst to Zhuan Ti and Jie, while many powerful beings in the eastern chaos had noticed the changes in the blood sea, most chose to overlook it. In their minds, the eastern lands were rife with opportunities and treasures hidden within countless mountains and continents, waiting for their discovery. Why venture far to the western lands, millions of zhang away, in search of treasures? With that time, they could uncover countless treasures at the edges of the Buzhou mountain. Moreover, what worth would treasures birth from such a tainted place as the blood sea hold for them? They would merely be tainted and violent remnants. The truth was that the only notable entities emerging from the blood sea were the river of the underworld and the mosquito Taoist. The remainder consisted of three exceptional innate treasures, the Abhij and the Yuan Tu, two lethal artifacts, along with the 12th grade fiery red lotus. Jie remarked, "We have searched for so long and seen not a single feather. Could it be that the blood sea harbors nothing?" Zhuan Ti, who had been meandering within the blood sea for half a month, continuously scanned his surroundings, seemingly growing impatient. Is it possible that the remnants of the fierce beasts from the Dragon Han calamity have caused these fluctuations in the blood sea? As they traversed the blood sea, Zhuan Ti felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if the very essence of the place was inherently at odds with him. Meanwhile, Jie furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with wariness. Upon hearing Zhuan Ti's words, he refrained from responding. Although they had both transformed after the three clearings and had never before visited the blood sea, they understood that the blood sea served to alleviate the negative energies plaguing the primordial chaos. After every calamity, the great Tao would guide the violent, murderous, and tainted energies of the world into this sea. In principle, the blood sea possessed the innate ability to calmly accept all. How could it possibly be stirred into such blood-red waves merely due to the lingering essence of fierce beasts? Something must have transpired within the blood sea. With this thought, Jie reassured Zhuan Ti, saying, "There must exist some innate formations within the blood sea, concealing the presence of treasures. We need to observe and search diligently to uncover these treasures." Zhuan Ti nodded in agreement. "Yes, indeed. What you say is most accurate. How could innate treasures possibly be carelessly exposed before our eyes? They must be hidden within formations, perhaps even beneath the blood sea, beyond our awareness." Upon this realization, Zhuan Ti once again summoned the magical energy within, enhancing the radiant aura enveloping her entire being. Her gaze fell upon the surging sea of blood below, poised to plunge into its depths. At that moment, a voice resonated in her ears. "Might I inquire what brings you both to my sea of blood?" As the voice echoed, Both Jie and Zhuan-Ti felt the entire expanse of the blood sea roiling. In an instant, towering waves erupted, transforming midair into a multitude of crimson swords aimed directly at them, as if poised to pierce their forms like a sieve. Simultaneously, Jie and Zhuan-Ti sensed a formidable presence locking onto them. Chapter 4. The audacious Jie and Zhuan-Ti felt akin to a prey ensnared by a venomous serpent, acutely aware that any sign of abnormality or excessive movement would trigger the blood-red blade suspended in the air to unleash upon them. Upon hearing that voice, Jie was drenched in cold sweat, astonished. It must be noted that both of them were formidable beings of the Tai Golden Immortal level. How could they possibly have been approached so stealthily without their knowledge? Had the other party chosen to attack without uttering a word, could they have withstood such an assault? However, given that the individual merely sought to halt their advance with words, it seemed they were not of an unapproachable nature. It would be prudent to assess the situation before forming a plan. Jie and Zhuan-Ti exchanged glances, and in a flash, they retracted their intention to descend into the blood sea. Lifting their heads, they adorned their faces with what they deemed a benevolent smile as they regarded the figure that had suddenly appeared before them. Upon perceiving the crimson silhouette standing above the blood sea and sensing the aura it emanated, they both sighed with relief. The figure matched their own cultivation level of Tai Golden Immortal, suggesting an equal footing in potential confrontation. Thus, they harbored no fear of an impending conflict. Gradually, the tension in their bodies eased somewhat as they scrutinized the emergence of the figure from the River of Hades. The gaze of the River of Hades fell upon the two figures before him, revealing a contemplative expression. The moment these two silhouettes emerged amidst the sea of blood, the River of Hades had already detected their presence. At this juncture, the entire expanse of the blood sea had been successfully refined by him. It could be asserted that within this sanguine abyss, every corner remained within his perceptive reach, should he choose to scrutinize it. As the two figures appeared above the blood sea, one wielding the seven-treasure mysterious tree and the other treading upon a golden lotus, the River of Hades subtly discerned their identities. They were none other than the two future saints of Western Buddhism, Ksitigarbha and Samantabhadra. Perhaps it was due to their recent manifestation that these two figures also possessed the cultivation of Tai Golden Immortals, their fluctuating auras indicating a mid-stage level of this realm. Indeed, considering that a significant period had yet to pass since Hongjiwen's inaugural sermon, it was understandable that, apart from those who were inherently born as Great Luo Golden Immortals, the majority of cultivators remained below the Great Luo tier. After casting a furtive glance at the other party, Mingyi felt a twinge of confusion. What could bring them here at this hour? With this thought in mind, Mingyi spoke again. I am Mingyi. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? In response to Mingyi's inquiry, Zhuan-Ti immediately interjected, Esteemed Taoist, my companion and I sensed the emergence of an object of great significance in this location. One that is entwined with our fates, hence our presence here. Surely, the treasured artifact behind you was discovered within this sea of blood? Zhuan-Ti unreservedly revealed the glint of greed in her eyes, fixating intently on the dual swords of Abi and Yuan Tu at Mingyi's back, as well as the blazing red lotus of karma beneath his feet. Even from such a distance, both could sense the sharpness emanating from the two swords. The faint whispers of murderous intent stirred their souls. This must undoubtedly be a pair of formidable innate treasures. Although each of them possessed an innate treasure, their offensive capabilities fell short. Should they manage to seize the swords before them, they would gain an additional weapon of assault, achieving a perfect balance of offense and defense. Furthermore, the nearby Jane felt a pang of familiarity emanating from the red lotus of karma beneath Mingyi's feet. It bore a kinship with his own 12th grade golden lotus, both originating from the chaotic azure lotus. If this red lotus were his, it could surely elevate his golden lotus to new heights. Contemplating this, both Zhuan-Ti and Jane silently stepped forward, shamelessly speaking in unison. I perceive that this treasured artifact is fated to be with us. Might you consider parting with it? They noted that Mingyi's cultivation was not significantly superior to their own. Moreover, as they both shared a common origin, being manifestations of the innate golden gung bodhi root, their combined strength would not simply be a matter of addition, but rather a doubling of their combat prowess. Enticed by the allure of the treasure, amidst the desolate expanse of the blood sea, the two figures shamelessly engaged in a brazen attempt at theft. In the blink of an eye, Jane and Zhuan-Ti, one to the left and the other to the right, brandished a golden lotus and a seven treasures mysterious tree, respectively, and charged towards Mingyi. Unyielding in the face of their assault, Mingyi was equally resolute. Having perused the ancient text of the wilderness, he was well aware of the shameless nature of these two Western saints and had been prepared for their approach. As they stepped forward, he had already made his preparations. The flames of the red lotus of karma beneath him surged violently, transforming into a dark red translucent shield that enveloped him. Simultaneously, the Abi and Yuan Tu swords shot forth, hurtling towards the golden lotus and seven treasures mysterious tree that faced them. With a thunderous crash, the Abi and Yuan Tu collided with the 12th grade golden lotus and the seven treasures mysterious tree. An invisible shockwave erupted from the center of the clash, sending colossal waves surging throughout the blood sea. Seizing the opportunity, Mingyi maintained his assault, channeling his spirit as the blood sea morphed into a gargantuan blood hand. Reaching out to grasp Zhuan-Ti and Jane below, the great Rakshasa hand faced with the monstrous hand that loomed ominously like a celestial curtain. Both Jane and Juani's expressions shifted, and they swiftly formed hand seals. The Luli Dharma image, with golden Buddhist light illuminating the blood sea. Enlarged versions of Jane and Juanti manifested amidst the crimson waves, launching fierce attacks against the massive blood-red hand. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding clangs echoed through the air like the rhythmic strikes of a blacksmith. Observing Jane and Juanti engaged in combat with the blood-red hand, Mingyi settled into a meditative posture atop the red lotus of karma. He discerned that perhaps due to the recent emergence of the two, or perhaps owing to the enhancement from the heavenly Tao pearl, these future saints of the heavenly Tao were currently no match for him. The Abi and Yuan too could effortlessly counter the assaults of their innate treasures, wielding the power of the blood sea to restrain their movements. Thus, he found himself in a position of relative inactivity. As long as he continued to manipulate the gigantic hand of blood and entangle them in combat, he could remain passive. However, Mingyi was aware that with his current strength, he could not bring about their demise. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, they were destined to become future saints of the heavenly Tao, preordained by Hongjun. Therefore, he could not allow them to perish here. With that in mind, he resolved to compel them into retreat. It would be a battle of attrition. With this thought, Mingyi directed a forceful gesture towards the great Rakshasa hand. An unceasing flow of energy surged from the blood sea into the Rakshasa hand, reviving its previously dim sheen. Subsequently, Mingyi clicked his tongue, feeling a twinge of boredom. He pointed forward again, and drops of blood sea water began to coalesce in midair. Chapter 5. Unexpected gains in the west, above the western sea. There lay a peculiar maritime expanse. Here, the waters to the east were a crystal-clear azure, while those to the west were a vivid crimson. What was most astonishing was the stark delineation between the two bodies of water, as if an invisible force had severed them, allowing no interference between the two. At this moment, on the azure side, a multitude of sea creatures had gathered, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of curiosity as they gazed toward the distant blood sea. Leader, what could be happening in that blood sea? Indeed, it has been nearly 3 years since the sounds emanating from there began. Surely, there must be some treasure about to emerge. As their words fell, all the creatures turned their gazes toward a towering figure among them. This figure was robust, with shoulders as broad as gates, and a disproportionately small head, rendering him quite peculiar. He was their leader, the overseer of this maritime domain, known as Pangda, tasked with patrolling the waters. In response to the curious gazes directed at him, he forcefully struck the head of a nearby shrimp soldier. Enough! Are you all merely idle? Even if a treasure were to appear, what could it mean for us, the shrimp and crab soldiers? Not to mention whether we could even hold on to it if it were to fall into our hands. I wouldn't he dare set foot in that blood sea. The noxious miasma within could evaporate one in an instant, let alone you little ones. I've already sent word to the Dragon King. It won't be long before someone arrives. We merely need to stand guard here. Meanwhile, within the blood sea. Oh no, I miscalculated again. Have you not eaten? Put in some effort, will you? TSK, that punch was not bad, so close to shattering it. What a pity, just a hair's breadth away. Upon the blazing pyre of the karmic lotus, Mingyi grasped a blood-red melon seed in his hand. Observing the confrontation between the figures of Jie-in and Juan-Ti in the crimson sea above, articulating his critiques with great aplomb. It seemed as though the individual engaging with Jie-in and Juan-Ti was not Mingyi himself, but rather another entity, leaving him merely as an onlooker. A spectator to the unfolding drama. Crack, crack. The incessant sound of shelling melon seeds filled the air, eliciting a wave of irritation upon Juan-Ti's visage. Clad in golden glass-like dharma. 3 years had elapsed, yet the colossal hand of the Deluo Sha remained unyielding. Each time the ominous crimson hand dimmed or cracked, both Juan-Ti and Jie-in's faces would light up with a glimmer of hope, only for that expression to swiftly transform into one of resignation as the blood sea surged back into the giant hand, rejuvenating its eerie hue. Clang. After Juan-Ti transformed her fists into palms to repel the assault of the Deluo Sha once more, she turned to Jie-in, exclaiming, "My fellow Taoist, this battle is utterly stifling. Surely, you must devise a plan." In the face of Juan-Ti's urgency, Jie-in could not conceal his own bitterness. Over the past 3 years, they had explored numerous strategies. One would attempt to withstand the mighty hand, while the other sought an opportune moment to strike Mingyi, who appeared blissfully unguarded. Yet, before one could escape the reach of the colossal hand, they would find the blood sea roiling, as another immense hand rose ominously, thwarting their intentions. They had also attempted to summon the Merit Golden Lotus and the 7 Treasure Wondrous Tree back to their possession for a renewed offensive. Regrettably, the Treasure's Abyss and Primordial Slayer shadowed them relentlessly. Ultimately, they resolved to engage in a war of attrition, reasoning that 2 against 1, especially with Mingyi wielding such an array of treasures, would eventually lead to his depletion of spiritual energy. However, as time wore on, the despair in Juan-Ti and Jie-in's hearts deepened, an ominous sense of foreboding growing stronger. It appeared as if Mingyi possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of power. Despite the immense toll of summoning innate treasures, Mingyi exhibited no signs of fatigue. Rather, he seemed to relish the unfolding spectacle, effortlessly mocking their plight. Clearly, they had become the playthings of this adversary. Drawing a deep breath, Jiayin summoned forth his strength to repel the advancing Deluosha hand, then gestured forward. The Merit Golden Lotus abruptly ceased its standoff with the Abyss Sword, returning to his grasp. He called out to Zhuan-Ti, "Let us depart." Without a backward glance, they fled from the Sanguine Sea. Though they could not contend with Ming-He, their cultivation levels ensured that escaping the Blood Sea was well within their capabilities. Moreover, Jiayin had the nagging sensation that Ming-He did not genuinely wish for their demise. Observing Jiayin's actions, Zhuan-Ti realized their endeavor might be in vain. Yet, he understood that remaining there would yield no fruitful outcome. The sight of Ming-He's relaxed and mocking demeanor ignited a fiery indignation within Zhuan-Ti, who resolved to commit Ming-He's image to memory, vowing that one day he would exact revenge for today's affront. Caught off guard by the sudden and unanticipated retreat of Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti, Ming-He found himself momentarily bewildered. Had he truly projected such overwhelming might that they fled in fear? No, this cannot be allowed. They must not escape. The River Styx gazed upon the silhouettes of the two figures, struggling to comprehend the reality that had unfolded over the course of these 3 years. The River of the Underworld has uncovered a remarkable phenomenon. Whenever the luminous forms of the two figures, Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin, made of crystal, come into contact with the great Rakshasa hand conjured from the Sea of Blood, an extraordinary event unfolds. As the River of the Underworld sensed a faint surge of merit arising from the void, it manifested within his consciousness. Initially, he believed this merit was a gift from the Blood Sea, purifying the malevolent energies of the primordial chaos and nurturing him in return. However, as events unfolded, he noticed that each time the Crimson Hand was shattered by the assaults of either Zhuan-Ti or Jiayin, the merit seemed to increase slightly. Upon introspection, he felt that the malevolent and violent energies within the Crimson Hand had dissipated significantly. Was this not the very essence of a diligent worker of merit? In an instant, joy surged within the River of the Underworld. He had initially intended to harness the Blood Sea to conjure an even more formidable strike, compelling Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti to retreat. Yet, at that moment, he resolved to utilize them to purify the Blood Sea and accumulate merit. Thus, he began to regulate the intensity of his attacks, ensuring that Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti did not perceive themselves as challenged, nor did he wish for them to easily dispel his efforts. This led to a span of 3 years, adhering to the principle of 3 years and then 3 more, until he had extracted every ounce of their remaining value. However, who could have anticipated that once the 3 years elapsed, Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti would simply flee? Truly, they seemed to care not for the dignity of future saints, how utterly undignified. The path of primordial chaos appeared too smooth. After a moment of lamentation regarding their departure, the River of the Underworld refused to relinquish his pursuit. With a thunderous roar, he vanished from sight, only to reappear in the path of Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti. Friends, halt. Do you think this place is your home? You come and go as you please. Chapter 6. The Insult of Overstepping Bounds. Friends, I advise you not to overstep your bounds, Zhuan-Ti exclaimed, gazing at the suddenly materialized figure of the River of the Underworld, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had not anticipated the remarkable swiftness of the river. After all, his cultivation was only marginally superior to theirs. Meanwhile, Jane narrowed his eyes, a flicker of confusion passing through his calm demeanor. All three were of the same cultivation level. Yet the River of the Underworld displayed an overwhelming advantage in both speed and sustained prowess. Moreover, they hailed from the harshest regions of the extreme west. Even though the treasures in their possession were not primarily offensive, their strength in such a harsh environment had rendered them formidable. How could it be that they had not even grazed the hem of the river's garment, but instead found themselves increasingly constrained? Little did they know that the Blood Sea had long since fused with the River of the Underworld, creating an inseparable bond. The strength of the Underworld River shall undergo a comprehensive enhancement, in both explosive power and endurance. From might to velocity, every aspect shall be fortified. In response to the inquiries posed by the esteemed Kunti, the Underworld River merely chuckles, unfazed. Am I being overly oppressive? Your words, dear friend, are rather amusing. You must understand that it is your own insatiable greed that compels you to covet the treasures that lie within my grasp. Now, how has this transformed into a narrative of me tormenting you? Before the words of the River of Hades could be fully articulated, the figure opposite, Zhuan-Ti, with eyes darting about, hastily interjected, My friend, this is all a misunderstanding. My brother and I believed you, too, were here in search of treasures. Upon witnessing those primordial treasures, we were overwhelmed with joy and could not help but rush forward. Little did we know that those 3 treasures had already been refined by you. Alas, we had counted on the notion that within this sea of blood, those treasures were destined for us, only to find that fate had favored you instead. As his words lingered in the air, Zhuan-Ti discreetly wiped a corner of his eye with his sleeve, feigning sorrow while subtly signaling to the nearby Jiayin. In a flash of understanding, Jiayin quickly chimed in, Indeed, my friend, our land in the far west is impoverished and our lives are filled with hardship. It was our first encounter with such primordial treasures, and we mistakenly believed they were meant for us, which compelled us to act impulsively. Ming-He gazed at the weeping yet theatrical figure of Jiayin and Kunti before him, inwardly lamenting their audacity. How utterly shameless. Subsequently, a playful smile adorned his face as he regarded the 2 silhouettes across from him. So, is it truly my fault, Ming-He? Have I usurped the fortunes of these 2 esteemed companions? Should I relinquish the treasured artifact and present it to them? When Mingi uttered these words, his expression remained unchanged, revealing not a hint of emotional fluctuation. Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti's face blossomed like a vibrant chrysanthemum, a smile curving at the corners of her lips. Do you truly wish to bestow this precious treasure upon us? Observing Zhuan Ti's unabashed demeanor, Mingi finally comprehended how Hongjun had, during his teachings, allowed Red Cloud to seize the opportunity for sanctification, thus offending Kunping. Zhuan Ti's audacity rivaled even the impenetrable cliffs of the primordial world. Her shamelessness in climbing higher on borrowed prestige left Mingi feeling inadequate. To contend with such a person, one must be even more audacious, and thus, Mingi chose to speak plainly. I care not what you have deduced about your connection to the treasures within this blood sea. However, since my transformation, I have discovered that I am the sole being within this blood sea. It is, in essence, my home. Naturally, all that resides within belongs to me. In other words, all the treasures within this blood sea, including the vile essence that you so despise, are also mine. If you desire treasures, there's no chance of obtaining them. Seeing Mingi clearly state his stance and reveal his origins, Zhuan Ti stepped forward, preparing to voice her thoughts. At that moment, Jiayin extended his right arm to halt Zhuan Ti, shaking his head while fixing his gaze intently upon Mingi's words. In that case, I kindly ask you to step aside, allowing us to depart from this blood sea. We assure you, we shall not set foot in this blood sea again. Upon hearing Mingi's declaration, Jiayin felt a tumult within his heart. It became evident that the man clad in crimson robes before them was indeed the master of the blood sea. No wonder he wielded boundless magical power here. Tireless and unyielding, everything fell into place. Jiayin also realized that today, he and Zhuan Ti would gain nothing beneficial from this blood sea. Since this place was one they inherently rejected and loathed, it would be prudent to leave post-haste. However, how could Mingi allow Zhuan Ti and Jiayin to depart so easily? These two were crucial to his aspirations of accumulating merit. He could not simply let them go without extracting further advantage from them. Thus, in response to Jiayin's plea, Mingi remained steadfast, not shifting an inch. In an instant, he formed a seal with his hands. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the blood waters of the sea began to churn. In the blink of an eye, torrents of blood, each towering 100 feet, coiled upwards like celestial dragons. A colossal blood-red cage materialized above the blood sea, enveloping Jiayin and Zhuan Ti within its confines. What do you intend to do? Do not go too far, my friend. At the moment the blood-red cage appeared, anger tinged Zhuan Ti and Jiayin's faces with a flush of red. Since their transformation, they had never encountered such a day. They had lowered their stances, refraining from competing for treasures, choosing instead to depart voluntarily. Why then, must this individual remain so aggressive? Too far? I am precisely bullying the two of you. Gathering. In the realm of the underworld, the river of darkness clenched its fists, as a massive crimson cage began to converge inward, swiftly approaching the figures of Jiajin and Zhuan Ti. This sanguine prison was a manifestation of the blood sea manipulation technique that the river had mastered through years of combat. In terms of sheer power, it paled in comparison to the formidable strength of the Dalyuoka hand. It was merely a rudimentary gathering of the waters of the blood sea, against cultivators of lesser prowess. Its effects were significant. However, when confronted with those of comparable strength, it was rendered largely ineffective, shattering upon contact. Yet, the river's true intent was not to ensnare or harm his adversaries, but rather to enlist their hands in acquiring merit for himself. Soon, the crimson cage was on the verge of colliding with Jiajin and Zhuan Ti. At that moment, Jiajin clasped his hands before his chest, closed his eyes, and began to chant softly. When he reopened his eyes, they had transformed into a shimmering gold, with arcs of golden lightning flickering at the corners. With a commanding voice, Jiajin proclaimed, "My friend, you rely solely on the incessant and corrupting energy from the blood sea to erode our magical powers. If that is the case, today I shall purify all of the foul energy within your blood sea. Go." As his words resonated, Jiajin raised his pristine, jade-like hand, and the golden lotus of merit beneath his feet surged upward, colliding with the crimson cage overhead. In that instant, the colossal lotus met the sanguine prison with the ease of a blade piercing water, effortlessly dissolving the river's attack. Jiajin's eyes widened, and his mouth fell slightly agape. Disbelief washing over him. Such a seemingly perilous and oppressive assault had been so easily neutralized. Amidst his astonishment, a surge of joy filled Jiajin's heart. His original intention was to leverage the powerful strike of the golden lotus to carve a path through the blood sea, enabling a swift escape for himself and Zhuan Ti. After all, engaging in a war of attrition within this blood sea against the river was untenable for them. Moreover, in the far western region, a group of beings they had recently subdued awaited their guidance. Should they linger too long, unforeseen complications might arise. Thus, witnessing the effortless breach of the crimson cage, Jiajin grasped Zhuan Ti's hand, and their forms transformed into a radiant golden arc, vanishing from the confines of the sanguine prison. In the next moment, Jiajin's expression turned peculiar. Above them loomed yet another blood-red cage, descending upon them. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse above the boundless blood sea, the river of the underworld sensed a strand of golden merit emerging from the sea of consciousness. And a smile could no longer be contained at the corners of his mouth. This merit golden lotus is truly a precious treasure. Perhaps it is the natural nemesis of the foul and deathly energies, capable of counteracting the blood-red prison meant to ensnare the celestial immortals of the highest order. However, it merely brushed against it and was effortlessly dispelled. Of course, the primary reason for this was that the river of the underworld had deliberately held back. Regardless of the cause, the purifying power of this merit golden lotus surpassed the combined Buddhist powers of the two figures, Jane and Junti. In that fleeting moment of contact, the river of the underworld felt that at least half of the foul energies within the shattered blood-red prison had been purified. The merit force now surging within him was nearly equivalent to 1/10 of what he had accumulated over 3 years of battle. Such a fortuitous opportunity. How could the river of the underworld let it slip away? With a wave of his hand, turbulent blood-red waves surged forth, and serpentine torrents shot skyward. Soon, layer upon layer of blood-red prisons materialized in the air, encasing Jane and Junti in a tight embrace. Finally, just as his fingers were about to cramp, the river of the underworld halted before a blood-red sphere that had grown to an immense size, measuring tens of thousands of zhang. A gentle tap of his finger caused the blood-red waves to churn, forming a blood-red rocking chair suspended in the midst of the blood sea. Subsequently, the river of the underworld pointed again at the void, conjuring a blood-red melon seed in his palm. Crack. With a staggering count of 17,856 layers, this should keep you occupied for a while. Crack. I shall take a brief respite. Crack, crack. The rhythmic, crisp sounds began to echo softly over the blood sea. Meanwhile, beyond the boundless blood sea, under a sky as blue as the sea, a massive figure reclined upon a pink shell large enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people, his eyes half closed. Beside him were 2 elegantly dressed women in flowing azure gowns. At that moment, the massive figure rested his small head on one of the women's snowy white thighs, while she gently massaged his arm with delicate fingers. The other woman offered him a freshly peeled, dark purple fruit resembling a grape. Truly, this was a newly discovered spiritual fruit, the lingua, from the spirit plant officer of the West Sea Dragon Palace, and it was indeed delicious. As the massive figure savored the flavorful juice in his mouth, he also enjoyed the massage from the other woman, emitting a contented hum. Just then, an excited voice broke the tranquil ambience. Big brother, there's good news. The exuberant voice jolted the massive figure from his blissful reverie, and he quickly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the 2 women stood up, and the shell floated up from the water's surface, ultimately shrinking and vanishing onto one of the women's shoulders. The massive figure's expression turned serious as he eagerly inquired of the newcomer, "Has the Dragon Palace sent someone?" "Big brother, the people below say that the Dragon Palace's envoys are indeed on their way," replied C.S. Sergio, clasping his fists. But what? But the sounds from the blood sea have ceased. What? Are you saying the sound of hammering is gone?" The massive figure exclaimed, waving his cloak in disbelief. "What shall we do? The disappearance of the hammering sound from the blood sea, does that mean the treasure has been taken?" Lord Alwyn has always been wary of being deceived. If he discovers that the treasure is no longer in the blood sea, will he think we have tricked him? What are we to do? Just as the massive figure grappled with the fear of facing the Dragon Palace's arrival, a voice of immense authority resounded across the skies of the West Sea. "Where is General Pongda of the Crab? The Dragon King has arrived. Do not delay in presenting yourself." With the booming voice echoing in the air, the massive figure instinctively lifted his head to look. In the next moment, his body tensed, a fawning smile appeared on his face, and he vanished in a flash of light. "I am the humble General Pongda of the West Sea Crab, here to pay my respects to the Dragon King." Pongda clasped his hands together, his eyes filled with utmost respect as he gazed at the figure before him. That figure, with a dragon's head and a human body, donned a flowing robe of azure interwoven with golden threads, exuding an air of majesty. Pongda, have you reported that the boundless blood sea has been echoing with the sound of hammering, suggesting the emergence of a treasure? I report to you, esteemed Dragon King, that for the past 3 years, I have indeed detected sounds emanating from the depths of the blood sea. I dare to speculate that it may herald the arrival of a treasure. The Dragon King Alwyn raised an eyebrow. "Oh, then why did I not notice any disturbances in the blood sea upon my arrival?" In an instant, beads of sweat began to form on Pongda's forehead as he nervously explained, "I do not dare to conceal anything from you, Dragon King. The blood sea has only just returned to calmness. As for the specific reasons, I am also unaware." Knowing Alwyn's temperament, Pongda decided to speak plainly. Alwyn narrowed his golden eyes, scrutinizing Pongda with keen intent. After a moment, it seemed he concluded that Pongda was not attempting to deceive him. And then he waved his hand. "If that is the case, there may indeed be something extraordinary lurking in the depths of this blood sea. Ever since the ancestral dragon and the phoenix ancestors fell, and the ancestral dragon pearl vanished, it may have come to this blood sea along with the foul energies. I shall enter and investigate." Alwyn, with the cultivation of an early-stage celestial immortal, had made up his mind. Upon learning of Pongda's news, he had journeyed day and night to this boundless blood sea, with only one purpose, to ascertain whether the ancestral dragon pearl had appeared in this place. If he could obtain the ancestral dragon pearl, then he would have dominion over the 4 seas. With this thought, Alwyn ascended into the air, instantly transforming into a blue dragon with a hint of gold, exhaling clouds as he soared toward the blood sea. However, just as Alwyn, filled with fervor, was about to touch the edge of the blood sea and enter its depths, bang! With a muffled sound, Alwyn's massive body plummeted toward the West Sea like a kite with a severed string, a splash of crimson rainbow erupting from his mouth under the sunlight. The sudden events in midair left the people of the Western Sea astounded. Just a moment ago, they were eagerly watching as the Dragon King charged towards the Sea of Blood. In the next instant, a flash of golden light flickered before them. Subsequently, the Dragon King revealed his true form, spewing forth a torrent of blood that soared hundreds of feet high, cascading down upon the Western Sea. The once tranquil surface of the ocean was instantly transformed into towering waves reaching thousands of feet. The unexpected turn of events rendered the likes of Pongda and others momentarily frozen in place. After a few breaths, they collectively gasped in shock and hurriedly raced towards the direction where the Dragon King had fallen. Dragon King, quickly, save the Dragon King. Some of the shrimp soldiers and fish crabs, witnessing this scene, shouted in panic as they scurried in all directions. Run. If even the Dragon King cannot withstand this terrifying force, how can we mere minions hope to survive? Meanwhile, Ao Run, having plunged beneath the ocean's surface, curled up cautiously, refraining from making any sound. Just moments before, he had approached the edge of the boundless sea of blood, poised to step into its depths. In an instant, two figures erupted from the depths of the Blood Sea, colliding violently with his body. It is worth noting that although the dragon race had fallen from grace since the last calamity, as the Sea Dragon King, his pride lay in the extraordinary defensive strength of his corporeal form, except for the peculiarly tough Xuanwu clan. It could be said that few beings of similar cultivation could breach his defenses. However, upon making contact with those two figures, his formidable body felt as fragile as paper, torn apart in an instant. Had it not been for his reliance on the reverse scale to momentarily withstand the impact, he would have surely perished, exacerbating the already dire plight of the dragon race. What kind of horrifying existence lurked within the depths of that blood sea? He had thought that after the fall of the formidable beast in the last calamity, no more powerful beings would remain in the wilderness. Yet, he was astonished to find that two had appeared simultaneously here. Fortunately, it seemed that these entities were not targeting him. He merely happened to obstruct their path. Contemplating this, Ao Run's heart was filled with shock. Merely an unintentional act from them had almost led to his demise. One could scarcely fathom their strength, likely that of a Tai golden immortal, and among them, a particularly powerful presence. Simultaneously, Ao Run felt a twinge of melancholy. If only the ancestors were still present at that moment. Ao Run's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the two golden lights in midair materialize into figures. One stood upon a blossoming flower radiating a crystalline golden glow, while the other wielded an unknown multicolored spiritual root. What astonished Ao Run even further was the sight of these once revered beings now in utter disarray, their robes tattered, faces smeared with dirt, gazing furiously in the direction of the Sea of Blood. Fellow of the Sea of Blood, today as retribution, I shall be the one to receive, one of them declared. When we meet again in the wilderness, I shall have a proper discussion with you. Upon hearing this, Ao Run's heart surged with waves of terror. Receiving? That name, I seem to have heard it before. He recalled that these names had emerged in the aftermath of the Dragonhan calamity, following the expulsion of the demon ancestor Rahu from the wilderness. It was said that these two had subdued the leaderless dragons of the extreme west and made Mount Sumera their sanctuary in just a few hundred years since their transformation. However, how could beings of such overwhelming power, already beyond his reach, exist within the depths of the Blood Sea? Ao Run's heart was a tumult of shock, fear, and curiosity. The proximity of the Western Sea to the boundless Sea of Blood was undeniable, yet his understanding of this Blood Sea was virtually non-existent. What terrifying existence lay hidden within the depths that could inflict such a significant loss on the masters of the extreme west? As Ao Run pondered, a resounding laugh echoed from the depths of the Sea of Blood. You shameless scoundrel! How dare you deceive me in such a manner? I have heard that the two fellows from Mount Sumera, receiving and purifying, are determined to restore order to the chaotic extreme west, bringing clarity back to the wilderness. They are renowned for their great virtues. How could they be mere thieves, forcibly seizing treasures from others and resorting to petty excuses? The next time I meet the two of them, I shall surely inform them of today's events. You shameless rogue, should we cross paths again, do remember to reveal your true self. I await your arrival in this boundless Sea of Blood. At that moment, the figure within the Sea of Blood, the underworld river, narrowed his eyes and wore a cold smile. Inwardly, he lamented, having initially thought that the 18,765 layers of the Blood Sea prison would suffice to contain receiving and purifying for a time. Once he had a moment to rest, he could add several more layers to the prison, ensuring that he could extract every last bit from them, utilizing their powers to purify the noxious energy of the boundless Sea of Blood. The River of Hades ultimately underestimated the methods employed by the emissaries of Join and Cunny. To their astonishment, the adversaries managed to breach the formidable confines of the Blood Sea prison, overcoming more than 10,000 layers in a mere matter of minutes. By the time the River of Hades became aware of the situation, the figures had already departed from the boundless expanse of blood. Beyond that sea, the River of Hades found it exceedingly difficult to retain any means of detaining them. In the end, the River of Hades resorted to a rather distasteful tactic. Reveal your identities, it proclaimed. I shall assert that you are impostors. Coincidentally, there were still living beings in the vicinity of the Western Sea. When the news of today's events spreads, you shall be compelled to protect your reputation and refrain from humiliating me before the eyes of the multitude. As for what transpires in secrecy, in the depths of the river of oblivion, a firm resolve took shape when the time came. He would swiftly return to the sea of blood. In the profound abyss of this crimson ocean, even if the adversary were to ascend to saintly status in the future, what could they possibly do to him? Moreover, the presence of the enhancement orb only fortified his confidence. The river of Hades believed that, by the appointed time, his combat prowess would not be significantly inferior to that of a saint. Meanwhile, hovering above the western sea, the figures of Jane and Juanty froze momentarily upon hearing his words, their expressions darkening to an extreme. It felt as though a fly had intruded into their throats, leaving a nauseating sensation. They had not anticipated that, upon revealing their identities, they would be outmaneuvered by him. Should they reiterate that they were indeed Jane and Juanty of Mount Sumeru, it would inadvertently imply that they were mere thieves, forcibly seizing what belonged to others. Such an admission would hinder their future endeavors in organizing their own power within the primordial chaos. Yet, if they chose not to acknowledge it, they would have to feign ignorance should they encounter the river of Hades again in the future, unable to act against him openly. Jane quickly grasped the underlying rationale. However, he remained unconcerned, viewing the situation as merely a matter of pride. For him, successfully extricating themselves from the depths of the sea of blood was already the best outcome. If they were to meet the river of Hades again without a conflict of interest, what harm was there in swallowing today as humiliation? Ultimately, it was all for the sake of gain. Yet, why did he sense no hint of murderous intent emanating from the river of Hades? He waved his hand dismissively, choosing to leave the place without further contemplation. Let us depart. In stark contrast, Juanty had already begun to harbor resentment towards the river of Hades within the recesses of his heart. Since his transformation, he had never endured such humiliation. He resolved to diligently cultivate upon returning, vowing that one day he would avenge today's grievance. Thus, the two of them, having arrived with exuberance, departed in disappointment. As for the myriad beings in the dragon palace of the western sea below, they dared not glance in their direction. They could not be certain that the river of Hades remained formidable after emerging from the sea of blood, and they were reluctant to linger any longer. Watching Jane and Juanty recede into the distance, a smirk graced the lips of the river of Hades as he then cast his gaze upon the denizens of the dragon palace. Noticing the true form of the dragon king Aoron, a sense of profound curiosity flickered in his eyes. After all, in his past life as a man of Huaxia, how could he resist the allure of witnessing a genuine dragon clan? Nevertheless, his curiosity waned swiftly, and he turned back to the depths of the sea of blood. With the assistance of Jane and Juanty, he had reclaimed a substantial amount of merit within himself. It was time to elevate his cultivation once again. Meanwhile, after a considerable passage of time, Aoron felt the oppressive aura of no powerful beings lingering in his perception. With a sigh of relief, he remained quietly beneath the surface for a while longer. Once the creatures of the sea regained their freedom of movement and the waters returned to tranquility, Aoron transformed into a streak of azure light, shooting deeper into the abyss. He had not anticipated the existence of such a formidable entity within this boundless sea of blood and felt compelled to relay this information to the patriarch of the Candle Dragon urgently. Chapter 9. The correct use of the enhancement pearl within the boundless sea of blood. The waters, imbued with black malevolence, surged into colossal crimson waves that fell mercilessly. A cycle repeating endlessly. Wisps of sanguine mist coiled around, giving the impression that this was the fabled realm of hell. Deep within the savage and desolate sea of blood, a crimson figure sat cross-legged atop a blood-red lotus, golden flames flickering around it, as if seeking to incinerate every vestige of darkness in the world. Flanking this figure were two swords, entwined with black malevolence, one red and one blue, ever present by its side. Here, the crimson waves dared not advance an inch. Lying still as the earth itself, showing no intention of transgression. Time passed unmeasured before the figure opened its eyes, revealing a mesmerizing red hue that sparkled with an enigmatic brilliance. Threads of profound Tao resonated around its form. With the aid of the merit power, it had finally comprehended the laws of blood to the 5th level of the 7th layer. Alas, the merit power was woefully insufficient. The river of the underworld clicked his tongue, his eyes filled with a sense of regret. He reflected inwardly, contemplating that had he not been negligent at that moment and had retained the presence of the guiding and enlightening beings for a longer period, he could have allowed them time to recover their cultivation after they grew weary. Once their powers were restored, they could have assisted him in purifying the murky malevolence within the boundless sea of blood. If the nefarious energies within that vast expanse were entirely cleansed, the path to greatness would be assured, and the attainment of the primordial great Luo golden immortal would be within reach. The mere thought of this filled the river of the underworld with anguish. Amidst this sorrow, he recognized that he could not indefinitely confine the other party. As a future sage of the heavenly Tao, he must possess his own trump cards. What if, in a moment of desperation, the other party resorted to self-destruction? The weight of such immense karmic retribution would be unbearable for him. Furthermore, should he alter the course of the primordial world, it would complicate matters even more. Such an action would surely attract the attention of Hongjun after the unification of the Tao. What then, if Hongjun intervened and rendered him a fool? Quietly amassing wealth without drawing attention was indeed the correct developmental approach in the early days of the Primordial Era. One must remember that even the mightiest beings, such as the four great beasts, the demon emperor, the ancestor witches, and even the formidable Pangu, after achieving their greatness, sought to wander aimlessly, competing for the elusive title of the strongest in the world. Ultimately, they met with death and obliteration. With this thought, the river of the underworld felt a jolt throughout his being, clarity washing over him as he glimpsed the path that lay ahead, deepening his understanding of the Tao. However, in an instant, he shook his head and sighed. To elevate one's cultivation, one must either rely on personal insight or seek the aid of virtuous power. Yet, Mingi cast a glance at the boundless sea of blood, sensing the continuous influx of murky malevolence emanating from the primordial earth. Yet, strands of virtuous power began to manifest within his sea of consciousness. However, this progress was excruciatingly slow. According to the estimations of the underworld river, if one solely relies on the power of merit derived from the blood sea to enhance their cultivation, it may take more than a single yuan to achieve the first step of becoming a formidable figure in the primordial era, ultimately attaining the status of a great Luo golden immortal. Alas, it would be splendid if the rate at which the blood sea generates merit could be accelerated. Mingi rested his chin in contemplation, gazing at the surging crimson waves in the distance, pondering whether to enhance the direction of merit acquisition for greater speed. Alternatively, he could augment the blood sea array to facilitate the transformation of the tainted and pure energies. In the next moment, he felt tendrils of grayish smoke enveloping him, and a line of text materialized before his eyes. The river of the underworld was filled with elation, his face revealing a fervent excitement as he rose to his feet. What? The Yin-Yang transformation array? It can accelerate the pace of merit enhancement? Mingi had not anticipated that this enhancement orb could not only accelerate his comprehension of the power of rules, but also augment other attributes. The notion of selecting a direction for enhancement was astonishing. Could it be that one could tailor the enhancement according to personal needs? Contemplating this, Mingi mused that it would be splendid if he could amplify the attack power of the blood sea. As gray wisps of smoke swirled and enveloped him, the inscriptions before him began to transform. Would you like to enhance the attack power of the blood sea? Read the new text. Enhance the blood sea formation to increase its attack power. By my mother's grace, Mingi exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the words materialize before him. He quickly calmed his racing heart and attempted several adjustments to the enhancement direction. Eventually, he became convinced that this orb could indeed allow him to select the direction of enhancement according to his desires. However, it was imperative that such requests were reasonable. One could not simply demand that the orb enhance the direction to the extent of instantly vanquishing a sage. Mingi contemplated that this predicament might stem from his current capabilities or perhaps the inadequacy of the foundational array. He mused that with a gradual and systematic approach, there might come a day when he could indeed augment his power to the extent of vanquishing saints or even challenging the Tao itself. However, such aspirations remained mere thoughts for Mingi at present. The primary focus was to fortify the blood sea array and enhance the speed of acquiring merit power. To strengthen the blood sea array, the conversion rate of the pure and turbid forces needed improvement. In an instant, Mingi felt as if the newly birthed merit power within him had been completely consumed. The enhancement orb within his sea of consciousness began to operate at a rapid pace. In the next moment, the orb ceased its motion, and a wisp of gray smoke materialized. Insufficient merit value. What was most exasperating was that the enhancement orb appeared to express disdain, expelling a wisp of merit power in a dismissive manner. At that moment, Mingi found himself both amused and exasperated. Clearly, the most pressing matter was to swiftly acquire some merit. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mingi realized that the current timeline marked the conclusion of the Dragon Han catastrophe, with the calamity of the witch and demon yet to commence. Thus, this phase represented a time of burgeoning potential in the primordial chaos. Surely, any endeavor undertaken during this period would yield merit, wouldn't it? A mischievous smile crept across Mingi's face. Why not seize the merits of the goddess Nuwa and create beings from the earth? After all, much of the merit gained later was closely tied to the human race. However, as soon as this thought arose, Mingi shook his head. To create life, one must journey to Mount Bujo to obtain the gourd vine and the essence of soil. Nuwa's act of creating humanity was in harmony with the will of the heavens. And the acquisition of the sacred treasures for creation was also a providence bestowed upon her by the celestial order. At this moment, whether he could encounter such treasures at Mount Bujo remained uncertain. The merits of creation could only be partially claimed by him. To fully acquire them would be against the will of the heavens. Thus, in light of this, after a moment of silent contemplation, the River Styx rose to his feet and took a deep breath, transforming into a streak of rainbow light. He departed from the blood sea and sped toward the vast wilderness. Chapter 10. Preaching by the Eastern Sea. This was the pivotal moment, the breakthrough from mystic immortal to golden immortal. At the shore of the Eastern Sea, atop a boulder towering as high as a two-story building, the crimson-robed River Styx fell silent after uttering his final words. Bathed in golden lotuses, his gaze swept over the multitude below. Beneath him, hundreds of thousands of living beings gathered. Some sat in deep meditation, others swayed their heads in contemplation, while a few scratched their heads in frustration. Indeed, the River Styx had just concluded his sermon by the Eastern Sea. as a great Luo Golden Immortal. His cultivation now placed him among the most formidable beings in the primordial world. For most creatures, his teachings were profound enough to benefit them for a lifetime. And this very act of preaching was the method the River Styx had devised to accumulate merit. To his satisfaction, the endeavor proved immensely rewarding. Not only did it grant him the power of virtue, but through the process of imparting wisdom, his own comprehension of the Tao deepened. With each sermon delivered in a new location, fresh insights unfolded before him. 3 centuries of preaching, without relying on the enhancement pearl, had unwittingly elevated his understanding of the Tao of blood to the 9th stage of initiation. No wonder figures like Hong Jun and other sages so frequently indulged in the act of teaching. It seemed it was not merely to strengthen their sects, but also to refine their own grasp of the Tao. Just as the River Styx marveled at this realization, his attention was drawn to a bamboo spirit below, a mystic immortal in the late stage, who suddenly knelt before him in reverence. "Thank you, great immortal, for taking pity on our arduous cultivation and bestowing upon us this sacred teaching." Inspired by the bamboo spirit's words, the surrounding beings seemed to awaken in unison. They prostrated themselves and cried out in unison, their voices thunderous with gratitude. "We thank the great immortal." The resounding chorus filled the River Styx with profound satisfaction. That bamboo spirit, he had noticed her long ago. Mingi delivered his sermons by the Eastern Sea a total of 6 times. And this occasion shall mark the final sermon by the Eastern Sea. During the second sermon, the venerable Lingzhu spirit made its appearance among the audience. Subsequently, whenever Mingi arrived at a new location to commence his preaching, he would invariably find the Lingzhu spirit hastily arriving midway through the discourse. It seems that this spirit has exerted considerable effort, traversing various places to partake in the teachings. As Mingi contemplated the earnestness of the beings before him, he could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment at their seemingly mediocre talents. Among those who had attended his teachings in the same cohort, there were already some who had transcended from the late stage of Xianxian to the realm of Jingxian. Moreover, there were even those who had ascended directly from the early stage of Xianxian to Jingxian. Shaking his head, Mingi acknowledged the plight of the many pitiable beings in the primordial wilderness, and with a sigh, he chose to ignore the matter further. Rising to his feet, he prepared to offer a few words of encouragement to the multitude below before taking his leave. At that moment, the voice of the Lingzhu spirit rang out once more. "Esteemed immortal, please wait." The Lingzhu spirit, having noticed Mingi's rising form and well acquainted with his demeanor, understood that he was about to impart his customary farewell words. "Though the path of immortality is fraught with difficulties, steadfastness of heart can surmount them. I hope my fellow companions will strive together." Yet, the Lingzhu spirit realized that the location of Mingi's teachings followed a discernible pattern. The 6th session had been positioned along a route that ventured northward from the easternmost edge of the Eastern Sea. This was likely to be the final teaching in this region, as further north lay the perilous expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The Lingzhu spirit pondered her own capabilities and concluded that she would struggle to pursue Mingi should he venture into that dangerous territory. The 10,000 Great Mountains were notorious for their treacherous nature, where the demon tribes delighted in enslaving other beings as their subordinates. Even a mere minor demon possessed the strength of a celestial immortal, while their generals wielded the power of Xianxian, and the mountain lords were often Jingxian. How could a humble Lingzhu spirit of Xianxian dare to traverse such a domain? She feared that she might step into the mountains only to be captured and lose her freedom. Thus, she recognized this could be her final opportunity. Upon hearing the Lingzhu spirit's voice, Mingi's curiosity was piqued. "What doubts do you harbor?" Feeling the weight of Mingi's awareness upon her, the Lingzhu spirit felt beads of sweat forming on her brow. In her perception, Mingi's cultivation was akin to an unfathomable ocean, vast, profound, and boundless. She realized that her forthcoming words might provoke his displeasure, and with a mere thought, he could easily extinguish her life. Should she dare to speak? Yet, remaining silent would mean an indefinite delay in her ascension to the next realm, given her limited comprehension. In a fleeting moment, the Lingzhu spirit hesitated countless times. Ultimately, she took a deep breath. "Very well, let it be. If I must die, let it be for the sake of the great Tao." With a resounding thud, she bowed her head forcefully to the ground. "I implore you, esteemed immortal, have mercy upon us. Bestow upon me the imprint of your divine soul, that I may transcend from Xianxian to Jingxian." A gasp of astonishment rippled through the multitude below. Such audacity! How could she dare to ask for such a boon? Is she not afraid for her life? Many beings struggled to believe their ears, for in an era where a formal cultivation system had yet to emerge, most relied on ancestral bloodlines to navigate their paths. To receive teachings from a being of such exalted status was already a tremendous fortune. How could one dare to seek more? Yet, the Lingzhu spirit, in her quest for personal advancement, seemed ungrateful and audaciously demanded further enlightenment. It was understood that if the immortal wished to address any queries, he would do so of his own accord. His silence indicated his disinterest. Did the Lingzhu spirit not fear incurring his wrath? Offending the immortal was a minor concern. The greater peril lay in the consequences it might bring upon the rest. In that moment, as the beings below harbored resentment towards the Lingzhu spirit, they were overshadowed by a mixture of fear and anticipation directed toward Mingi, praying he would not be provoked into anger. Meanwhile, upon hearing the Lingzhu spirit's bold request, Mingi felt a surge of admiration for her courage, and a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. Many beings like the Lingzhu spirit, possessing neither exceptional talent nor extraordinary insight, were abundant in the primordial wilderness. Most would approach teachings with a superficial grasp, often unable to retain even the essence of what was conveyed. Consequently, their cultivation relied heavily on ancestral memories, which meant their strength was contingent upon the density of their bloodlines. Others depended on their forebears to inscribe their insights onto specific spiritual objects for future generations to learn from. However, this method was flawed as the information contained within would diminish with each subsequent viewing. The imprint of the soul that the Lingzhu spirit spoke of resembled these inherited artifacts. With this realization, Mingi finally comprehended what was lacking in the primordial wilderness. His eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. At that moment, the Lingzhu spirit, having uttered her request, felt a tumult of anxiety within her, trembling as she awaited Mingi's response. Her fate, whether life or death, hung in the balance. Yet, after a prolonged silence, she dared to lift her gaze toward Mingi. To her dismay, she witnessed his form beginning to tremble. Instinctively, she recoiled, her complexion paling. She understood that the immortal could no longer suppress his wrath and intended to end her life. In that instant, despair engulfed her heart, and she collapsed helplessly towards the ground. Just then, she felt herself lifted by an immense force, followed by the sound of joyous, exuberant laughter. Haha, I understand now. I have attained enlightenment. Chapter 11. Mingi's decision to create written language since the primordial deity Panga cleaved the chaos and established the heavens and earth, all innate beings, including those primordial deities and demons who had vanished from the primordial continent, relied heavily on bloodlines and soul imprints for their heritage. While many of these legacies bore limitations, suited only for specific races, they still shared commonalities. Yet, these commonalities, which could facilitate a unified path for all beings in the primordial wilderness, had never been widely disseminated. As Mingi traversed the primordial continent, reflecting upon his recent teachings, he pondered the potential for innovation. Why not create something universally comprehensible to all beings of the primordial wilderness? While high-level cultivators could communicate effortlessly through divine consciousness, what of the lower-tier beings, or those yet to awaken their intellect? How did they communicate and connect? It was likely that after the unification of the demon tribes by Emperor Jun and Tai, Kunping felt the pressing need for a method of communication among lower-tier demons, leading to the invention of demonic script. In a sudden flash of inspiration, Mingi recalled that in the vast wilderness of the future, the demon master Kunping would forge demon characters, while the human sage Songjia would create the script for humanity. If his memory served him correctly, both of these figures had thus accrued immense merit. The power of such merit is not to be underestimated. With this thought, Mingi's eyes blazed with fervor. He was determined to claim the merit of creating characters for himself, and not even Hongjun could impede him. He vowed to surpass both Kunping and Songjia in this endeavor. Subsequently, Mingi turned and seized the spirit bamboo essence behind him. Amidst the startled exclamations of the entity, he abruptly accelerated, racing swiftly towards every corner of the wilderness. The River of Hades understands that the creation of written language is not a trivial endeavor, nor can it be encapsulated in a mere phrase. It is an exceedingly intricate and laborious undertaking. Although the myriad races of the primordial wilderness lack written characters, they possess their own languages and means of communication. What, then, is the prerequisite for the invention of script? It necessitates the integration of the myriad voices and communicative methods of the vast multitude of beings inhabiting the primordial realm. One must discern underlying patterns within these exchanges and ultimately distill a written language that is suitable for all clans. Only then can one achieve the grand unification of script and the standardization of transport. Thus, the sole purpose of Hades' journey is clear: to traverse the myriad races of the primordial world, engaging in dialogue and interaction with them. The reason for bringing along the spirit bamboo is that it has prompted enlightenment within Hades. Consequently, he finds the entity somewhat agreeable and decides to keep it close for a time, assisting it in transcending to the golden immortal realm. Time flows differently in the primordial realm, where the count of years is inconsequential. The gentle clouds drift lazily, and the refreshing breeze carries away the passage of millennia in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, Hades emerges from a cave within the great mountains, escorted by a graceful lady clad in a flowing white gown, her figure lithe and enchanting. As Hades transforms into a radiant arc and vanishes into the horizon, the woman in the purple gown reluctantly withdraws her gaze. Shortly thereafter, a whimsical maiden dressed in a pink gown steps forth. "Sister, will the Celestial One return?" The lady in purple shakes her head and sighs softly. "I fear not." "What a pity," the pink-clad maiden laments. "Indeed. Having received the Celestial One's teachings for hundreds of years is a blessing for us. We ought not to be greedy. Remember, the path of cultivation ultimately relies on oneself." All right, sister. I understand. I've heard that enough to wear my ears thin." Observing the pink-clad maiden's stubborn demeanor, the purple-gowned lady raises her head, her gaze directed towards the vanishing figure of Hades, murmuring to herself, "Indeed, I wonder if there will ever be a day we meet again." In the azure expanse above, amidst the billowing clouds and the sanguine rainbow light, Hades remains blissfully unaware of the impact his departure has had on those two beings. To him, this is merely a fleeting episode in the broader narrative of his interactions with the creatures of the great mountains. After over 3,000 years, Hades' presence has permeated every corner of the vast mountain range, particularly in the very peaks he has just vacated, known as the Three Immortal Mountains. Upon the passage of the River of Hades, it was revealed to him that this locale was a veritable melting pot of diverse races and a thriving community of beings. This revelation piqued the interest of the river, for a place that could unite a multitude of races would undoubtedly provide invaluable insights into the creation of written language. Consequently, he chose to reside there for a span of 5 centuries. As he became well acquainted with the area, he delivered numerous discourses. Initially, he intended to extend his stay, intending to delve deeper into the principles of linguistic integration among the various races cohabiting harmoniously. However, he recently discerned a troubling phenomenon within the 10,000 Great Mountains that compelled him to depart prematurely, the emergence of conflict and unification among the demon clans. Upon inquiring, Mingi discovered that the innate beings Emperor June and Tai, transformed from the Sunstar, had embarked on a journey to unify the demon race. This revelation instilled a profound sense of urgency within Mingi. Should Emperor June and Tai succeed in consolidating the demon tribes of the vast 10,000 mountains, their subsequent ambition would undoubtedly be to unify the entire demon race across the primordial land. Following this, the demon master Kuenpeng would create the demon script. Time was no longer a luxury he possessed. The River of Hades murmured to itself, unaware of the duration that had elapsed since the unification of the demon race by Emperor June and Tai, and the creation of demonic script by the sage Kuenpeng. However, it could not be long until now. Yet, if one were to calculate based on the current pace at which he gathered languages from various races, it would likely take several millennia, if not tens of thousands of years, to collect sufficient languages from the myriad beings of the primordial world. Even if successful in gathering the languages at that time, he would still need to organize and synthesize them before being able to create a script suitable for the primordial beings, a process that also demands time. Such an extensive period was a gamble he dared not take. After much contemplation, the River of Hades ultimately resolved to return to the boundless Blood Sea. He intended to harness the merit power gained over the years through his teachings and the Blood Sea Grand Formation to enhance another of his abilities. In the 12th chapter of the Blood God, it is narrated that the ancestor of the River of Hades utilized the power of the boundless Blood Sea along with his own magical prowess to forge 480 million blood gods. Each blood god was akin to a fragment of the River of Hades himself. As long as one remained unscathed, he could be reborn within the boundless Blood Sea. This was one of the reasons for his formidable combat prowess in the Blood Sea. This blood god technique was the method that the River of Hades envisioned to confront the forthcoming challenges. Since one alone was insufficient, he would triumph through sheer numbers. With this thought, his inner agitation subsided somewhat, and his pace quickened. Before returning to the boundless Blood Sea, he had to visit another place. The land of the primordial world, with its countless mountains and rivers, was replete with breathtaking vistas and abundant opportunities. Boom! Amidst the thunderous reverberations, a waterfall, towering thousands of zhong, cascaded down, ruthlessly crashing into the river below and splashing countless crystal-like pearls into the air. As the River of Hades passed by, he felt a stirring in his heart and, with a smile, descended from the azure sky. It seemed as though an unnamed force had torn through the waterfall upon sensing his arrival. A verdant figure emerged from the deluge, her face aglow with joy, striding forth. The young woman, her skin radiant as pearl and her delicate features exquisite, possessed a cherry-red mouth that slightly parted, with long, straight legs gliding through the void. She swiftly arrived at the side of the River of Hades, crossing her arms gracefully by her slender waist, her legs slightly bent as she bowed. Esteemed immortal of the river, you have returned. Sensing the aura emanating from her, the River of Hades nodded in satisfaction. Have you broken through to the golden immortal realm? The young woman was none other than the spirit of the bamboo, whom the River of Hades had brought from the shores of the eastern sea. At that time, due to her insufficient cultivation, she had not fully transformed, her visage still bearing traces of her non-human form. Now, having transcended to the golden immortal stage, her features had largely assumed the form of an innate Tao body. Only her ears retained 2 green bamboo leaves, which added a touch of freshness to her appearance. Thanks to your esteemed grace, I have had the fortune to glimpse the full visage of the golden immortal, she expressed earnestly, bowing in gratitude. Mingi nodded. Given the others' qualifications, it would take a considerable amount of time for them to achieve a breakthrough to the golden immortal realm without his guidance. Subsequently, Mingi addressed several of the individual's cultivation inquiries and then expressed his intentions. My purpose for this journey has been fulfilled, and I must now depart from the vast mountains. I have come to bid you farewell. Upon hearing Mingi's words, Ling Zhuter's joyful expression abruptly vanished, replaced by a hint of disappointment. Is the celestial master truly leaving? Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Zhuter spoke once more. I wonder if there is a possibility for Zhuer to be fortunate enough to accompany the celestial master. Ling Zhuer wishes to become your follower. As her words hung in the air, her bright eyes sparkled with anticipation as they turned towards Mingi. Emotionally, she felt gratitude towards Mingi and wished to repay him. From a pragmatic standpoint, being by Mingi's side would undoubtedly pave a smoother path for her future cultivation. Therefore, for whatever reason, she yearned to remain near Mingi. In response to Ling Zhuer's request, Mingi paused, contemplating. His original intention for this visit was merely to say goodbye. After all, Within this primordial expanse, Ling Zhuer had served as a catalyst for his own enlightenment in creating written language. Their fates were intertwined. For this reason, Mingyi had deliberately guided her to successfully break through to the golden, immortal level. During this time, he had observed that she harbored no ill intentions, her heart was pure, and her focus was solely on the path. Thus, he had refrained from departing without a word. However, he had never envisioned taking her on as a follower. At that moment, her words indeed served to awaken him once more. In the boundless sea of blood, there was an undeniable sense of solitude, lacking vitality. The presence of more sentient beings could certainly inject some life into it. With this thought in mind, Mingyi did not hesitate to agree. Very well, then. Since it is so, you shall accompany me to the boundless sea of blood, acting as a deputy master in my domain. Deputy master? Ling Zhuer lifted her head in confusion. Mingyi, indeed, one cannot manage every affair personally. It is essential to establish one's own influence. Thus, I shall designate you as the future leader of our sect. What shall we name our faction? Ling Zhuer inquired, her curiosity piqued. I have yet to determine that. We shall deliberate on it at a later time, Mingyi replied, his gaze shifting. He was reluctant to retain the name of the Shura sect. As for what name would be appropriate, he remained uncertain. Taking a deep breath, Mingyi advised Ling Zhuer, steadied yourself. I shall now escort you back to the boundless blood sea. One moment, esteemed immortal. Ling Zhuer's melodious voice rang out once more. What is it? Mingyi asked, puzzled as he looked at her. I kindly request that you wait. Allow me to explore this waterfall with you. A century ago, when I successfully ascended to the golden immortal realm, I sensed an unusual fluctuation emanating from a specific point within the waterfall. Driven by curiosity, I investigated and discovered that it concealed a formation. Regrettably, my cultivation and knowledge are limited, and over the past century, I have only managed to unravel the outermost layer of its restrictions. Following Ling Zhuer, Mingyi traversed a winding tunnel, evidently created through her sheer strength. In Mingyi's perception, the passage descended into the depths. After an indeterminate period of travel, a faint blue light shield appeared before his eyes. We have arrived. Subsequently, both Mingyi and Ling Zhuer settled into a meditative posture outside the formation. Mingyi made a resolute decision in his heart to dedicate nearly a century to unraveling the mysteries here. Regardless of success or failure, after these 100 years, he would return to the boundless blood sea. At that time, he would leave Ling Zhuer behind to stand guard. Once the merits of creating written characters were secured, he would then revisit this place. 79 years later, a crimson streak of light pierced through the waterfall and soared into the azure heavens. Racing toward the direction of the boundless blood sea, upon the lotus of karmic flames, Mingyi gazed at Ling Zhuer, who sat cross-legged beside him with a furrowed brow, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. In less than 80 years, Mingyi had successfully deciphered the formation. Within it, he discovered a charred spiritual root, seemingly already scorched beyond recognition. It had taken refuge beneath the waterfall, relying on the dense water-based spiritual energy to alleviate its injuries. By the time Mingyi found it, the true spirit within the root had already dissipated. From it, he learned that this spiritual root was none other than the legendary Jianmu. Regrettably, the water-based spiritual energy beneath the waterfall was insufficient to halt the dissipation of Jianmu's vitality. Had he arrived a few millennia later, the life force within Jianmu would have vanished entirely. Yet, it was precisely the gradual fading of Jianmu's vitality that weakened the formation centered around it, allowing Ling Zhuer to detect its presence in the first place. Ultimately, Mingyi extracted the essence of life from the withering Jianmu and bestowed it upon Ling Zhuer, whose own spiritual foundation was rooted in the essence of wood. He hoped that in time, Ling Zhuer would comprehend the primordial essence of Jianmu and transform into a towering celestial tree. Chapter 13. The Enhanced Blood God Avatar. Would you like to enhance the Blood Path Divine ability, specifically the Blood God Avatar? Yes. Amidst the surging waves of the boundless blood sea, atop the blazing lotus of karmic flames, Mingyi observed the gray inscriptions materializing on the surface of the enhancement pearl and nodded in affirmation. In an instant, his mind was flooded with knowledge on how to cultivate the Blood God Avatar. To master this divine ability, one must first possess an immense reservoir of energy, and the boundless blood sea, infinite and inexhaustible, was the perfect place for such cultivation. No wonder Mingyi, wielding the power of the Blood God Avatar, remained invincible within these crimson tides. Decades slipped away unnoticed, lost in the ebb and flow of the blood sea's relentless waves. Mingyi gazed at the myriad blood gods before him, each bearing a semblance to himself, and he shook his head in discontent. Although theoretically, these blood gods could multiply infinitely as long as there was an inexhaustible source of energy, with each incarnation possessing a fragment of the original's cultivation realm, Mingyi discerned a significant flaw. The blood gods could only maintain their form as long as they were sustained by the endless spiritual energy of the blood sea. Once they ventured away from this source, they could only revert to the form of blood droplets for an extended period. More crucially, the blood gods seemed capable of executing only rudimentary commands, such as attacking, flying, standing, or sitting, unless Mingyi actively intervened. In the absence of his guidance, these blood gods resembled soulless automatons, devoid of any sentience. Thus, they could not embody living beings capable of infiltrating other primordial tribes to learn and gather languages. After a moment of contemplation, the river of Hades directed its consciousness inward, observing the ethereal strands of virtue energy swirling within its sea of consciousness. Due to the innate bloodline abilities of the river of Hades, which were inherently linked to the transformation of the blood god child, the consumption of virtue energy during the learning process was minimal. After all, it merely expedited the refinement process rather than grasping something non-existent. To enhance the blood god child, the goal was to sustain a living form for an extended duration while seamlessly transitioning between the blood droplet and blood god child forms. As the enhancement orb revealed its gray inscriptions, the river of Hades felt the previously coalesced virtue energy within begin to surge uncontrollably into the enhancement orb. In the blink of an eye, the virtue energy within the sea of consciousness was nearly depleted. Thus, it was back to square one once more. As the river of Hades observed the few remaining wisps of golden merit power swirling like delicate smoke in the sea of consciousness, he could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. The consumption of merit power was immense, and the rewards were equally significant. In the very moment the merit power was absorbed, the river of Hades sensed a tremor from the blood deity's avatar hovering above the sea of blood before him. The blood deity had undoubtedly undergone a transformation. Firstly, for those unfamiliar with the beings of the river of Hades, it would be nearly impossible to discern which was the true entity and which was merely an avatar. The aura emanating from the blood deity was indistinguishable from that of the river of Hades, both in temperament and in the essence of their cultivation, provided no actions were taken. However, in the face of a crisis or in actual combat, each avatar possessed merely 1% of the true entity's cultivation. Nevertheless, a full-force strike could unleash 1/10 of the true entity's strength, after which it would lose combat capability and revert to the form of a blood droplet. Fortunately, the enhanced blood deity could autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of the universe to restore its cultivation. Furthermore, as the blood deity was originally a fragment of the river of Hades' divine consciousness, it lacked self-awareness and could only execute simple commands issued by the river of Hades. However, following its enhancement, the blood deity had acquired the ability to perform complex actions, such as engaging in free communication and interaction with other beings. In essence, where the former blood deity could only perform basic arithmetic, it had now evolved to tackle logical problems and could even formulate its own questions. Thus, the blood deity had attained the capability to traverse independently beyond the primordial realms. A satisfied smile appeared on Mingi's face. However, the price for this seemed rather steep. The river of Hades perceives that the blood god's avatar, which could originally undergo infinite differentiation, is now limited to merely 3,000. However, this is still worthwhile. The river of Oblivion consoled itself, acknowledging that although it had sacrificed its numerical superiority, agility was undeniably of greater significance. After all, the blood deity before it could more aptly be described as a living entity, one that had emerged from its very own essence. The River Styx could sense that with but a thought, the 3,000 blood god avatars before him would merge seamlessly with his true form. Upon fusion, his combat prowess would surge by 30%, a life-saving boon in critical moments. After meticulously assimilating and comprehending all the transformations within these enhanced avatars, the River Styx closed his eyes. A ripple emanated from his body, expanding outward in all directions, as 3,000 blood god avatars, treading upon crimson arcs of light, shot forth from the boundless blood sea. They streaked across the primordial lands, dispersing swiftly toward distant horizons. "Is this the boundless blood sea?" murmured Ling Zhuer, her luminous eyes alight with curiosity. She lifted her gaze to a world veiled in endless scarlet, where the very air seemed steeped in an eerie, otherworldly crimson. Only at the farthest edges of vision could one discern, amidst towering waves, thick black lightning chains of heavenly judgment, lashing through the tempest. The sea raged, thunder roared, and an aura of unbridled savagery and malice permeated the churning depths. Still lingering by the blood sea? A voice whispered beside her. Turning, Ling Zhuo found the River Styx standing behind her, his gaze amused. Zhuo had witnessed the great war of dragons, phoenixes, and cheelants, when the heavens themselves had been dyed red, and blood rained from the skies. The warriors of the three clans had roared in defiance, their struggles and fury masking the terror in their hearts. High above, each clash between their patriarchs tore rents in the fabric of space, shaking the world with deafening thunder. After the battle, the seas had transformed into this very blood sea, its surface littered with mangled flesh rent by brute force. The earth lay shattered, seawater flooding the ruins. Fish and shrimp dared not approach, even the insects fell silent. The scene then had been no different from the blood sea before her now, if not worse. "So, I am not afraid." Her words spoken, Ling Zhuo raised her head, her clear eyes betraying not a trace of fear. Mingi did not anticipate that Ling Zhuo was, in fact, a witness to the last calamity. By this reckoning, the other party must have existed far longer than himself in his transformed state. Shortly thereafter, Mingi heard Ling Zhuo continue. "I was previously curious as to why the battlefield of the three clans restored its former visage so swiftly after the calamity. Where did the remnants of brutality and slaughter on those battlefields vanish? It turns out that under the power of the heavenly Tao, all of it has converged here. This boundless sea of blood has contributed immensely to the splendor of the primordial land, yet it has inadvertently become a place from which living beings instinctively recoil. How ironic it is." Ling Zhuo voiced this sentiment with a hint of indignation. "Haha. All things in existence possess their own modes of survival and inherent laws. This is merely a manifestation of the great Tao, Mingi replied with a serene smile. The sea of blood indeed holds its own significance. As for the biases and perspectives of other beings, they hold little consequence. The universe continues its eternal cycle. Nevertheless, perhaps this is for the best, allowing for a tranquil existence. Now then, let us devote our time to cultivation. I wish to explore this vast sea of blood. Lingshuor said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed upon the endless expanse before her. In the depths of his heart, Mingi murmured in confusion, pondering what allure could possibly be found in this boundless sea of blood, devoid of anything but the murky vapors it exuded, though he could not comprehend it. He held a profound respect for it. The river of oblivion bestowed upon Lingshuor a protective shield of divine consciousness, after which it imparted a few words of counsel before reclining upon the embers of the fiery red lotus, eyes closed, beginning to comprehend the power of the laws of blood. With nothing else to occupy her, she thought it wise to pursue enlightenment. Lingshuor gazed at the figure of the river of oblivion, shaking her head in resignation, before transforming into a streak of light, hastening towards a direction within the sea of blood. No matter how dire the circumstances, one must tidy up accordingly. 500 years later, the river of oblivion, which had kept its eyes tightly shut, finally opened them, a glimmer of joy flickering in its depths. The moment had arrived. Chapter 14. The Creation of Characters. To conjure characters from thin air is no simple endeavor. After all, this is not the era of Sangye, where the mere creation of a script suitable for humanity suffices. The script that Mingi aspires to create is one that is suitable for the myriad beings of the primordial world. The challenges encountered are not merely a simple hundredfold or thousandfold. Fortunately, half of the endeavor has already been completed, leaving only the latter part to be accomplished. Thanks to mingling with numerous blood deities within the primordial races, Mingi has gathered a substantial understanding of the linguistic communication methods and customs of most groups in this ancient realm. The next step involves synthesizing patterns and discovering a universal language that can cater to the majority of primordial creatures. Once all the blood deities return to the blood sea, a mere thought from Mingi will cause all the blood deities to coalesce into a single drop of blood, merging seamlessly with Mingi himself. The river of Hades once again closed its eyes, meticulously absorbing the information conveyed by the blood deity's offspring. During this time, Lingshuor had returned briefly, remaining quietly by the river's side for an extended period. Upon noticing that the river of Hades was engrossed in its cultivation, seemingly indifferent to her presence, Lingshuor began to survey the surrounding sea of blood and casually chose a direction to continue her exploration. 300 years swiftly passed. On this day, the river of Hades opened its eyes and murmured to itself. Indeed, regardless of the race, the essence of language ultimately conveys a similar meaning. The only distinctions lie in the tones and frequencies employed. The river of Hades has fully embraced the languages of all races brought forth by the blood deity. However, the creation of written language must adhere to principles of simplicity and comprehensibility, as these qualities facilitate dissemination and learning. Furthermore, consideration must be given to the meanings conveyed by the script. It should encompass a broad range while avoiding unnecessary complexity. Each combination of characters must yield distinct meanings, and variations in tone should also be capable of expressing different interpretations. Having clarified these thoughts, the river of Hades once again closed its eyes. This time, anticipation and joy illuminated its countenance, and as time progressed, the smile deepened significantly. 300 years later, the river of Hades had completed the foundational characters it intended to create. 3,000 characters, symbolic of the myriad paths of existence, were rooted in these 3,000 principles. All things in the world arise from these 3,000 paths, and similarly, all written language is birthed from them. These 3,000 characters fundamentally encapsulate all natural phenomena and the myriad transformations of the world. The next step involved the derivation of additional characters. Another 3 centuries passed. In an expanse of boundless blood sea, Lingshuor exerted considerable effort to extract a fragment of bone from an unknown creature, which floated upon the surface of the sanguine waters. She then ambled towards another direction, discarding the bone atop a small hill. Satisfied, she clapped her hands and sighed, admiring the now tidier hillock before her. It turned out that as she traversed the infinite blood sea, Lingshuor had noticed numerous shattered remnants of powerful beings, mysteriously brought to this realm by primordial forces. Some had succumbed to the overwhelming power of the blood sea, becoming one with it, while others lingered, not yet fully extinguished, requiring further time to amalgamate completely with the sanguine depths. Finding the scene excessively chaotic, Lingshuor resolved to clear the vicinity of the river of Hades during its meditation, gathering all remnants in a radius of thousands of miles into a single mound. This accumulation resembled a hill of debris, quite a spectacle indeed. Just as Lingshuor exhaled in relief and surveyed her surroundings, contemplating further endeavors, the divine consciousness bestowed upon her by the river of Hades suddenly quivered, followed by a voice emanating from within. "Zhuor, return at once." Upon hearing the voice of the river of Hades, Lingshuor's joy intensified. "The elder has concluded the retreat. I am on my way." The foundational characters totaled 3,000, in harmony with the number of the Great Path. The derived characters amounted to 129,600, corresponding with the essence of the universe. With a serene smile gracing his countenance, Mingi gazed upon the boundless blood sea before him, finally allowing a sigh of relief to escape his lips. Now, all that remained was to find a vessel for the written characters to manifest his grand oath to the Tao. Concerning the medium for these characters, numerous possibilities danced through Mingi's mind. He could scour the primordial lands of the Hongmeng for spiritual roots and other treasures to serve as vessels. Alternatively, he might directly inscribe the characters, utilizing the primal energies of heaven and earth as their foundation. Yet, after careful deliberation, Mingi resolved upon a decision. Why let such a boon benefit outsiders when it could be bestowed upon one's own? The 3,000 foundational Tao characters would be anchored by his 3,000 blood god avatars. As for the derivative characters, he would allow Ling Zhuer to partake in this meritorious act of creation as well. Before long, Ling Zhuer appeared beside him, her face alight with excitement. "Senior, shall we depart?" she inquired eagerly. "Depart? To where?" Mingi responded, raising an eyebrow. "Surely, now that your seclusion has ended, you intend to journey through the Hongmeng lands to comprehend the Tao?" Her clear, sparkling eyes shimmered with anticipation. Mingi chuckled. "Has a mere millennium in this blood sea already wearied you?" The bamboo leaves adorning Ling Zhuer's ears drooped slightly as she lowered her head. "Not at all. I've been quite occupied. There are still many corners of the blood sea left to tend to." Hearing this, Mingi's curiosity was piqued. His divine sense swept across the expanse of the blood sea, and upon detecting the floating islet amidst its crimson tides, he let out an amused laugh. Then, his expression turned solemn. "Ling Zhuer, present." She straightened immediately, her demeanor turning grave as she met his gaze, sensing the weight in his tone. "An extraordinary opportunity now presents itself. Would you be willing to seize it?" "What must Ling Zhuer do?" She responded swiftly, recognizing that if the venerable Mingi had summoned her with such gravity, this chance surely required her participation. Pleased by her understanding, Mingi nodded approvingly before rising and taking a step forward. He lifted his gaze skyward, as though piercing through the blood sea to behold the Tao itself. "I now possess a meritorious opportunity that requires the use of your true form. By your command, Senior, I shall not refuse." Ling Zhuer clasped her fists before her chest and bowed deeply. "Excellent." Mingi's hearty laughter resonated across the blood sea. The river of the underworld extracted a segment from the essence of Ling Zhuer, transforming it into a staggering 12,960 pieces. Subsequently, it summoned 3,000 blood gods from its corporeal form, manifesting them as 3,000 blood droplets. Taking a deep breath, it lifted its gaze, and in an instant, its form appeared at an altitude of 100,000 zhang above the sea of blood. "The great Tao is exalted. I, the river of the underworld, declare. Today, there shall be 2 updates, with yet another to follow." Chapter 15, The Completion of Merit. The primordial world is astonished. The great Tao is exalted. I, the river of the underworld, am moved by the myriad spirits of the primordial world, where their languages intertwine, devoid of a vessel to bear them. The path of imparting knowledge is fraught with difficulty. Thus, I journeyed through the myriad clans of the primordial world, grasping the essence of their languages, synthesizing and creating characters from the myriad spirits. Presently, there exist 3,000 foundational characters, alongside 3,000 great Taos, which serve as the progenitors of all script, known as Tao 1. From this, I have derived a total of 12,960 characters, embodying the essence of the primordial number, known as Yuan 1. Now, having fulfilled my merit, I ascend to uphold the great Tao, proclaiming to all beings, to benefit the myriad spirits of the primordial world. May the great Tao witness this. Let all beings bear witness. Boom. With the final utterance of the river of the underworld, a terrifying consciousness seemed to awaken within the void above the primordial world. It swept across the vast expanse of the land, finally resting its gaze upon the river of the underworld. That towering will appear to scrutinize, and yet, to ponder. Within just a few breaths, a resounding clang, the voice of the river of oblivion gradually resonated across the primordial expanse. This character signifies heaven, while this character represents earth. The interplay of heaven and earth, the profound mysteries of the universe, is encapsulated in this character for immortals. This character denotes the ethereal beings, the celestial entities, and the demons of legend. The resonant voice of the river of the underworld reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the primordial land. Concurrently, the unusual actions of the great Tao stirred the entirety of the beings within the wilderness. All creatures emerged from their abodes, lifting their gazes towards the sanguine figure beneath the radiance of the great Tao. Atop Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones engaged in discourse, their eyes alight with curiosity. The venerable Laozi, with a countenance as tranquil as a still pond, observed the blood-colored silhouette below the great Tao. Yuqing, the primordial one, expressed astonishment and intrigue, pondering the invention of written language. Indeed, the operation of the primordial realm necessitated a unified means of communication. The creation of characters would undoubtedly benefit its evolution. How fascinating. How intriguing. Meanwhile, the countenance of Tong Tian, the upper pure one, flushed with envy and a tinge of dissatisfaction, mused that they were the true successors of Pangu, destined to enlighten all beings of the wilderness and propagate the teachings of the great Tao. Merely creating written language was but a minor path. In the days to come, the 3 brothers would surely achieve deeds of even greater magnitude. On the Sun Star, Emperor Jun, having just received reports from his subordinates regarding the battle ahead, lifted his gaze towards the blood sea above, his eyes brimming with astonishment and delight. The creation of written language? Indeed. It was an excellent method to unify the thoughts of all beings in the primordial realm. This friend from the river of the underworld was truly talented and should serve our demon clan. In the future, he shall become a master of our kind. In the North Sea, Kuenping gazed at the figure of the river of the underworld, who was eloquently enlightening the beings, feeling an indescribable sense of loss and vexation. Why did witnessing the river of the underworld create characters leave him feeling so hollow, as if something precious had been lost? Never mind, such matters were inconsequential. Just days prior, Emperor June of the Sunstar had sent emissaries to recruit him. Should he accept their invitation? No. As a great demon of the north, how could he not be personally sought after? In the western Spirit Mountain, upon seeing the figure of the river of the underworld, Juan-Ti exhibited a brief moment of shock, which swiftly transformed into a blaze of fury. What a fortunate old rogue, the river of the underworld. Following this, he lowered his head in disappointment. Having just attained the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, he had been contemplating how to confront him during their next encounter. Now, with the merit of creating characters under his belt, his cultivation would surely advance further. He was still no match for him. In contrast to Juan-Ti's complex emotions, Jie Yin's expression brightened upon seeing the figure of the river of the underworld appear beneath the light of the great Tao. This notion is misguided. This friend from the river of the underworld is indeed a remarkable talent. It seems our Western realm is destined to be intertwined with him. At that moment, Jie Yin was not only interested in the treasures of the river of the underworld, but also in him as a person. Tao brother, are you truly serious? Juan-Ti gazed at Jie Yin in astonishment. The foul aura of the blood sea is clearly antagonistic to our powers. Are you certain that he is fated to be connected with us? Jie Yin smiled nonchalantly. You do not understand. In a single thought, the Buddha can become the devil. As numerous primordial beings observed the remarkable feat of the river of the underworld creating characters, their minds stirred with diverse thoughts. In the 10,000 Great Mountains. On Sansin Mountain, a figure clad in purple gazed admiringly at the distant silhouette. I always knew that the senior from the river of the underworld was no ordinary being. It turns out he is the master of the boundless blood sea. Beside her, a woman in a pink gown chimed in, astonished by the senior's immense power. With the advent of written language, our little demons on Sansin Mountain will surely be blessed. Next to them stood another woman in green, tilting her head in curiosity, asking, is he truly the revered senior from the river of the underworld? You sisters aren't deceiving me, are you? How could such a powerful being come to our Sansin Mountain? Before the woman in purple could respond, a voice from a distance interrupted. A man clad in red approached, inquiring, Yin Xiao, is this the esteemed senior from the river of the underworld you spoke of? I wonder if he would take us in. It is no longer suitable for us to linger in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Once the final character was elucidated, the river of the underworld stood serenely in midair, his expression respectful as he gazed at the void above the primordial realm. Although he could not perceive the existence of the great Tao, it was omnipresent. As one who aspired to continually reap the benefits of the great Tao, the river of the underworld approached it with the utmost reverence. Whether this would bear fruit was uncertain, but a lack of respect would undoubtedly be remembered. Thunderous roars erupted. Boom, boom. Following the 9 resounding sounds, the will of the great Tao affirmed the river of the underworld's creation of characters. Thus, the character creation was completed. Immediately, golden lotuses appeared in the air. Accompanying the formation of the golden lotuses, an immense and robust force of merit cascaded down like a torrential waterfall. 80% of this merit flowed towards the river of the underworld and the 3,000 blood gods, comprising 12,960 bamboo slips. The remaining 10% of the merit directed itself towards Ling Zhuer, who stood nearby, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Additionally, a fraction of the merit transformed into myriad portions, dispersing towards the myriad beings of the primordial realm. The river of the underworld observed that the destination of the amassed virtuous power was precisely the ancient myriad tribes he had once visited. Once all the virtuous energy had been allocated, the will of the great Tao cast one last glance at the river of the underworld before beginning to dissipate. At that moment, the river of the underworld bowed once more towards the great Tao. It seemed as if the ethereal will let out a soft sound of surprise, followed by a gentle, warm breeze from the primordial realm that swept over the river of the underworld, caressing the entire sea of blood. When that wind departed from the boundless sea of blood, the river of the underworld's eyes brimmed with astonishment as he bowed again in the direction where the great Tao had vanished. Chapter 16. The 3,000 Treasures of Virtue upon returning to the infinite sea of blood and witnessing the emergence of an aerial palace above. The river of the underworld's eyes sparkled with delight. Was it truly just a bow that had conjured such a magnificent palace out of thin air? Mingyi distinctly remembers that this palace manifested only after he bowed before the Great Path. It seems that the principles of the Great Path are indeed just as they proclaim. Mingyi sat cross-legged on a massive stone at the entrance of the palace, cheerfully organizing his gains. Firstly, 80% of the merits from his character creation flowed into the 3,000 blood droplets and 129,600 bamboo slips. Under the enhancement of merit power, these 3,000 blood droplets and 129,600 bamboo slips ascended to the level of exquisite postnatal spiritual treasures. Their defensive capabilities were formidable, yet their offensive strength was lacking. The reason for this, as revealed by the feedback from the spiritual treasures, was Mingyi's insufficient comprehension of the 3,000 Great Tao. For instance, his current understanding of the laws of blood was the strongest. Hence the character blood in this merit treasure was the most potent. His application of the blood Great Tao was likewise the most proficient. Could it be that this treasure of merit is capable of growth? Does this not compel me to cultivate the 3,000 Great Tao? Never mind. I have yet to fully grasp the blood Great Tao. I shall set aside the others for now. Since it can harness the powers of the 3,000 Great Tao and is a treasure of the literary path, I shall henceforth name it 3,000 Inquiries. Concurrently, an even more delightful matter for Mingyi was that, having utilized the blood divine child as its vessel, the 3,000 blood droplets subsequently transformed into a treasure of merit under the enhancement of merit power. In the depths of his heart, Mingyi harbored a persistent worry that the 3,000 blood divine sons might lose their original functions. To his surprise, not only did the 3,000 blood divine sons retain their inherent abilities, but they also mastered the art of combined attacks due to their transformation into a treasure of merit. Furthermore, this treasure, being of the blood divine sons, possessed the remarkable ability of blood reincarnation. Regardless of the extent of damage endured, as long as one remained within the blood sea, rebirth was assured. Could this treasure then be utilized for self-detonation? When Mingyi reabsorbed the 3,000 blood divine sons into his being, he discovered that, thanks to the 3,000 inquiries, he had gained considerable insights into other fundamental laws. However, these insights were minimal, barely reaching 1/10. Nonetheless, this offered Mingyi a glimpse into other paths, equipping him to better confront beings who wielded these laws in future battles. Once everything had been organized, Mingyi gazed at the golden aura within his sea of consciousness, which had almost transformed into a vast ocean of merit, his expression growing increasingly grave. Such a profound accumulation of merit should elevate his comprehension of the blood laws to the 10th level, thereby allowing him to successfully transcend into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. As for enhancing the blood sea formation, it was prudent to first bolster his strength. Without attaining the status of a saint, one remained akin to an ant. Should any merit remain, he would then fortify the blood sea formation. Contemplating this, Mingyi silently resolved to begin strengthening and comprehending the blood laws. Meanwhile, Ling Zhuer, still ensnared in a state of bewilderment, observed as Mingyi vanished from her sight. Creating characters? No, I merely tidied up some refuse, and my esteemed senior accomplished such a monumental feat? Yet, since his return from the primordial chaos, had he not been in seclusion? Was his lecturing merely a pretext for crafting characters? After a long pause, Ling Zhuer, recovering from her astonishment, gasped in disbelief at everything she had witnessed. It felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Not to mention that her revered senior, the progenitor of the boundless blood sea, possessed an admirable temperament and character that seemed utterly incongruous with the pervasive miasma of the blood sea, displaying no sign of cruelty whatsoever. Moreover, the master of the boundless blood sea had garnered such immense merit? How peculiar. Suddenly, it struck her merit. Ling Zhuer recalled that before creating the characters, her senior had mentioned presenting her with a great opportunity, to which he would sacrifice a portion of his own essence. This opportunity turned out to be the creation of characters. Had she also received merit? Immediately, Ling Zhuer directed her consciousness inward to her sea of awareness. Upon seeing a golden lake within, she was overwhelmed with excitement, leaping from the surface of the blood sea. Is this the power of merit? So much merit. Since her transformation, Ling Zhuer had only heard of such a thing. She had never possessed it herself. She recalled a senior from a previous calamity speaking of beings imbued with the power of merit, whose fortunes far surpassed those of ordinary beings. They could stumble upon divine materials merely by stepping outside, encountering extraordinary opportunities with every step. The power of merit also conferred advantages in cultivation and was crucial for breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. Indeed, this proved to be true. At this moment, Ling Zhuer felt her mind cleared and her understanding of the great principles became markedly simpler. What once seemed obscure now appeared brilliantly illuminated. Following her esteemed senior, Mingyi, was undoubtedly the wisest decision of her life. Clenching her delicate hands, her rosy knuckles turning pale with excitement, she turned her gaze toward Mingyi, eager to express her gratitude. Yet, in the next moment, she stood frozen in place. When had this palace appeared? The golden palace, radiating brilliance, stood out starkly against the backdrop of the blood sea. Truly, her revered senior, Mingyi, had quietly accomplished another grand endeavor. Ling Zhuer also noticed Mingyi meditating atop a massive stone at the entrance. Realizing it was not the right moment to disturb him, she cast a glance at the golden palace, a smile blossoming on her lips. In that case, let me tidy up this place. After Mingyi created the characters, under the influence of the power of the great principles, all beings of the primordial chaos suddenly found the entirety of written language and its meanings manifesting in their minds. A vivid scene unfolded before them. Mingyi, clad in a blood-red robe, gracefully wielded his slender fingers over blood droplets and bamboo slips, revealing glimmering characters of golden light to the world. Is this writing? The myriad beings of the primordial chaos gazed at the symbols suspended in midair, their eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment. Instinctively, they raised their hands to mimic Mingi's gestures, tracing beautiful lines in the air. Some beings directly imitated him on the earth's surface, while others, emulating Mingi, took branches from nearby trees, cutting them into pieces for practice. As the multitude of primordial beings imitated and repeated, waves of literary energy began to converge from the void, ultimately flowing toward Mingi and the Blood Sea. At this moment, having expended a significant amount of merit, Mingi's comprehension of the blood laws had reached an impressive nine levels. Just a step away from fully grasping the blood laws and ascending to the understanding of the blood path. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the chaos, startling all beings of the primordial chaos, who instinctively lifted their heads. They beheld a radiant light illuminating the heavens, purple chi rising over 3,000 miles, and golden lotuses blooming like fallen flowers. Amidst the swirling rhythms of the universe, a towering figure loomed between heaven and earth. I am Hongjun. Today, I comprehend the great principles, attain the true fruit of the primordial chaos, and become a saint. Following the mandate of heaven, in 3,000 years, I shall expound upon the great principles in the chaos purple sky palace beyond the 33 heavens. I invite the destined to come forth. Chapter 17. Mingi's choice. As soon as the words fell, the awe-inspiring figure enveloped in supreme power vanished from sight. Yet, the echoes of the great principles continued to resonate in the ears of all, lingering without dissipating. Achieving sainthood. The path of the saint. Countless beings in the primordial chaos flushed with excitement and fervor. At this moment, the highest cultivation among the primordial beings barely reached the Tai Golden Immortal level. Even the likes of the Sanqin and Emperor Jun were, on the surface, merely peak Tai Golden Immortals. Their formidable strength stemmed from either their innate physical prowess or the might of accompanying spiritual treasures, granting them the ability to overpower ordinary Tai Golden Immortal beings. Here, some readers may be puzzled. The cultivation levels in this narrative only became known when Hongjun first lectured, unveiling the laws of the Great Luo to the primordial beings. In other words, the path for the primordial beings had reached an impasse, requiring them to embark on a journey of self-exploration and quest for the Tao to rival the 3,000 deities and demons of the chaotic era and reach the Great Luo realm. Yet now, the notion of the saintly realm and the prospect of teachings had emerged. How could this not excite the myriad creatures of the primordial chaos? In an instant, beings across the vast expanse of the untamed wilderness began to stir, with auspicious clouds weaving through the skies above the ancient land. Even the mighty sages who had long secluded themselves within sacred mountains and rivers, immersed in profound meditation, now emerged from their retreats to converse and deliberate among themselves. How does one reach the Violet Palace? And how might one traverse the chaotic void while ensuring their own safety from the boundless sea of blood? Even Mingi concluded his cultivation. 3,000 years hence, would Hongjun commence his first discourse on the Tao? The question lingered, should I go, or should I not? The slender sword-like brows of the River of Hades furrowed in contemplation, a tinge of conflict evident upon his brow. Just as the strengthening orb was absorbing the merits of his inner power, elevating his comprehension of the blood laws to an impressive 99%, he was suddenly struck by the realization that the power being drawn by the orb had surged to an immense level. This unforeseen shift compelled him to pause and ponder whether the remaining merits within him were sufficient to propel him into the realm of the Great Luo. Simultaneously, the voice of Hongjun, poised to impart wisdom, resonated through the chaos. According to the information relayed by the strengthening orb, he was acutely aware of his ignorance regarding the breakthrough to the Golden Immortal of Great Luo and the subsequent understanding of the Tao's power. It was akin to fabricating and deducing the forthcoming realms from thin air, resulting in a substantial consumption of merit. However, should he venture to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the teachings, he would acquire knowledge on how to cultivate within the Great Luo realm, thus eliminating the element of fabrication. Consequently, the consumption of merit could potentially diminish. Indeed, it was conceivable that, with his current insights, he might transcend to the Great Luo realm without the need for the orb's enhancement. Thus, a journey to the Purple Cloud Palace appeared to be a most appealing option. Yet, in the depths of the underworld, hesitation clouded his gaze. If he were to venture to the Purple Cloud Palace and heed the teachings of Hongjun's Grand Tao, would that not forge a bond of master and disciple? Would he not, in turn, be indebted to him for a cause and effect in the days to come? The River of Hades understands that in the primordial world of cultivation, the most daunting fear is incurring karmic debts. Thus, many sages retreat into the chaos, seeking to avoid entanglement with the karma of the primordial realm. Karma. Is it not true that Hongjun's teachings are also a means to repay the karmic debts owed to the primordial world? Otherwise, why would he, already a sage, stoop to cunningly manipulate Hongjun and bestow the last two sage positions upon the two from the west? Amidst the colossal stone resembling a grinding mill, the River of Hades rests his chin, smooth as jade, in contemplation. Therefore, does it imply that Hongjun's teachings are indeed to settle karmic debts? In this light, Hongjun does not appear to be a virtuous being. Clearly, he shattered the primordial realm for his own path to sanctity, hoarding the creation jade plate while aligning himself with the way of heaven, obstructing the advancement of countless sentient beings. Yet, he shamelessly claims it is for the enlightenment of the primordial realm, becoming the nominal master of the 3,000 purple clouds. Nonetheless, all actions are in pursuit of the great Tao. The survival of the fittest holds no fault. Moreover, after attaining sanctity, he still endeavors to enlighten the myriad beings of the primordial realm, which could be regarded as commendable. If the one attaining the Tao were the demon lord Luahu, he might have annihilated all the sentient beings of the primordial realm as sacrifices. As for scheming, who among us is devoid of selfish desires? As Mingyi contemplated, he realized that had he not ventured to the Zhixiao Palace to seek enlightenment, he would inevitably attract the attention of the formidable beings of the Hongwang era upon breaking through to the Deluo Golden Immortal stage. He was not of the Witch clan, after all. Thus, he resigned himself to the idea of visiting the chaotic Zhixiao Palace. Ultimately, Mingyi resolved to embark on this journey. Yet he recognized that there was one matter he needed to attend to first. Mingyi rose to his feet, his gaze fixed upon the boundless sea of blood in the distance. Above this crimson expanse, turbulent waves churned, as tendrils of viscous black malevolence surged forth from the depths, ultimately coalescing in the skies above the blood sea. Under the transformative power of the Grand Array, this dark and murky essence gradually metamorphosed into the ethereal energy of the cosmos, with pure essence rising upwards while the turbid essence descended, returning to the primordial chaos. However, the capabilities of the formation were finite. Numerous strands of malevolent essence, accompanied by fierce gusts of wind, were swept away to unknown corners of the primordial realm. At this moment, 3,000 years remained until Hongjun would deliver his teachings. It was uncertain how many additional years would be required for those teachings to unfold. This interval could not be squandered, since there was no immediate urgency to elevate his cultivation to the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal. He would instead focus on fortifying the Blood Sea array. He confirmed the reinforcement of the Blood Sea formation, aiming to enhance the efficiency of the transformation of turbid and pure essences. 3 years passed, and when Mingyi sensed a deficiency in merit points from the reinforcement orb, he abandoned the notion of further strengthening the Blood Sea array. During these 3 years, the River of the Underworld has enhanced the Blood Sea formation 3 times in total. The transformation efficiency of the Blood Sea formation has significantly improved, exceeding tenfold compared to the past. Correspondingly, the River of the Underworld has also sensed a tenfold increase in the acquisition speed of merit power. Moreover, during the final enhancement, the recently acquired Azura Palace was seamlessly integrated with the Blood Sea formation. Consequently, the Azura Palace has become the sanctum of the River of the Underworld amidst the boundless Blood Sea. Due to the efficacy of the Blood Sea formation, the primordial vitality initially transformed has ceased to dissipate immediately into the wilderness, but rather is continuously channeled into the Azura Palace. This has rendered the area within a radius of 10,000 miles around the Azura Palace a sacred ground for cultivation. During this time, Ling Zhuer, utilizing her innate talents, has cultivated numerous plants and flowers in the open spaces surrounding the Azura Palace, adding vibrant colors to the endless Blood Sea. Observing the transformation of the boundless Blood Sea, the River of the Underworld nodded in satisfaction, finally perceiving it as less monotonous and intimidating. Subsequently, after exchanging a few words with Ling Zhuer, he transformed into a beam of crimson light, vanishing into the infinite Blood Sea and soaring upwards towards the wilderness. The mighty beings of the wilderness, the River of the Underworld has arrived. Chapter 18, The Recruitment of Emperor Jun, friend of the River of the Underworld. As he traversed the fierce gales of the wilderness, the River of the Underworld finally set foot into the 33 heavens. Just then, a voice filled with surprise echoed from afar. He turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Along his journey, he had noticed numerous figures, some, like himself, traversing alone through the azure skies, while others traveled in groups of 3 or 5. However, now, a throng of figures was approaching, creating a lively spectacle. Upon visual inspection of the River of Hades, the approaching contingent appears to consist of 20 to 30 individuals. Which faction do these cultivators belong to? Mingyi gazed at the 2 figures who subtly led the procession, his mind swirling with conjecture. He was not surprised that they recognized him, for during the creation of characters, all beings across the vast expanse of Hongwang came to know of his existence. Observing the 2 imposing figures clad in resplendent golden robes at the forefront of the opposing group, Mingyi narrowed his eyes slightly, already forming a hypothesis. With a clasp of his hands, he returned the gesture of respect. Before him stood the Lord of the Sunstar, Emperor Jun, and his esteemed companion, Tai. Upon hearing Mingyi's words, Emperor Jun's expression brightened with delight. Mingyi, my friend, you have heard of my name? The River of Underworld nodded, chuckling softly. In this primordial realm, who does not know of the illustrious Emperor Jun of the Sunstar and the Taoist friend from the Tai? Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's heart swelled with joy. Upon witnessing the River of Underworld's crafting of characters, he had already contemplated the prospect of winning him over, intending to personally extend an invitation for him to join his faction. However, he was hindered by the teachings of Hongjun. He mused that the Taoist friend from the River of Underworld would surely make an appearance. When the time came for their meeting, he was determined to establish a profound connection. Yet, unexpectedly, before he could reach the Purple Cloud Palace, he encountered him here. What delighted him further was the realization that the other party was already aware of his name. Could it be that his reputation had echoed throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world? Even the Taoist friend from the boundless sea of blood had heard of him? Pleased with this revelation, Emperor Jun promptly approached the river of underworld, clasping his fists in salute, ready to extend his invitation. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind surged nearby, causing the clouds above to become tumultuous under the force of its movement. Had they swiftly departed the primordial realm and ascended to the heavens? Could this be the legendary 33 heavens? As the mist swirled, an ambiguous voice echoed, captivating the attention of the onlookers. When the fog dissipated, a being clad in black and white robes, sporting a goat-like beard, stood there, curiously surveying the surroundings. Who could this individual be? The river of Hades furrowed his brow in confusion, feeling a sense of urgency to depart from this place swiftly. Within this primordial expanse, any being capable of journeying to the purple cloud palace to seek enlightenment and successfully arriving here possessed the cultivation of a tiny golden immortal. In time, they would undoubtedly become formidable powers within the vast wilderness. It would be prudent to avoid entanglements with them. Moreover, the protagonists of the next calamity, Emperor Jun and Tai, were also present. Thus, upon noticing another figure materializing beside him, the river of Hades instinctively surmised that an increasing number of figures would soon appear. It was best to hasten away, venturing into the chaos to locate the purple cloud palace. Emperor Jun, upon discerning the figure opposite him, realized it was not a being he recognized. Furthermore, he had pressing matters to attend to, particularly inviting the river of Hades to join his faction. After merely casting a glance at the black and white figure, he turned back to the river of Hades with a smile. Meanwhile, Kunping, adorned in an yin-yang attire, also took note of the situation. Unlike the river of Hades and others, Kunping recognized the identities of the river of Hades and Emperor Jun at first sight. Especially upon seeing Emperor Jun, he felt a surge of joy and wished to engage in conversation. However, recalling that it was Emperor Jun who had sent someone to invite him to join the demon clan, he had previously declined to emphasize his status and awaited a personal invitation from Emperor Jun. Surely, Emperor Jun must recognize him. Well, I shall remain here, for I am certain that Emperor Jun will extend another invitation upon noticing me. Having resolved this in his mind, Kunping closed his mouth, which had been poised to speak, and lowered his arms that were about to embrace the moment. He dusted off his garments nonchalantly, then turned calmly to gaze loftily at the higher realms of the 33 heavens, though the corners of his eyes remained fixed on Emperor Jun and the others. In the next moment, the brilliance in his clear gaze dimmed slightly as he observed that Emperor Jun merely glanced at him before turning his attention back to the river of Hades. Could it be that Emperor Jun did not see me clearly or failed to acknowledge my presence? That seems unlikely, as we are so close. Or perhaps, it is a matter of precedence, and he must first conclude his business with the river of Hades before attending to me? Yes, it must be so. In that case, I shall reluctantly forgive him and wait a little longer. With this thought, Kunping's eyes regained their brightness. On the other side, Emperor Jun had already begun to extend his olive branch. Having long heard of the esteemed reputation of the river of Hades, he found his presence today to be truly exceptional. With everyone eager to head to the Purple Cloud Palace for enlightenment, I shall not prolong matters. I have always admired capable beings, and I hold great respect for the river of Hades for his monumental achievement in creating written language, which has brought immense convenience to the beings of our wilderness. Thus, I wish to invite the river of Hades to join my demon clan as our master. As Emperor Jun's words fell, he performed a courteous bow with an expression of utmost sincerity. What? The master of the demon clan? Emperor Jun's proposition astonished the river of Hades. Shouldn't this position belong to Kunping of the North Sea? How has it come to rest upon me? Is it due to my prior creation of written language that I have usurped it from Kunping? Regardless of the reason, I cannot join the demon clan, for I do not wish to meet the same fate as you in this impending calamity. Resolute in his decision, the river of Hades politely declined. I am grateful for your invitation, Emperor Jun, but I have long been accustomed to solitude, spending years in the boundless sea of blood and seclusion for cultivation. I fear I must disappoint you. Hearing the refusal, Emperor Jun appeared somewhat disheartened, but was still unwilling to relent, thus extending his invitation once more. No worries. River of Hades, should you agree to join my demon clan, you need not engage in any activities and may continue to wander freely, residing in the boundless sea of blood. Only when significant matters arise within our clan will we require your assistance. As for your remuneration, within my solar star resides the Fusang divine tree, which bears fruit once every 10,000 years, yielding 10 fruits each time, enhancing one's comprehension of the great Tao. I could offer you one at that time. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, the river of Hades could not help but feel a stirring within. To claim that he was not tempted would be disingenuous. It is no wonder that the demon clan produced so many formidable beings in the past, who ultimately fought alongside Emperor Jun even at the cost of their lives. Such ambition, such methods. Alas, had I not foreseen the ultimate fate of the demon clan, I might have truly accepted your offer. In the end, the river of Hades declined Emperor Jun once more, expressing gratitude for the favor but stating that he had no intention of joining any faction at present. He had no grand aspirations, wishing only to seek the path within the boundless sea of blood. Noting the river of Hades' unwavering stance, Emperor Jun bore no resentment, ultimately expressing a few words of regret. Subsequently, the River of Hades bid farewell to Emperor June and took flight alone toward the higher realms of the 33 heavens. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Kuenping felt a stirring in his heart upon witnessing the River of Hades' departure. Chapter 19. The Distressed Kuenping Brother. How ungrateful of the River of Hades to dare reject your invitation. As the shadow of the River of Oblivion departed, Tai expressed his dissatisfaction towards Dijuan. Dijuan waved his hand dismissively and replied, "At this stage, we are merely at the beginning. It is only natural for our esteemed friend from the River of Oblivion to hold lofty aspirations and regard us with indifference. Moreover, in the vast expanse of the primordial world, each being harbors its own ambitions. Surely, our friend from the River of Oblivion, with a heart attuned to the greater cosmos, is indifferent to power. Once we establish ourselves as the most formidable force in the primordial realm, he will inevitably come to serve our cause." Dijuan felt a tinge of regret over the rejection from the River of Oblivion, for he recognized the immense merit that could be derived from such an ally. In this world, who among the spiritual beings did not know of the River of Oblivion? If he could be swayed to our side, merely standing there would serve as a grand endorsement, attracting many from the primordial realm to seek allegiance. Alas, Dijuan remained confident, believing that he would one day forge the most powerful faction in the primordial world. Should the River of Oblivion join, it would indeed be a splendid boon. If not, there was no cause for despair. There would come a day when the River of Oblivion would regret his choice. Tai, observing Dijuan's nonchalance, could not help but interject. When our demon race rises to become the mightiest in the primordial realm, even if the River of Oblivion seeks to join us, we shall not accept. Dijuan chuckled. Indeed, those who aspire to great deeds do not dwell on trifles. Yet, before Tai could continue, Dijuan gestured for silence, and the conversation ceased. Let us make haste to the Zixiao Palace. There, we shall surely encounter more allies of the primordial realm, forging bonds with like-minded companions. As the words left his lips, Dijuan and his company prepared to depart. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind them, causing them to halt. Ahem. Expecting Dijuan to turn around and extend an invitation after the departure of the River of Oblivion, they were surprised to see him standing still, speaking once more. Upon hearing Dijuan's words, Kuenping's heart surged with excitement. This was the future leader of the demon race, Dijuan. The aura he exuded and his grand ambitions were indeed worthy of allegiance. Simultaneously, Kuenping felt a sense of disdain towards the River of Oblivion for rejecting Dijuan so callously. A mere creator of characters dared to look down upon Lord Dijuan, refusing his repeated invitations without mercy. He would surely come to regret it. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Kuenping felt a wave of anxiety. What if Lord Dijuan were to invite me? Should I accept immediately? But would that make Lord Dijuan think less of me? Perhaps I should play coy, just as the River of Oblivion did, and decline for the time being? Yet ultimately, he resolved to accept. Yes, that is the way. In doing so, I might also gain the fruit of the sacred Fusang tree. Just as Kuenping reveled in this delightful contemplation, his expression suddenly shifted as he noticed that Dijuan and his companions were about to leave. Wait, how could they forget me? This prompted the subsequent cough to remind Dijuan of his presence. Upon hearing the cough, Dijuan and his party halted, turning their heads curiously towards Kuenping. Noticing their gaze, Kuenping donned a smug smile, silently awaiting Dijuan's invitation. Dijuan, puzzled by Kuenping's silence and his smiling demeanor, glanced at Tai. Do you know this esteemed friend? Tai shook his head. Dijuan then turned to the others, and one among them seemed to recollect something. Speaking up, Lord Dijuan. I believe that figure clad in black and white is none other than the Lord of the North Sea, Kuenping. At this, Dijuan's face lit up with joy as he recalled the name. He had heard of Kuenping's renown, the being possessed an innate duality of yin and yang within. The great Dopping soars through the clouds, rising to heights of 90,000 miles. In fact, he had previously dispatched his most capable subordinates to invite Kuenping, only to learn that he was away, wandering the primordial realm. Never did he expect to encounter him here, which brightened his mood considerably after the disappointment with the River of Oblivion. Might I be speaking to the esteemed Kuenping in person? Upon being recognized by Dijuan, Kuenping felt a surge of pride and nodded. Indeed, that is I. Recently, upon returning to the North Sea, my attendant informed me that you had sent someone to seek me out, Lord Dijuan. Kuenping had intentionally brought this up to remind Dijuan of his presence, signaling that he was now available for an invitation. Dijuan paused momentarily, then realized the implication. Ah, indeed. What matter does Lord Kuenping wish to discuss? Kuenping feigned ignorance of Dijuan's intentions. Dijuan, not one to beat around the bush, stated plainly, I wish to invite you to join our demon race. What say you? I have long dwelled in the North Sea, engrossed in my path of enlightenment. Joining the demon race. Kuenping paused deliberately, feigning hesitation to gauge Dijuan's offer. However, following the recent incident with the River of Oblivion, Dijuan mistook Kuenping's demeanor for a similar aversion to power and preference for solitude. He shook his head regretfully. What a pity. I had hoped that if you were to join us, the strength of our demon race would ascend to new heights. Since you decline, I shall not press the matter further. It seems you prefer not to accompany us. Farewell. With that, Dijuan wore a look of regret and a hint of melancholy as he and his party departed. Anyone who faced 2 consecutive rejections would surely feel disheartened. Moreover, Dijuan had a lingering feeling that Kuanping was toying with him. After all, it was Kuanping who had broached the subject of joining the demon race. Yet he had turned down the opportunity. This left Dijuan somewhat vexed, prompting his decision to leave. Meanwhile, after watching Dijuan and his entourage depart, Kuanping's expression was a sight to behold, shifting like the colors of his attire, alternating between white and black. But I have yet to express my thoughts. Why are they leaving? I never said I was unwilling to join the demon race. I merely wanted to. Suddenly, Kuanping seemed to realize something, feeling somewhat discontented. It is all that River of Oblivion's fault. His rejection of Dijuan has soured Dijuan's mood, preventing any further invitation. Humph. What is so grand about merely creating characters? In that desolate and wretched place of the Blood Sea, can it ever compare to my biming? 1,000 years have passed, and the river of the underworld has finally traversed the 33 heavens, arriving in the midst of chaos. Gazing at the wisps of gray mist, the river of the underworld stepped forward without hesitation, continuing its journey towards the direction of the Purple Cloud Palace. At long last, after another millennium, the river of the underworld reached the Purple Cloud Palace. Yet, at this moment, the grand gates of the palace remained firmly shut. As the river of the underworld calculated the passage of time, it discerned that the moment had not yet arrived. Casting a glance around, it soon discovered a secluded corner and settled into a meditative posture, quietly awaiting the opening of the gates to the Purple Cloud Palace. Chapter 20. The bustle outside the Purple Cloud Palace. The Purple Cloud Palace, an ethereal realm shrouded in mist, served as the sacred ground for the Tao ancestor Hong Jun's enlightenment. Its majestic architecture soared into the heavens, evoking a sense of yearning within the hearts of those who beheld it. The tightly shut gates of the palace piqued the curiosity of the myriad primordial beings gathered outside. As time flowed onward, the number of beings arriving at the Purple Cloud Palace steadily increased. Some congregated in small groups, engaging in lively discussions and laughter, while others sought solitude, finding corners to meditate in tranquility. 300 years had elapsed since the river of the underworld's arrival at the palace. On this particular day, the river of the underworld opened its eyes, gazing curiously at a figure not far away. It had sensed that a being had noticed its presence. There stood a woman with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a serpent, observing the river with intrigue. Beside her was a man who exuded an air of gentle scholarly grace. Surely, these two were Nuwa and Fushi, were they not? But why did they fix their gaze upon me? As the river of the underworld pondered this, Fushi seemed to realize that it had awakened. And with a gesture of apology, he clasped his fist in a sign of respect. I hope you do not take offense, dear friend of the river, he said. My sister has always cherished your writings, which have brought much joy and vitality to the primordial realm. Thus, upon seeing you, she could scarcely contain her excitement. Nuwa, standing beside him, nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Indeed, dear friend of the river, I am curious. How did you conceive of the invention of written language? It is truly fascinating. It seems to emerge from the myriad beings of the primordial world, yet it also appears to exist as a distinct realm of its own. How utterly captivating. Upon hearing Fushi's words and witnessing Nuwa's childlike excitement, the river of the underworld felt a sense of warmth enveloping the moment. The heart of the river of Hades was indeed somewhat taken aback. It was unexpected that the revered figure of Nuwa, known for her great righteousness and compassion in ancient myths, possessed such a personality. Yet it is understandable, after all. How could one envision the creation of humanity without a profound curiosity about all things? Having witnessed the annihilation of the very race she had painstakingly created by her own hand, coupled with the sorrow of her brother's demise, how could she possibly evolve into a being capable of contending with the likes of the three pure ones during the cataclysmic events of the investiture of the gods? Nevertheless, at this moment, Nuwa appeared rather endearing. With a benevolent smile, Mingi reassured the two individuals that he bore no ill will. At that moment, upon recognizing Mingi, the other primordial beings present turned their gazes toward him. Upon identifying him, a portion of the crowd exclaimed with excitement, "Is it the esteemed friend who created written language?" Indeed, I recall that figure beneath the great Tao. Who would have thought that Mingi would also grace this gathering to listen to Hong Jun expound the teachings? Mingi, you are truly remarkable. The invention of characters is indeed a monumental achievement in the primordial realm. The characters you devised are utterly fascinating. I am most intrigued. Could you enlighten us on how you conceived of written language? In an era so devoid of gossip and entertainment, the arrival of Mingi stirred a wave of excitement among the beings. It is worth noting that since the inception of the primordial world, there have been few matters of interest since their transformation from innate beings, aside from discussions surrounding the previous calamity and the legendary Panga's creation of the world. Recently, the topic of Mingi's creation of characters has been the most celebrated, frequently discussed among many beings. Now that they had encountered the esteemed figure himself, how could they resist engaging in delightful conversation? Soon, numerous figures encircled Mingi, their eager eyes fixed upon him. Faced with such intense scrutiny, Mingi found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Who would have imagined that these lofty, Tao-seeking primordial powers would reveal themselves to be such a curious species? Mingi cleared his throat and began to speak, half in jest and half in earnest. In truth, the invention of written language was born from a serendipitous twist of fate. One day, while standing by the eastern sea, I witnessed a soul in anguish, desperately seeking enlightenment, but unable to find it. Moved by compassion, I descended to offer a discourse. Later, I encountered another being who wished for me to inscribe this method of teaching onto their very soul. In that moment, a thought began to stir within me. Why not create a means to record these fundamental teachings of cultivation? Thus, the concept of written language was conceived. Amidst the crowd, Mingi surveyed the faces around him, engaging in conversation. Someone inquired with curiosity, what transpired thereafter? What endeavors did you undertake in the process of creating written language? Before he could respond, another interjected, that is the secret of the creation of written language. Why do you pry into matters that do not concern you? Realizing his blunder, the curious one bowed in apology, clasping his fists in respect. Mingi, I was overly excited and momentarily forgot myself. I sincerely apologize. As he spoke, he presented a doll-like fruit to Mingi. Esteemed friend, this is a ginseng fruit. It blossoms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit another 3,000 years later, and only then matures for consumption. Allow this to serve as my apology for my earlier indiscretion. I hope you will not hold it against me. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Mingi's eyes as he turned his gaze towards the speaker. The individual, with a ruddy complexion and 2 tufts of beard, bore an air of ethereal grace. Could this be the great immortal of Wuzhuang Temple, the progenitor of Earth immortals in days to come? Mingi glanced at the ginseng fruit in his hand, a smile gracing his features as he accepted it, and continued, "Oh, it is of no consequence, truly. The process of creating written language is not shrouded in mystery. It merely requires a bit more time and effort. I am simply fortunate, that is all." He then began to recount his journey of crafting language, omitting any mention of the 3,000 blood gods. Instead, he spoke of his personal immersion among the myriad beings of the primordial world, gathering linguistic information. Thus, it is merely that I possess knowledge a tad earlier. A matter of fortunate circumstances, he concluded, pure serendipity. In the end, the River of Underworld smiled and summarized the process of creating written language. However, Taoist Mingi, your assertion is misguided. One must recognize that those who can reach the Xixia Palace to seek enlightenment have done so due to favorable destinies and noble origins, thus possessing the power to traverse the chaos. Therefore, good fortune is indeed a form of strength. In response to Mingi's humility, some beings corrected him, exclaiming, "Indeed, good fortune is strength. Yes, who among us does not possess good fortune and noble heritage?" Taoist Mingi, there is no need for such modesty. The crowd echoed in agreement. At that moment, an untimely voice rose amidst the assembly. How can he, Mingi, be compared to us? It is merely good fortune. Chapter 21, Enwa's Protection. He, Mingi, hails from the filthy, boundless blood sea. How can he be compared to us, the innate beings born from majestic mountains and rivers? Among the crowd, Kuenping scoffed with disdain. Ever since learning of Mingi's creation of written language, Kuenping had harbored an inexplicable annoyance towards him. Following the conclusion of his previous attempts to ally with Emperor Jun, his irritation towards Mingi intensified. He believed that Emperor Jun's failure to extend another invitation to him was due to Mingi's prior rejection of the emperor. Kuenping felt that his own ill-timed posturing had caused him to miss the opportunity to join the demon clan, leaving him uncertain of when he might encounter another chance to be invited. Was he to humbly request to join the demon clan as the Lord of Baiming? Such a notion would be utterly humiliating. Thus, Kuenping directed all his grievances towards Mingi. Upon arriving at the Xixiao Palace, Kuenping witnessed Mingi surrounded by a throng of beings. To him, Mingi's display of modesty appeared hollow and pretentious. Therefore, when he heard Mingi claim that he was merely fortunate, Kuenping immediately stepped forward. With the eyes of numerous primordial beings upon him, he continued with an air of pride, "What use is Mingi's creation of written language? For those of us who have attained enlightenment and ascended to immortality, any matter can be resolved with a mere thought. Writing is a waste of time." Before Mingi could retort, the esteemed Zenyuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple began to defend him. "My dear fellow, your words are erroneous. You have stated that only those of us who have attained enlightenment can communicate through thought. What of the ordinary primordial beings who have yet to ascend? They are, after all, the most numerous in this primordial realm. In the realm of the primordial chaos, a kind-hearted friend, known as the River of Hades, invented written language out of compassion for the myriad beings struggling to communicate. Indeed, this friend speaks truthfully, within the vast expanse of chaos. We are not alone, but accompanied by countless ordinary creatures. The creation of written language was intended to facilitate their communication. Yet, in the face of others' defense and justification, the figure of Kuenping remained unperturbed and coldly retorted, "Bah, facilitate ordinary beings? In what way? Are you aware that writing requires inscribing characters onto various materials? Those common creatures of the primordial chaos mimic the River of Hades, carving characters onto bamboo strips, needing a lengthy strip for a single sentence. To write an article demands an entire stack of bamboo. Do you comprehend how inconvenient these bamboo strips are for the ordinary beings of the primordial chaos? It would be far easier to imprint messages onto jade slips using one spirit. Moreover, these ordinary creatures must relearn a language, which is exceedingly troublesome. Thus, what purpose does the invention of written language serve?" Confronted by Kuenping's accusations, the River of Hades momentarily appeared lost in thought. Indeed, at that time, He only focused on the invention of written language, neglecting to pass down the essential tools of writing: paper, ink, brush, and inkstone. Once the discourse concluded, he resolved to create these vital tools. This would surely earn him further merit. Following Kunping's insinuations, the River of Hades recognized the gravity of the situation and made a mental note. He then furrowed his brow, casting a displeased glance at the figure clad in black and white. What is the matter with this individual? Have I wronged him in some way? Who is he, anyway? Despite the reminder from his adversary, the River of Hades felt no gratitude, for the words directed at him were consistently accusatory. His creation of written language was esteemed by the Tao, bestowing upon him merit. What was Kunping standing to question him? Just as the River of Hades prepared to retort, a melodious and ethereal voice resonated from the crowd. Esteemed friend, I recognize you. You are the Kunping dwelling in the Northern Sea, are you not? I have heard tales of a being residing in the Northern Sea, a fish named Kuan, who, in anger, transforms into a bird called Ping, soaring for thousands of miles. He is indeed a sovereign of the Northern realm. I had imagined a magnanimous and broad-minded entity, yet upon meeting you today, I find you rather unremarkable. Upon seeing the figure who spoke, the River of Hades felt his pupils constrict slightly. Unexpectedly, Niwa had stepped forward to advocate for him. Without delving into whether the written language created by the River of Hades was beneficial for the myriad beings. The very intention behind fostering better communication for all creatures in the primordial chaos far surpasses that of most beings present. Indeed, it is superior to my own efforts. After Niwa's words, she cast an apologetic glance at the assembly. To defend the River of Hades, she felt compelled to diminish the importance of other beings. Following Niwa's remarks, the assembly of beings did not respond with anger. Rather, they bowed their heads in a sense of shame. Niwa spoke the truth. These beings had long been preoccupied with their pursuit of the Tao, gazing upward, oblivious to the plight of ordinary creatures. How could they concern themselves with their survival? Upon hearing Niwa's words, the River of Hades, beneath his calm exterior, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had been solely focused on the merits of creating written language, never contemplating such noble ideals. At that moment, Niwa continued, moreover, dear Kunping, your assertions regarding inconvenience and the challenges of learning are merely temporary. Once all beings in the primordial chaos adopt a shared language and writing system, such issues will dissipate, replaced by convenience. Indeed, it will be most convenient. As for the inconvenience of writing, communication seldom relies on written words, only necessitating documentation for significant matters, such as imparting teachings. While this may present some difficulties for ordinary beings, it is certainly better than having nothing at all. Thus, Kunping, your criticisms of the River of Hades stem from your personal conjectures. As for your motives, I trust one need not elaborate. I believe an apology to the River of Hades is in order. Upon concluding her statement, Niwa fell silent. The multitude of beings turned their gazes toward Kunping, awaiting his response. Faced with the piercing scrutiny of many, Kunping's expression shifted multiple times. Ultimately, recognizing the futility of contesting Niwa, he snorted dismissively. In any case, the inconvenience of writing and carrying is a fact. I have not erred. With a swift flourish of his sleeve, he turned to depart. In light of Kunping's discourteous display, the other beings of the primordial chaos hurried to console the River of Hades. With a smile gracing his face, Mingi quickly gestured to indicate that he was unharmed. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed in the air. A sudden gasp arose from the crowd. The gates of the Zixiao Palace had opened. Chapter 22. Hao Tian and the Queen of the Yao Pool. As the doors of the Zixiao Palace swung wide, amidst the swirling clouds and mist, golden lotuses emerged, their vibrant hues stretching for 30,000 miles. The resonant sounds of the great Tao enveloped the atmosphere, evoking an irresistible urge to immerse oneself and comprehend the profound truths of existence. In that instant, as the gates opened with a resounding boom, chains of purple divine thunder cascaded down, bestowing an air of solemnity and gravity upon the resplendent hall. Once the lightning had subsided, the onlookers finally beheld the interior of the palace. Within the grand hall, clouds swirled and countless auspicious clouds floated. Gradually, two figures emerged from the haze, a pair of charming golden boys and jade maidens, exuding an innocent allure. Surely, they were none other than the future rulers of the heavenly court, Hao Tian and the Queen of the Yao Pool in their youthful days. As Mingi observed the two children amidst the throng of figures, his eyes flickered with astonishment. Who could have imagined that these two innocent beings would grow to become pivotal figures in the calamities of the Fengshan and the journey to the west? Hao Tian, seemingly overwhelmed by the multitude before him for the first time, felt a tumult of anxiety and tension within. Nevertheless, he mustered his composure and declared in a clear voice, "The time has come. The master has instructed you all to enter the hall and wait for a moment. He will arrive shortly." In the tremor of his voice, Mingi noticed that Hao Tian and the Queen of the Yao Pool had their fists clenched tightly behind their backs, their knuckles pale, and beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. It was evident that even these few words had drained them of their strength, amplifying their inner turmoil. As the echoes of his words faded, Hao Tian and the Queen exchanged a glance, retreating to the sides of the grand entrance, signaling the crowd to enter. Witnessing this scene, the numerous powerful beings of the primordial world could no longer contain their joy, bursting into hearty laughter as they surged forward. As for Hao Tian and the Queen, Standing by the doorway, they cast not a second glance, clearly harboring no interest in a child so anxious that speaking seemed a monumental task. Although Mingyi was curious about the interior of the grand hall within the Zixiao Palace, he held no substantial thoughts regarding other matters. He was aware that the 6 cushions had long been predetermined. Thus, he leisurely followed behind the crowd, walking at a relaxed pace. Meanwhile, he contemplated that once this affair concluded, he ought to express his gratitude to Nuwa in person. While he felt astonished by Nuwa's vocal support and defense of him, he was primarily filled with appreciation. Although he could manage the confrontation with Kunping himself, he still wished to acknowledge Nuwa's kindness. Establishing a friendship with a prospective sage seemed advantageous. Most notably, aside from her long serpentine tail, Nuwa indeed possessed an extraordinary appearance. Is a reason truly necessary to befriend a beautiful woman? Moreover, she was a charming young lady who held a favorable impression of him. In addition to this, Mingyi had another matter weighing on his mind. Kunping's blatant hostility towards him was quite intolerable. This situation could not simply be left unresolved. He was determined to make Kunping pay for his actions. However, it was currently a time for Hongjun to impart his teachings, and Mingyi knew better than to stir trouble. Once the discourse concluded, he would ensure to corner Kunping and let him experience the might of the Blood Sea Sovereign's fist. Lost in thought, Mingyi's steps brought him to the entrance of the Zixiao Palace. Noticing the beads of sweat forming on Haotian and Yaoqi's foreheads, he let out a soft sigh and retrieved a fan made of bamboo and bamboo leaves from his robe. The presence of so many powerful beings in the Zixiao Palace made it rather warm. With a smile, he turned his gaze towards Haotian and Yaoqi, remarking, "I presume you two must be feeling quite warm as well? These bamboo fans, crafted from innate spiritual bamboo, are perfect for alleviating the heat." The actions of Mingyi rendered Haotian and Yaoqi increasingly tense. The two stood vigil at the entrance, maintaining a tranquil watch without any creatures acknowledging their presence. As the figures at the threshold dwindled, they awaited the arrival of the last, Mingyi, with a sense of relief and anticipation. To their surprise, however, he initiated a conversation with them. The two found themselves momentarily frozen in place. Noticing their reaction, Mingyi offered a nonchalant smile, grasped Haotian's hand, and forcibly placed a bamboo fan into his grip. Strangely warm, the fan quickly provided a refreshing breeze. Subsequently, Mingyi observed that his actions had failed to capture the attention of the other formidable beings of the primordial realm, all of whom were engrossed in the mysteries within the Zixiao Palace. As Mingyi retrieved 2 spirit fruits from his bosom and placed them into Yaoqi's hands, he smiled at her perplexed expression and reassured her, "Do not hesitate to partake. They are merely ordinary spirit fruits. These fruits possess a calming and soothing effect, proving most effective for quenching thirst on typically parched days." Subsequently, with both Haotian and Yaoqi still bewildered, he strode confidently into the grand hall of the Zixiao Palace. Faintly hearing the whispers in the wind, "They are still just children." It was only when he saw Mingyi's silhouette merge back into the crowd that Haotian glanced down at the fan in his hand, casting a puzzled look towards Yaoqi. Do even immortals fear the heat? He pondered, recalling that the master's palace was inherently equipped with cooling properties. How could it possibly be warm? At that moment, Yaoqi extended her arm, presenting one of the spirit fruits before Haotian's eyes, while deftly seizing the bamboo fan from his grasp and fanning herself gently. The spirit fruit was carefully tucked away into her robe. Following this, Haotian observed a noticeable relaxation in Yaoqi's demeanor. Inspired by her actions, he too attempted to fan himself, and a gentle breeze caressed his face. Soon, the tension and restlessness that had arisen from encountering so many unfamiliar figures began to dissipate. As if a pair of delicate hands were tenderly massaging his spirit, he felt his body and mind gradually unwind, achieving a state of tranquility. After a brief moment of surprise, Haotian glanced at Yaoqi, then closed his eyes in a state of blissful enjoyment. Upon entering the Zixiao Palace, Mingyi indeed witnessed a scene fated to unfold. At the forefront of the grand hall, aside from the solitary mat positioned above, lay 6 mats arranged in a row. At that moment, the 3 purities, Nuwa, and the figures of Hongyun and Kunping had already taken their seats. Mingyi then noticed 2 figures standing aside, one raising a sleeve to wipe away their tears. "We, the 2 brothers, hail from the most desolate western reaches of the primordial chaos. Hearing that Hongjun Daozu was to impart teachings, we undertook a strenuous journey. We endured countless hardships along the way, all in the hope of drawing closer to the sages. Alas, we arrived too late, and all the seats are already occupied." In a display of kindness, Hongyun, known as the good-natured figure of the primordial chaos, offered his mat. Furthermore, he urged Kunping to relinquish his seat as well. After all, the recent events outside the Zixiao Palace had left many beings of the primordial chaos with a less than favorable impression of Kunping. Reluctant but unwilling to incite further conflict, Kunping surrendered his position. Consequently, Jiejing and Zhuanti occupied the final 2 spots at the front. As Mingyi observed the misfortune of Kunping, a sense of elation washed over him. His gaze swept across the surroundings, ultimately directing him towards Fuxi. Taking a seat beside Fuxi, he settled behind Nuwa. Once everyone had found their respective places and awaited in silence, the space rippled with ethereal waves, a purple aura extending for thousands of miles, and in an instant, a figure appeared upon the lotus seat opposite the assembly. Chapter 23. the attention of Hongjun, the realm of Great Luo, the ambience was suffused with the essence of Tao. As if dragons and phoenixes, along with auspicious cheilants, enveloped the scene. Hongjun's gaze surveyed the multitude of primordial beings below, lingering momentarily on the front row. Ultimately, he nodded in satisfaction. Henceforth, the seating arrangement for the teachings would remain unchanged, strictly adhered to. Upon hearing this, the numerous powerful entities of the primordial realm revealed expressions of delight. At that moment, they were unaware of the advantages held by those seated on the 6 lotus cushions at the forefront. They could only glean from Hongjun's words the implication of future teachings. Does this mean there will be more than just this one session? Such news was indeed splendid. After a brief moment of exuberance, all eyes turned towards Hongjun, filled with eager anticipation. At the same time, Mingyi's countenance mirrored that anticipation. Although he possessed a strengthening pearl that could elevate his realm through virtue points, he yearned to comprehend the essence of listening to the Tao and achieving enlightenment. If he could, through mere listening, break through to the Great Luo golden immortal stage, it would save him immeasurable efforts in virtue. Just then, as the primordial chaos began to delineate the Tao, the presence of the sage's teachings manifested with frequent anomalies. Golden lotuses erupted from the ground, stars twinkling around them. There were also dragon roars, phoenix cries, and the howls of cheilants. The great Tao revealed itself. The essence of Tao swirling, and the myriad laws of the Tao permeated the entire purple cloud palace, steeped in profound mystery. The primordial beings were naturally entranced, some smiling as the Tao's essence graced them, while others furrowed their brows, seemingly burdened by myriad sorrows. At times, they bore expressions of bitter contemplation, as if grappling with unsolvable enigmas. The myriad forms of existence were vividly displayed within this sacred space. In this moment, Mingyi too was enraptured by the teachings of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, finding it difficult to extricate himself from the profound experience. Since its transformation, the River of Oblivion has been deeply engrossed in comprehending the laws of blood, standing on the cusp of entering the realm of the great Tao. Throughout the process of listening to the teachings, myriad thoughts have been continually validated, leading to an increasingly profound understanding of the path of blood. Upon encountering insights concerning other laws and paths, new revelations emerged. The myriad paths, though diverse, share commonalities. All can ultimately lead to the attainment of enlightenment. As time flowed onward, the aura surrounding the River of Oblivion grew increasingly potent, its resonant Tao rhythm thickening in intensity. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, a similar scene unfolded among other beings. From a vantage point above the hall, one could observe that among the 3,000 guests of the purple clouds, the most profound Tao resonance emanated from the figures of the 3 pure ones in the River of Oblivion. Following them were figures like Emperor Jun and Tai, and then Nuwa, Jian, and Juanti. Next came the primordial beings such as Kunpun, Hongyun, and Zenyuanzi. In that moment, within the grand hall, all figures bore the manifestation of the 3 flowers above their heads, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to perfect their own fruits of the Tao. 3 decades passed quietly. Suddenly, with a profound Tao sound resonating in their hearts, Hongjun's teachings came to an end. However, the eyes of many beings remained closed. Still immersed in the state of contemplating the Tao, Hongjun chose not to disturb them, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, revealing no trace of emotion in his calm, deep-set eyes. As his gaze passed over the first row, a fleeting expression of satisfaction crossed his face. Upon observing the second row, a flicker of surprise appeared in his eyes. When he beheld the River of Oblivion, he discovered that its enveloping Tao essence was comparable to that of the 3 pure ones, leaving Hongjun quite astonished. The 3 pure ones, as manifestations of the primordial god Pangu, possessed unparalleled aptitude and fortune, far surpassing that of other beings in the primordial realm. It was indeed remarkable that the River of Oblivion, emerging from the boundless sea of blood, displayed such exceptional talent in cultivation. Hongjun quickly discerned the River of Oblivion's origins. Rooted in the infinite blood sea, he then turned his gaze to Jian and Juanti in the first row, ultimately shaking his head in regret. Alas, the contention for the title of saint was a debt owed to the beings of the primordial realm, particularly to the western lands of the primordial. Otherwise, with their qualifications, especially that of Juanti, they were unworthy of the saintly position. Even should they become saints in the future, they would merely be the weakest among them. Subsequently, Hongjun calculated with his fingers, growing increasingly satisfied with the River of Oblivion. The creation of written language and the bestowal of merit were significant contributions. As the master of the Blood Sea, the River of Oblivion had already made considerable sacrifices for the primordial realm, yet still harbored compassion for all beings. Its evolution benefited the primordial realm and its myriad beings. With such aptitude and cultivation, it was indeed a pity. As a being transformed from the tainted blood of the primordial god, without the aid of the primordial purple energy, it was destined not to attain the saintly status. Nevertheless, bearing great merit and significant karmic ties, it could become the foremost among those beneath the saints in the future. After this, Hongjun's attention shifted away from the River of Oblivion. To remain unsainted is to be but an ant. Merely capturing Hongjun's momentary attention was an impressive feat. The River Styx remained oblivious to having briefly captured Hongjuan's attention. Had he known, he would likely have been more nervous and apprehensive than even the young attendant Haoyan. His garments drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, the River Styx was wholly immersed in comprehending the Tao of blood. He sensed that he had grasped 99.9% of its mysteries, standing on the precipice of breaking through to the golden immortal realm. Yet this final sliver, this infinitesimal gap, proved the insurmountable barrier preventing countless primordial beings from beholding the grander vistas of the great Tao. In the realm of the River of Hades, he discerned that a mere thread of virtuous power would suffice for a seamless breakthrough. Yet, beneath the vigilant gaze of Hongjuan, he refrained from utilizing the enhancement pearl, unwilling to wager that it could elude the scrutiny of the sage. Thus, he was left to rely solely upon his own strength. He sensed that the moment was near. He was on the cusp of penetrating the thin veil that separated him from the wondrous realm yearned for by countless beings. As he persevered in his meditation and understanding of the great Tao, within the Zixiao Palace, numerous powerful beings began to open their eyes and scan their surroundings. The teachings imparted by the Tao Master Hongjuan had been absorbed, memorized, and comprehended. Understanding had been attained, and lingering in seclusion would yield no further insight. They needed to return to the primordial chaos to continue their enlightenment. Before long, nearly all beings of the primordial world had opened their eyes. Even the foremost figures, Jane and Jundi, had regained consciousness. Only the three pure ones and Yua remained in a deep state of meditation, their understanding of the great Tao intensifying. At this moment, all powerful beings turned their gaze toward them, marveling at their extraordinary talents. When Jane and Jundi beheld the River of Hades, a mix of amusement and awkwardness flickered in their eyes, with Jundi openly wishing for his failure. As time passed, Yua's aura became increasingly chaotic, and in the next moment, she opened her eyes, revealing a glimmer of disappointment. Her gaze soon shifted to the three pure ones and the River of Hades, particularly displaying a look of anticipation when directed at him. Quickly, the assembly began to converse about the intensifying aura of the three pure ones and the River of Hades. Do you think any of the four of them will break through to the realm of Deluo Jinxian? One mused. I believe the three pure ones, as the manifestations of Pangu's essence, possess immense talent and will undoubtedly succeed. No, I contend that the River of Hades is more likely to prevail. Consider the boundless sea of blood, rife with malevolent and violent energies. To cultivate to such a level in such a place speaks volumes of his exceptional aptitude and fortitude. Precisely for that reason, I am less optimistic about the River of Hades. Having long dwelled in that tainted realm, his insights into the primordial Tao must be skewed, leading him astray and delaying his breakthrough to Deluo. The discourse continued, with most favoring the three pure ones for their greater likelihood of achieving Deluo, given their authentic lineage to Pangu, while the River of Hades was deemed lacking due to his origins in a remote, polluted domain. At that moment, the auras of the three pure ones and the River of Hades began to surge violently. Chapter 24, The Ascendancy to Deluo. Boom. Crack, crack. Accompanied by the resounding shatter echoing in his mind, the River of Hades felt a lightness in his shoulders as the shackles binding him were instantly obliterated. The three flowers above his head unfurled quietly, signifying his attainment of the Deluo Tao fruit. In the void, the River of Hades beheld the flowing river of time before him. With a wave of his grand sleeves, an immense wave surged through the temporal river, severing the ties of the past, present, and future. Henceforth, the essence of the River of Hades would no longer linger within the river of time, and none could alter his fate through temporal secrets. Simultaneously, within the tranquil currents of time, he glimpsed a fragment of the future, though it was not fixed, shifting in myriad ways in the blink of an eye. The River of Hades endeavored to stir even a corner of it, yet remained impervious to the slightest tremor. The River of Darkness mused that perhaps only the cultivation of a sage could truly stir even the slightest ripple in the vast river of time. In this ever-changing flow of existence, how might one discover a transformation beneficial to oneself, and subsequently harness and guide it? Surely, this must be the strategic interplay among sages. As these thoughts echoed in his mind, he lifted his gaze beyond the primordial chaos. There, he sensed a plethora of both boundless opportunities and lurking dangers. Among them lingered the ancient auras of primordial deities and demons, each breath imbued with immense terror, instilling within him a renewed urgency for the elevation of his own cultivation. Yet, fortuitously, while these auras coveted the primordial realm, they simultaneously harbored a profound dread of the existence of its great path. With a deep breath, the River of Darkness gathered his focus, returning from the void to his corporeal form. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. Beneath his crimson robe, the essence of a great Luo golden immortal erupted with tremendous force. The earth surged with blood-red golden lotuses, amidst which blood-red divine thunder roared and swirled, as a solitary crimson lotus quietly blossomed, undaunted by the onslaught of wind and lightning. This was the unique fruit of the path belonging to the River of Darkness, a profound comprehension of the path of blood. This wondrous phenomenon was fleeting, as he swiftly reabsorbed it within himself. Immediately thereafter, the surrounding beings of the primordial realm were astonished to discover that they could no longer perceive any trace of aura or fluctuations of cultivation emanating from the River of Darkness. The great path is simplicity itself, a return to the essence. He felt the continuous flow of power within him, alongside the great luo fruit born from the complete blossoming of the three flowers in his sea of consciousness. In the depths of his heart, Mingi was immensely gratified. He mused, this journey to the Zixiao Palace has not been in vain. I have saved a considerable amount of merit power and have discerned the direction for my future cultivation. Thus, I have conserved another substantial portion of merit. Just as Mingi was lost in contemplation over his breakthrough to the great luo golden immortal, a series of resounding booms echoed within the grand hall of the Zixiao Palace. As Mingi turned to gaze, he beheld the grand hall soaring high above. A solitary azure lotus stood amidst the boundless chaos, its branches swaying gently, emanating a soft cerulean glow. Red flowers, white lotus roots, and green leaves adorned the scene. The azure lotus radiated into 3 beams of light. Yet, the extraordinary phenomenon lasted but a fleeting moment before vanishing into oblivion. Simultaneously, the 3 pure ones opened their eyes, exchanging a glance filled with uncontainable smiles. At that moment, the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace awakened from their enlightenment. Upon witnessing the 3 pure ones and Mingi successfully transcend to the status of Deluo Golden Immortal, the myriad beings within the hall harbored varying thoughts. Some beings could not contain their excitement, shouting out congratulations to their fellow Taoists for achieving the Deluo Dao fruit, thus liberating themselves from the shackles of fate and seizing control over their destinies. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Best wishes, fellow Taoist. 100-foot pole ascends yet higher. In that instant, the hall of the Purple Cloud Palace was filled with exuberance, though the authenticity of this joy remained uncertain. Furthermore, due to the near-simultaneous breakthroughs of Mingi and the 3 pure ones, no distinction was made among them. Yet, when gazing upon the 3 pure ones, there was a hint of flattery, while looks directed at Mingi were tinged with reverence. The River of Hades responded with a feigned smile, its demeanor lacking genuine warmth. Congratulations, fellow Taoist of the river, on being the first to transcend to the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, I have a strong intuition that I shall soon attain the same lofty achievement. At that moment, Niwa and Fushi approached the River of Hades, their expressions sincere as they spoke. Indeed, fellow Taoist of the river, we previously debated who among you and the 3 pure ones would ultimately surpass the other in making this breakthrough. We did not anticipate such an occurrence would unfold in such swift succession. Fushi gazed at the River of Hades with a sense of quiet astonishment, marveling at how this being, born from the boundless sea of blood, possessed such profound depth, rivaling even the primordial spirit of Pangu incarnated as the 3 pure ones. I am merely fortunate, the River of Hades replied. I happen to take a step forward before you. I trust that both Niwa and Fushi shall soon achieve their own breakthroughs to Great Luo and realize the fruits of their Tao. Mingi speaks the truth. As one of the future saints, Niwa's innate talents are beyond question. As for Fushi, had it not been for the burden of the demon race, perhaps under the protection of Saint Niwa, he too would have reached a pinnacle existence beneath the saints. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones, having successfully transcended to the Great Luo, were graciously accepting the flattery of the crowd while casting their gaze upon the distant blood-red figure of Mingi. Laozi of Taiji maintained a stoic expression. How could this blood sea, clearly the most polluted place in the primordial world, give rise to such profound cultivation in Mingi? Yuan Shi of Yuqing was filled with shock and disdain. How could someone, born of such filth, dare to compare with the 3 pure ones? Surely, this time of breakthrough had depleted Mingi's foundation. The next time, he would likely not be so fortunate. Tong Tian of Shangqing, brimming with ambition, could hardly believe that a fellow cultivator had also ascended to the Great Luo, an existence that could rival the true teachings of Pangu. I must prevail in the next sermon. Not far from the throng of beings, Emperor Jun's gaze towards Mingi brimmed with admiration. Indeed, he was a worthy individual. Alas, it is a pity he cannot be utilized for my purposes. However, I believe that one day, you shall join my demon race. After all, the power of an individual is limited. To grow stronger, one requires a formidable force, and my demon race will undoubtedly become the mightiest faction in the primordial realm. Beside him, Tai looked at Mingi with defiance, saying, Brother, do not despair. I shall eventually subdue Mingi and bring him to your side, begging you to accept him. Emperor Jun, observing Tai's demeanor, shook his head in resignation. Was he still brooding over Mingi's rejection of their invitation? As a future monarch, one must possess a broad mind. This will not do. Thus, Emperor Jun began to impart his wisdom to Tai, until Tai's countenance turned somber, bowing his head in acknowledgement. I understand, brother. I was wrong. Please, no more. In addition, Jane and Junti also regarded Mingi among the crowd. Their expressions varied. Jane was filled with envy and determination, while Junti wore a mournful visage. Lamenting, it's over. The opponent's cultivation has broken through to the Great Luo, and my chance for vengeance grows ever more tenuous. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Purple Cloud Palace, another figure quietly weaved through the throng, arriving at the rear, just a step away from the palace gates. Kuenping's complexion turned pale, his hand clenched tightly as he murmured to himself, how did he break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal? This truly spells disaster. I had offended him before. I wonder if he holds a grudge? When the Tao ancestor announces the end of the sermon, I must flee quickly. I trust that with my evasion technique, Even a great Luo golden immortal would struggle to catch me. Ding! With the sonorous chime of a bronze bell, the purple cloud palace fell silent once more, all beings gazing intently at the figure of Hongjun Daozu upon the high platform. The sermon had concluded. In 30,000 years, I shall return to continue imparting the path ahead. As his voice faded, a ripple in space appeared, and Hongjun's form vanished without a trace. At this moment, a figure suddenly dashed away from the palace entrance, disappearing into the chaos. Mingi stood still for a moment, watching the vanishing figure, before shaking his head and laughing softly. This Kuanping is indeed timid. Upon witnessing my breakthrough to the great Luo, he was frightened and had already planned his escape. Since that is the case, I shall let you off for now. When I have the time, I will certainly seek you out in the North Sea for a proper discussion. With that, Mingi strode purposefully outward. If his memory served him right, a significant opportunity awaited him soon, one that lay atop Mount Buzhou. After bidding farewell to Nuwa and the others, Mingi summoned his blood-red escape light. In the next moment, his figure vanished into the chaos. Chapter 25, Blood Path Divine Power, Journey to Mount Buzhou traversing through the chaos. Mingi could distinctly feel the profound changes within himself. On his way to seek the Purple Cloud Palace, he had relied on the formidable defensive capabilities of the supreme spiritual treasure, the fiery red lotus, to withstand the chaotic elements and safely arrive at the palace. Now, however, during his return journey to the primordial realm, Mingi found that he no longer required the protection of the fiery red lotus. His own formidable physique and protective spiritual light sufficed to fend off the corrosive forces of the earth, water, fire, and wind. Moreover, his evasion technique had accelerated. Whereas before he required nearly 3,000 years to reach the Purple Cloud Palace, now he estimated he could accomplish the journey in 300 years. No, with the enhancement from his enlightened understanding of the Tao, he could likely arrive in 200 years at full speed. This transformation in strength was no mere tenfold increase. Simultaneously, his comprehension of the laws of blood had reached fruition. He had fully grasped a particular aspect of the blood path. With this thought, Mingi formed a seal with his right hand, a flash of crimson lightning flickering in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Break," accompanied by his voice. An enormous bolt of blood-red lightning, thousands of zhang in size, erupted, striking the void of chaotic energies ahead. In an instant, the mist churned, and the path ahead, spanning 1,000 miles, became clear. Impressive. It is worth noting that this occurred within the chaos, where the chaotic energies were suppressive, yet he managed to stir them. On the primordial continent, its power would be even greater. This was the blood path divine power Mingi had comprehended following his breakthrough to the great Luo, the blood divine thunder. The lightning he had just unleashed was but a mere manifestation of this divine power. The true divine ability would envelop him in a realm of blood-colored thunder, terrifying as a hellish inferno. The river of Hades referred to it as the thunderous purgatory. As the river of Hades continued to comprehend the path of blood, the formidable powers of the divine arts could be perpetually enhanced. Moreover, through this enlightenment, new divine arts could be conceived. With the thunderous purgatory at his disposal, he acquired additional means of combat. Thus, on the journey back to the primordial chaos, the river of Hades experimented with his newly understood divine arts while hastening along the path. A century slipped by in the blink of an eye. Upon perceiving the ethereal aura ahead, the river of Hades exhaled a long sigh of relief. He had finally reached the 33 heavens. Beyond the 33 heavens lay the primordial chaos. If his memory served him correctly, beneath these 33 heavens rested the Mount Buzhou, the birthplace of the 12 ancestor witches. It was no wonder that the witch tribe clashed with the monster tribe. You linger above their heads daily. Coupled with the ancestor witches' unruly disposition, how could they possibly refrain from conflict? Contemplating this, the river of Hades let out a soft exclamation, murmuring to himself, "Ah." According to the narrative of the primordial chaos, when the Tao ancestor Hongjun first delivered his teachings, the ancestor witch Hutu also attended, did she not? Why have I not seen her? The river of Hades traversed through the memories of the myriad guests of the purple cloud, ultimately fixating on one individual. Within the grand hall stood a woman, distinct from the majority of her counterparts. Her complexion was a healthy shade of wheat, and her physique exhibited graceful muscle lines, elastic yet not cumbersome. Tall and statuesque, her powerful legs stood straight, and her eyes lacked the curiosity and astonishment that characterized the other guests of the purple cloud. She remained there with a serene demeanor, remarkably understated. Indeed, her legs were exceptionally long. Surely, she must be the ancestral deity, Hutu. The river of the underworld let out a soft sigh. What a pity. A trip to the Purple Cloud Palace would be in vain, for your path does not lie within its confines. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly recalled another matter. In the future, the Earth Mother would transform into the 6 realms of reincarnation, seemingly encroaching upon a significant portion of his blood sea. This cannot be allowed. Since the transformation into the 6 realms is unavoidable, the sovereignty over his territory must remain intact. At the very least, there must be equality. If not, then compensation must be demanded. Must the Earth Mother, who sits atop the 6 realms of reincarnation, lack in virtue and merit? With this contemplation, a smile played upon the corners of the river of the underworld's lips, and a plan began to form in his mind. You are not my spouse. Why should I indulge you? If one wishes to establish the 6 realms within the Blood Sea, rent must be paid. It seems that upon returning, he must strengthen the great formation of the Blood Sea, ensuring it cannot be forcibly claimed by outsiders. Additionally, the creation of the 4 treasures of the study, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, must be expedited, as these all represent merit and virtue. However, the most pressing matter remains the quest to find the 7-colored gourd upon Mount Bujo. I wonder if the gourd has ripened yet, and whether it has been discovered by the 3 pure ones or Nuwa. Gazing at the vast expanse of the primordial world that loomed in the distance, the river of the underworld pondered. With his current cultivation, he should possess the strength to contend with the 3 pure ones. As for other formidable beings, their cultivation does not surpass his own. Yet with the might of semi-divine treasures, he may still find himself at a disadvantage. The question remains, is it still within reach? Chapter 26, The Wandering 7-Colored Mountain. Hongjuan's surprise another 50 years passed, and the river of the underworld finally arrived at Mount Bujo. This mountain is the tallest and grandest in the primordial world, a towering presence formed from the spine of the great Pangu. Hidden within are countless treasures and opportunities, drawing innumerable beings of the primordial realm to seek their fortunes. However, the nature of opportunity is quite intricate. Those with profound fortunes may find themselves blessed with numerous treasures and spiritual roots as soon as they arrive at the foot of Mount Bujo. Conversely, those with shallow fortunes may find even the greatest treasures lying beneath their feet, yet remain utterly oblivious to their presence. The River of Hades considers itself among the most exceptional of primordial beings, undoubtedly blessed with profound fortune. Coupled with its attainment as a great Luo golden immortal, it firmly believes that should a treasured relic emerge, it would be the first to discern its presence. The Mount Bujo is indeed vast. Even with the prowess of the River of Hades, encircling this mountain would require several years. Its expanse rivals that of the boundless sea of blood. However, the scenes within the boundless sea are utterly incomparable to those of Mount Bujo. One is mired in filth and chaos, while the other boasts pristine mountains and clear waters, abundant in verdant foliage. Celestial cranes roam freely, and spiritual deer call out melodiously. What a magnificent sanctuary of the immortals. The River of Hades circled around Mount Bujo repeatedly. After 3 revolutions, he finally discerned a location that exuded a hint of peculiarity. The aura in that vicinity surged forth like a whirlpool, almost frenzied in its influx. Even if it were not the fabled 7-colored gourd, it surely heralded the birth of some extraordinary treasure. Guided by the ethereal energy, Hades propelled himself forward with remarkable swiftness. Soon, he arrived at a precipice. Below the cliff, a vibrant vine flourished, adorned with 7 gourds that shimmered with a crystalline glow, swaying gently in the breeze. An unceasing stream of spiritual energy surged from the surroundings, pouring into the colorful vine. The River of Hades rejoices. This is the 7-colored gourd, one of the top 10 spiritual roots, yet. The River of Hades gazed at the gourd still emanating an emerald glow, momentarily ensnared in indecision. Astonishingly, this gourd remained unripe, its hue unchanged. To pluck it carelessly would render the gourd virtually worthless. Yet, to linger here in anticipation might prove perilous. Should the gourd come to fruition and the phenomenon materialize, it would likely attract the covetous eyes of other formidable beings. At that juncture, the likes of the 3 pure ones would undoubtedly take notice of my swift arrival from the Purple Cloud Palace. Meanwhile, other powerful entities would still be engaged in philosophical discourse at the entrance. Particularly, the 3 pure ones, as the rightful heirs of Pangu, would find themselves encircled by other mighty beings, who, amid flattery, would seek their guidance. As for Nuwa and Fushi, in the depths of the Nether River, it was apparent that the 2 were entangled with Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, presumably seeking to invite them to join the demon clan. What course of action should one take? Should one wait until it matures completely, just as in the original narrative, to share the spoils equally? As spiritual energy surged forth, the Nether River gradually perceived the 7 gourds beginning to change color: gold, azure, yellow, deep purple, green, blue, and red. Alas, alas. Even if it meant diminishing some of the gourd's efficacy, they must not be allowed to fall into the hands of others. As the river of the underworld bit down, a heart shattered and a decision was made. He summoned the magic within him and headed towards the precipice. In the next moment, the entire cliff, along with the soil and vines upon it, was cleaved away by the river of the underworld. A smooth, mirror-like surface emerged on the ground. Subsequently, channeling all his internal power, he cradled the cliff in one hand and sped towards the boundless sea of blood. Thus, a strange scene unfolded upon the desolate land of the Primordial Era. A man clad in a crimson robe, bearing a cliff as if it were a mere hill upon his shoulder, raced westward. Fortunately, the river of the underworld possessed formidable cultivation. At that moment, the beings of the primordial world had not yet discerned what manner of entity was rushing towards them, leaving only a fleeting silhouette behind. Consequently, a legend began to circulate across the vast expanse of the primordial land, claiming that a nascent yet powerful being had emerged, one who had only partially transformed, manifesting as a pair of colorful legs resembling a mountain. Meanwhile, as the river of the underworld dashed with the colorful gourd, vines, and cliff, the 3 pure ones, traversing the chaos, suddenly felt a surge of disquiet. Exchanging glances, they came to a halt. The elder of Taiji furrowed his brow, calculating. pondering why he sensed that the opportunity destined for him had vanished into thin air. The Primordial One, his brows raised, questioned, "Who has thwarted my chance?" The Upper Pure One shook his head. "I merely perceive subtle changes within the river of time, as a wave has inexplicably disappeared." They turned their gazes towards the elder of Taiji. "Elder brother, have you discerned anything?" "I only know that the opportunity that should have belonged to us has been replaced by uncertainties, all shrouded in a thick mist, obscuring my vision. However, the alteration of a mere wave should not disrupt the grand flow of events. There is no need for alarm." With this, the three Pure Ones steadied their hearts and resumed their swift journey towards the primordial realm. Not far from them, Jin Yuanzi observed his friend Hong Yun, who had suddenly stopped, and inquired with confusion, "Why have you halted, dear brother?" Hong Yun shook his head. "I too am uncertain. I merely sense a tempest stirring within my previously tranquil heart. Surely, something ominous is about to unfold. Brother, we should hasten back to Wuzhuang Temple. I fear I may impose upon you for a while," he said, unaware that his chance had been seized, feeling only a sense of unrest. Thus, he resolved to stay at Wuzhuang Temple for a time, believing that more hands would yield greater strength to confront the forthcoming upheaval. Ahead, Di Jun and Tai Yi, masters of the Golden Crow transformation, had arrived at the realm of the 33 heavens, surveying the layers above while sharing aspirations for the future. Suddenly, Tai Yi's brow furrowed, an inexplicable pang of sorrow striking him. Yet, as he gazed upon the 33 heavens once more, his countenance brightened, casting aside the momentary gloom. Meanwhile, behind Di Jun and Tai Yi, Nuwa felt as if the heavens had collapsed, her complexion paling. This change drew the attention of Fu Shi. "Nuwa, what troubles you?" he asked. Nuwa lifted her gaze to Fu Shi, her eyes filled with bewilderment. "Since my transformation, I have always felt burdened by a mission, sensing that my path to enlightenment lay upon this Mount Buzhou, which is why we have dwelled here. However, I now feel that this destined place has shifted, no longer residing upon Mount Buzhou." Fu Shi, anxious, inquired, "Can you sense whether this opportunity still exists, and if so, where it has gone?" Upon hearing this, Nuwa's confusion deepened. "I know it remains, yet its location keeps changing, elusive, and unpredictable. How can I pursue it?" Subsequently, Fu Shi, with the ailing Nuwa, bid farewell to Di Jun and Tai Yi, returning to a cave within Mount Buzhou. As he sought to break through to the Great Luo, Nuwa felt the elusive opportunity still on the move. Simultaneously, within the serene confines of the Purple Sky Palace, Hong Jun observed the now tranquil hall and called out to the outside. Hao Tian, Yao Qi, quickly closed the door. Once the two attendants secured the entrance, they approached Hong Jun. He then noticed the bamboo fans in their hands and the spiritual fruit cradled in their embrace, letting out a soft exclamation. He refrained from questioning them, instead closing his eyes and calculating. After a considerable time, Hong Jun opened his eyes, a flicker of human emotion crossing his gaze. How intriguing. How intriguing. I wonder if. A thoughtful expression graced his features. Chapter 27. Return to the Sea of Blood. Subduing the mosquito Taoist beyond the boundless sea of blood, as the river of the underworld bore the colorful gourd and vines, a joyous expression adorned his face. Yet, in an instant, that joy faded, and he vanished into the depths of the sea. Within the Sea of Blood, at the gates of the Shura Palace, a towering bamboo, soaring to tens of thousands of feet, stood resolutely. A crystalline, emerald glow pulsed through it. At that moment, the bamboo swayed its branches, launching a barrage of green-hued swords towards the intruder. Filthy mosquito. This is the domain of the Blood Sea Lord, the ancestor of the river of the underworld. I advise you to recognize your place and depart swiftly. Otherwise, when the ancestor returns, you shall face dire consequences. The spirit bamboo summoned its internal energy, relentlessly assaulting the foe while invoking the name of the Blood Sea ancestor to intimidate it. Before the Shura Palace, a colossal, pitch-black figure, measuring tens of thousands of feet, stood unfazed by the spirit bamboo's onslaught. It merely swayed slightly, evading most of the attacks. When the remaining green swords struck its body, they emitted a crisp sound. Before them loomed a massive mosquito, dark red with 6 wings, its enormous maw radiating a terrifying brilliance. After effortlessly deflecting the spirit bamboo's attacks, its multifaceted eyes swiveled incessantly, seemingly searching for a weakness in the spirit bamboo's defenses. Ha ha ha. Is that a tickle you are giving me? Put a little more effort into it. Has your esteemed ancestor failed to provide you with sufficient resources to enhance your cultivation? It seems your ancestor's powers are rather lacking. Why not simply open this formation and let me in? Once I refine this palace, we shall rule the boundless sea of blood together. With a cawing sound, Ling Zhuer felt a pang of disheartenment and anxiety as her attacks failed to harm even a single hair of her opponent. Unbeknownst to her, amidst the boundless sea of blood, a crimson mosquito had suddenly emerged. Initially, Ling Zhuer dismissed it, believing that if she remained within the Shura Palace and patiently awaited the return of the ancestor of the underworld river, all would be resolved. However, little did she know that this 6-winged blood mosquito possessed formidable innate abilities, capable of devouring and refining all things to enhance its own cultivation. The blood sea was rife with the remnants of countless powerful beings, and in just a millennium, the 6-winged blood mosquito had attained the level of a Tai Golden Immortal. Following this, its gaze turned towards the Shura Palace. Fortunately, the Shura Palace was perfectly integrated with the Blood Sea formation, endowing it with certain innate defenses. Yet, recently, Ling Zhuer discovered a flaw in one corner of the formation, allowing the mosquito to exploit it. This revelation sent her into a panic as she began to activate the Shura Palace's array to fend off the threat. However, she felt her strength waning and sensed that she could not hold out much longer. Despite having refined the essence of the Jianmo, elevating her foundation and inadvertently advancing from the golden immortal realm to its peak over the past few millennia, she found herself just a step away from the Tai golden immortal stage. Nevertheless, the prolonged battle against the six-winged blood mosquito had severely drained her spiritual energy, forcing her to revert to her original form. In stark contrast, the six-winged blood mosquito, relying on its insatiable devouring ability, had not only preserved its energy during the protracted conflict, but had grown increasingly formidable. Ling Zhuer could only pray in her heart, "Ancestor, please return quickly. I am on the brink of collapse." At that moment, the compound eyes of the six-winged blood mosquito ceased their rotation, revealing a sinister smile. "Hee, I have found you." In an instant, the mosquito's form undulated, and its massive mouthpart glimmered ominously as it lunged toward the blood-red formation like a deadly arrow. Boom. Under such a terrifying assault, the blood-red formation shattered with a resounding crash. "Hee, little bamboo, I am coming in. This Shura Palace is now mine. Your essence will also belong to me." As the words fell, the mosquito's enormous mouthpart shot toward Ling Zhuer's original form. Witnessing the colossal mouthpart drawing ever closer after breaching the formation, she froze in terror, fully aware that a single sip from that mouth would likely drain her primordial power entirely, leaving her with but one fate: death and obliteration. In that moment, despair engulfed Ling Zhuer, rendering her powerless to resist. Memories from her past flashed through her mind, ultimately crystallizing on the scene of her first encounter with the ancestor of the underworld River, a strikingly handsome man clad in a blood-red robe, broad-shouldered and tall. "If there is a next life, I hope to be born in the Blood Sea." Just then, a voice resonated beside her. "Impudent! Who dares to lay hands on my underworld River's deputy leader?" Thunderous inferno, accompanied by the voice of the ancestor. A bolt of crimson lightning appeared in the path of the six-winged blood mosquito, repelling it. At the sound of that voice, Ling Zhuer's heart surged with joy as she looked up. A blood-red figure descended from the heavens, cradling a colorful mountain in its hands. "Ancestor, you have finally returned." In that moment, Ling Zhuer could no longer contain the exuberance swelling within her. The River of the Underworld cast a glance at Ling Zhuer, who appeared reassured. "I have returned," she declared. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the six-winged blood mosquito, sharp and discerning. "Six-winged blood mosquito? Mosquito Taoist? Hee. You must be the esteemed ancestor of the River of the Underworld that the girl has been so fixated on," the mosquito Taoist remarked, scrutinizing the River of the Underworld in return. "No wonder she would go to such lengths to protect this palace. It is you who reigns over this grand hall. Indeed, your demeanor is extraordinary, and your cultivation is unfathomable. However, this makes things all the more intriguing." Sensing an overwhelming threat emanating from the River of the Underworld, the mosquito Taoist recognized his inferiority and swiftly retreated. "At present, I cannot contend with you. Yet, once I consume more treasures and elevate my cultivation, I shall return to seize the position of the Blood Sea Sovereign." Observing the mosquito Taoist's unhesitating retreat, the River of the Underworld's eyes narrowed, a cold snort escaping his lips. "In this boundless Blood Sea, where do you think you can escape to?" In the next instant, the River of the Underworld vanished from his position, reappearing beside the mosquito Taoist. "Since you have come, do not depart." Thunderous purgatory. With a resounding roar, colossal bolts of thunder, each measuring thousands of feet in diameter, materialized above the Blood Sea. Amidst these titanic thunderclaps stood the towering figure of the mosquito Taoist. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of the River of the Underworld, the mosquito Taoist's pupils quivered, his expression one of sheer terror. Since his transformation, he had never experienced such an intense sense of peril. His once proud speed now seemed trivial in the presence of the individual before him. Amidst the crackling, blood-red Thunder Styx swung his hands in a mighty slash. In an instant, countless bolts of thunder surged forth, lashing towards the mosquito Taoist. Just as they were about to strike the true form of the six-winged blood mosquito, I submit. Chapter 28. Subduing the mosquito Taoist. Creating the four treasures of the study initially, subduing such a defiant and prideful being as the mosquito Taoist seemed destined to require considerable effort. Yet unexpectedly, she surrendered outright. After claiming her soul essence, Styx held absolute dominion over her life and death. She was now irrevocably his. With a satisfied nod, Styx waved his hand, dispersing the celestial tempest. At that moment, the six-winged blood mosquito shimmered and took human form, clad in a flowing obsidian robe that seemed to devour all light. Her every movement revealed glimpses of slender, alabaster thighs, radiant as polished jade, exuding an intoxicating allure. Her delicate features were crowned by upturned eyes, their depths swirling with unspoken emotions. Now, those very eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she gazed at Styx, her voice dripping with honeyed seduction. "Your humble servant, the mosquito Taoist, pays homage to her master." Had any ordinary denizen of the primordial world stood witness, they would have melted beneath such a display, yearning to embrace and console her. Alas, she now faced none other than Styx, the lord of the boundless blood sea, a sovereign who had beheld and conquered legions of beauties across the ages. Such petty tricks, how could they stir my spirit? Oomph. With a cold snort, Mingi appeared dissatisfied with the mosquito Taoist's actions. Rise, from this day forth. You shall be the steward of this blood sea. Should you manage to transcend to the great Luo golden immortal realm before the next sermon by the Tao ancestor, I shall escort you to the purple cloud palace to listen to the teachings. Noticing Mingi's indifferent demeanor, the mosquito Taoist realized that the ancestor was likely unimpressed by his usual rhetoric. Yet, he instinctively replied, your subordinate understands. Ha ha ha, the ancestor is truly benevolent. Mingi expressed his displeasure. I shall amend my ways immediately, the mosquito Taoist promptly stated. After addressing the mosquito Taoist's concerns, Mingi grasped his shoulder and returned to the Shura palace. At that moment, Ling Zhuer had already reverted to her Tao body form. Curiously, she inquired about the enchanting woman behind Mingi. Ancestor, who is she? She is the six-winged blood mosquito you just witnessed. What? She is that foul and filthy mosquito? Ling Zhuer exclaimed in shock, her gaze turning hostile as she positioned herself protectively beside Mingi. Enough. She has been subdued by me and will join you in managing the vast blood sea henceforth. Zhuer, tidy up the Shura palace. I have important matters to attend to in seclusion. Upon my return, I shall impart teachings to both of you. As his words fell, Mingi's figure vanished. And in the next moment, he arrived at an open space within the Shura palace, casting the colorful small mountain onto the ground. Initially, he had been concerned that the colorful gourd, having left its nurturing grounds, might exhibit signs of withering. To his surprise, the gourd vine continued to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, albeit at a significantly slower pace than before. However, witnessing that the gourd had not withered but rather continued to the heart that had been suspended over the river of oblivion has finally found solace. Perhaps it is due to the influence of the earth that was brought along with it. The river of Hades contemplated thus. Observing as the essence of tranquility gradually merged with the ground beneath, the vibrant gourd vines re-established their roots, and the multicolored gourds began to radiate their luminous glow. Mingi understood that the maturation of the gourd was merely a matter of time, and thus he chose to wait in serene anticipation. Subsequently, he vanished once more. Meanwhile, the verdant leaves rustled, and the spiritual energy above the sea of blood surged fervently towards the vibrant gourd vines. At that moment, Mingi had arrived at a grand hall within the Shura palace, a place of cultivation following his refinement of the palace. He settled onto a meditation cushion at the highest point. To begin, he retrieved the 4 treasures of the scholar, which not only resolved the challenges faced by the primordial beings in writing, but also promised a substantial accumulation of merit. With this in mind, Mingi drew from his bosom the ordinary spirit roots, fine hairs, pine trees, and other flora he had gathered during his quest for the colorful gourd on Mount Buzhou. A year later, Mingi emerged from his seclusion, a joyful smile illuminating his face. The creation of writing implements was far simpler than the invention of characters, requiring a fraction of the time. Standing upon the crimson sea, Mingi gazed towards the heavens and proclaimed, by the great Tao above, I am Mingi. Moved by the hardship of all beings in the primordial world and recording words, I hereby bestow upon all the 4 treasures of the study, the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, to ease their endeavors. In the depths of the unknown, the great Tao stirred. A thunderous sound reverberated. Yet, in the next moment, the eye of the Tao did not manifest. What could be the reason for this? Just moments ago, Mingi had sensed that the great Tao had indeed heard his words. Why then did it not appear? The Tao is supreme. I am Mingi. Before Mingi could finish his proclamation, a cloud descended from the void, and his expression morphed into one of bewilderment. The cloud was a manifestation of the great Tao's intent, signifying that such trivial matters did not warrant its intervention. In other words, the situation was deemed insufficiently significant. After a prolonged contemplation, Mingi gazed once more towards the heavens. The heavenly Tao is above. I am Mingi. Acknowledging the challenges faced by the myriad beings of the primordial world, I hereby present the 4 treasures of the study, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, for their convenience. Boom. In the void, an eye opened wide. It was a colossal eye, entirely purple, surrounded by terrifying purple lightning. This was the eye of the heavenly Tao. As the eye of the heavenly Tao opened, many powerful beings of the primordial realm also opened their eyes, looking upwards. Beneath the eye of the Tao, Mingi stood resolutely. With a resounding thunder, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed. Having received the Tao's permission, Mingi wasted no time. He retrieved the 4 treasures of the study from his bosom, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Under the watchful gaze of the heavenly Tao, he began to demonstrate how to craft a brush from bamboo and fine hairs, how to create ink from the resin of pine and other trees, how to make paper using fibrous plants, and the proper usage of the inkstone. Once Mingi completed his demonstrations, he stood quietly, awaiting the Tao's review. Upon familiarization, the Tao affirmed his efforts. With the recognition from the Tao, the eye of the Tao vanished from sight. In the minds of countless beings in the primordial realm, the methods for creating brush, ink, paper, and inkstone emerged. They were astonished to discover that the crafting of these treasures required no particular cultivation. Even a simple sentient being, having awakened its intelligence, could utilize the surrounding flora and the fur of beasts to create them. Mingi truly exemplified great benevolence, having considered every detail. Many powerful beings at the foot of Mount Buzhou, who had participated in the journey to the Zixiao Palace, found themselves unable to quell the tumult within as they gazed at the dissipating remnants in the sky. Unbeknownst to them, it was merely a jealous remark from Kunpeng that had spurred Mingi to such contemplation. The Taoist of Taiji, Mingi indeed remains an enigma. Why should the Yuqing Primordial One concern himself with the lives of ordinary beings, when it cannot alter the overarching trends of the primordial world? The Taiji Tongtian. This Mingi has truly opened my eyes. When shall we also engage in endeavors beneficial to the beings of the primordial realm? Inwa mused, with the invention of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone by Mingi. How shall Kunpeng present himself next time they meet? By Ming, Kunpeng, I merely mocked him with my words. And yet he has truly achieved it? In the west, the Lingshan. Jane pondered, with Mingi harboring such compassion for the beings of the primordial realm. It is only fitting that our destinies intertwine. Zhuanti remarked, why does Mingi not focus on proper cultivation instead of preoccupying himself with these trivial matters? I must diligently practice. Just yesterday, I broke through to the great Luo realm. The next time we meet, I shall ensure he is enlightened. After creating the 4 treasures of the study, Mingi received an abundance of merit from the heavenly Tao. However, compared to the merit gained from the creation of written language, this time it amounted to only 20% of that. Half of this merit was attributed to the 4 treasures, while the remaining half merged with Mingi's own merit. With the enhancement of this merit, the 4 treasures of the study ascended to the rank of middle-grade postnatal treasures of merit. At this juncture, Mingi surveyed the merit within his mind, embarking on his next plan, to strengthen the Blood Sea Great Formation. Chapter 29. Strengthening the Blood Sea Great Formation. The concerns of Hutu after over 6,000 years, the Blood Sea Great Formation, having undergone multiple enhancements, had accumulated a significant amount of merit for Mingi. Coupled with the merit gained from the invention of the 4 treasures, the merit at his disposal was not insignificant. However, in which direction should he direct the strengthening of the Blood Sea? The river of the underworld rested its chin on its hand, contemplating. In the future, the Sea of Blood would be occupied due to the creation of the 6 paths of reincarnation by Hutu, ultimately granting itself the authority to oversee the Azura path. Yet, this boundless Sea of Blood, along with the Azura path, was originally established by the river of the underworld. It was tantamount to having gained nothing, and in the end, a portion of the Sea of Blood was relinquished. So, if I wish to collect the power of merit from Hutu, what should I do? How can I transform the infinite Sea of Blood into a movable entity? The river of the underworld believes that the reason why the Earth Mother established the 6 paths of reincarnation amidst the boundless Sea of Blood is twofold. On one hand, it is influenced by the Azura clan, and on the other hand, the vast Blood Sea harbors the negative energies of the entire primordial land. After the emergence of the human race, it became a congregation point for souls and lingering spirits. By establishing the 6 paths of reincarnation here, souls transmitted by the great Tao can be swiftly collected into the underworld for reincarnation. If the boundless Sea of Blood could be rendered mobile, then one could manipulate its location at will. In such a case, should the Earth Mother desire to expedite the reincarnation of souls, she would be subject to the control of the river of the underworld, thus creating a negotiating advantage. Moreover, after wandering the primordial land for a considerable time, particularly around the unmoving mountain, the river of the underworld felt that the boundless Sea of Blood was exceedingly unsightly. He deemed it time to transform the appearance of this vast sea. With this thought, the river of the underworld directed his consciousness towards the enhancement orb. The enhancement of the Blood Sea formation was to facilitate the mobility of the boundless Sea of Blood. The enhancement direction was divided into 2 realms, the terrestrial and the subterranean. The subterranean realm would predominantly feature the yin-yang transformation attributes of the boundless Sea of Blood, while the terrestrial realm would center around the Azura Palace, creating mountains, rivers, and lakes. It was imperative that it maintained an illusory aspect, such that it still resembled the boundless Sea of Blood from an external perspective. After issuing this command, the river of the underworld felt all the merit power within him being entirely absorbed. Subsequently, even the spiritual energy within him began to be drawn in by the enhancement orb. What could be the reason for this? As the river of darkness gazed in astonishment, there was no concern that the enhancement orb would deplete him entirely. For if the orb sensed that the internal essence was insufficient to meet its enhancement demands, it would cease its process and return everything. When the river of darkness felt that roughly half of his magical energy had been absorbed, the orb halted its action. Simultaneously, wisps of gray mist swirled and ultimately coalesced into characters. The enhancement of the boundless Blood Sea was mobile, capable of altering its appearance, and possessed an air of deception. Next, the river of darkness perceived a brilliant golden radiance emanating from the enhancement orb. Subsequently, he sensed the endless Blood Sea beginning to strengthen. At that moment, he heard the frantic voice of Ling Zhuer from outside. Ancestor, something's gone awry. A grave matter. In the next instant, the river of darkness appeared outside the main hall, reassuring the flustered Ling Zhuer, do not fear. Everything is under control. Upon witnessing the nonchalant demeanor of the river of darkness, Ling Zhuer felt a wave of relief wash over her. She understood that this was not the first time the boundless blood sea had undergone transformation. Previously, when the ancestor was present, she had noticed that he seemed to alter the formation. Since then, the spiritual energy within the boundless blood sea appeared denser than ever, and the murky, malevolent aura seemed to have diminished significantly. Perhaps this time the changes were even more profound, she mused, gazing at the ever-churning boundless blood sea. Meanwhile, not far away, the mosquito Taoist was filled with astonishment. During the last instance when the River of Darkness inscribed characters, she had not yet taken form and was completely unaware. However, this time, as the River of Darkness crafted the 4 treasures of the study, she had witnessed it firsthand. The beings manifested from the boundless blood sea bore great merit, a fact that was difficult for her to accept. The transformation of the boundless blood sea, originating from the hands of the River of Darkness, further shocked her. It was indeed true what Ling Zhuer had said. The boundless blood sea had long been refined by the ancestor, and all changes within it lay at his command. He was the true master of the boundless blood sea. At that moment, the mosquito Taoist felt fortunate to have submitted unhesitatingly at the feet of the River of Darkness. Had she chosen to resist at that time, she might have already met her demise. Observing the transformations of the boundless blood sea, the River of Darkness felt an immense satisfaction. Now, he merely awaited the conclusion of the changes to discern their nature. With leisure at hand, he raised his hand and beckoned Ling Zhuer and the mosquito Taoist. From this day forth, I shall impart teachings to you. During our visit to the Purple Heavenly Palace, the Tao ancestor Hongjun elucidated the mysteries of the Great Luo realm. Ling Zhuer and the mosquito Taoist rejoiced at this revelation. Was the realm beyond Tai truly Great Luo? At the foot of Mount Buzhou, within the ancestral witch hall, the Earth Mother spoke. I told you not to venture to that wretched Purple Heavenly Palace. We are born of the essence of the Panga Great Deity. We are the authentic ones. Why must we seek aid from that young Hongjun? The water god Gonggong, upon hearing of Earth Mother's unfruitful journey to the Purple Heavenly Palace, shouted in exasperation. Enough. Do you not realize how exhausting it is for Big Sister to journey to the Purple Heavenly Palace? You continue to speak such frivolous words. The fire god Zhu Rong retorted, then turned to Earth Mother with concern. Sister, since Hongjun has proven incapable of aiding us, let us cultivate our physical forms and emulate the Panga Great Deity to validate our path through strength. Earth Mother nodded, saying little more. Yet a shadow of worry lingered upon her brow. Ever since her visit to the Purple Heavenly Palace, she had encountered Dijuan and Tai. For reasons unknown, she felt that these 2 primordial beings were her mortal enemies. This feeling intensified upon learning that they had been inviting numerous formidable beings of the Primordial Era to join the Demon Clan. She sensed a foreboding. A confrontation between the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan was inevitable. After all, she understood that these ancestral witches and great witches were all ambitious and proud. In this primordial realm, none would submit to another. The influence of the Demon Clan continued to expand, and it was only a matter of time before they crossed paths. When that day arrived, a great battle would be unavoidable. Contemplating this, Earth Mother's brow furrowed once more. Should a war erupt, what if they triumphed? But if they were to lose, what then? A contingency plan was necessary. After some time, a name surfaced in her thoughts, Ming He. This individual had repeatedly created wondrous innovations, accruing great merit, and possessed an abundance of ideas. Perhaps he could assist me. With this thought, Earth Mother's expression softened slightly as she bid farewell to the others and departed the ancestral witch hall, journeying towards the boundless blood sea. Chapter 30. The transformation of the blood sea. Earth Mother arrives. Thus, the great Luo golden immortal transcends the river of time, merging the past, self, and future into one. Henceforth, no longer confined to the 3 realms, nor bound within the 5 elements. As the final words of the River of Darkness echoed, Ling Zhuer and the mosquito Taoist felt as if enlightened by a divine revelation, finally comprehending the path that lay ahead. Thank you, Ancestor, for your teachings. They both expressed in unison, clasping their fists in gratitude. Ling Zhuer was elated. Her initial desire to cling to the River of Darkness had indeed been well-founded. Not only was she now in a position of safety, but the ancestor was also imparting wisdom and resolving doubts. How many in this primordial realm could boast such fortune? The mosquito Taoist's gratitude was heartfelt as well. Though she resented being subjugated by the River of Darkness, as a Tai golden immortal, she understood that she was utterly lost in her pursuit of ascension. She had relied solely on the act of consumption to enhance her strength. But without knowing the path to take, all her efforts were ultimately squandered. With the guidance of the River of Darkness, she now comprehended the direction her future endeavors should take. Enough. You 2 should remain here and absorb the knowledge I have imparted. I shall step outside for a moment. Just as he finished his teachings, the River of Darkness felt a tremor from the enhancement orb within his consciousness. The enhancement was complete. It was time to discover the true transformation of the boundless blood sea. Upon stepping out of the hall, the River of Darkness sensed something amiss. He glanced at the glaring sunlight that illuminated his garments, astonished, and then looked skyward. There, a resplendent golden crow hung high in the sky. The skies above the blood sea were no longer drenched in crimson. In the memories of the River of Hades, from the moment of his transformation, he has dwelled in a perpetual twilight of crimson hues. For reasons unknown, the boundless sea of blood is shrouded beneath an immense red canopy. It was only when the river of Hades refined the entirety of this ocean that he comprehended that the crimson hue represented the essence of the great blood formation. Over time, he grew accustomed to this reality. However, since his journey to the great Mount Bujo in the primordial world, he discovered a lingering fondness for the warmth of sunlight. To his surprise, that longing was indeed realized. Furthermore, he perceived that although the great blood formation allowed glimpses of the true colors of the outside world from within, it remained shrouded in a monotonous crimson when viewed from the outside. As he gazed across the expanse, he noted that his current abode, the Shura Palace, perched at the highest point of the boundless sea of blood, offering a panoramic view of the entire realm. More precisely, it was the continent of the boundless sea of blood. At this moment, it appeared as though the sea had been overturned by an ineffable force. What should have been above now lay beneath, and from the river of Hades' perception, the vast expanse had transformed into two mountains. One, with the Shura Palace as its pinnacle, radiated outward in all directions. The other, an inverted mountain, rested upon the ground, with the flowing sea of blood as its foundation. Yet, these two mountains were remarkably flat, resembling two inverted discs, akin to a compressed sphere. At the center of each disc stood a palace, while the entire boundless sea of blood was enveloped in the great blood formation, resembling a spherical entity. It resembles a flattened planet, the river of Hades mused. The formation's canopy was akin to an atmosphere, safeguarding the sea within. What further enchanted him was that when he traversed to the lower realm of the endless sea of blood, he found himself oriented upright, devoid of any discomfort. A world of rightness juxtaposed against a world of inversion. Were it not for the absence of magma at the heart of this continent, the river of Hades might have believed he was on a planet governed by the laws of universal gravitation. Beyond its altered appearance, the manner in which the sea of blood transformed seemed to have shifted as well. Previously, refuse from the primordial continent would float upon the surface of the blood sea. Now, it lay submerged at the bottom. With the transformation of the yin-yang conversion formation, wisps of spiritual energy seeped into the depths of the blood sea continent. In the river of Hades' perception, it seemed that spiritual veins were on the verge of formation deep within the earth. If millennia were to pass, such veins might indeed come into existence. Would this imply that he was harvesting the primordial world's resources to nurture his own blood sea continent? Historically, only a fraction of the purified spiritual energy remained within the blood sea, with the majority returning to the primordial realm. However, the current circumstance evidently indicated that most of the spiritual energy was now confined to the blood sea continent, with only a scant amount dissipating back to the primordial world. Oh well, what does it matter? The blood sea is also part of the primordial realm. It is of little consequence who benefits from it. The river of Hades nonchalantly waved his hand. With the nourishment of this spiritual energy, it is likely that the seven-colored gourd will soon ripen. Just as he was delighted by the changes occurring in the blood sea before him, a figure emerged beyond the blood sea formation in his perception. How did she arrive here? The enigmatic lord of the river of blood pondered to himself. In the next moment, he found himself outside the vast blood sea formation. I am the lord of the river of blood, and I am unaware of what brings you here, my friend. Mingi gazed at the woman before him, astonishment stirring within his heart. She was indeed the wheat-skinned maiden he had encountered at the Zhixiao Palace, and he surmised that she was Hutu. Yet, it was still premature for the establishment of the 6 realms of reincarnation. Why had Hutu manifested here at this moment? Taoist friend Mingi, I have seen you at Zhixiao Palace. I am Hutu, the ancestral witch of Mount Bujo. I have come today to seek your assistance regarding a matter of importance. She stated plainly, revealing her intentions without preamble. Contemplating her words, Mingi ultimately resolved to invite her into the boundless sea of blood. After all, Hutu was to become a future ally. One must cultivate merit, and harmonious relations often yield prosperity. Taoist friend, having journeyed tirelessly from Mount Bujo, you must be weary from your travels. Why not step inside for a warm cup of tea? As for the matter you mentioned, please elaborate when the time is right. Whether I can be of assistance, I cannot say for certain. The River Styx also made its stance clear. I've extended my warmest invitation to you. As for the matters you wish to inquire about, within my capabilities, I shall certainly assist. Beyond that, I must regrettably decline. At the River Styx's invitation, Huda stepped into the blood sea, her feet alighting upon its vast crimson expanse. Though the land remained barren, sparse with spiritual flora, Hutu could not help but feel profound astonishment. Could this truly be the legendary, most foul and turbid place in the primordial chaos, the boundless blood sea? Observing Hutu's reaction, the River Styx nodded in satisfaction. Even he, as the master of the blood sea, found the sight awe-inspiring. Let alone other beings of the primordial world who held deep-seated prejudices against this realm. A quarter of an hour later, the River Styx and Hutu were seated within the grand hall. A graceful bamboo spirit approached with a tea set, serving them with practiced elegance, pouring, rinsing, all in seamless harmony. Esteemed friend, do partake in this tea, the River Styx offered. This tea tree was discovered only after scouring the breadth of the primordial world, the most exquisite in flavor I could find. Styx was the first to raise the teacup and take a delicate sip. Hutu, emulating Styx's manner, also sampled the brew. Initially, it bore a hint of bitterness, which soon transformed into a mellow sweetness that soothed the soul. There was even a subtle effect that aided in the comprehension of the Tao. Fellow Taoist Styx is truly a genius to have conceived of using this for drinking, she mused. Actually, the purpose of my visit was to seek your counsel on a certain matter, Hutu continued. But now, there is no need. The moment I beheld your island, the answer became clear to me. Upon arriving at the boundless blood sea, Hutu observed the dual continents, one above, one below, one yin, one yang, and instantly understood her destiny. Oh, Styx was intrigued. As expected of the future sage of the earthly path, Hutu had discerned her own path merely by glancing at his blood sea continent. Then, Hutu spoke again. However, the time is not yet ripe. I thank you, fellow Taoist Styx, for your gracious hospitality. I shall visit again another day. Watching Hutu's receding figure, Styx was struck by an inexplicable sense of her solitude. In the blink of an eye, over 20,000 years slipped by unnoticed. During this time, aside from cultivating the Tao, Styx devoted himself to refining the blood sea formation's transformative power using the virtue of merit. Yet, no matter how many enhancements he made, the turbid and baleful energies within the blood sea showed no sign of diminishing. One could only imagine the countless lives lost and battles waged daily across the primordial continent. Then, on this very day, as Styx concluded his meditation and was guiding Ling Zhuer and the Mosquito Taoist in their cultivation, a resonant rumble echoed through the heavens. As the river of Hades gazed upward, it proclaimed, I am Emperor June. I am Tai. Today, perceiving the overwhelming numbers of the demon race and the ceaseless battles, it is imperative to establish a ruler for the realm. Thus, the demon court is founded. I am the emperor of the demon court, Emperor June. I am the sovereign of the demon court, Tai. Concurrently, Emperor June and Tai, accompanied by the 10 great demon gods, took residence in the 33 heavens. Has Emperor June and Tai truly established the demon court? Is the conflict between the witches and demons finally about to commence? In the blood sea, the river of Hades sighed. In this cataclysm of witches and demons, how many mighty beings shall perish? It seems I must enhance the capabilities of this blood sea grand formation, the yin-yang transformation array. The corpses from the previous calamity have yet to decompose. And now another catastrophe looms. Meanwhile, beneath Mount Buzhou, upon hearing the words of Emperor June and Tai, the ancestral witches revealed their true forms. Among them, the beast-bodied, human-faced Zhu Rong and the serpent-headed, human-bodied Zhu Rong, along with Gong Gong, erupted in fury. Who does this Emperor June think he is? Aspiring to be the ruler of the world? We are the true descendants of Pangu. Even if there is to be a sovereign, it should rightfully be one of us. Moreover, this so-called demon court is right above us. I yearn to strike them down with a single blow. The other ancestral witches echoed in agreement. Indeed, the number of demon clans appearing around Mount Buzhou has increased significantly. Many of our kin have clashed with them and sustained considerable injuries. It is infuriating. Do they not realize that the territory surrounding Mount Buzhou belongs to us, daring to oppress our kin within our domain? If Emperor June crosses my path, I will ensure he faces the consequences. Amidst the echoes of anger surrounding her, in a corner, Huta gazed towards the heavens, a lingering sorrow reflected in her eyes. Has this day finally arrived? Yet, I am filled with an insatiable reluctance. For 1,000 years past, the river of the underworld bid farewell to Ling Zhuer and, accompanied by the Mosquito Taoist, embarked on the journey towards the Zixiao Palace. The second sermon was about to commence. Chapter 31, Hongjuan's second sermon. The expanding Kuanping, aware that the 33 heavens had already been occupied by Emperor June and Tai, and wishing to avoid entanglement in the conflict between the Wu and the Lich, the river of the underworld chose not to pass through Mount Buzhou this time. Instead, it traversed the chaos directly, racing towards the Zixiao Palace. As remembered, this journey sent the Mosquito Taoist trembling with fear. Ancestor, this chaos is truly terrifying. May I hold on to you? Mingi let out a cold snort, dissuading the Mosquito Taoist from pursuing his intentions. It remains a mystery how the Mosquito Taoist came to be in such a predicament. Ever since he became part of their circle, aside from the initial fear he harbored, he has increasingly sought to take advantage of Mingi. At times, during mere rainstorms, he would candidly express his deep-seated fears and desire to be alone with Mingi. But would Mingi acquiesce to such requests? Alas, he found himself in a predicament. He understood that his presence had transformed the Mosquito Taoist, who, after his transformation, was untouched by enlightenment. Once a being of ruthless slaughter and reckless audacity, he now possessed an awareness of propriety and discernment between right and wrong. Yet, this particular flaw remained uncorrected. Did the Mosquito Taoist not wish to be his servant, but rather aspired to rise as a master? With a cold chuckle, Mingi reminded. Hold on to my clothes tightly. I am about to accelerate. In the next moment, amidst the startled exclamations of the Mosquito Taoist, they vanished into the chaos. Ancestor. That was astonishingly swift. Truly remarkable. Upon reaching the open area before the gates of the Zixiao Palace, the Mosquito Taoist gazed at Mingi with admiration. At this remark, Mingi's expression twitched awkwardly. He had anticipated that the Mosquito Taoist, fearful of the chaotic energy, would learn a lesson from his acceleration. To his surprise, apart from her initial trepidation, she later expressed exhilaration and even urged him to increase his speed. Who, then, was the true master in this scenario? Mingi contemplated thus, his countenance remaining stern and unyielding. There was no need for alarm. This was the Zixiao Palace, the abode of the sages, and he commanded a semblance of decorum. The mosquito Taoist, recognizing the extraordinary nature of this place, obediently followed closely behind Mingyi, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed the surroundings. Soon, Mingyi led the mosquito Taoist to a secluded corner where he sat cross-legged in meditation. Time slipped by unnoticed until a cacophony of murmured exclamations reached his ears. The River Styx opened its eyes. In its line of sight, a grand procession led by Emperor Jun and Tai Yi approached from the distance. Their numbers had more than doubled since the last time the River Styx had seen them. It seemed that during this period, Emperor Jun had successfully courted many formidable beings from the primordial chaos. Alas, none of them could have foreseen the tragic fate that awaited them. Observing the radiant smiles on their faces, the River Styx felt a pang of sorrow. Simultaneously, its desire to enhance its own power grew ever more urgent, and its anticipation for Hongjuan's upcoming sermon swelled. Although the River Styx had no intention of pursuing the path to sainthood through severing the three corpses, the method would still prove useful for Ling Zhuer and the others. At that moment, the River Styx's pupils contracted slightly as its gaze shifted toward two figures breaking away from Emperor Jun's entourage, Nuwa and Fushi, who were now approaching. Fellow Taoist of the River Styx. Fellow Taoists Nuwa and Fushi. Fellow Taoist of the River Styx, it has been too long. Your cultivation has indeed grown ever more refined. Fellow Taoist Fushi is no less impressive, having also ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. For a time, the River Styx engaged in lively discourse with Fushi and Nuwa. Meanwhile, their attention was drawn to the mosquito Taoist standing behind the River Styx, and they inquired with curiosity. Pray tell, fellow Taoist, from whence do you hail? We do not recall seeing you during the previous sermon. The mosquito Taoist glanced at the River Styx, who chuckled lightly. This is the mosquito Taoist from my blood sea. During the last sermon, she had yet to take human form and thus missed the opportunity. Fortunately, her foundation is profound, and her comprehension transcendent. Merely by recounting my experiences at the Violet Heaven Palace, she achieved a breakthrough into the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Upon hearing this, Nuwa stepped forward with congratulations. What serendipity, fellow Taoist, to have encountered the River Styx and thus glimpsed the heights of the great Luo realm. 20,000 years prior, after bidding farewell to Emperor Jun in the 33rd heaven, Nuwa had sensed her destined opportunity shifting steadily westward. Decades later, she was astonished to find that it had settled precisely over the boundless blood sea in the west. Thus, whether out of genuine affinity for the River Styx or in pursuit of her own destiny, she was determined to foster goodwill with it. The moment she spotted the River Styx, she hastened over. Upon learning that this woman had only recently taken human form, Nuwa wondered, could she be the opportunity one seek? With enthusiasm, she engaged the mosquito Taoist in conversation. Yet, in the end, Nuwa shook her head. She detected not the faintest tremor of resonance within her heart. Evidently, her destiny still lay within the boundless blood sea. She would have to journey there again in due time. As the River Styx, Nuwa, and the others discoursed on the Tao, time flowed imperceptibly. Then, on this day dawn, the gates of the Violet Heaven Palace swung open. Once again, it was the child attendants Hao Yin and Yao Qi who stood at the threshold. But unlike before, not a trace of timidity or unease lingered in their eyes. As the river of oblivion descended last, it passed by Hao Yin and Yao Qi, drawing from within its embrace a handful of spiritual fruits, which it forcibly pressed into their arms. Eat more, grow swiftly. Hao Yin hesitated, casting a glance at Yao Qi, but ultimately they both nodded in agreement. They took the spiritual fruits and began to savor them slowly outside the gates of the purple celestial palace, accompanied by the resonant voice of the venerable Hongjun imparting wisdom. Extraordinary phenomena erupted within the purple celestial palace, as golden lotuses sprang forth from the earth. The sound of the Tao reverberated endlessly. Every formidable being closed their eyes, immersed in a state of selflessness while absorbing the teachings. This discourse encapsulated insights into the path of quasi-saints beyond the great Luo Golden Immortal, as well as the realms of alchemy, artifact crafting, and formations. Countless chaotic energies transformed into innate spiritual essence, surging into the purple celestial palace, gradually enhancing the cultivation of all present. As time flowed on, the river of oblivion sensed its cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, mere steps away from the path of the quasi-saint. Another 3,000 years passed. On this day, as the words of the Tao ancestor Hongjun concluded, the river of oblivion felt the three flowers of its Tao fruit atop its head stir restlessly, as if something was poised to break free. Could it be time for a decisive strike? In the depths of the underworld, one contemplates the self, realizing that the moment of opportunity has arrived. Now, all that is required is a vessel for the three corpses, through which one can sever a single life. Mingyi was not inclined to pursue the path of the three corpses, so he chose to remain seated, honing his Tao fruit. Utilizing the methods available at the Purple Cloud Palace to enhance his understanding, he continued to delve into the great Tao of blood. Achieving 1/10 of the great Tao signifies reaching the realm of Deluo, while 3/10 corresponds to the quasi-saint stage, 7/10 represents the heavenly Tao saint, harmonious Tao. 9/10 embodies the heavenly Tao realm, and attaining the full realization of a complete great Tao signifies the great Tao realm. The corresponding levels are the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, the Hunyuan Taiji de Luo Golden Immortal, and the Hunyuan Wujin de Luo Golden Immortal. During these 30,000 years, Mingyi had comprehended the great Tao of blood to the extent of 2/10. Throughout Hongjuan's discourse, Mingyi continuously validated and refined his understanding, bringing him merely a step away from the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. It was likely, within the confines of the Purple Cloud Palace, he could achieve a breakthrough. Soon, Hongjun sensed that the multitude of beings from the Primordial Era had largely absorbed the teachings presented in this session. A question and answer segment commenced, initiated by Laozi of the Taiching. May I inquire, Master, how might we disciples attain the Tao? Hongjun responded, all 3,000 great Taos can lead to enlightenment. Laozi pressed further. What methods should we employ to achieve this? Hongjun elucidated, there are 3 paths to sanctification. The first is through forceful proof of the Tao, a path fraught with difficulty. As exemplified by the divine being Pangu. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd could not help but recall Pangu's tragic demise, shaking their heads in dismay. This method was indeed too arduous. The second path involves the accumulation of merit. Only by establishing unparalleled virtue can one attain the Tao. The crowd, upon hearing this, once again shook their heads, aware that despite Mingyi's monumental act of creating characters, he had not achieved sanctification, indicating that the requirements for merit were exceedingly high. Too difficult. The third method involves severing the 3 corpses, a technique I too utilized for my own enlightenment, and I can impart this knowledge to you. Subsequently, Hongjun transmitted the method of severing the 3 corpses. The attendees quickly grasped the implication. This was the clear path illuminated by the sage, and they began to study and comprehend it earnestly. Before long, the 3 pure ones were the first to break through to the quasi-saint stage, each using their half-immortal treasures to sever 1 corpse. Following them, Dijun, Tai Yi, and Yuhua also successfully severed a corpse. Eventually, after Jian, Zhuanti, Kuanpeng, Zenyuanzi, and Han Yun sequentially severed a corpse, Hongjun waved his grand sleeves and continued, after attaining the Tao, I shall establish the mystic gate, becoming the progenitor of the mystic gate, and I shall require disciples. Hearing these words from the sage, the 3,000 guests were stirred, their gazes filled with expectation as they looked up at Hongjun. Simultaneously, they cast envious glances at the figures who had just broken through to the quasi-saint realm, believing they had greater opportunities. They inwardly regretted not exerting more effort to reach the quasi-saint stage, thus gaining additional chances. Some even turned their attention to Mingyi among the throng. Previously, Mingyi had garnered much attention. This time, however, he had not attained the quasi-saint realm. It seemed that the previous conjectures held true. Mingyi had exhausted all his foundational resources, making significant breakthroughs in the future unlikely. It appeared he had missed his opportunity, destined to share the same fate as the rest. With these thoughts, the great beings felt their spirits lifted. As anticipated, Hongjun first accepted the 3 pure ones, the most gifted, as his direct disciples, followed by Yuhua as an inner disciple. Ultimately, amid Jian and Zhuanti's expressions of distress, he accepted the 2 as registered disciples. Thus, the second lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace concluded entirely. At this moment, Mingyi was searching the crowd for Kuanpeng's presence. Sure enough, Kuanpeng's gaze was fixed menacingly upon Mingyi. Instantly, Mingyi felt a cold smirk arise within, though his countenance betrayed fear. In the next moment, he was the first to flee the Purple Cloud Palace, echoing Kuanpeng's previous escape. Witnessing this scene, Kuanpeng's face lit up with triumph. Having broken through to the quasi-saint realm, he felt inflated with pride. In a flash, he pursued Mingyi outside. Chapter 32. You repeatedly thwart my progress and disrupt my mindset. Was that just now the friend Mingyi fleeing? Moreover, he vanished alongside Kuanpeng. Upon noticing the fleeting silhouettes, the crowd gasped. Yuhua, amidst the throng, sensed the gravity of the situation. This is dire. Mingyi and Kuanpeng have a history, and now that Kuanpeng has broken through to the quasi-saint realm while Mingyi has not, he is surely pursuing Mingyi for retribution. This Kuanpeng is truly despicable. With this realization, Yuhua quickly turned to Fushi beside her. We must hasten outside and see if we can assist Mingyi. Fushi appeared hesitant. Although Kuanpeng's actions are somewhat villainous, he is, after all, a demon master of the demon court, and we are also members of the demon court. Would it be appropriate for us to aid Mingyi? In response, Yuhua corrected him. Brother Fushi, we befriended Mingyi before joining the demon court. He is, in essence, half a friend to us. Moreover, my opportunity for enlightenment lies within the sea of blood. Today, I must not allow any harm to befall Mingyi. Without waiting for Fushi's reply, Yuhua departed the Purple Cloud Palace. Hearing her words, Fushi felt a pang of shame and sighed. I too wish it were otherwise. However, for the sake of my sister's chance of enlightenment, what does it matter if I offend Dijun and the Demon Emperor? With determination in his eyes, Fushi followed after her. Meanwhile, not far away, Tai Yi also observed this spectacle, a hint of amusement on his face. Brother, is this the Mingyi you have always favored? Now he appears like a stray dog, being pursued by our demon master Kuanpeng. How trivial. Upon hearing this, Dijun remained silent, shaking his head slightly, pondering. Mingyi is known for his meticulous thoughts. He cannot possibly be cornered by Kuanpeng to such an extent. There must be something I am unaware of at play. Oh, the River of Hades. I am indeed curious to witness the extent of your prowess. With this thought, Emperor Jun turned to Tai and the others, saying, "Let us also venture forth to behold." Meanwhile, the three pure ones, eager to indulge in the spectacle, were also on their way. The primordial lord of Jade Pure declared with lofty pride, "I have always maintained that this river of Hades is but a mire, a mere manifestation unworthy of comparison to the three of us." Indeed, it seemed that the last breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal had exhausted the river's essence, revealing its true form. Mere moments of strength do not equate to true power. It is the one who ultimately prevails who is truly formidable. The supreme pure Tontian lamented, "What a pity. I once thought that the river of Hades was a formidable adversary, but now it appears I have misjudged. How dull, indeed, how utterly uninteresting." The old master of Tai Ching, listening to the discourse of his two companions, exhibited no discernible reaction, his gaze enigmatic. A being capable of crafting written language, yet devoid of arrogance. One who could resist the allure of the demon court's invitation, could not possibly be as inept as his brothers suggested. Let us also go and take a look. In that moment, nearly all the powerful beings within the purple cloud palace departed, observing their retreating figures. The Yaoqi at the palace gates cast a worried glance into the chaos. She tugged at Hao Yin, who was still savoring the spiritual fruits beside her. "Hao Yin, did you hear their words?" Hao Yin, unfazed, replied, "Of course I did." "Yaoqi, are you not concerned for Brother Hades?" Shaking his head, Hao Yin reassured her, "Do not worry, Yaoqi. The last time Daozu saw the bamboo fan in our possession, he remarked that Brother Hades is quite intriguing. How could one so deemed interesting by Daozu be easily vanquished by such a narrow-minded individual?" Yaoqi remained anxious. "Is that truly the case?" Hao Yin patted her shoulder, offering comfort. "Rest assured, when Brother Hades returns, he will bring even more delightful spiritual fruits for you." The events unfolding outside the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace did not escape the keen eyes of Daozu Hongjun. He was, after all, a being of considerable cunning. Yet, it was for the best. Suddenly, Hongjun's expression shifted, the glimmer of humanity in his eyes vanished, replaced by the cold indifference of the Tao. The aura surrounding him began to fluctuate chaotically, as the conflict between emotion and detachment raged within his gaze, ultimately settling into a tranquil state amidst the chaos. The river of Hades sensed the approaching silhouette of Kunpeng behind him, a faint smile gracing his lips. At this moment, he could have easily broken through to the realm of the primordial golden immortal within the Purple Cloud's palace. However, he refrained from doing so for two reasons. Firstly, he wished to avoid revealing his strength under the watchful eyes of the venerable Hongjun. Yet, this was not the paramount concern. After all, the next sermon would inevitably expose him as well. The more significant reason lay in his lingering memory of Kunpeng's provocations. He desired to feign weakness, especially after noting that Kunpeng had dared to slay a corpse within the confines of the Purple Cloud's palace. In the depths of the River of Oblivion, a sense of triumph began to swell within. If all went as anticipated, the scheme had succeeded. Indeed, that was the case. Upon realizing that he had transcended into the realm of quasi-saint, while the River of Oblivion had not yet done so, Kunpeng felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. He believed fervently that he could finally avenge the grievances harbored within his heart. Swiftly, Kunpeng caught up to the River of Oblivion and positioned himself directly in front of him. "My friend from the River of Oblivion, why do you flee upon seeing me?" Kunpeng inquired with feigned innocence. Mingi feigned confusion, inquiring of his companion Kunpeng, "What is your intention? Why do you impede my passage?" Observing Mingi's bewilderment, Kunpeng smirked inwardly. "Mingi, do you truly not comprehend, or are you merely pretending? You have repeatedly thwarted my endeavors and disturbed my tranquility, leaving my thoughts in disarray. Today, I stand in your way, not wishing to impose unduly upon you. All I require is an apology followed by the presentation of a treasured artifact as recompense. As for the artifact, I believe the merit treasure you acquired through your calligraphy would suffice." Upon hearing Kunpeng's menacing words, Mingi was genuinely taken aback. He recalled how Kunpeng had eliminated Han Yun and assumed that he was pursued with the same lethal intent. To his surprise, it appeared that Kunpeng merely sought an apology and a treasured gift. This revelation significantly dampened Mingi's initial desire to vanquish Kunpeng. "On what grounds do you make such claims? I have never had any dealings with you, so how could I be responsible for disturbing your peace of mind? Kunpeng, your reasoning is utterly absurd." Mingi gazed at Kunpeng and continued, pondering what measures the latter might resort to should he refuse to comply. Kunpeng narrowed his eyes, a glint of sharpness illuminating his gaze. "Mingi, are you truly unwilling to offer an apology? The River of Oblivion, indeed, there is no need for an apology." The Kunpeng, filled with indignation, laughed mockingly. "Very well, since you refuse to offer an apology, I shall have to strike you down to clear my thoughts." As the words left his lips, the Kunpeng transformed into a streak of radiant light, swiftly approaching the River of Oblivion. What the Kunpeng took the utmost pride in was his unparalleled speed. Even during his time as a Tai Golden Immortal, his swiftness could rival that of an ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon breaking through to the quasi-saint realm, his speed increased exponentially. Grasping the Yin Yang treasure map, in the next moment, the Kunpeng appeared above the River of Oblivion, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. Chapter 33. The defeated Kunpeng and Dijun's concern. This Kunpeng is truly incorrigible. He repeatedly sought out the River of Oblivion for confrontation, yet somehow, it is he who twists the narrative. As the confrontation between Mingi and Kunpeng unfolded, the indignant Nuwa voiced her discontent. Witnessing Kunpeng's aggressive stance towards Mingi filled her with unease. At that moment, Fushi offered solace, stating, "Did you not hear? Kunpeng merely seeks an apology and reparations from Mingi. His life is not at stake." Nuwa, however, was even more displeased, perceiving this as a blatant act of bullying against her friend. Mingi has done nothing wrong. Yet he is compelled to apologize simply for a remark that disturbed his tranquility. If I were in his position, I would never acquiesce. Meanwhile, as Kunpeng summoned the Inyang treasure map to charge at Mingi, Tai's face radiated uncontainable delight. "Ah, Kunpeng, our esteemed demon master, truly does not tarnish our demon court's reputation. Why waste words with Mingi? Just strike him. Brother, look. Is Mingi not paralyzed with fear, standing there motionless?" Dijun remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Mingi, pondering. "Will you disappoint me, dear friend?" Not far from Dijun, the three pure ones had also arrived. Taiji Laozi remained speechless, quietly observing the battlefield, lost in thought. Yuqing Yuanshi appeared rather disinterested, pondering the implications of Kunpeng's potential victory over Mingi, deeming it inconsequential amidst a crowd of disorganized beings. This time, Shanqing Tongtian refrained from countering, nodding in agreement. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Jane and Juanti had also made their entrance. Juanti, witnessing Mingi's predicament, was filled with joy. "My brother. I previously felt stifled regarding the Bloodsea issue, yet now I see Mingi being bullied by Kunpeng's ilk. How fickle fate can be. What once seemed an adversary is now but a fleeting shadow." Observing Juanti's evident satisfaction, Jane shook his head in silence. "Mingi has always acted with caution, and you are well aware of his capabilities. There must be something amiss here. Moreover, even if Kunpeng were to triumph over Mingi, what would it truly signify? The true prowess of the River of Hades lies within the boundless sea of blood." Juanti pursed his lips in disbelief and remarked, "My friend, you are merely attempting to deceive me. If the River of Hades truly feared the Kunpeng, why did it hastily flee right after the lecture concluded? It appears to be merely a bully of the weak." However, the unfolding events on the battlefield left Juanti utterly speechless, his expression a portrait of astonishment. In the face of Kunpeng's assault, the River of Hades seemed to have anticipated the attack. Infernal Fire Lotus. A crimson lotus, ablaze with otherworldly flames, materialized around the River of Hades, effortlessly deflecting Kunpeng's onslaught. Upon witnessing his strike thwarted, Kunpeng's icy gaze betrayed a hint of shock. He had not expected such swiftness to be countered by the River of Hades. Nevertheless, he mused, what of it? Companion spirit treasure? Who among us does not possess one? In the next moment, with a chilling command, Kunpeng brandished a fan of black and white. Primordial Demon Fan. The immense fan stirred the air, unleashing the dual energies of Yin and Yang, which surged towards the River of Hades' infernal fire lotus like a colossal grinding wheel. Gazing at the River of Hades ensnared by the swirling energies, Kunpeng taunted, "Dear friend of the River of Hades, if you find yourself unable to withstand this, simply apologize, and I shall release you. Do not be stubborn." "Oh, is that so?" came the calm, yet playful voice of the River of Hades from within the swirling energies. "If your abilities are limited to this, I would be quite disappointed." Kunpeng paused momentarily, then noticed the Yin and Yang energies still whirling at a rapid pace. Allowing himself a sigh of relief. "Friend of the River of Hades, do not be obstinate. If you are reduced to mere essence by the Yin and Yang energies, it would spell disaster." It appeared that Kunpeng was truly relentless in his pursuits. "Since it has come to this," echoed the voice of the River of Hades, thunderous purgatory. "Break for me." In an instant, the formidable Yin and Yang energies, which Kunpeng had so proudly wielded, were reduced to ash beneath the terrifying onslaught. Accompanying this was a formidable bolt of crimson divine thunder directed straight at him. Without a moment's hesitation, Kunpeng transformed into a streak of light, fleeing toward the depths of chaos. Observing Kunpeng's unhesitating retreat, the River of Hades wore a knowing expression. The legendary Kun run was not a mere fable. Had it not been for Kunpeng's flight with the river diagram and Luo book during the calamity of the witches and demons, the demon race would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. However, this time, escape would not be an option. With a slight curl of disdain at the corners of his mouth, Mingi transformed into a streak of light and pursued. Observing the scene where the Kunpeng had failed to breach Mingi's defenses and ultimately fled in disgrace, the numerous mighty beings of the Primordial Era were momentarily taken aback. A myriad of questions arose in their minds. Who, then, is the true quasi-saint? Logically, the disparity in combat power should be vast given the difference in realms. Even with the aid of spiritual treasures, such an overwhelming defeat should not have occurred, should it? Upon noticing that Mingi had sustained no injuries, Nuwa breathed a sigh of relief, a smile gracing her face. It was unexpected that Mingi, a mere Deluo golden immortal, could exhibit such formidable combat prowess. Once he ascends to quasi-saint status, he would surely become even more terrifying. Fushi also felt a hidden sense of relief. With Mingi unharmed, Nuwa could relax. And he no longer needed to worry about antagonizing Emperor Jun. As for Mingi's pursuit of Kunpeng, Fushi doubted that Mingi could catch up to the primordial escape artist. Fortunately, Nuwa and Fushi gradually made their way toward the 33 heavens. Nearby, Tai Yi, witnessing Kunpeng's defeat, was in a frenzy. What had happened to Kunpeng? Was he not a quasi-saint? How could he be bested by even a Deluo golden immortal? Emperor Jun, narrowing his eyes, thought to himself, just as I suspected. Mingi does possess the ability to break through to quasi-saint. Rather, he is doing so intentionally, luring Kunpeng into a trap. Realizing this, Emperor Jun's expression changed. This is bad. We must hurry to rescue Kunpeng. He surmised that since Mingi had devised such a comprehensive plan, he would not allow Kunpeng to escape so easily. There must be a contingency. On another front, witnessing the unfolding events, Taiching Laozu exhibited a knowing expression, while Yuqing Yuan sure appeared astonished. The aura of battle surged within Shangqing Tongtian. Not far away, Junti wore a frustrated expression. I am already a quasi-saint. How can I not defeat Mingi? Will I forever bear the humiliation of the Blood Sea? Meanwhile, Jiejing laughed heartily. Mingi is destined to have a connection with my Western lineage. Elsewhere, Kunpeng, cloaked in the chaos, bore a pallid complexion, even the black strands of hair atop his head showing signs of turning white. He was engulfed in trepidation. Mingi was indeed terrifying. Despite merely being at the Deluo realm, he wielded such formidable divine lightning. The moment that lightning manifested, Kunpeng realized he could not withstand it. The aura of that divine lightning likely possessed the might of a quasi-saint-esque strike, yet Mingi had not yet ascended to quasi-saint. How could this be? Fortunately, my escape technique is unparalleled. If I cannot fight, I can still flee. While feeling relieved, Kunpeng resolved to remain by Emperor Jun's side in the future, vowing never to provoke Mingi again without complete preparation. In the next moment, a voice rang out, causing Kunpeng, who had been racing forward, to narrow his eyes and come to an abrupt halt. Hee, dear friend, why the haste? As Mingi departed from the Zixiao Palace, he had already communicated with the swift Mosquito Taoist, instructing her to impede Kunpeng's escape momentarily. At that time, Mosquito Taoist felt perplexed and fearful. We are but mere Deluo golden immortals. How can I stop a quasi-saint? She believed Mingi sought to buy himself some time to flee. Reluctantly, she complied, well aware of her soul's fate resting in Mingi's hands. However, upon arriving at the battlefield, Mingi instructed her to advance and obstruct Kunpeng's escape. Mosquito Taoist was even more bewildered. You, a Deluo golden immortal, wish to stop a quasi-saint? Yet now, Mosquito Taoist understood. As she admired Mingi's formidable presence, Kunpeng spoke. Dear friend, I must ask you to clear the way, otherwise. In the next instant, Kunpeng unleashed his full aura, revealing the terrifying presence of a quasi-saint. Feeling the suffocating aura emanating from Kunpeng, Mosquito Taoist broke into a cold sweat. However, recalling Mingi's instructions, she steeled herself and stood firm against Kunpeng. Friend, please pause momentarily. Stubborn fool, Kunpeng sneered. If you seek death, do not blame me for being ruthless. A mere Deluo golden immortal dared to obstruct his path? Did he truly believe he was Mingi? Kunpeng's expression darkened to an extreme, as if water could drip from it. Clenching his fists and wielding the yin-yang diagram, he charged towards Mosquito Taoist. Perish! Kunpeng unleashed his full strength in an attack. Yet, in the next moment, he was struck with disbelief. His attack had missed. How was this possible? In the primordial realm, he prided himself on being second only to none in escape techniques, yet his attack had failed to connect. Meanwhile, not far away, Mosquito Taoist gasped for breath, her chest heaving, evidently having expended considerable mana and energy to evade Kunpeng's strike. This was her first battle against a being other than those from the Blood Sea. Fortunately, her spatial abilities were superior just enough to allow her to teleport, or she would have truly been unable to evade Kunpeng's assault. However, she realized she could not dodge such attacks many more times. At that moment, Kunpeng had already locked onto Mosquito Taoist's presence again. Noticing her desperate state, a cruel smile crept across his face. It seems you are not so formidable after all. Allow me to cripple you. Kunpeng shifted his direction and charged toward Mosquito Taoist once more. Just as he advanced halfway, he sensed Mingi's aura within his range of perception, and he glared at Mosquito Taoist in frustration. This time, I shall spare your life. Without hesitation, he fled into the distance. Mosquito Taoist witnessed Kunpeng's change in demeanor with disbelief. How could a quasi-saint fear Mingi so? However, she understood that she could not allow Kunpeng to escape. The space rippled, and Mosquito Taoist vanished from her location. In the next instant, her true form, the six-winged blood mosquito, appeared in Kunpeng's path. Young one, you seek death. Seeing the audacious Mosquito Taoist persisting in her pursuit, Kunpeng was furious, unleashing his full might toward her. Mosquito Taoist, observing Kunpeng's relentless approach, wore a resolute expression. She knew that enduring this attack would likely lead to severe injury, if not death. At that moment, Mingi entered her line of sight. Witnessing the scene before him, he deftly directed the blazing red lotus of calamity, transforming it into a streak of light to intercept Kunpeng's attack. Go. Simultaneously, fingers formed intricate seals. Thunderous inferno. In an instant, a blood-red realm of lightning, spanning thousands of feet, enveloped the vicinity of Kunping. Witnessing the futility of his own attacks and the ominous thunder above, Kunping's face bore an expression of resignation. He understood that this delay had rendered his escape impossible. Turning his gaze, he glared darkly at the River of Oblivion. Friend of the River of Oblivion, why must you be so relentless towards me? I am a sorcerer of the demon court. Should you harm me, Lord Emperor Jun will undoubtedly seek vengeance on your behalf. Kunping invoked the name of the demon court's Emperor Jun, hoping to intimidate the River of Oblivion into retreat. In response, the River of Oblivion scoffed and shook his head. Kunping, you were not so brazen moments ago. Did you not insist that I owe you an apology? I shall not make it difficult for you. Simply apologize before everyone present, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Oh, and you still desire my treasure of merit, do you? In that case, why don't you hand over the primordial demon fan in your possession? We can turn the page on this issue. What do you think? The River of Oblivion felt little connection to Kunping, especially since he had already seized a significant merit for creating written language. Thus, upon realizing that Kunping did not wish for his life, he remained unfazed. The River of Hades contemplated returning the favor in kind. As Kunping observed the powerful beings of the Purple Sky Palace gradually appearing around him, his face flushed with indignation. If he were to apologize to the River of Hades today, how could he ever hold his head high in the vast wilderness again? How could he live up to the name of the Demon Court's master? With these thoughts, Kunping's fighting spirit surged. Then let there be battle. In an instant, the magnificent form of the Great Pong, towering thousands of feet, emerged within the chaos. The resolute demeanor of Kunping, seemingly prepared to fight to the death, genuinely surprised the River of Hades, who had not anticipated such fierce tenacity from this opponent. However, given the atmosphere that had been established, it would seem inappropriate not to engage. The next moment, the River of Hades issued a cold command, summoning a long-unused treasure into the sight of the assembled beings of the wilderness, the Yuan-Tu and the Abi, one green and one red. These weapons radiated a formidable aura of murderous intent and were poised to strike at Kunping. Upon witnessing the two deadly artifacts, Kunping felt a chill of dread envelop him. He lamented internally. Were it not for the multitude of powerful beings surrounding him, he would have surrendered long ago. Survival was preferable to death. His defiance also stemmed from the realization that Dijuan and Tai were standing not far away, silently observing him. He could not show weakness. Faced with imminent peril, Kunping could only pray that, should the situation turn dire, Lord Dijuan would intervene to save him. At that moment, the two formidable swords, Yuan-Tu and Abi, surged forward to attack Kunping. In response to the River of Hades' assault, Kunping channeled the dual energies of Yin and Yang to envelop his form. Simultaneously, he unfurled his wings, extending his razor-sharp claws toward the Yuan-Tu and Abi. The swords effortlessly pierced through his claws, spinning through the air before continuing their relentless assault on Kunping. The next moment, a resounding chime echoed as a magnificent golden bell interposed itself between the deadly blades and Kunping. The Chaos Bell, Chapter 35, The Harvest of the Fusang Fruit and the Fierce Battle with Tai. As the supreme artifacts of slaughter, Yuan-Tu and Abi collided with the defensive artifact, the Chaos Bell. Who would emerge victorious? The mighty beings of the wilderness bore witness. Under the protection of the Chaos Bell, Yuan-Tu and Abi could not advance an inch. This spectacle elicited gasps from the onlookers, who were astonished by the River of Hades' overwhelming power, able to dominate the quasi-Saint Kunping with merely his Deluo golden immortal cultivation. The aura emanating from the two swords was terrifying, filled with a sense of carnage and brutality. Yet, it was unfortunate that they encountered the Chaos Bell of Lord Tai. Furthermore, as Tai was himself at the quasi-Saint level, the River of Hades would lose his advantage. Nearby, Nuwa's eyes reflected her concern upon seeing Tai's arrival, mixed with dissatisfaction. Why did Tai not intervene when Kunping bullied the River of Hades? Now that Kunping was on the verge of defeat, he chose to protect him. Was this how the demon court operated, devoid of reason? Perhaps it was best to leave the demon court. Fushi, standing beside her, sought to soothe her emotions, stating that as a member of the demon court, Kunping would not be forsaken while Lord Tai was present. Nevertheless, both Tai and Dijuan were not the sort to bully others indiscriminately. Rest assured, as for the Sanqing and Jejin, they had already departed. When the River of Hades pursued Kunping, they believed he would surely fail to catch up, so they took their leave. Observing the sudden appearance of the Chaos Bell, the River of Hades narrowed his eyes and inquired of Tai, "What is your intention, my friend?" Tai gazed at the Yuan-Tu and Abi, which had returned to the River of Hades' side, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. If this treasure were in my possession, coupled with the formidable defense of the Chaos Bell, who would dare challenge me in the wilderness? Yet, he did not express this desire outright. Master Kunping is a member of our demon court. However, he merely assists Lord Dijuan with formations and is not adept at combat. He does not represent our court's full might. If the River of Hades is interested, why not engage in a friendly spar? Upon hearing this, The River of Hades understood the underlying motive. Tai feared that Kunpeng might tarnish their court's reputation in defeat, thus stepping in to shield him. Why did he come now of all times? He certainly knew how to win hearts. However, the River of Hades was not inclined to relent easily. He turned to Dijuan, asking, "Is this also your stance, Lord Dijuan?" Having intended to observe the situation, Dijuan was taken aback by being directly addressed. As a natural emperor, Dijuan would never stoop to bullying the weak, especially not before such a multitude of mighty beings. He stepped beside Tai and Kunpeng, addressing the River of Hades with a smile. "Indeed, it was my court's Kunpeng who provoked you first, and your actions are not without justification. Nevertheless, as Kunpeng is a member of our court, I hope you might show mercy and spare him." Dijuan set aside his regal demeanor to personally advocate for Kunpeng, leaving the latter profoundly moved. Likewise, Dijuan's words unequivocally conveyed that Kunpeng was under his protection. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, the River of the Underworld realized that if he persisted, he would inevitably confront the entirety of the demon court, not to mention whether he could contend with them. Why should he bother with a court destined for annihilation in the primordial chaos? The words of his friend, Emperor Jun, compelled him to reconsider his stance on Kunpeng. However, for forgiveness to be granted, Kunpeng must first extend an apology for his transgressions. Additionally, he had previously attempted to seize the treasures of merit that rightfully belonged to him. This matter is yours to manage. Upon hearing the River of the Underworld agree to pardon Kunpeng, a broader smile graced Emperor Jun's countenance. Even when the River of the Underworld stipulated conditions, he remained unfazed. Indeed, the words of the River of the Underworld rang true, since Kunpeng had erred first. An apology was certainly warranted. As for recompense, I possess fruits from the Fusang tree within the Sun Star, which should suffice to placate your friend. Observing the beaming Emperor Jun, the River of the Underworld, despite recognizing the underlying strategy to win hearts, could not help but admire him. As the Lord of all demons, his depth of cunning was truly remarkable, explaining why so many demon kings and deities pledged their loyalty to him. Accepting the gently floating Fusang fruit, the River of the Underworld tucked it into his sleeve and shook his head. "Dear Emperor Jun, while the Fusang fruit boasts significant efficacy, it bears little impact upon beings of our caliber." Having spoken, the River of the Underworld continued to regard Emperor Jun with a smile before shifting his gaze to Kunpeng. Upon hearing this, Tai's face flushed with anger. "River of the Underworld, do not push your luck. My elder brother." At that moment, Emperor Jun swiftly pulled Tai aside. Shaking his head, he understood the implication of the River of the Underworld's words. One Fusang fruit was insufficient, and it did not represent the cost Kunpeng should pay for his misdeeds. Realizing this, Emperor Jun turned his attention to Kunpeng, whispering something telepathically. As a result, Kunpeng's expression shifted dramatically multiple times after receiving Emperor Jun's mental communication. Ultimately, with gritted teeth, he approached the River of the Underworld, bowing before him. "Regarding today's events, I kindly ask for your understanding and forgiveness, dear River of the Underworld." In response, the River of the Underworld remained silent, observing Kunpeng intently. It was only when Kunpeng, with a sullen countenance, retrieved a medium-grade spiritual treasure radiating with the essence of yin and yang from his robe that the tension in the air thickened. Upon receiving the spiritual treasure, Mingyi nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you, my friend Kunpeng, for your kind gesture. I shall accept this treasure." Thus, the pursuit of Mingyi by Kunpeng came to an unexpected conclusion, leaving the powerful beings of the primordial world astonished at this dramatic turn of events. The pursuer had become the pursued, ultimately finding himself at the mercy of his quarry and required to apologize. Just as Mingyi believed the matter was settled and was preparing to depart with Taoist One, Tai stepped forward once more. "Mingyi, my dear friend, might you be interested in engaging in a friendly contest?" Noticing the puzzled expression on Mingyi's face, Tai elaborated, "I harbor no ulterior motives. I was simply captivated by your extraordinary prowess and yearn for a duel with you." Tai then added, "If you feel that my request is rooted in the protection offered by the Chaos Bell, we may forego the use of spiritual treasures." With these words, the intent behind Tai's proposal became clear to Mingyi. It was evident that Tai sought to restore his honor, feeling that Kunpeng had suffered a loss of face, as had the quasi-saints, and thus aimed to reclaim dignity by challenging Mingyi, believing his victory over Kunpeng was largely due to the advantage of the spiritual treasure. Contemplating this, Mingyi agreed with enthusiasm. He, too, was eager to discern the disparity between his own abilities post-Huanyuan Jingxian and those of a quasi-saint. Moreover, Tai was among the most formidable warriors of the primordial realm. Very well. In the next moment, Mingyi released the restraint he had long imposed upon his cultivation, which had yet to break through. With a soft sound resonating within him, the shackles binding his power shattered. The cultivation of the River of Underworld has finally transcended from the realm of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal to that of the Primordial Golden Immortal. Tai gazed at the outstretched hand of the River of Underworld, sensing a subtle yet profound change in the latter, though he could not articulate the specifics of this transformation. After all, None of the beings present in the primordial realm had witnessed the method of attaining enlightenment through sheer force. They merely felt that the aura of the river of underworld had shifted, emanating a sense of pressure. Nonetheless, the denizens of the primordial realm still believed that the river of underworld was no match for Tai. Regardless of the means by which the river of underworld had temporarily augmented his power, Tai remained a formidable quasi-saint. Particularly, Nuwa, among the multitude of figures present, exhibited a flicker of concern. Unlike Emperor Jun, Tai possessed a strong-willed and relentless character. Had it not been for Emperor Jun's restraint, Tai would likely have charged forth long ago. On the other side, upon perceiving the aura radiating from the river of underworld, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed Tai's eyes. How could one of merely the Grand Luo Golden Immortal emit an aura that instilled fear? It was evident that some secret technique had been employed to temporarily enhance his combat prowess. However, such an enhancement would not endure. With that thought, Tai exuded a palpable aura of battle intent and confidence as he surged toward the river of underworld. Within the chaos, a thunderous clash reverberated. Two figures, one adorned in golden hue and the other in blood red, collided incessantly amidst the chaos, creating ripples that echoed through the void. Even the chaotic energies surrounding them seemed strained by the intensity of their confrontation, emitting a silent groan. Emperor Jun, witnessing this spectacle, wore a grave expression. Though he could not fathom the reason behind the river of underworld's stark transformation, the ferocity of its combat power was undeniably terrifying. It was well known that the physical form of the demon race was not particularly formidable, especially when contrasted with that of the witch race. However, against other clans, they remained immensely powerful. As the Sun Star, Tai was among the strongest. Yet, the river of underworld was able to engage him in a titanic struggle, suggesting that his physical prowess was equally formidable. 300 years later, as the observers beheld the river of underworld, who showed no sign of waning but instead fought with increasing vigor, they began to comprehend the truth. The river of underworld had likely ascended to a different realm, akin to that of the quasi-saint. Some powerful beings speculated whether this was the path of attaining sanctity through merit, given that the river of underworld had amassed a considerable amount of merit through the creation of characters. It seemed reasonable that such a pathway could lead to a breakthrough into quasi-sainthood. Yet, one question lingered in the minds of many. Why did the river of underworld not pursue the path of severing the three corpses to attain enlightenment? Some mocked the river of underworld for being foolish, possessing treasures yet failing to utilize them, while others questioned whether there was something amiss with the method of severing the three corpses. Nevertheless, the majority believed the river of underworld was simply seeking attention, and that he would soon realize his error when he encountered an impasse without guidance. Another 100 years passed. Observing Tai, who had begun to show signs of fatigue yet still exuded indomitable spirit, Emperor Jun intervened to halt the two sparring. Friend of the river of underworld, it appears that a conclusive victor may be difficult to determine in this short time. Perhaps we should cease this engagement? Upon hearing this, the river of underworld nodded. He understood that should the battle continue, Tai would inevitably be defeated. However, such an outcome would reflect poorly on the demon court. So it was prudent to grant Emperor Jun a modicum of favor and avoid entangling themselves in excessive karma. Tai, upon witnessing Emperor Jun's intervention, though still harboring feelings of discontent, reluctantly agreed to withdraw. Subsequently, the river of underworld bid farewell to Emperor Jun and Yuwa, accompanied by the Mosquito Daoist, as they traversed the chaos and returned to the primordial realm. Meanwhile, the numerous powerful beings who remained in place came to a profound realization. The river of underworld was not to be trifled with. In the land of the primordial realm, within the Wui mountain range, after parting ways with Tai and Emperor Jun, as the river of the underworld journeyed westward alongside the Mosquito Man, an unexpected surge of emotion washed over him, as if he sensed a profound connection with something below. Harnessing his escape light, he ventured deeper into the Wui mountains. Chapter 36. The Golden Coin of Fortune. The first war of sorcerers and undead begins after months of searching. The river of the underworld finally stumbled upon a concealed formation within a secluded valley of the Wui mountains. Upon breaking through, he beheld an extraordinary object. This item was circular with a square hole, entirely resplendent in golden hues, inscribed with profound Taoist symbols, and adorned with delicate white wings. Could this be the Golden Coin of Fortune? Upon witnessing the true visage of this spiritual treasure, the river of the underworld felt a deep tremor within his spirit, his countenance reflecting astonishment. The Golden Coin of Fortune, reputed to be the greatest treasure beneath the primordial artifacts, is said to attract all that is not anchored. More importantly, this coin signifies the inception of the merchant's path. However, it ought not to have manifested at this time, for it was said that such a spiritual treasure could only come into existence following the advent of currency. Despite his perplexity regarding the untimely appearance of the Golden Coin of Fortune, which diverged from the established narrative, he was left to ponder its significance. The river of the underworld, filled with delight, decided to keep the treasure that had presented itself. Why would one refuse a gift of such spiritual value? Soon, as the river of the underworld refined the fallen treasure, the true nature of the situation became clear. It was revealed that ever since the invention of written language, The barriers among the myriad beings of the primordial world had significantly diminished, facilitating communication and interaction. Furthermore, the imparting of knowledge became considerably simpler, ushering in a new era of fervent cultivation among the inhabitants of the primordial realm. During this time, many sentient beings began to notice a dilemma in their transactions, which were traditionally based on barter. The values of items were often unequal. Sometimes one party would possess an excess while the other would lack, leading to a sense of inequity. This disparity became particularly pronounced when dealing with items of substantial worth. Moreover, if one being sought to exchange for an item held by another who did not possess it, yet a third being had it, all three would need to convene for the exchange to occur. Such complexities only compounded the frustrations faced by the myriad beings of the primordial world. Eventually, some beings discovered that the concept of exchange had already been elucidated by the master of the Way of Letters, the River of the Underworld, who had conveyed this knowledge to the primordial realm. The term for money emerged from this understanding. Money serves as a medium for exchanges, a means of facilitating trade. Is this not precisely what we require? Consequently, the inhabitants of the primordial world began to experiment with various items as currency, spiritual fruits, roots, and springs. Ultimately, they concluded that any form of money must possess intrinsic value, be easily transportable, remain unaltered, and not decay. Thus, they unearthed the spiritually charged veins and meticulously carved them into exquisite shapes. Based on the density of spiritual energy within these stones, they established various exchange ratios, leading to the creation of the universal currency of the primordial realm, the Spirit Stone. At this juncture, the fallen treasure also found its purpose and was born into existence. Its origin, intrinsically linked to the river of the underworld, resonated within the river as it passed through this domain, awakening a profound realization. So it is. The cycles of the great Tao, every sip and every peck, adhere to a predetermined order. With this newfound currency, the forthcoming plans I have devised shall undoubtedly be more easily realized. Styx clenched the fallen treasure coin in his palm, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Upon returning to the boundless Blood Sea continent with Mosquito Taoist, after instructing the guardian spirit Ling Zhuer to occasionally discuss the great Tao with Mosquito Taoist and admonishing both not to pursue enlightenment through the severing three corpses method, Styx immediately entered seclusion. Sitting cross-legged upon his meditation cushion, Styx reflected upon his recent experiences. First, during the lecture at the Violet Heaven Palace, he had elevated his cultivation to the primordial golden immortal realm. Subsequently, the teachings of Patriarch Hongjun primarily revolved around the severing three corpses method, which offered him little benefit. Attendance was optional. However, the treasure distribution rock following the lecture was an opportunity he absolutely could not miss. Thus, Styx resolved to attend the third lecture as usual, if only to comprehend the intricacies of the severing three corpses path to enlightenment. Should he encounter its practitioners in the future, he would at least be prepared. Next, Kunping. At the thought of Kunping, Styx's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing within them. His restraint in the primordial chaos did not signify true forgiveness. Rather, it stemmed from pragmatism. Present at the scene were not only quasi-sage cultivators like Di Jun and Tai, but also numerous great Luo golden immortals from the demon court. Had Styx slain or grievously wounded Kunping then, he would have invited the collective assault of the demon court's mighty figures. Even if he escaped by sheer luck, he would have suffered severe injuries, hardly worth the cost. Moreover, the chaos bell of Eastern Emperor Tai was indeed impervious to his attacks. Time was abundant. There was no need for haste. Kunping could not remain under the protection of Di Jun and Tai forever, nor would the demon court endure for eternity. The river of Hades narrowed its eyes slightly, a fleeting chill passing through. The battle with the Eastern Emperor Tai today made the river of Hades acutely aware of its own shortcomings. Firstly, there was a lack of offensive capabilities. Although the comprehension of the path of blood had significantly enhanced its physical strength, especially during the confrontation with Tai, it found itself nearly on par with Tai's physical prowess. However, ultimately, even with the cultivation of a mixed-element golden immortal, it could not defeat Tai, who had reached the level of a quasi-saint. The root of this failure lay in its insufficient methods of attack. It had relied too heavily on the power of spiritual treasures. Despite wielding such treasures, the lack of mastery over the path of slaughter rendered it incapable of fully unleashing the devastating might of the two supreme weapons, Yuan Tu and Abi. It seems that in the future, should it accumulate enough merit, it will indeed need to delve into the path of slaughter. Nevertheless, at present, the most pressing concern remains this matter. With a deft motion of his palm, the river of Hades summoned the falling treasure money into his grasp. If the falling treasure money had the power to transmute spiritual energy into currency, what of the strength of virtue? Contemplating this, he channeled a thread of virtue from his sea of consciousness into the aperture of the falling treasure money. In the next moment, a cascade of virtue points materialized before him. The eyes of the infernal river quivered with exhilaration as a surge of joy coursed through his heart. Such words heralded the potential for great accomplishments. Subsequently, he endeavored to integrate the merit coins into his consciousness, and once again, he succeeded. This implies that after the transformation of merit points into merit coins, they can still be utilized as one's own merit. However, It remains uncertain whether the merit coins exchanged from others can be used in a similar manner. Mingi resolved to find an opportune moment to experiment. In the ensuing years, he resumed his previous rhythm of life, utilizing his merit points to cultivate understanding and enhance his abilities. During his leisure hours, he journeyed through the primordial chaos with Ling Zhuer and Wendao Ren, gathering countless spiritual roots and treasures of heaven and earth, which he replanted upon the Blood Sea continent. After experiencing the passage of 10 millennia, one day, the heavens and earth resonated in unison as Emperor Jun and Shihi, under the witness of the heavenly Tao, united in marriage, thereby establishing a celestial union. The heavenly Tao, moved by this event, bestowed merit, prompting countless beings in the primordial world to emulate the couple. During those days, even Ling Zhuer and Wendao Ren regarded Mingi with a somewhat peculiar gaze. Only after Mingi reprimanded them through philosophical discourse did tranquility return. Thus, 3,000 years passed. The long-standing enmity between the witch and demon clans erupted into a cataclysmic war. Chapter 37. Pangu emerges, Hongjun takes action. Beneath Mount Buzhou, warriors from both the witch and demon clans engaged in fierce combat, the ground soaked with rivers of crimson blood. Corpses floating for miles, and blood flowing across the seas. The root of this conflict lay in the relentless expansion of the demon court, which had whetted Emperor Jun's appetite for dominance. No longer content with the 33 heavens of the demon court, he aspired to become the sovereign of all beings in the primordial realm. With 7 quasi-saints under his command, including the heavenly Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Nu Hua, Fu Shi, Kuan Peng, Shi He, and Chang Shi, his confidence sword. Furthermore, he commanded 10 great demon saints, each at the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal realm. What could the 12 ancestors of the Wu clan do against him? After all, Dong Huang Tai Yi wielded the Chaos Bell, securing an undefeated position. Emperor Jun could also mobilize the great array of the heavenly stars. Surely, he could subdue mere ancestors of the Wu? Moreover, Emperor Jun had once contemplated a policy of conciliation to win over the Wu clan, but those brash giants were self-important and audacious, openly insulting him as merely a fire-breathing bird. This provocation was intolerable to Emperor Jun, prompting him to strike decisively, aiming for fame through conquest and to establish himself as the undisputed ruler of the primordial world. Above Mount Buzhou, the 12 ancestors of the Wu clan clashed fiercely with the 10 demon saints, including Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, in a heated exchange. Clad in the river map and Luo Shu, Emperor Jun wielded the true fire of the sun, delivering precise strikes that troubled the opposing ancestors. Dong Huang Tai Yi, with the chaos bell above his head, contended with several ancestors, while the ancestor of wood, Zhu Meng, summoned blue-silver vines to control and restrict the movements of the demon saints. Rushou unleashed the 10,000 swords to the throne, posing a significant threat to the 10 demon saints. Fire god Zhu Rong hurled the Buddha's wrath fire lotus like it was worthless, causing devastation within the demon army, with each explosion resulting in considerable casualties. Moreover, the ancestor of electricity, Shi Zi, collaborated with the water ancestor, Gong Gong, transforming the land within 100,000 miles into a thunderous sea. This unexpected turn of events dealt a heavy blow to Emperor Jun, who had believed he could easily subdue the demon clan. The Wu clan wielded the power of laws with a simplicity that belied their boundless potential, and their formidable physical strength rendered many of their attacks mere nuisances rather than fatal blows. However, at this juncture, Emperor Jun refused to retreat. He commanded the demon ranks to deploy the great array of the heavenly stars. 365 demon gods grasped the great Zhou Tian star banners, while 14,800 demon generals held the lesser Zhou Tian star banners. In an instant, the heavens transformed, and the stars shifted positions. The stars encircling the primordial skies ignited, unleashing the power of countless stars. This celestial energy manifested as immense meteors, plummeting to the earth, crashing down upon the Wu clan. In that moment, a wailing lament echoed across the land, with countless Wu clan members perishing beneath the falling stars. Witnessing such a tragic scene, the 12 ancestors of the Wu clan were consumed by fury. Emperor Jun, you have gone too far. Do you intend to eradicate the very roots of our clan? They cried. Brothers, let us deploy the 12 heavenly god slaughter formation. The 12 ancestors formed a formation with their bodies, harnessing the malevolent energies of heaven and earth. Within moments, a colossal black beam of light shattered the primordial clouds, soaring above Mount Buzhou and piercing through the realm. The heavens themselves darkened, and the light of the sun and moon dimmed. As the black beam vanished, a presence of desolation, grandeur, and invincibility manifested upon the primordial earth. Please, Father God. At the instant Pangu's true form emerged, Hongjun in the purple cloud palace opened his eyes. Is this the aura of Pangu? No, merely an aura, not the true being. In an instant, Hongjun sensed something amiss. Did the Wu clan conjure this? I cannot allow them to destroy the primordial realm. The next moment, as if struck by an epiphany, Hongjun vanished from the purple cloud palace. Regardless of how the Wu clan summoned Pangu or the extent of the true being's power, it was beyond what the current primordial world could withstand. He had to intervene. Simultaneously, as Pangu's aura emerged, 2 terrifying entities within the chaos also opened their eyes. One wore a black robe, the fabric seemingly stained with blood, while the other appeared benevolent and kind. Deep within the blood sea, Mingi also opened his eyes. Upon witnessing Panga's true form, he recognized it instantly. So, I truly beheld Panga's creation of the world? And is this pearl a contingency left for me by the great Pangu? Mingi gazed at the enhancement orb within the sea of consciousness, murmuring to himself. On the other side of Mount Bujo, the three pure ones beheld the manifestation of Pangu, their eyes filled with trepidation and confusion. If our father god Pangu truly revives, what shall become of us? In the heart of the great star array, Emperor Jun stared at the colossal figure before him, his pupils wide with horror. Though few had witnessed Pangu's true form, anyone who glimpsed the silhouette would instinctively recognize it. This is Pangu. In that moment, Emperor Jun felt a surge of panic. As merely a quasi-saint, how could he possibly contend with the mighty Pangu? He hastily activated the river diagram and Luo book in his hands, summoning the power of the stars to withstand Pangu's impending strike. Di Jiang, equally elated, clasped his fists and implored, "Father God, strike down these demon tribes." The 12 ancestors of the Wu gazed upon the immense figure with fervor and anticipation. Suddenly, Pangu took a bold step forward, fingers clenched into a fist, emotionless as he aimed a devastating blow at the great star array. Boom. The array, which Emperor Jun held in high regard, was as fragile as glass against Pangu's fist. The formation shattered, and 365 demon gods spat blood, unable to sustain the array any longer. 14,800 demon generals were reduced to ash, their lives extinguished in an instant. With a single punch, just one unadorned strike shattered Emperor Jun's great star array. In that moment, the 10 great ancestors of the Wu erupted in joyous cheers, eagerly anticipating Pangu's next move. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun closed his eyes in despair, channeling all his strength for a final stand. He felt no regret. The path to becoming an emperor is undoubtedly arduous and fraught with uncertainty. It is either you perish, or I shall. Even in death, one must die with dignity. Dong Huang Tai stood resolutely beside Emperor Jun, the chaos bell hovering above him, his eyes ablaze with combativeness. At that moment, a vast purple aura spread across 30,000 miles, and golden lotus flowers descended from the heavens, dispelling the terrifying malevolence surrounding Pangu's true form. Hongjun appeared. As he faced Pangu's assault, he deftly waved his whisk, effortlessly countering Pangu's attack. If it were the true Pangu, I would be powerless to resist. Yet, this is merely a projection, and thus poses no threat. In the next instant, as Hongjun waved his hand, the eye of the heavenly Tao manifested in the skies above the wilderness. Accompanied by a strike of purple lightning, Pangu's projection vanished from the land. Witnessing this scene, the myriad powerful beings of the wilderness erupted in astonishment. They had anticipated the disparity between themselves and the saints, yet the difference was far greater than they had imagined. Though merely a projection of the mighty Pangu, it was nonetheless the Pangu that shaped the heavens and the earth. To be so effortlessly vanquished by Hongjun was beyond comprehension. Moreover, how could Hongjun command the eye of the heavenly Tao? From the depths of the blood sea, Mingi observed the unfolding events with shock, despite already knowing the outcome. He finally understood the vast chasm that existed between himself and the saints, causing him, once buoyed by his recent enlightenment, to regain his composure. Clearly, if he wished to firmly establish himself in this wilderness, a long journey lay ahead. He must remain humble, diligent, and steadfast in his cultivation. On another front, Hongjun silently contemplated the spot where Pangu's true form had vanished for a lengthy period. He then lowered his gaze towards the two clans of Wu and Yao. Chapter 38. The eve of the third sermon, Emperor Jun's further recruitment. Greetings, Tao Ancestor. Having just survived a life and death calamity, Emperor Jun felt the residual power of Pangu in the sky, still shaken. Upon meeting Hongjun's gaze, he hurriedly bowed in reverence. After all, for whatever reason, it was the Tao Ancestor who had saved his life. Meanwhile, the 12 ancestors of the Wu glared angrily at Hongjun. Yet they knew they were no match for him. The image of Hongjun effortlessly shattering Pangu's projection was indelibly etched in their minds. They dared not voice their rage and were left to swallow their indignation. Hongjun, however, paid no heed to Emperor Jun. For him, the preservation of the wilderness from Pangu's projection was paramount. As for Emperor Jun's fate, that was inconsequential to him. His expression remained impassive as he surveyed the Wu and Yao clans below. The Wu and Yao clans, in disregard of the lives of the myriad beings in the wilderness, engage in reckless conflict and heinous slaughter. Henceforth, the Wu shall govern the earth, and the Yao shall govern the skies. For 10,000 years, neither clan shall instigate strife. With those words, Hongjun fell silent. He was not seeking the clan's consent. He was issuing a decree. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, the shattered mountains and spiritual veins were restored, reviving their former vitality. This transformation drew the attention of all beings in the wilderness, who were moved by the restoration of tranquility. Hongjun's gaze shifted away from the beings of the wilderness and into the depths of chaos, his expression grave, as if something there instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Then, with a flick of his whisk, he vanished from sight. After Hongjun's departure, the Wu and Yao clans exchanged furious glares for a long while. Following this battle, their deep-seated enmity was solidified. However, bound by the order of Tao Ancestor Hongjun, They could not instigate conflict for 10,000 years. Remembering Hong Jun's display of power, none dared provoke his wrath. After a series of resentful glares, each clan retreated with their kin. Time has the power to both dilute and accumulate all things. In the 10,000 years following the last battle between the Wu and Yao, the beings of the wilderness returned to their previous lives, vibrant with life. Cultivating and seeking enlightenment brought them joy. Waves of beings broke through their cultivation barriers, reaching new realms. Yet beneath this serene existence, all the formidable beings of the wilderness understood that the current tranquility was but a facade. The conflict between the Wu and Yao clans was far from over. It would inevitably erupt once more. Until that day arrives, Hongjuan's third sermon commenced, marking the passage of 30,000 years between the second and third sermons. During this time, the river of the underworld has harnessed the immense power of the Sea of Blood, acquiring a substantial amount of merit, sufficient to constitute half of the essence required for the creation of written language. This time, he chose not to further enhance the capabilities of the Blood Sea Grand Formation. Instead, he devoted all his efforts to deepening his understanding of the forces of the Great Tao. Initially, the river of the underworld concentrated fully on comprehending the path of blood. However, he ultimately discerned that upon mastering 60% of this path, each subsequent increment of 1% necessitated the expenditure of a considerable amount of merit power. The estimation of the river of underworld suggests that even if he exhausts all his virtuous power, he would only elevate the blood path to 65%. It is essential to understand that only by comprehending a complete path's power to 70% can one attain the combat prowess of a celestial immortal of the mixed origin, equivalent to the level of a heavenly Tao saint. The distinction between 65 and 64% is negligible, offering minimal enhancement to combat effectiveness. Thus, at the juncture of reaching 64%, the river of Hades has altered its course, beginning to accumulate insights on the path of slaughter. It is indeed peculiar. Mastering the path of carnage is undeniably the original trajectory of the river of Hades' fate, merely enhancing the merit of the blood path by 1%. It astonishingly comprehended the path of slaughter to a remarkable degree. One could assert that solely through the path of slaughter, the river of Hades possesses the combat prowess of a great Luo golden immortal. Furthermore, with the formidable companions, the primordial butcher and the abyss, two treasured instruments of destruction, its fighting capability has doubled. When the river of Hades arrived at the palace of Zixiao accompanied by the mosquito Taoist, a multitude of mighty beings from the Primordial Era had already gathered at the entrance. Upon seeing the river of Hades, they greeted him with enthusiasm. At that moment, Dong Wangtai emerged from the ranks of the monster court. River of Hades, he began, since our last battle, I have greatly benefited, and my combat strength has multiplied several times. During the battle between the Wu and the Lich, did you not witness? I faced 3 opponents at once, and I did not falter in the slightest. Tai stood opposite the river of Hades, eloquently boasting of his own prowess. Mingi gazed at Tai and spoke softly. You have lost. At that moment, Tai's words were abruptly interrupted by Mingi, prompting a somewhat irritable retort. That was due to the deceit of the Witch clan, who summoned the projection of the Great Pangu. Otherwise, the outcome of victory or defeat would remain uncertain. The river of Hades spoke calmly. You have lost. Yet, even in defeat, it cannot obscure my valiant tale of single-handedly facing 3 adversaries, Tai Chi replied with reluctance. The river of Hades, you have lost. You, Mingi, must you constantly remind us of our defeat? Tai felt a surge of frustration. At that moment, Emperor Jun approached with a smile and remarked, Indeed. My friend Mingi speaks the truth. We have indeed lost. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Tao ancestor, we might have perished long ago, never to partake in this opportunity to hear the teachings. With a cheerful demeanor, Emperor Jun spoke as if he had long since come to terms with the events of that time. In the depths of his heart, Mingi scoffed, pondering that had he been unaware of the plot, he might indeed have fallen for the ruse. Just then, he heard Emperor Jun continue, After a millennium of development, my demon court has become entirely unparalleled. Mingi, already grasping the implication behind Emperor Jun's words, swiftly interjected, I understand your intent, dear Emperor Jun. However, my cultivation is still quite rudimentary, and I have yet to attain the quasi-saint level, which renders me unworthy of your esteemed trust. I fear I would disappoint your good intentions. Emperor Jun chuckled. Oh, dear Mingi, you jest. Your combat prowess is well recognized and formidable indeed. However, if you are reluctant, then so be it. I merely hope that you will remain within the Sea of Blood when the time comes. With that, Emperor Jun took his leave, accompanied by Tai. As Mingi observed the silhouettes of the 2 individuals, a sense of curiosity welled within him. It seemed that during the last confrontation with Tai, Dijuan had already uncovered the truth of the path he had chosen. Otherwise, he would not have come to extend an invitation. However, the purpose of his visit was not to invite him. Rather, it was encapsulated in the final remark, even if he did not join the Yao court. Should he refrain from aiding the Witch clan? It would be foolish of me to involve myself in your calamity. At present, Mingi was merely intrigued. How many beings of the primal chaos were aware of the alternative path they had taken? And how many speculated on the nature of that path? Meanwhile, as Dijuan and Tai traversed to the opposite side of the Zixiao palace, Tai asked disdainfully, Brother, even though Mingi was formidable in the past, our Yao court is no longer what it once was. Each of the 10 great demon gods has attained the pinnacle of Deluo Golden Immortal. With the support of spirit treasures, each can unleash an attack equivalent to a quasi-sanus power. Why should we concern ourselves with Mingi's expression? Dijuan shook his head. I understand that with the Dongwang bell in your possession, you harbor no fear even of the Sanqing. However, Mingi, even if he cannot be won over, must not be offended. With that, Dijuan fell silent, yet his heart remained turbulent. His curiosity regarding Mingi lingered. A being born from a sea of blood, yet fervently pursuing the power of merit. Thus, burdened with the Hichu and Luoshu, he had deduced the enigma of Mingi countless times, only to encounter a blank void, yielding no results. Even upon breaking through to quasi-saint, the situation remained unchanged. It was worth noting that even during the deduction of the Sanqing, the outcome was not entirely devoid of clarity. Soon after, Mingi encountered Nuwa. In the presence of Mingi, Nuwa was exceedingly warm, engaging in a prolonged conversation. As she prepared to depart, she posed a question. Mingi, what are your thoughts on the celestial marriage between Dijuan and Xia? What do I think? Should I simply lay back and observe? Watching Nuwa's retreating figure, Mingi found himself momentarily perplexed. Yet, from her words, he gleaned the knowledge he sought. It appeared that the powerful beings of the primal chaos perceived their paths as leading to sanctification through merit, which accounted for their quasi-saintly cultivation. However, over the past 30 millennia, they noted Mingi's lack of further actions to acquire merit, leading them to speculate that he might remain stagnant at the quasi-saint level for his lifetime. Stagnation at quasi-saint? Perhaps that is for the best. Soon, the sermon commenced. Once more, Mingi found himself at the last step, gently placing the spirit fruits he had prepared into the embrace of Haoyin and the Yaoqi before gradually taking his seat and sitting cross-legged. Chapter 39. The sermon concludes. Hongjun completes the Dao accompanied by a surge of purple energy spanning 30,000 miles. The figure of Hongjun Daozu materialized within the Grand Hall. Unlike previous occasions, this time, due to Hongjun's decisive action against the Panga Great God, the powerful beings of the primal chaos regarded him with not only fervor and anticipation, but also a hint of trepidation. Hongjun observed all with an unperturbed gaze, revealing no signs of emotion. However, when his eyes fell upon Mingi, a glint of acknowledgement flickered within the depths of his gaze, as if to say, as expected. He murmured to himself, the path of Hongmeng. I wonder if this slight variable can lend me a hand. Subsequently, Hongjun began his sermon. This lecture would once again span 3,000 years, dedicated to the path of the saints. The Tao is formless, nameless, and exists in a state of utter void. The celestial maidens scatter flowers, and the earth erupts with golden lotuses. Petals of the Tao converged, forming golden lotuses that floated above the grand hall of Zishu Palace. Numerous powerful beings of the primal chaos began to comprehend the path of the saints. 3,000 years later, as Hongjun opened his eyes, the assembly followed suit. The path of the saints was cryptic and challenging to grasp. This time, none achieved a breakthrough at the critical moment. Each could only etch these teachings into their minds for later contemplation and verification. Next came the QA session. Taiji Laozu inquired, may I ask, what is a saint? Hongjun replied, a saint embodies the primordial spirit and entrusts it to the Tao, existing beyond life and death, in harmony with the heavenly principle. Below the saints, all are but ants. This pronouncement elicited an uproar among the crowd. The Sanqing lowered their heads in contemplation. Nuwa cast a glance at Mingi, hesitating to speak. Dijuan and Tai exchanged fervent looks, their eyes alight with ambition. Their desire to dominate the primal chaos stemmed from a wish to emulate the ancient three clans, seeking the great fortune of all beings. Now that the saint declared that those who did not attain sainthood were mere ants, the impending conflict between the Witch and Yao clan seemed inevitable. Jian and Jundi appeared bewildered, gazing at Hongjun, lost in their thoughts. Meanwhile, the other beings of the primal chaos displayed expressions of fervor and aspiration. Yet Mingi remained unmoved, his downcast eyes betraying no emotion. After all, he had long been aware of all these developments. Then, Hongjun continued, under the heavenly principle, there shall be 9 saints. Apart from myself, there are 8 others. His words stirred the audience once more. The Zishu Palace was filled with thousands of guests. Though referred to as 3,000, there were actually over 10,000. With so many powerful beings, only 8 could be saints? Who, then, deserved the title? Did it mean that whoever first broke through to sainthood would claim the title, leaving no opportunity for others? Or did it imply that those who came later must bring down their predecessors to ascend? Would the primal chaos descend into chaos over the position of saint with unceasing strife? In that moment, each powerful being present felt as though every other was their rival. At that instant, Honjuan's gaze fell upon the 6 cushions at the front, occupied by the Sanqing and others. This ignited a wave of ecstasy among the 6. The remaining crowd could only vaguely guess, murmuring protests. Hongjun, unfazed by their thoughts, produced 7 strands of primordial purple energy and declared, the Sanqing are transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangyu. They shall become saints and shall possess primordial purple energy. As his words resonated, 3 strands of primordial purple energy floated towards the hands of the Sanqing. Along with it, 3 supreme treasures descended, the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the 4 swords of extermination along with their formation diagram. Notably, when bestowing the 4 swords of extermination, he emphasized, only the 4 saints may break them. As his words concluded, Hongjuan's gaze shifted towards Nuwa. Nuwa, in the future, you shall possess great opportunities and may also attain sainthood. As the primordial purple energy of Hongming wafted towards Nuwa, accompanied by the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, along with the red embroidery ball, the distinction between the disciples of the outer and inner gates became apparent in that moment. Subsequently, under the teary and expectant gazes of Jian and Junti, Hongjun bestowed the primordial purple energy upon them. At this juncture, all disciples under Hongjun were granted the opportunity to attain enlightenment through the primordial purple energy. Soon after, everyone noticed that Hongjun still held a strand of primordial purple energy in his hands. In that instant, the crowd held their breath, their eyes fervently fixed upon Hongjun. It is well understood that possessing this primordial purple energy nearly guarantees eventual sanctification, provided one does not fall. It is merely a matter of time. Without this primordial purple energy, countless beings of the Hongwang would be left to strive for that solitary sliver of hope, a position of a saint. The magnitude of difficulty is unimaginable. Only one figure stood apart, the River of Oblivion. He observed the myriad beings of the Hongwang with indifference, feeling as though they were fish in a pond, awaiting the bait cast by a visitor. Yet, these fish were of a toxic nature. Without the protection of Hongjun, those not of the Xiamen would find pursuing this strand of primordial purple energy akin to courting death. Meanwhile, atop the high platform, Hongjun, gazing down upon the diverse lives below, finally reached a resolution within his heart. His eyes turned towards the River of Oblivion amidst the crowd, harboring a glimmer of hope. I wish for you to be the true variable. In the next moment, the primordial purple energy departed from Hongjun's form, drifting towards the myriad beings of the Hongwang. It passed over Dong Wang Gong, over Dijun and Taiyi, over Hong Yun, ultimately descending upon the head of the River of Oblivion. At that moment, a clamor erupted among the powerful beings of the Hongwang. Their hearts were rife with discontent. Why should it be him? What qualifications did the River of Oblivion possess to claim this primordial purple energy? He did not even tread the path of severing the 3 corpses. How could the Tao ancestor acknowledge him? In that moment, the River of Oblivion was equally bewildered. Just a second prior, he had been mocking the greed of the crowd, as if they were mere fish. To seize this primordial purple energy would undoubtedly be akin to seeking death. Yet, in the next moment, this primordial purple energy found its way into his hands. Under the river of the underworld, Mingi instinctively lifted his head, his gaze directed towards Hongjun. He seemed to perceive a hint of amusement in Hongjun's eyes. Damn, have I been toyed with by Hongjun? Mingi hastily spoke, expressing his inadequacy to bear the profound favor of the primordial purple energy. He earnestly implored the Tao ancestor to retract it. However, upon uttering these words, Mingi was filled with regret. Realizing that Hongjun had disowned him as a variable, calculating his every move, he understood that no matter how fiercely he resisted, the primordial purple energy was destined to belong to him. And indeed, this proved to be the case. As Mingi's words faded, Hongjun spoke once more. The primordial purple energy possesses a spirit, he declared, and you are a fated one. What the hell? Are you the one who deemed me a fated one? Mingi silently cursed. However, he ultimately accepted the situation. Observing Mingi's acceptance of the item, Hongjun nodded in satisfaction, his exterior remaining impassive as he continued. The great Tao consists of 50, with Heaven-S transformation amounting to 49, leaving one to evade. Every being possesses a thread of hope. Today, I, Hongjun, have attained completeness and must abide by the heavenly mandate. I will align with the Tao and replenish the celestial order. Henceforth, as the tides of the primordial realm remain unchanged, I shall not emerge. A great power shall govern in my stead. Dong Wang Gong shall be the foremost among male immortals, while Shi Wang Mu shall reign as the foremost among female immortals. Upon hearing this, Dong Wang Gong was overjoyed, whereas Shi Wang Mu frowned. Nevertheless, they both accepted the will of the sage. Only Dijun and Taiyi, standing nearby, wore expressions of discontent. Subsequently, Hongjun continued. Cultivation is arduous, and one must possess the ability to protect the Tao. You are all fated guests of my purple cloud palace. Listen to my profound teachings, and you shall naturally acquire protection treasures. Once I have aligned with the Tao, the Haotian boy shall guide you to the treasure distribution rock, where you will obtain treasures according to your destinies. With those words, Hongjun ceased speaking, casting his gaze toward the primordial chaos below. From this moment, Hongjun would embody the heavenly Tao, while the heavenly Tao would not exist for him. Heavenly Tao merge. In the next instant, Hongjun vanished from sight. As he did, the inhabitants of the primordial realm sensed a shift within the heavenly Tao. After a considerable time, a voice resounded in their ears, Haotinen's voice. Esteemed uncles, please come this way. Upon hearing this, a wave of elation swept over the crowd. Chapter 40, The Battle for the Treasures at the Distribution Rock as Haotian boys' words echoed. The crowd awakened from the impact of Hongjun's alignment with the Tao, their faces lighting up with joy. They remembered well that Hongjun had just proclaimed that the distribution rock was abundant with spiritual treasures, attainable according to one's own fate. What fate? Was it not merely a matter of individual prowess? With this thought, the crowd hastily turned to Haotian at the entrance, eager for him to lead the way. In the next moment, they all stood frozen in place. Where was Haotian? Until someone exclaimed, "Look over there." It became evident that, unbeknownst to them, Hao Yin had already been whisked away by Mingyi, his figure disappearing into the purple cloud palace, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. You sly Mingyi! Release Hao Yin boy at once! The cries rang out from a distance as Mingyi, upon hearing the shouts behind him, quickened his pace, urging, Hao Tian, my junior brother, has your elder brother treated you well? If so, please show me the way swiftly. Next time I visit, I shall bring you more spiritual fruits. In Hao Yin's hand was a spiritual peach that Mingyi had given him upon his arrival at the Purple Cloud Palace. He took a hearty bite and pointed in a certain direction. Brother Mingyi, we should go that way. And please, next time you come, bring more of these peaches. I love them, and Yao Qi loves them even more. Certainly, my dear junior brother Hao Yin. A quarter of an hour later, guided by Hao Tian, Mingyi arrived beneath the distribution rock. The distribution rock was a colossal stone radiating the brilliance of countless spiritual treasures, shimmering like a multitude of stars. Gazing upon the resplendent distribution rock, Mingyi's heart leaped with joy. It is worth noting that his primary purpose for this third visit was indeed the distribution rock. Thus, while others were still enraptured by Hongjiwen's alignment with the Tao, he had already retreated behind the crowd. As soon as Hao Yin spoke, he took off with him in a rush. Wow, these treasures hanging on the distribution rock are like cabbages being given away for free. It seemed that the distribution rock sensed Mingyi's arrival, as it began to emit spiritual treasures in all directions, beams of starlight shooting forth. With a sweeping gesture, the river of underworld channeled the power within, beginning to gather the spiritual treasures. In but a few breaths, the other denizens of the primordial world arrived. Upon witnessing the spiritual treasures atop the treasure division rock, their eyes glimmered with greed. They scarcely considered whether the river of underworld had arrived first. One by one, they reached out, claiming the treasures. Those of lesser strength picked up the ones that had been cast aside, while the mightiest, like the three pure ones in Emperor June, surged into the inner circle, clashing their powers in a fierce competition for the treasures. In an instant, chaos erupted beneath the treasure division rock. Brother, why did you not seize that spiritual treasure that just flew past you? It holds no value for me. Why would I capture it? Are you not my elder brother? Indeed, that spiritual treasure is perfectly suited for me. You never mentioned it. Thus, a pair of brothers, taking the form of intertwined lotus blossoms, exchanged words. Fellow Taoist, this treasure resonates with me. Might I request that you relinquish it? Hee, I believe this treasure resonates with me as well. I cannot part with it. Please, let me have it? I cannot comply. Then I must apologize, my friend. In an instant, that fellow Taoist summoned his power, forcefully shoving the other aside. You scoundrel. Scenes of lamentation over missed treasures and fierce contention for the same spiritual artifacts were not uncommon beneath the treasure division rock. Soon, the majority of the treasures had been claimed, leaving only a few dozen yet to be launched forth. To the perception of the primordial beings, the aura emanating from these remaining treasures was immensely potent, likely of the highest quality. Other powerful beings in the primordial world, sensing the formidable figures at the forefront, wisely withdrew, opting to observe from a distance. Only the three pure ones, Yuhua, Fuxi, Emperor Jun, Tai, Jiayin, Zhuanti, Dong Wanggong, Zhuangmu, and the river of underworld remained. Forming a circle around the treasure division rock, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Mingyi gazed upon the spiritual treasures atop the Finchen rock, his expression unwaveringly resolute. Although his early arrival had granted him access to hundreds of spiritual artifacts, making him the most prolific collector among all beings, their quality was rather modest. In stark contrast to the treasures currently displayed on the rock, the aura emanating from them was markedly superior. Moreover, the most significant point was his gaze fixated upon two particular treasures, revealing a flicker of desire within him. One was a superior spiritual artifact composed of 24 orbs radiating 5 colors of light. The other was a shaped treasure that exuded a golden luminescence. The moment he beheld these two artifacts, Mingyi instantly recognized them, the Dinghezu and the Hanyuan Jindo. The former, once accompanied by the additional 12 orbs, would coalesce into a supreme treasure capable of severing the three corpses. The latter, the Hanyuan Jindo, had once been wielded by Yunxiao during the investiture of the gods, its might allowing him to vanquish the three flowers atop the heads of the great Luo golden immortals. It was evident that Mingyi was determined to acquire both of these treasures. Additionally, he found himself intrigued by a set of 5 banners, each radiating a distinct hue. The River of Hades also intended to vie for a share, for this was none other than the legendary primordial 5 directions banner, whose might should not be underestimated. Simultaneously, the 3 pure ones, the Demon Court, the 2 saints of the West, as well as the Eastern King and the Western Queen, all gazed upon the fragmented treasure rock with fervent eyes. Although they were unaware of the exact functions of these spiritual treasures, the aura emanating from each item led them to realize that they must contend for them. Moreover, there was an inexplicable guidance that made them feel a profound connection with certain treasures. In that moment, they perceived a palpable spirit of combat reflected in each other's eyes. A fierce battle was inevitable. Just then, the spiritual treasures erupted forth from the fragmented treasure rock like celestial maidens scattering blossoms. The River of Hades has made its move. Ignoring the superfluous spiritual treasures, he swiftly seized the northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner that was shot towards him, along with any easily attainable treasures. Subsequently, he noticed the Dinghai Pearl heading towards the heavens. As the figure of Mingi shifted, he swiftly reached the other side and embraced the sea-calming pearl, securing it within his grasp, just as he prepared to seize the primordial golden cudgel, which was similarly propelled towards the heavens. He suddenly felt a piercing sensation akin to needles stabbing his back. Boom! The figure of the underworld river twisted in the air. As Tong Tian thrust the chinkping sword towards him, the river of Hades, refusing to yield, summoned its inner strength, manifesting the blazing red lotus of karmic fire before the chinkping sword, effectively blocking its advance. Subsequently, it deftly stowed the primordial golden dipper into its embrace. Witnessing this scene, both Lao Zi of Taiji and Yuqing Yuanshi hurriedly gathered their respective spiritual treasures, launching a simultaneous assault towards the River of Hades. The River Styx summoned the Crimson Lotus of karmic flames to desperately fend off the attacks of the three pure ones, while simultaneously using the force of their assault to propel himself toward the direction of Jane and Juanti. As he retreated, he deftly tucked the Eastern Green Lotus treasure banner into his robes. Then, harnessing the momentum from the three pure one strikes, his figure swiftly vanished into the depths of chaos. Meanwhile, before the mighty beings of the primordial world could even comprehend what had transpired, the mosquito Taoist, who had appeared unnoticed beside the treasure distribution rock, hoisted the massive boulder onto his shoulder. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot, trailing after the River Styx and leaving the once crowded clearing barren. Only then did Juani snap back to reality. How had the spiritual treasures that were moments away from falling into his grasp been snatched away so effortlessly by the River Styx? What shameless audacity! He had anticipated potential clashes over the treasures, but 5 precious artifacts had been soaring toward him, and before he could even reach for them, the River Styx had already intervened. How absurdly swift! As for the 3 pure ones, they stared in stunned silence at the direction where the River Styx had vanished. They had been prepared for his interference, striking in unison the moment he appeared. They had believed that no one present could withstand their combined might, yet not only had the River Styx endured their assault unscathed, he had even seized the opportunity to pilfer Juani's treasures. His power was undeniably formidable. Only 30,000 years had passed since their last encounter. Yet the River Styx's cultivation had ascended to even greater heights. A shiver of wariness ran through the trio. What profound scheming! From his sudden strike to his calculated retreat toward Juani's position, every movement had been executed with seamless precision, as if meticulously orchestrated. Unlike Juanti, however, the 3 pure ones harbored no resentment. After all, spiritual treasures belonged to those fated to possess them. Victory was a matter of skill. They could only concede their inferiority in this contest. At this moment, their hearts burned with anticipation for the sagehood they sought. Resolved to return and delve deeper into the comprehension of the Hongmeng purple qi, they swiftly departed the chaos, retreating to the primordial world. Nearby, Dong Wangtai had also witnessed the lightning-fast events beneath the treasure distribution rock. His expression darkened with shock as he observed the River Styx emerging completely unharmed from the 3 pure ones' combined assault, not a single fluctuation in his aura. Even with the full protection of the Chaos Bell, Tai himself could only barely escape unscathed from such an attack, and even then, not without minor injuries. Could the River Styx truly be stronger than me? A memory surfaced, his elder brother, Djuan's warning. Even if the River Styx refuses to join our celestial court, we must not provoke him needlessly. Above all, we cannot allow him to aid the witch clan. Tai's gaze lingered on the now empty crater where the treasure distribution rock once stood. As always, my brother's foresight surpasses mine. Soon, the clearing stood deserted. A century had passed since the Tao ancestor's merging with the Tao in the Purple Heaven Palace. On this day, the River Styx sat cross-legged within his grand hall, his eyes fixed upon the azure sky as he contemplated his recent gains and pondered the path ahead. Chapter 41. Inventorying the treasures, creating the Azura race clink, clatter. A crisp cascade of sound echoed as countless spiritual treasures spilled forth, piling into a small mountain within the hall. These were the artifacts the River Styx had acquired from the treasure distribution rock, some through cunning, others through sheer audacity. 364 in total. Some large, some small. Some solitary, others part of sets. Some gleamed with resplendent golden light, while others appeared deceptively plain. Yet all exuded formidable auras, swirling and intertwining within the grand hall. Ahem. I hadn't expected to amass quite so many. The River Styx's lips curled into a faint smirk as he surveyed the hoard before him. At the time, his only thought had been, with so many treasures up for grabs, why shouldn't they fall into my hands? But this was beyond even his expectations. After all, though the treasure distribution rock had held countless artifacts, even the most generous estimates placed their number at no more than 20,000. With over 10,000 cultivators present at the Purple Heaven Palace, the average would have been 1 or 2 per person. Yet here he stood, surrounded by hundreds. The River of Hades alone seized 364 items. One can only imagine. Within the Purple Sky Palace, there are undoubtedly many guests who have yet to claim even a single piece. I apologize, I truly do. This is not a matter of me depriving you of your opportunities. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon the Tao ancestor. For it was he who limited the offerings. As Mingi contemplated the scene before him, he gazed at the mound of spiritual treasures, preparing to discern the valuables it held. In the next moment, he murmured to himself, why does it seem like something is missing? Subsequently, his eyes fell upon the barren ground beside the mound of treasures. and a realization dawned upon him. Expanding his divine sense, he swiftly located the figure of the mosquito Taoist. "Come to me," he called, and after a moment's thought, summoned Ling Zhuo as well. When both the mosquito Taoist and Ling Zhuo arrived at the Grand Hall, they were taken aback by the sight of the treasures piled on the ground, exuding a profound aura of Tao. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of astonishment. "Ling Zhuo, ancestor, where did you acquire such an abundance of spiritual treasures?" Ling Zhuo pondered, for since her transformation, she had never encountered such a multitude of treasures. Moreover, within her divine sense, she discerned that the quality of these treasures was notably high, with the majority being mid-grade spiritual artifacts, and several even radiating the essence of high-grade treasures. The mosquito Taoist interjected, "Did you obtain all these from the treasure rock, ancestor?" The river of Hades expressed its discontent, correcting, "What is there to snatch? This is taken openly and fairly." Chuckling, the old ancestor remarked, "You are truly remarkable, mosquito Taoist. I greatly admire you." Ignoring the words of the river of Hades, the mosquito Taoist eagerly rushed towards the spirit treasure mountain, cradling each spirit treasure in their arms, delighting in their exquisite beauty. Upon overhearing the dialogue between the mosquito Taoist and the river of Hades, Ling Zhuo felt a tempest brewing within her heart. "Are you suggesting that all these spirit treasures were seized by the old ancestor?" "No. Taken? Did you not journey to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings?" "How could this be?" Subsequently, the mosquito Taoist recounted to Ling Zhuo how the river of Hades had divided the treasures at the treasure distribution rock within the Zixiao Palace. It was revealed that upon learning about the treasure distribution, the old ancestor had kidnapped a young acolyte from the Zixiao Palace to guide him, thus arriving early at the treasure distribution rock and seizing the initiative. Ultimately, the old ancestor's fortune played a pivotal role when a spirit treasure fortuitously collided into his embrace, leading the three pure ones to mistakenly believe he intended to pilfer their treasures. They united in their assault against him, and the old ancestor was cast aside by their formidable might, landing near the western figure of Zhuanti, only to have yet another spirit treasure inadvertently find its way into his possession. Consequently, the old ancestor fell into chaos, and upon discovering the treasure distribution rock was now barren, he deemed there was no need to linger and called for a return. Little did he know that as he departed, his garments became entangled with the treasure distribution rock, bringing it along with him. Thus, the old ancestor is truly fortunate. After the mosquito Taoist finished speaking, he instinctively glanced at the river of Hades. Upon seeing the latter nod in satisfaction, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ling Zhuo, listening to this seemingly serendipitous tale, understood that the entire affair had been meticulously orchestrated by the old ancestor. Yet, after years of companionship, they had long discerned the old ancestor's temperament, which favored attributing all prowess to mere luck. Therefore, Ling Zhuo concurred, "Our ancestor is indeed blessed, for when fortune arrives, it cannot be obstructed, bestowing upon us the blood sea with such an abundance of spirit treasures." The river of Hades let out a contented hum. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the mosquito Taoist and inquired, "So, where is my share of the treasure rock, esteemed ancestor?" The river of Hades gestured towards the vacant land beside Lingdao Mountain. The mosquito Taoist understood and replied, "As for me, it shall be done. When time permits, do remember to place the treasure rock beside the gourd vine in my backyard." Mingi was aware that the precious ore was of considerable size, far too vast for the Grand Hall to accommodate. He issued his directive. Upon observing the mosquito Taoist's compliance, Mingi gestured towards the smaller spiritual treasure mountain below. "Examine those mid-grade spiritual treasures and select whichever ones suit you. Take 10 or 8 as you desire." After the mosquito Taoist and Ling Zhuo had each chosen a few mid-grade spiritual treasures, with a sweeping motion of the great hand of the river of Hades, all spiritual treasures were gathered. Subsequently, inquiries were made regarding the cultivation progress of the two individuals. Upon learning that the mosquito Taoist had begun to clarify his own path and was embarking on the comprehension of the way of devouring, the river of oblivion imparted a few words of guidance before sending the mosquito Taoist off to pursue his cultivation. Shortly thereafter, Ling Zhuo voiced her own perplexity. "Master, I have now reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, and I am but a step away from breaking through to the Deluo Golden Immortal level. Yet, I find myself in a quandary. Should I choose the path of what is my Deluo Golden Immortal fruit? Or would it be more advantageous to embrace the space path within the essence of the primordial tree? If other beings from the Primordial Era were present, they would undoubtedly scoff and say, is this even a sensible question? Which is better, the path of wood or the space path? It is important to note that for an ordinary being of the Primordial Era, merely comprehending a single aspect of a law's power to the extent necessary to break through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm is an arduous challenge. Yet here stands Ling Zhuo, contemplating her choices. It is truly infuriating. After pondering for a moment, the River of Oblivion provided an answer, the path of space. Thus, a great opportunity shall arise in the future. Subsequently, he retrieved 24C calming pearls from his bosom and bestowed them upon Ling Zhuo, instructing her to diligently cultivate and strive for a swift breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Once the Grand Hall was restored to tranquility, the River Styx continued its contemplation. During these 3 millennia within the Violet Heaven Palace, my comprehension of the Tao of Blood has ascended to 65%, while the Tao of Slaughter has directly surged to 26%. The forthcoming era of the primordial chaos shall belong to the sages. Thus, I must swiftly elevate my cultivation to the realm of the primordial chaos Great Luo Golden Immortal. This necessitates an immense accumulation of virtue and merit. However, the virtue generated by the Blood Sea alone is insufficient to propel my cultivation to such heights. It appears the time has come to devise further schemes to amass additional merit. Over these 3 millennia of listening to the Tao within the Violet Heaven Palace, the River Styx has already conceived a plan. Gazing upon the orb of enhancement within his consciousness, alongside the accumulated virtue, he silently intoned, enhance the blood Tao divine abilities. With the direction of creation, the forging of a new race. Enhancement commenced. Mingi understood that if he wished to amass a considerable amount of merit, there was but one course of action, to create the Azura clan before Nuwa fashioned humanity. Why then? Did Mingi not simply take the direct approach and create the Azura tribe outright? Setting aside the question of whether Mingi possessed the innate conditions necessary for creation, as dictated by the Tao of transformation, if he were to seize the merit of creation, he would undoubtedly become a variable in Hongjun's eyes. Could he not be struck down by a single blow from the awakened Hongjun? The River of Hades dared not take the risk. After all, Nuwa was a disciple of Hongjun, a person destined by heaven. He could only hasten the creation of the Azura clan. In this way, he would not be seen as a race that emerged after Nuwa, thus allowing him to accumulate a greater share of merit. On the other hand, the River of Hades has preemptively seized the essence of clay and the gourd vine. When Nuwa desires to create humanity, she must also owe herself a portion of karmic retribution. At that time, she will be able to acquire some merit. This accumulated merit should be substantial. Eventually, when the Earth Mother establishes the 6 paths of reincarnation, in the depths of his contemplation, Mingi mused that there were still opportunities to accrue further merit points. He believed that these merit points, when amassed, would surely suffice to elevate his cultivation to the realm of the primordial supreme golden immortal. Swiftly, 3 years elapsed. On a particular day, a surge of intention coursed through Mingi, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself beneath the Blood Sea continent. Suspended above the boundless expanse of the sanguine ocean, the surface of the Blood Sea surged and heaved, as if alive. Within mere moments, the residual souls of the primordial beings trapped within the sea were shattered by a tremendous force, transforming into the purest essence of soul energy. Subsequently, this soul energy began to merge seamlessly with the Blood Sea. A month later, crimson fleshy cocoons began to emerge above the Blood Sea, resembling silken chrysalis. They incessantly absorbed the power emanating from the depths of the ocean. 3 months passed, and rhythmic sounds of heartbeats reverberated from within the blood cocoons, growing increasingly robust as time progressed. On a fateful day, 9 months later, a voice, imbued with an air of arrogance, echoed, "Roar." The first Azura came into existence. Following closely were the second, the third, and eventually the 3000th. The initial cohort of Azuras emerged, distinct from their previous incarnations. In order to elevate his spirits amidst the Blood Sea continent, Mingi beheld the Shura clan, whose men were tall and strikingly handsome, and whose women possessed alluring figures, both enchanting to the eye, akin to the charm of boy bands and girl groups. At that moment, they stood bare, their bodies gleaming like pristine snow. Observing Mingi from a distance, they knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "We pay homage to our Father God." Mingi surveyed his remarkable creations with satisfaction. Simultaneously, a tremendous force of merit descended from the void, with 20% of it surging into the bodies of the 3000 Shura. The remaining 80% flowed into Mingi's sea of consciousness, amounting to nearly 30% of the merit associated with the creation of words. The River of Hades temporarily concealed its essence, refraining from strengthening any of its current possessions. It prepared to amass sufficient power to ultimately transcend into the realm of the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Subsequently, for the ensuing centuries, the River of Hades became increasingly busy, embarking on a journey with the Mosquito Daoist and Ling Zhuer to provide enlightenment to the newly born Azura clan. Initially, they taught them the basic necessities of life, and later composed numerous texts tailored for their education, covering subjects such as the foundational principles of the Azura clan, their basic etiquette, and elementary and secondary education. Upon discovering the Azura clan's penchant for combat, they subsequently established a series of regulations including the Azura Code and Azura laws. Under the tutelage of the River of Hades, the Azura clan flourished and began to propagate themselves, swiftly transcending the barbaric tribal era and entering the grand age of cultivation. Chapter 42. Scheming against the River of Hades, the ambitious Dong Wang Gong in the East Sea, on the island of Palai. Dong Wang Gong recently found himself in high spirits, feeling exceptionally fortunate. He had been appointed as the foremost male immortal by the Tao ancestor in the Zishao Palace. A few years prior, while traversing the East Sea, he witnessed a tumultuous surge of waves and a dazzling 5-colored divine light that piqued his curiosity. Following its source, he discovered the island of Palai. Upon this island, Dong Wang Gong found an abundance of spiritual roots and treasures, with rich spiritual energy and rare materials scattered throughout. At that time, Dong Wang Gong was troubled by how to win the hearts of the people to solidify his position as the foremost male immortal. The emergence of Palai Island alleviated his concerns. It is well known that in the primordial world, The rarity of spiritual treasures and roots is as crucial as a home and a car for a man seeking marriage. You may lack in some areas, but possessing these is essential. Otherwise, one is deemed unworthy of being a formidable being in the primordial realm. With the allure of abundant spiritual treasures and roots to distribute, he attracted many powerful cultivators to his side, causing Dong Wang Gong to revel in his newfound success. After centuries of development, he amassed a substantial foundation of immortals under his command. As his strength grew, so did the flames of ambition within him. His gaze shifted from the modest EC to the entirety of the primordial world, nurturing a desire for the remaining sage positions beneath the heavenly Tao. He began to delve into the path of destiny, grasping the reasons behind Di Jun and the Wu clan's quest for supremacy in the primordial realm. It was all about contending for the grand fortune of the primordial world, where cultivation at that level felt akin to divine assistance. No wonder Di Jun and Tai Yi, after becoming the rulers of the demon court, advanced their powers at an astonishing rate. Enlightened by these revelations, Dong Wang Gong harbored a singular thought. As the foremost male immortal, he aspired to become the sovereign of the primordial realm, and even to transcend to the realm of sages. After deliberating with his subordinates, Dong Wang Gong made a momentous decision to establish the celestial court. On the day of its establishment, he intended to invite the River of Hades and Di Jun, among others, to gauge their attitudes. Additionally, he harbored a significant ulterior motive, to seize the primordial purple energy of the River of Hades. However, this ambition was shared only with a select few confidants, kept hidden from the rest of his followers. Soon after, Dong Wang Gong extended his invitation. In the 33 heavens, within the demon court, Di Jun observed the multitude of demon saints below as they conducted their centennial court session. Matters of importance were presented, and those without were dismissed. At that moment, the demon saint Bai Zhe stepped forward from the ranks. I report to you, Lord Di Jun, that Dong Wang Gong has sent envoys to invite you to the East Sea for the establishment ceremony of the celestial court in 100 years. Upon hearing this, Di Jun raised an eyebrow, momentarily perplexed. Who is Dong Wang Gong? Bai Zhe discreetly tugged at the corner of his mouth, responding, Lord Di Jun. Dong Wang Gong is the one designated as the foremost male immortal by the Tao ancestor. With this reminder, the image of Dong Wang Gong surfaced in Di Jun's mind. Ah, so it is he, Di Jun acknowledged. This Dong Wang Gong had previously been inconspicuous, only recently emerging as a quasi-saintly figure. Di Jun had contemplated inviting him to join the demon court, but the ensuing battles with the Wu clan had postponed those plans. Subsequently, he had risen to the position of foremost male immortal. Moreover, based on Dong Wang Gong's performance at the Treasure Division Rock, Di Jun held little regard for him. While he could be considered weak, being a quasi-saint, he also could not contend with Kunping. Thus, he appeared somewhat inconsequential. Furthermore, during the Treasure Division, Di Jun had been awed by the might of the River of Hades, fueling his desire to return to cultivation and comprehend the sage's path. Thus, he momentarily overlooked Dong Wang Gong as a minor player. At that moment, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi suddenly stood up, astonished. What? You just said that fellow intends to establish a celestial court? We are the demon court. Does he plan to go against us? As he spoke, Tai Yi chuckled. He certainly has some audacity, establishing a celestial court and inviting us. He aims to have us acknowledge the existence of his celestial court before all beings of the primordial world. With a smirk, Tai Yi added, we must attend. Tai Yi clenched his fist, feeling a surge of excitement. After a moment of silence, Di Jun shook his head. We shall not involve ourselves in the affairs of the celestial court. We must focus on perfecting the great stellar formation in preparation for the impending clash with the Wu clan. To Di Jun, whether Dong Wang Gong established a celestial court or a divine court was mere child's play, unworthy of his attention or time. Only the Wu clan was deemed a worthy opponent for their demon court. Upon hearing Di Jun's words, Bai Zhe hesitated before speaking again. If Lord Di Jun is unwilling to attend, I shall decline the envoy's invitation. However, I have heard that Dong Wang Gong also invited the ancestor of the River of Hades. Quick to interject, Di Jun said. Wait. The establishment of the celestial court is a significant event. I believe it is prudent for me to attend personally. A year later, Di Jun departed the demon court, accompanied by Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, Bai Zhe, Kunping, and other demon deities. As they journeyed, Kunping squinted at the retreating clouds, hoping to glimpse the red clouds once more. After their departure from the Treasure Division Rock, he had left with Lord Di Jun, missing the opportunity. This time, should the chance arise, he was determined to avenge the grievance over the seating arrangement. Had it not been for that red cloud requesting him to yield his seat, the primordial purple energy would have undoubtedly belonged to him. Upon this reflection, the animosity in Kunping's eyes intensified, and his clenched fist grew even tighter. Beyond the Bloodsea continent, Mingyi gazed at the envoy before him and opened the invitation in his hand. Upon discovering that the Eastern King intended to establish a demonic court, a cold smile involuntarily crept across his face. Was he so eager to court death? Yet, why had the other party chosen to invite him? Narrowing his eyes, Mingyi pondered for a moment. After a while, a radiant smile illuminated his visage. He would return to inform the Eastern King that he would attend punctually. However, as he watched the envoy's departing figure, the smile on his face transformed into an endless chill. Ah, Eastern King, is it not enough that you have offended a Di Jun? You seek to covet my primordial purple energy. Though I have no desire for it, it is mine, and I may choose to give it. You shall not seize it. If you seek death, then I shall oblige." At that moment, the coldness in Mingi's eyes solidified into a palpable force. The entire surface of the West Sea, spanning thousands of miles, transformed into a sheet of ice. Chapter 43. The Establishment of the Celestial Court. The Eastern King's desire in the East Sea, on Polai Immortal Island. Today marked an exceptionally significant day. Recently, countless formidable beings, each exuding an immense aura, soared through the skies of the East Sea, arriving at the Immortal Isle. These beings were all prominent figures from the Primordial Era, each a powerful entity and lord of myriad beings. The River of Hades arrived at the Isle of Polai a month ahead of time, as he immersed himself in the rich spiritual energy of the island. A faint sense of disappointment crept into his heart. Being well-versed in the ancient lore, he understood that the three islands of the sea, Polai, Dongying, and Fazhang, were coveted realms sought after by countless powerful beings of antiquity. The islands brimmed with abundant spiritual energy, treasures of heaven and earth scattered across their landscapes, and an immeasurable number of spiritual roots. They could be regarded as sacred sanctuaries for celestial cultivation. Indeed, the River of Hades harbored a profound curiosity and a sense of longing for the Isle of Polai. In the past, while traversing the Eastern Sea, he had endeavored to locate the three celestial islands. Alas, these ethereal realms are elusive, encountered only by fate. The River of Hades did not possess such fortune. This time, an invitation was extended from the Eastern King. The River of Hades arrived at the Isle of Polai with a sense of anticipation. However, upon arrival, it was met with profound disappointment. Although the concentration of spiritual energy here was indeed more potent than that of the boundless Blood Sea of Europe, it paled in comparison to the present-day Blood Sea continent. The disparity was simply unfathomable. One resided in the heavens, while the other dwelled on the earth. The spiritual energy concentration was akin to that found in the peripheral regions of the Blood Sea continent, utterly incomparable to its central zone. In fact, the spiritual energy density of the central region of the Blood Sea continent surpassed that of this isle by more than tenfold. If one were to consider the core area of the Blood Sea continent, the difference would be magnified 100-fold, if not 1,000. Is this truly worthy of being regarded as a sacred ground for cultivation? The River of Hades nonchalantly curled his lip. Simultaneously, he dismissed the notion of acquiring some advantageous treasures from this journey to the Isle of Polai. In a place such as this, what remarkable treasures could possibly emerge? As time flowed by, the anticipated day finally arrived. On this day, guided by the youthful denizens of the Celestial Isle, he entered the Grand Hall of the Celestial Court. This expansive open-air hall spanned a vast area of 10,000 miles. At its heart, a golden throne loomed majestically. Below it, a series of neatly arranged meditation cushions awaited. In front of the cushions stood tables crafted from white jade. This was the very venue designated for the grand ceremony of establishing the Celestial Court. Upon taking his place, Hades was taken aback to find that beside him sat the figures of Emperor June and Tai. What audacity the Eastern King possesses. The establishment of the Celestial Court clearly signals a contest for dominion over the beings of the primordial realm. How dare he extend an invitation to the Lord of the Demon Court? Even more perplexing to Hades was the presence of Emperor June and Tai themselves. Were they not aware of the Eastern King's intentions? Mingi could hardly believe that June, the Lord of the Demon Court, could be oblivious to the intentions of Dong Wang Gong. The purpose of the latter's visit was indeed intriguing. For a moment, Mingi found himself at a loss. Could it be that he intended to cause a ruckus here, rendering Dong Wang Gong's establishment of the Celestial Court a mere farce? Or perhaps he had come merely out of curiosity. Might he have been invited by Dong Wang Gong to conspire over my primal purple chi? At this thought, Mingi felt a tightening in his chest. If it were merely Dong Wang Gong's entourage of sycophants, there would be little to fear. However, should June and Dong Huang also become involved, this could very well escalate into a fierce battle. In the depths of his mind, Mingi began to contemplate how to evade the encirclement and devise an escape route. At that moment, June, standing nearby, suddenly greeted Mingi with enthusiasm. "Mingi, my friend. It has been far too long." Dong Wang Tai, upon seeing Mingi, also exuded warmth, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Mingi, my friend. I have recently discovered a new martial technique, the true self of the sun whenever you find the time. Let us venture into the depths of chaos and engage in a bout of skill." The River of Underworld disregarded the bellicose Eastern Emperor Tai, greeting Emperor June briefly before turning his gaze elsewhere. Observing Eastern Emperor's persistently combative demeanor, it was evident that he had not engaged in that particular affair. If that were the case, what purpose did the other have in coming here? The River of Hades possesses a profound understanding of the Eastern Sovereign, recognizing him as an individual whose emotions are plainly evident on his face. Given the fervent desire of the latter to engage in battle, it is evident that he remains blissfully unaware of the circumstances at hand. The River of Oblivion found himself in a perplexing state, casting his gaze around the surroundings. Alas, how unfortunate it was that Niwa had not arrived. Upon noticing the absence of Niwa among the ranks of the Demon Court, the River of Oblivion lamented silently within. Meanwhile, on another front, Emperor June, who had been observing the expressions of the River of Oblivion, pondered to himself. Surely, the esteemed friend of the River of Oblivion had surmised the intentions of the Eastern Prince. It appeared that he had momentarily regarded us as allies of the Eastern Prince. While I too harbor an interest in the primal purple chi, Seizing it from the River of Oblivion would not be a judicious course of action. Moreover, if a confrontation were necessary, I, Emperor June, would engage in an open and honorable contest, disdainful of any collaboration with the likes of the Eastern Prince. As the sovereign of the Demon Court, Emperor June naturally possessed his own sense of pride. At that moment, as the River of Oblivion and Emperor June were deep in contemplation, a sudden uproar erupted within the Grand Hall. Upon turning to investigate, they beheld the figure of the Eastern Prince appearing at the entrance. Clad in an exquisite robe of gilded fabric, adorned with intricate embroidery of mountains, rivers, the sun, and stars, the Eastern Prince radiated joy. The thought that from this day forth, he would ascend as the ruler of the Celestial Court filled him with uncontainable mirth. Soon, amidst a throng of supporters, the Eastern Prince took his seat upon the resplendent throne at the center of the hall. Following a series of elaborate rituals, he rose to address the ethereal essence of the heavenly way, proclaiming, I, the Eastern Prince, leader of the male immortals, perceive that the primordial world is incomplete, and the myriad spirits remain in disarray. Thus, I establish the Celestial Court, aspiring to lead the countless tribes of the primordial realm. I beseech the heavenly way to bear witness. Unlike Emperor June, who merely informed the heavenly way of the establishment of the Demon Court, regardless of acknowledgement, the Eastern Prince sought the heavenly way's approval for his Celestial Court, believing that legitimacy would yield harmony. This would not only place him above the Demon Court but also lay the groundwork for future subjugation of the Demon Court and the unification of the primordial continent. The Eastern Prince, being the designated leader of the male immortals by Hongjun, awaited the heavenly way's response. Without hesitation, the eye of the heavenly way granted its assent. Excellent. At that moment of divine approval, the Eastern Prince felt a surge of immense fortune coursing through his being and the entirety of the Celestial Court. In that instant, he sensed that the long-pressing bottleneck within him had begun to loosen, his magical essence circulating at an accelerated pace. Elated, the Eastern Prince realized that his assumptions had proven correct. The mysteries of the path of fortune were indeed wondrous. An overwhelming desire ignited within his gaze. If merely becoming the ruler of the Celestial Court could yield such significant advancement in cultivation, what might await him should he unify the primordial realm? The Eastern Prince dared not imagine the possibilities. Subsequently, numerous powerful beings of the primordial realm donned their masks of feigned sincerity to congratulate the Eastern Prince. The denizens of the Celestial Court also sensed a transformation within themselves at that moment, their faces adorned with smiles as they exchanged cups and merriment. After several rounds of libations, the Eastern Prince finally revealed another motive for his gathering. He turned his gaze towards the formidable beings outside the Celestial Court. With the Celestial Court newly established and in need of talent, might any of you express a desire to remain in my court as leisurely immortals? The Eastern Prince then directed his attention to Emperor June and Tai, inquiring, What say you, esteemed friends Emperor June and Tai? Upon hearing the Eastern Prince's words, the powerful beings in the hall set down their goblets, their smiles fading into expressions of gravity and curiosity. They had known prior to arriving at the Celestial Court that the Eastern Prince's invitation carried with it the intention of persuading them to join his ranks. Initially, they had no intention of attending, but upon learning that the masters of the Demon Court and the Sea of Blood were en route, they decided to come merely to observe the spectacle. Little did they anticipate that events would unfold so swiftly, with the discussion commencing before their cups were even emptied. A smile flickered across the face of the River of Hades, eager to observe how Emperor June would respond. Upon hearing the Eastern King's inquiry, Emperor June could not suppress a cold chuckle within. Ah, Eastern King, are you so hastily courting death? Emperor June was acutely aware that the Eastern King was the foremost male immortal, handpicked by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. It was prudent to avoid provoking him unnecessarily. Thus, as long as the facade remained intact, Emperor June would refrain from tearing down the veil of civility. However, should the Eastern King overstep his bounds, there would be no choice but to retaliate. Regardless of the Tao ancestor's presence, a confrontation would ensue. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts coursed through Emperor June's mind. He then turned his impassive gaze towards the Eastern King. Dear friend of the Eastern King, you jest. This matter pertains to your Celestial Court, and as the sovereign of the Demon Court, how could I possibly intervene? Emperor June's stance was unequivocal. I am the ruler of the Demon Court, while you preside over the Celestial Court. I shall not meddle in your affairs. However, you must also recognize your own standing. Should you desire the Demon Court? Eastern King, do not harbor such delusions. Upon hearing this, the smile on the Eastern King's face remained undiminished. He had never anticipated that the establishment of the Celestial Court would lead to the subjugation of the Demon Court. If it were that simple, how could Emperor June still be regarded as the sovereign of the Demon Court? That would indeed be rather dull. He merely wished to gauge Emperor June's attitude. Since the latter did not oppose the formation of the Demon Court nor the subjugation of the beings of the primordial chaos, that was sufficient. As for the conquest of the Demon Court, that could wait until he fortified his strength under the auspices of the Celestial Court as fortune. The Eastern King understood that with his current power, he was not yet equipped to subdue the Demon Court and would require several millennia for development. For now, it sufficed that Emperor June did not obstruct his growth. In the next moment, the Eastern King shifted his gaze to the River of Hades, extending his invitation. Might I inquire what you think of my Celestial Court, dear friend of the River of Hades? Would you be inclined to stay and serve as the master of my Celestial Court? This was the true aim of the Eastern King, to invite the River of Hades to join his celestial court. There were two primary reasons for this. Firstly, the River of Hades was the master of the literary path. His inclusion would naturally attract more beings from the primordial chaos. Secondly, the River of Hades possessed the highest cultivation among the scattered cultivators present. Figures such as the three pure ones looked down upon the Eastern King and thus did not attend. In this grand hall, Mingi naturally emerged as the most formidable among the scattered cultivators. Should Mingi consent to join the celestial court, the other cultivators present would undoubtedly follow suit without hesitation. Indeed, this was the prevailing sentiment. Upon hearing the Eastern King's invitation to Mingi, the other eminent figures turned their gazes towards him, eager to discern his decision. If even Mingi were to join, it would signify that the celestial court possessed certain merits worth considering, prompting them to join as well. Conversely, should Mingi decline, they would have to contemplate their options more carefully. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Tai also regarded Mingi, curious about his choice. However, unlike the other powerful beings, they held little belief that Mingi would align with the celestial court. After all, Mingi had previously rejected their already formidable demon court. How could he possibly align himself with a court perceived as inferior? Upon hearing the Eastern King's proposal, the smile on Mingi's face vanished in an instant. Just moments ago, he had been observing the spectacle surrounding Emperor Jun, yet now the focus had shifted entirely to him. Truthfully, Mingi had contemplated the events unfolding in the Grand Hall. But he had assumed that the Eastern King would extend his olive branch only after the ceremony concluded, allowing everyone to maintain their dignity. Who would have thought that the Eastern King would act so immaturely? To pose such a question in a hall filled with so many notable figures. If I were to agree, it would be a harmonious union, bringing joy to both parties. However, should I refuse, it would cast a shadow on your reputation as well. Given these circumstances, in the depths of the underworld, a murmur escapes. It is you who insisted on presenting your face to me, inviting my strike. Do not hold me accountable. I must decline, with all due respect. The words of Mingi resonated within the Grand Hall, leaving the other primordial cultivators somewhat astonished. Had he truly declined without a moment's hesitation? Was there no further contemplation? Logically, becoming a member of this celestial court should yield only benefits and no drawbacks. Yet, why did Mingi refuse so unequivocally? Could it be that joining this celestial realm harbored some hidden disadvantage? Among the crowd, a few sharp-minded individuals cast their gaze toward the two figures of Dijuan seated not far from Mingi, seemingly grasping some underlying truth. Dijuan himself felt a flicker of surprise. He had anticipated Mingi's refusal, yet he did not expect such an unceremonious rejection. When Mingi had turned down his previous invitation, he had been courteous and tactful. In this moment, Dijuan suddenly perceived a newfound respect in Mingi's attitude toward him. Turning his gaze toward the East King, Dijuan's expression took on a hint of amusement. How would you respond to this, I wonder? The East King was indeed feeling somewhat embarrassed by Mingi's rejection, his countenance darkening. How ungrateful of Mingi! As the esteemed ruler of the celestial court, I personally extended an invitation, and he brazenly declined in front of so many of his fellow primordial beings. Where should I place my dignity? The East King believed that Mingi's refusal to join the celestial court was nothing short of foolishness. He was blind to the opportunities before him. In the future, when our celestial court governs all primordial spirits, I hope he does not come to regret his decision. With this, he resolved in his heart. Since you have chosen not to join my celestial court, do not blame me for my subsequent actions. I shall no longer hold back. The East King began to strategize his next moves. Contemplating the potential developments ahead, his gloomy demeanor vanished, replaced by a renewed Mingi sighed with relief. Prior to this moment, he had intended to allocate his merit points towards the steel blade, with the aim of accumulating enough merit to enhance the creation of life, thereby amassing all his merit points to delve into the profound understanding of the blood path to a level exceeding 70%. Ultimately breaking through to the realm of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. As for the path of slaughter, he planned to address that at a later time, relying on his own comprehension to gradually explore it. However, circumstances have now shifted. He urgently needs to elevate his combat prowess. The most effective approach is to advance his mastery of the path of slaughter to over 30%, surpassing the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level. With such an enhancement, his combat abilities would multiply exponentially. Even if besieged by 10 adversaries of Dong Wang Gong's caliber, he would remain undefeated, and could potentially turn the tide in his favor. Moreover, he had allies accompanying him on this journey. As this realization dawned upon him, a glint of coldness flickered in Mingi's eyes. He slowly raised the wine goblet in his hand, tilted his head back, and drank deeply. A trace of moisture lingered at the corner of his mouth, which, paired with the subtle upward curve of his lips, rendered him strikingly alluring and enigmatic. The East Sea lay 1,000 miles away from the shores of the Polai Fairy Island. The River of Hades gazed upward, where a few wisps of white clouds lingered at a short distance and calmly uttered, "Come forth." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the clouds dissipated, revealing a multitude of figures. "Ah, what a coincidence!" one exclaimed. "Indeed, I never anticipated that you, fellow Taoist of Hades, would also return to the primordial chaos from this place. It is a pleasure to see you again, Taoist of Hades." The figures, filled with laughter and chatter, descended from above as if they had not seen the River of Hades in quite some time. As they alighted, their forms subtly dispersed, encircling the river of Hades. Among them stood the unmistakable figure of Eastern Prince. Not coincidental at all. The River Styx observed the subtle movements of the numerous figures before it, utterly indifferent. Ever since I departed from the Penglai Immortal Isle, I've noticed shadows persistently trailing behind. Wouldn't you agree, Dong Wang Gong? The words of the River Styx carried not a trace of emotion as he gazed coldly at the Eastern King before him. What? The Eastern King's heart skipped a beat upon hearing those words. Could it be that the River Styx had long been aware of their scheme? But so what? The Eastern King, eyeing the solitary figure of the River Styx, allowed a smug expression to surface, abandoning all pretense. Cards on the table, then. Since you've already uncovered our intentions, fellow Taoist Styx, there's no point in hiding it any longer. We followed you today with but one purpose, to kindly request that you lend us the primordial violet chi for a mere glance. As his words fell, the Eastern King's breathing grew slightly ragged, his eyes brimming with greed. The surrounding figures mirrored his fervor, their gazes igniting with desire at the mention of the primordial violet chi. In response, the River Styx arched a brow, his tone indifferent. And if I refuse? A sinister grin twisted the Eastern King's lips. Then do not blame us for showing no mercy. With his declaration, the others stirred, their spiritual power surging within. Fists clenched and weapons readied. The gaze of the River of Darkness swept over the figures before him, and with a face full of disdain, he remarked, "Are you truly so foolish as to underestimate me with merely a handful of you? Though these beings surrounding him possessed the cultivation of great Luo golden immortals, and among them were two with quasi-saint prowess, they were nonetheless insignificant in his presence. His indifference was palpable. What truly captured his attention was the distinct aura emanating from above. He lifted his gaze, fixated on the void high in the sky, where two energies lay concealed. If his conjecture held any merit, they must belong to Di Jun and Tai. Yet, it appeared that they were not allied with the Eastern King. The River of the Underworld noted that the Eastern Sovereign seemed oblivious to the presence of the other party, murmuring to himself. Was this Emperor Jun merely passing by chance, or did he intend to reap the benefits of another's labor? The eyes of the River of Darkness narrowed slightly. If Emperor Jun and Tai were to join forces, the situation would become intricate and challenging. As the gaze of the River of Darkness surveyed the void, Emperor Jun, concealing his presence with the river map and Luo book, squinted his eyes. Truly, my esteemed friend, the River of Darkness is as perceptive as ever. Despite my efforts to remain hidden, he has still managed to detect me. In contrast, he couldn't help but smirk at the oblivious Dong Wang Gong. What a foolhardy endeavor. However, now that he had been discovered, it was prudent to retreat and avoid any misunderstandings. Emperor Jun had initially intended to secretly observe the unfolding events, but he had not anticipated being noticed by the River of Darkness. Given the circumstances, it was best to maintain a distance, lest he be misinterpreted by his esteemed counterpart and face indiscriminate retaliation. At that moment, Dong Wang Gong suddenly erupted in fury. You audacious River of Darkness! Since you refuse to willingly surrender the primordial purple chi, we shall be compelled to take action. As Dong Wang Gong's voice resounded, those present summoned their spiritual treasures, directing their assaults toward the River of Darkness. In an instant, axes, cauldrons, long spears, swords, and a dozen foul-smelling socks, each a spiritual treasure, hurtled through the air. Noticing the incoming onslaught, the River of Darkness felt a stirring within. The fiery red lotus of karma manifested beneath him. Boom. The barrage of spiritual treasures collided with the protective barrier of the fiery red lotus. Smash! With a cold snort, Mingyi summoned the surging power within, emanating an invisible aura that rippled outward. The luminous barrier of the fiery red lotus suddenly expanded, causing a multitude of spiritual treasures to retreat in haste. Their masters, caught off guard, spewed blood and became disoriented. They hastily reached out to summon back their treasures and don them once more. Witnessing the failure of his initial strike, Dong Wang Gong's heart hardened, realizing it was time for him to take action. He exchanged glances with several quasi-saints within his ranks. In the next moment, a dragon-headed staff materialized in his grasp, aimed forcefully at the barrier of the fiery red lotus. Meanwhile, a radiant orb emitting golden light, along with a seemingly severed spear, hurtled toward Mingyi in a fierce assault. A cold smile curled upon Mingyi's lips as he bellowed, seeking death. The dual blades, one azure and the other crimson, known as the Yuan Tu and the Abi, materialized beside him. As Mingyi's aura surged, they surged forth towards the orb and spear behind him. Meanwhile, Mingyi took a step forward, transforming his palms into fists, and launched a powerful strike ahead. Boom. The fist of the River of Hades glimmered with a crimson light as it clashed effortlessly against the dragon-headed staff. With a resounding thud, two distinct sounds of blood being spat echoed from behind. Under the relentless assault of Yuan Tu and Abi, the two sacred treasures were cleaved in twain. Witnessing this spectacle, the Eastern Prince's eyes widened in shock, a flicker of fear igniting within him. The formidable physical strength of the River of Hades was astonishing. Able to withstand the onslaught of the dragon-headed staff with bare hands, it was imperative to note that the dragon-headed staff was a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Yet, a more alarming event unfolded before the Eastern Prince's eyes. After neutralizing the attacks of the two sacred treasures, Yuan Tu and Abi surged forward with unyielding momentum, arriving before one of the figures in an instant. With a swift motion, akin to piercing through a mere sheet of paper, they struck through the figure. In that very moment, a violent aura of slaughter surged within the figure's body. Before long, the figure transformed into a grotesque mass. Its form riddled with countless wounds as fine streams of blood erupted forth. Witnessing this harrowing scene, the Eastern Prince was filled with trepidation and urgently called out, "Retreat." He realized that seizing the River of Hades today and obtaining the primordial purple energy was an unattainable goal. Delaying any further could very well lead to his demise. Preserve the Green Mountains, and one need not worry about firewood. He must flee at once. If he could return to the Isle of Pulai and utilize its defensive array, he was certain he could thwart the River of Hades. After witnessing Dong Wangong's escape, the River Styx remained unperturbed. With a mere flick of his fingers, Yuan Tu and Abai swiftly dispatched the dozen figures before them. Only then did he cast his gaze upon Dong Wangong's retreating silhouette and bellow, "Slay him." In an instant, a shadowy figure erupted from the depths of the sea, materializing directly in front of Dong Wangong. Its elongated proboscis pierced through his form with lethal precision, impaling him mercilessly. Thus, Dong Wangong met his demise. Chapter 46. River Styx, you shall pay for this. The moment Dong Wangong was skewered by the mosquito Taoist razor-sharp proboscis, the River Styx's expression flickered with momentary distraction. Yet another alteration to fate's script, he mused. By the original course of events, Dong Wangong was destined to serve as a mere stepping stone on Emperor Jun's path to supremacy. Yet now, he had been eliminated prematurely. Would this trigger unforeseen repercussions? Still, one truth remained unchanged. Dong Wangong's fate had always been sealed in death. The impact, therefore, should be negligible. But even if destiny had been rewritten, so what? From the moment the heavenly Tao ancestor Hongjun entrusted him with the primordial violet chi, the winds of fate had already begun to shift. Just then, the River Styx noticed a faint tremor in Dong Wangong's body. His head twisted with agonizing effort, his eyes brimming with desperate entreaty as they locked onto the River Styx. Tenacious, isn't he? Still clinging to life? A moment's reflection brought clarity. Of course, as a quasi-saint, death was no trifling matter. Even if this incarnation perished, another severed aspect of his being still lingered. Drawing a shuddering breath, Dong Wangong mustered his final plea. Fellow Taoist River Styx, I beg of you, spare me. I offer this dragon head staff in exchange for my life. With trembling fervor, he raised the ornate staff aloft, his eyes pleading. The mosquito Taoist spared a glance at the proffered artifact before withdrawing its bloody proboscis. A pained groan escaped Dong Wangong as he fixed the River Styx with a desperate, imploring gaze. The river of the underworld waved his hand, conceding, very well, very well. Your survival is indeed a fortunate circumstance. After all, you are the foremost male immortal designated by the Tao ancestor. Should you perish at the hands of the mosquito Taoist, he would undoubtedly bear an immense karmic burden. Upon hearing the words of the river of the underworld, Dong Wangong's heart soared with elation. He comprehended that he had been saved. He hastily bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Taoist friend of the river of the underworld, and thank you, mosquito Taoist. Upon my return to the celestial court, I shall certainly present a grand gift to express my gratitude." However, Dong Wangong's gaze fell upon the azure sword that had pierced through his chest. His eyes filled with disbelief. Ultimately, a crimson trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as he succumbed to death. His eyes widened, fixated on the river of the underworld, as if questioning him in his final moments. "You had promised to spare me. Why have you broken your word?" With an expression of calm indifference, the river of Hades withdrew the Yuan Tu from the corpse of the Eastern King, uttering softly, "This will suffice. Having been slain by the Yuan Tu, you shall bear no karmic repercussions." He then beckoned to the dragon-headed staff, drawing it into his sleeve. "With your demise, this dragon-headed staff is now mine." After stating this with an air of tranquil detachment, he turned to the mosquito Taoist, who appeared somewhat peculiar. "This corpse is yours. Consume it. After all, it belongs to a quasi-saint." For the mosquito Taoist, this temptation was akin to that of a supreme spiritual treasure. As his words faded, the river of Hades cast a glance into the distance before heading towards the Isle of Pulai. With the Eastern King deceased, the innate spiritual roots on the island were now unclaimed treasures. The mosquito Taoist, observing the retreating figure of the river of Hades, felt a profound shock. When the Eastern King had revealed the dragon-headed staff, she presumed that her ancestor would spare him. Unexpectedly, he had been slain in a mere instant. She also realized that her ancestor had effectively liberated her from the karmic ties of having slain the foremost male immortal. Looking down at the Eastern King's corpse floating upon the sea, the mosquito Taoist chuckled, "Hee, my ancestor treats me the best." Her sharp proboscis mercilessly pierced into the body of the Eastern King. As a continuous flow of spiritual energy surged into her own being, she could not help but let out a soft hum of satisfaction. Meanwhile, far away, the figures of Di Jun and Tai Yi materialized from the void. The Eastern Emperor Tai Yi applauded, exclaiming, "My friend, River of Hades, has truly aligned with my temperament. Well done. Look at how the Eastern King can still be so arrogant. A mere celestial court dares to devour us? It is fortunate that we have not been devoured ourselves." However, he quickly shifted his tone. "Yet, this River of Hades has grown even stronger. How could he have dispatched so many great Luo golden immortals and several quasi-saints in the blink of an eye? Brother, I wish to join the River of Hades in the chaos of battle." Di Jun regarded his battle-hungry sibling with exasperation and gently advised, "Indeed. The strength of the River of Hades is formidable, but now is not the time. We must return to the demon court swiftly, assemble our forces. For our primary concern remains the witch clan. Reluctantly acquiescing, Tai replied, very well. Dijun then instructed, summoned by Zhe and the others, we shall return together. At this moment, Tai's expression turned slightly awkward. Bai Zhe and the others had matters to attend to and have left. Matters? Why was I not informed? What matters? Dijun raised an eyebrow. It seems that Kuenping has been bullied by other prehistoric allies, and Bai Zhe went to assist him, Tai murmured. I see. Dijun pondered. Then let us return. Just as they prepared to depart, a deafening roar resounded throughout the eastern sea. In an instant, weaker fish were stunned and floated unconscious, the surface of the ocean blanketed in a sea of white. Dijun and Tai turned to see a greenish-blue barrier of formation materialize at the location of the Isle of Palai. The mosquito Taoist, shaken by the sound, realized that it emanated from the direction her ancestor had departed. Hastily, she retracted her mouth and waved to collect the corpse, vanishing into thin air amidst a ripple of spatial distortion. Gazing at the suddenly materialized massive barrier, the River of Hades felt his pupils constrict. He had only just arrived at the Isle of Palai, intending to scour its treasures, but before he could even set foot on the ground, a greenish-blue light barrier had erupted, ejecting him. It seemed the master of this formation sensed his presence and activated the barrier to prevent his entry. Could it be that the recently deceased Eastern King was not his true form, but rather the one that had been severed? In an instant, the River of Hades appeared to grasp the situation. With a graceful motion of his elongated fingers, the Yuan Tu and the Ubi, two formidable treasures of slaughter, manifested behind him. As surges of magical energy flowed, strands of malevolent aura entwined, racing toward the greenish-blue formation. With a resounding thud, the Yuan Tu and Ubi collided with the formation's barrier, producing a dull echo. The River of Underworld let out a soft gasp of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the ever-victorious Yuan Tu, Ubi, would fail to penetrate this formation. He recalled the last time, during the collision with the Chaos Bell of Dong Huang Tai. After several fruitless attempts, the River of Underworld, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, shall I truly abandon this endeavor? He simply could not afford to squander much time here. He needed to return to the boundless sea of blood to seek the arrival of his next great merit. Thus, sensing that breaking this formation would likely prove futile in the short term, he contemplated his next move. Mingi intended to relinquish his pursuit. After all, he had already slain one of his adversaries and acquired the exquisite spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff, which somewhat alleviated his frustrations. As for the Eastern King, he would inevitably meet his demise at the hands of the demon court. There was no need for him to expend further effort. It was merely a pity that the innate spiritual root, the five-colored pine, on the Isle of Palai would be lost. Just as Mingi was about to turn and depart, a voice resonated from within the grand array. Mingi, you shall wait for me. Chapter 47. Your Majesty, please release that formation. Still daring to boast? Mingi, having already turned his back, was taken aback by the voice that came from behind him. He had intended to spare the Eastern King and was preparing to leave. Yet this fool emerged again, audaciously threatening him. The River of Hades turned, a mocking smile gracing its lips as it gazed upon the Eastern King below. What is it? Do you not accept this fate? Or do you wish to perish alongside your very essence beneath my blade, in the depths of the abyss? Under the playful scrutiny of the River of Hades, the Eastern King's body involuntarily trembled, though it was merely his vile corpse that had just met its demise. The entirety of the experience remained vividly clear to his true self. Surrounded by such a multitude of great Luo golden immortals and quasi-saints, the tension in the air was palpable. The River of Hades displayed not a trace of fear. Rather, in a fleeting moment, it dispatched them one by one. Such a scene was indelibly etched in the mind of the Eastern Lord. At this juncture, the Eastern Lord's heart was engulfed in an overwhelming dread of the River of Hades. He had initially presumed that upon vanquishing the malevolent corpses, the river would retreat from the Eastern Sea. To his astonishment, the river turned and advanced towards the Isle of Palai. The Eastern Lord hastily summoned the great protective formation of the island. After witnessing the river expend half a day without breaching it, his trepidation was somewhat alleviated, prompting him to emerge. He had to step forward, as the sovereign of the celestial court, being besieged by a mere wanderer on the Isle of Palai, unable to utter a sound, would render him a figure of ridicule among the myriad beings of the primordial realm. How could he ever face them again? What great powers of the primordial realm would ever seek his allegiance? Would he not become a laughingstock? To avoid such a monumental disgrace, he had to assert himself. Thus, he took a stand. In the face of the river's scorn and disdain, the Eastern Lord instinctively sensed the aura emanating from the protective formation, which steadied his spirit considerably. He lifted his gaze, arching his neck, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve as he fixed his stare upon the River of Hades. Friend of the river, I believed I treated you fairly at the celestial court's grand ceremony. Yet, how have you repaid my kindness? With ingratitude. I am at a loss as to whose slander you have heeded. At the moment of our departure, you chose to ambush us. As he spoke, the Eastern Lord's gaze remained fixed on the river's visage. Noticing a slight shift in the river's expression, he hastily continued, however, I am willing to overlook this transgression. My celestial court has always valued capability. If you, friend of the river, could pledge a solemn oath to join my celestial court and vow never to betray us, I would let bygones be bygones. With his words hanging in the air, the Eastern Lord awaited the river's response, fully aware that it would likely be a refusal. Especially regarding the oath. He anticipated a cold rejection, followed by a disdainful departure from the unyielding formation. Meanwhile, beneath the great formation on the Isle of Palai, numerous powerful beings who had long since allied with the celestial court were stirred by his words, emerging to witness the unfolding scene. Upon hearing the Eastern Lord's remarks, their expressions turned peculiar. Although his words appeared just and magnanimous, implying a willingness to overlook past grievances for the sake of exceptional talent, it seemed evident that he was gripped by fear. At this moment, thousands of miles above the Isle of Palai, the figures of Emperor Jun and Tai had arrived. Tai cast a glance at the Eastern Lord cowering within the formation below, his lips twitching in disbelief. Brother, is the Eastern Lord truly the shameless? He instigated an ambush against the River of Hades for the sake of the primordial purple energy, and after failing, he was vanquished. Yet now, he dares to shift the blame onto the river. How can he simultaneously exude fear of the river while uttering such defiant words? Emperor Jun shook his head. While I do not know who has emboldened the Eastern Lord so, I am certain that given the temperament of the River of Hades, he is in for a dire fate. Even if he remains ensconced in this formation, it will avail him nothing. Hearing this, Tai regarded the river below with curiosity. The River Styx had not anticipated that, apart from his poor judgment and inability to discern the tides of fate, the Eastern King would also possess such a knack for distorting truth. Chuckles Eastern King. I had initially thought that severing one of your incarnations would serve as sufficient chastisement. You narrowly escaped death, and I was inclined to let bygones be bygones. But, since you've chosen to speak in such a manner, it would be remiss of me not to respond in kind to your persistent invitation. The words of the river of the underworld sent shockwaves through the hearts of the figures below. The Eastern King felt a jolt of anxiety within. He silently berated himself for his loose tongue. Why did he have to provoke? The opponent was already prepared to leave, and now it seemed that matters would only escalate. He glanced at the protective formation surrounding the island, feeling a surge of defiance. After all, he could not break the formation, so what was there to fear? Raising his head once more, he declared, Friend of the river of the underworld, I have granted you an opportunity. Since you refuse, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As his words fell, the mighty beings of the celestial court echoed in agreement. River of the underworld, you truly are obstinate. Our sovereign possesses a magnanimous heart and bears no desire to hold grievances against you. Yet, instead of showing gratitude, you have only intensified your defiance. This is a path to destruction. Indeed, River of the underworld, if you apologize to our sovereign now, you might yet be spared. In an instant, the celestial beings rallied in condemnation of the river of the underworld, standing firmly by the Eastern King. Although they sensed something amiss in the exchange between the river of the underworld and the Eastern King, their loyalty to the celestial court left little room for doubt about their stance. Some powerful beings even rolled up their sleeves, eager to engage in a fierce battle with the river of the underworld. Your Majesty, please release the formation. Let us join forces to capture the river of the underworld and hold him accountable. Your Majesty, I am ready to fight. Observing the fervor of those around him, the Eastern King inwardly cursed them 100 times. Release the formation? Absolutely not. The Eastern King was resolute in his refusal. After all, letting them out would be akin to serving a feast to the enemy. Moreover, with their loud proclamations, what was the meaning of their retreat? He disregarded these spineless beings, raising his hand to further reinforce the formation. He then regarded the river of the underworld with unwavering confidence. Noticing the changes below, the river of the underworld's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Suddenly, he sensed ripples in the space beside him. The mosquito Taoist appeared in her innate form. Ancestor. I was worried something might have happened to you. Seeing the figure of the river of the underworld, the mosquito Taoist rushed forward, feeling the softness of his arm without a trace of disturbance in his heart. You arrived just in time. Can you see if this formation can be breached? As the saying goes, there is a hierarchy to knowledge, and each discipline has its expertise. Even if the mosquito Taoist had not come, the river of the underworld would age transformed into a myriad of ethereal fragments. This scene left the Eastern Prince and his companions utterly unprepared. Their previously joyous expressions froze in place, unable to retract before the gravity of the moment seized them. After a brief suspension of breath, they hastily summoned their magical artifacts, fleeing in desperation. This is dire. The formation has collapsed. We must escape. Your Majesty, may fortune favor you. In an instant, the Palai Immortal Island descended into chaos. Unfortunately, the River of Hades, having awaited this opportunity beyond the formation for a considerable time, surged forth. 3,000 blood gods, attack. With the chilling command of the River of Hades, the 3,000 blood gods made their inaugural appearance before the vast audience of the primordial world. Each blood god, born of the sea of blood, radiated an unsettling crimson power. Furthermore, as vessels of written language embodying the merits of the great Tao, their magical essence shimmered with streaks of gold, imparting an air of opulence, nobility, and enigma. Soon, under the relentless assault of the blood gods, all those formidable beings of the primordial world who had dared to confront the River of Hades found themselves vanquished, submerged in a sea of blood, their existence extinguished. The Eastern Prince, too, found himself ensnared, unable to escape under the coercive presence of several blood gods and the mosquito Taoist. As the figure of Mingi shifted, he approached the esteemed Dong Wang Gong, a seemingly gentle smile gracing his face. Dear friend Mingi, I implore you to spare my life. Should you choose to grant me mercy, the title of the Lord of the Celestial Court shall be yours. Dong Wang Gong gazed upon Mingi's silhouette, speaking with a tinge of bitterness. He had never anticipated that the Celestial Court, having just been established, would quickly descend into a sea of blood, transforming into a veritable purgatory. All he yearned for now was to survive. The title of the Lord of the Celestial Court, indeed? The corners of the River Styx's lips curled slightly as he slowly approached the side of the Eastern King. Indeed, from now on, you shall be the ruler of the Celestial Court, and I, your humble servant. In time, I shall persuade the Queen Mother of the West to join me in bowing at your feet. The Eastern King's face bore an ingratiating smile. His eyes filled with pleading as he gazed at the River Styx. Yet, in the next moment, his smile vanished, his pupils dilating in shock. A gleaming sword had pierced through his chest. An endless surge of slaughterous energy erupted in an instant. The Eastern King perished. This time, it was a true and final death, his essence extinguished. At last, he transformed into a wisp of supreme yang energy, floating silently in midair. Ah, why must you be so arrogant? Now, see what has become of you, reduced to but a single breath. With a flick of his sleeve, the River Styx gathered the energy within, recalling all his blood god avatars and ceasing the slaughter. After thoroughly plundering the treasures of Palai Immortal Island, he departed with the five-colored pine, returning to the boundless blood sea. 33rd Heaven. Upon hearing the news brought by Fushi from Emperor Jun, Niua's face revealed astonishment. You mean to say, the Eastern King was slain by the River Styx? The Celestial Court is no more? Then, has the River Styx returned to the boundless blood sea? Chapter 49, Niua's Perplexity, Journey to the Blood Sea, and the Birth of the Gourd Boys? Since the final sermon at the Violet Heaven Palace, Niua had secluded herself within the chambers of the Demon Court, refining the primordial purple chi in hopes of one day attaining sainthood. Yet, as time passed, her agitation only grew. To comprehend the primordial purple chi was no fleeting endeavor. It demanded both time and serendipity. In the depths of the unknown, a voice consistently whispered to her. Her destiny lay within the boundless sea of blood. Her persistent focus on the river of Hades stemmed from two sources: the profound impact of the river's actions and character, and the undeniable truth that her fortune resided within that vast crimson expanse. Recently, her feelings had intensified to an unmistakable degree, compelling her to embark on a journey into the blood sea to uncover the true nature of this destiny. Before she could bid farewell to her elder brother, she learned that the river of Hades had been invited to the Eastern Sea's Palai Fairy Island. Thus, she found herself in a position of waiting once more. After all, the river of Hades was the sovereign of the boundless blood sea. To venture forth uninvited while the master was absent would be ill-advised. Consequently, she spent the ensuing days in anticipation of news. The straightforward nature of her friend from the river of Hades was refreshingly candid, delineating enmities and allegiances with clarity. Fushi recounted the river's activities on Palai Island, information gleaned from the esteemed Eastern Emperor Tai. The fact that such a high-minded figure held the river in high regard indicated that the river's recent actions resonated well with their demon court. The river of Hades was not one prone to bloodlust. It was evident that something provoked him to act against the Eastern King. Yet, the Eastern King was the designated leader of male immortals by the Tao ancestor, leaving her to ponder whether the ancestor would impose any retribution. Niua's countenance reflected a flicker of concern. Unable to contain her eagerness, she rose abruptly. Brother, since the river of Hades has returned to the boundless blood sea, please convey my intentions to Lord Dijuan. I shall set forth immediately to pay my respects. With her words spoken, Niua vanished from sight. Gazing at the crimson formation before him, the river of Hades felt a surge of elation. Finally, he had returned. Yet, a moment later, a slight furrow creased his brow as he regarded a particular section of the blood sea with intrigue. There, he observed a palace, entirely crimson, floating serenely and emitting a faint glow. Despite its palm-sized dimensions, its presence was unmistakable, a result of the aura emanating from within. Approaching the palace with swift steps, he extended his hand in summoning. In an instant, clarity washed over him. Had he ultimately succumbed to such a fate? Within that diminutive palace lingered a remnant essence, none other than that of the venerable Hongyan among the 3,000 purple clouds. Logically, the Hongming purple chi had been conferred upon the river of Hades by the Tao ancestor, and Hongyun should not have met such a dismal end. It became evident that the reason behind Kuanping's desire to eradicate Hongyun extended beyond the mere possession of the Hongming purple chi. Had it not been for Hongyun's interference, the lotus seat destined for a sage would undoubtedly have accommodated Kuanping as well. Thus, whether during the second or third discipleship at the Purple Cloud Palace, the Tao ancestor's bestowal of the Hongming purple chi only deepened Kuanping's resentment towards Hongyun. Consequently, after accompanying Dijuan and the Eastern Emperor to Palai Island, Kuanping, upon encountering Hongyun, allied with numerous demon saints to execute him. Furthermore, since the river of Hades had already secured the seven-colored gourd, a fragment of Hongyun's lingering soul did not coalesce within the 9-9 dispersing soul gourd, but instead manifested within this palace in his grasp. Fire Cloud Palace? The river of Hades mused as he scrutinized the vivid palace. Could it be that this Fire Cloud Palace was the fabled Fire Cloud Cave? known for the three sovereign suppression of humanity's fortune? If that were the case, he would need to devise a meticulous plan concerning the three sovereigns and five emperors. Fortune was of little consequence. The merit, however, must be his. Mingi clasped the fire cloud palace tightly in his hands, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. In the ensuing moments, Mingi gazed upon the orderly flourishing of the Azura clan atop the Blood Sea continent, his spirit filled with satisfaction. After centuries of development, the population of the Azura tribe had expanded from an initial 3,000 to tens of thousands. Moreover, this number continued to multiply with the passage of time. In the tranquil realm of the River of Oblivion, I find myself with ample leisure. Occasionally, I venture forth to impart wisdom to the original 3,000 Azuras. These primordial Azuras, in turn, take upon themselves the noble task of disseminating this knowledge to the younger generations. Thus, one generation after another flourishes increasingly. Among them, there even emerge a few Azuras possessing the profound cultivation of the Tai Golden Immortal, namely, Zizai-Shimbasan, Defantion, Yuztion, and Shiva. The River of the Underworld found their names exceedingly difficult to remember and decided to bestow upon them new appellations, Hanli, Xiaoyin, Shihao, and Li Qiyi. As time gracefully flowed by, 3 years later, a singular day arrived when the spiritual energy of the Blood Sea continent surged uncontrollably towards the direction of the Shura Palace, capturing the curious gazes of countless Shura. 7 days hence, a resplendent rainbow light soared into the heavens. Ultimately, constrained by the Great Formation, it refrained from piercing the sky. The colorful gourd vine had at last reached maturity. At that moment, the River of the Underworld stood before the vibrant gourd vine, his expression somewhat peculiar. He mused. According to the timeline of this primordial era, the gourd vine should have matured long ago, even if I had taken it prematurely, causing some injury to its vitality. It should have already achieved maturity. It turns out, it is all due to you extraordinary beings. As Mingi gazed upon the several figures beneath the gourd vine, their white, round backsides exposed, he hastily tore off a leaf, contemplating the creation of a garment for himself. Before him, under the vibrant gourd vine, 7 petite silhouettes stood in a line, each adorned with hats of various hues. Soon, they seemed to have noticed Mingi's presence. Dropping the leaves they held and running towards him while shouting, "Father, Father, I am the first baby. I am the second baby. I am the 7th baby." Staring at the 7 gourd children before him, Mingi found himself momentarily perplexed. Doubts began to creep in. Had he truly arrived in the primordial world? How could there be gourd children here? What had happened to the promised 7 gourd spiritual treasures? Why had they all transformed? Before the River of Underworld had intended to personally forge the celestial slaying flying dagger once the gourds had matured. However, with their transformation now complete, the prospect of crafting such a weapon seemed futile. Observing the bare-bottomed gourd children before him, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Mingi's mouth. He summoned the gourd vines and fashioned 7 garments, each a treasure of the lowest grade, imbued with a color-changing feature. As he beheld the 7 little ones adorned in the familiar gourd child attire from his previous life, a nod of satisfaction escaped Mingi. In the following period, Mingi embraced a paternal role, tending to the daily lives and education of the gourd children. Years passed, and on one particular day, after imparting the foundational knowledge of cultivation to several of the gourd children, he felt a stirring in his spirit and transported himself beyond the boundless sea of blood. There, not far off, stood Niwa, her expression fraught with impatience, clearly having awaited his arrival for quite some time. Chapter 50. Niwa's Astonishment, the Creation of Humanity. Upon witnessing Niwa's figure emerge beyond the blood sea, Mingi's heart soared with joy. He had anticipated this day would eventually arrive and eagerly awaited its coming. At that moment, Niwa, standing not far away, radiated an infinite golden light in Mingi's eyes. She was no mere goddess. She embodied an overwhelming aura of virtue. The River of Oblivion gazed fervently at Niwa, his eyes ablaze with passion. "Ah, my dear friend Niwa, what brings you to my boundless sea of blood? Is there a matter of great significance at hand? Please, come in. Let us converse as we proceed." The River of the Underworld warmly greeted Niwa as she approached the Blood Sea continent. Once Niwa set foot on the Blood Sea continent and beheld the Azura clan, it was likely that she would grasp the situation without needing to utter a word. It was time to create humanity. However, not far away, Niwa appeared somewhat anxious. She was at a loss for how to initiate the conversation. Should she directly inform her companion from the River of the Underworld that this boundless blood sea was intertwined with her fate and held the opportunity for her enlightenment? Surely, upon hearing such a claim, he might instantly change his demeanor and cast her away. Just as Niwa found herself in this predicament, the fervent words of the Underworld River extricated her from her predicament. Bewildered, she was led by the arm into the Sea of Blood. Huh? Is this truly the fabled boundless Sea of Blood? How does it differ so markedly from what I have heard? In her memory, as well as in the consensus of all primordial beings, it was said that this boundless Sea of Blood was the most sordid place in the primordial continent, replete with slaughter and filth. Countless severed limbs and remnants of primordial beings floated within it. Yet, before her lay a realm where celestial cranes soared. A landscape of pristine mountains and clear waters, a sanctum for cultivation, gazing upon the lush, towering peaks and the auspicious signs ascending to the heavens of this Sea of Blood continent, Niwa's heart was indeed struck with astonishment. "Underworld River, my friend. Is this truly the boundless Sea of Blood?" Niwa asked, trembling as she pointed toward the land before her, her voice laced with confusion. The River of Oblivion nodded slightly, and then seemed to recall something, shaking his head in response. To be precise, this place was once known as the Boundless Sea of Blood. However, I now prefer to refer to it as the Continent of Blood. The Continent of Blood? One nodded in agreement. Indeed. This cannot be considered a sea of blood any longer. It has transformed into a continent, akin to the primal continent, brimming with spiritual energy and living beings. The river of the underworld grasped Nuwa's hand and continued onward, while Nuwa curiously surveyed her surroundings. The spiritual energy in this blood sea continent was exceptionally dense, brimming with numerous spiritual roots and auspicious signs. However, it remained uncertain whether other cultivators were present. Lichia, what happened yesterday? Did we not agree to gather and impart the heavenly path to our juniors? Hanli inquired, a furrow of confusion etching his brow as he turned to Lichia. My sheep went missing, so I went to search for them, Lichia replied nonchalantly. He then pointed at Hanli, who had fallen to the back of the group. Next time we converse, could you please stand in the front rather than lingering at the back? Do you think I might devour you? At that moment, Shirhao, appearing as if he had just awakened from slumber, exclaimed, Devour. What are we eating? That spirit sheep we encountered yesterday was extraordinarily delicious, albeit slightly lacking in vitality. As he spoke, Shirhao patted Xiaoyan on the shoulder. Thanks to you, Xiaoyan, for mastering the timing so well. It allowed the treasures within that pot to reach their utmost potential. I feel the vitality within me surging more robustly. Xiaoyan clasped his hands in front of his chest and replied calmly, it was merely luck. Only Lichia, upon hearing the exchange between Shirhao and Xiaoyan, wore a countenance so dark it seemed as if water could drip from it. Sheep? Where did you find the sheep? Shirhao, sensing Lichia's menacing expression, instinctively averted his gaze. He certainly could not divulge that the sheep had been captured near Lichia's residence. I am unaware of where Shirhao found it. But I have a bone I deliberately left behind yesterday for alchemical purposes, Xiaoyan remarked casually, producing a piece of sheep bone from his robe. Recognizing the familiar aura emana, the River of Hades smiled silently as he grasped the delicate, jade-like hand of Nuwa once more. Dear friend Nuwa, I kindly ask you to accompany me. In the next moment, the fabric of space shifted, and the River of Hades led Nuwa to the upper realm of the Shura Palace. Sister, please behold. The River of Hades pointed below, where countless azuras flowed like an unceasing current, smiling. Nuwa gazed at the myriad figures before her, her heart filled with astonishment. She never expected that the boundless sea of blood belonging to her companion, the River of Hades, would harbor such a multitude of beings. This was in stark contrast to the legends that spoke of an absence of fish or shrimp and the silence of birds. Moreover, it appeared that this was a complete race, one that had never been witnessed in the primordial continent. The moment this thought arose, a ray of light seemed to illuminate Nuwa's heart. Yet, clarity still eluded her. She continued to observe. Soon, in a plaza not far from the Azura Palace, she beheld a statue. Could that be her companion, the River of Hades? Could it be? At that moment, a tempest of emotion surged within Nuwa. She turned to the River of Hades and inquired, Are these beings a creation of you, my esteemed friend? Mingi nodded slightly. In an instant, the light that penetrated into her heart became blinding. Nuwa, unreserved, closed her eyes and murmured, Create life. Create life? Create life. Yes. There are countless beings in this primordial world. Why is there not a single race that resembles us, naturally endowed with the innate Tao body? In the next moment, Nuwa opened her eyes, her face radiant with joy. She bowed deeply to Mingi, exclaiming, Thank you, Taoist friend Mingi, I understand now. She realized that this was her opportunity for enlightenment. Chapter 51. Nuwa creates humanity, Mingi gains merit. Mingi followed Nuwa to the foot of Mount Bujo. At the edge of a precipice, Nuwa paused after surveying the surroundings for a moment. She dug a handful of clay from the ground and began to mold it into various forms resembling the creatures of the primordial world. In no time, a vividly lifelike phoenix emerged from her hands. Shortly thereafter, a 5-clawed golden dragon materialized as well. Soon, a series of well-known races from the ancient times, such as the Chilan, the black tortoise, the Pishio, the Taudai, and the vermilion bird, manifested in her grasp. Observing this spectacle, Mingi, who stood behind her, was filled with confusion. Wasn't Nuwa supposed to create humanity? Why was she crafting such an array of peculiar beings? Unable to contain his curiosity, Mingi inquired, Nuwa, my friend, what kind of race do you intend to create? Nuwa offered no reply, continuing her intricate work with the diverse races. Notably absent was the human that Mingi recognized. However, he gradually began to discern the purpose behind Nuwa's actions. With each new clay sculpture that emerged, Nuwa's craftsmanship flourished, rendering her creations increasingly lifelike. At that moment, the frown that had marred Nuwa's brow softened, and a smile graced her moonlit visage. She retrieved another clump of yellow clay from the ground. In just a few breaths, a human took form in her hands. Turning eagerly to Mingi, she exclaimed, What do you think of this little fellow I have shaped? Before him stood a figure, not as handsome as himself or the esteemed readers, yet bearing an uncanny resemblance to the primordial essence of humanity. The River Styx rejoiced inwardly, success was at hand. Merits were about to be bestowed. Yet, feigning astonishment upon his countenance, he exclaimed, What? Fellow Taoist Nuwa, is this the race you intend to create? These little beings bear such resemblance to us. Nuwa nodded, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Though we, the demonic races, are born with formidable innate talents, our potential wanes thereafter. Each of us who seeks greater power must transform our bodies into the primordial Tao form to resonate with the great Tao. Since I am to create a new race, why not endow them from birth with the primordial Tao form, naturally attuned to the Tao? Thus, their future shall be boundless. Hearing this, the River Styx nodded in agreement. When he had forged the Azura race, he too had pondered this very question. At the time, he had considered directly shaping humans. For much of their later dominion over heaven and earth stemmed from this very primordial Tao form. Yet, out of caution toward Hongjun, he had refrained. Still, the Azura's form, meridians, and acupoints were modeled after humans, save for the addition of wings and pointed ears. Fellow Taoist Nuwa, this is a most virtuous endeavor. Pleased by his praise, Nuwa resumed her creation of the human race. But a new dilemma arose. When she attempted to imbue the clay figures with life through her great Tao, they merely gained a flicker of sentience, failing to become living beings like the Azura. Nuwa's brow furrowed once more. After repeated attempts, she discerned the issue. The clay and water were flawed. Gazing skyward, she murmured, I possess the three lights divine water, capable of reviving the dead and regenerating bones. But where might I find the legendary breath soil, said to nurture all things in a single breath, endlessly fertile? Has my moment of enlightenment not yet arrived? Must I wait millennia more? Her expression darkened with dismay. Seizing the opportunity, the River Styx retrieved from his robes a clump of breath soil still clinging to its gourd vine and presented it to Nuwa. Fellow Taoist Nuwa, might this suffice? At the sight of the breath soil, the shadows in Nuwa's heart dispersed. Overwhelmed, she embraced him. Fellow Taoist of the Styx, upon my ascension to the Tao, a great merit shall be yours. As her words faded, the void seemed to echo in response. Nuwa wasted no time. She mixed a portion of the breath soil with the three lights divine water, infusing it with a trace of her essence blood. With deft hands, she molded figure after lifelike figure upon the earth. The figures swelled with the wind, swiftly growing to full stature. Their bewildered eyes opened upon the world, soon alighting upon Nuwa seated upon the cliff's edge. As her hands moved, more beings came into existence. Understanding dawned upon them. They knelt in reverence toward her, yet dared not disturb her sacred work. After shaping 3,000 of the finest humans, Nuwa seemed to weary, or perhaps sensed the great Tao's decree that this was the limit. With a faint lift of her brow, she took the gourd vine, dipped it into the mud of breath soil and divine water, and swung it forcefully. Drops imbued with the breath of creation splattered upon the ground, each birthing a new human. In total, 126,900 humans emerged, fulfilling the cosmic number. Now, Nuwa felt the moment of her apotheosis had come. Rising, she gazed upon her progeny below. We pay homage to our divine mother. As the humans prostrated themselves, boom, the great Tao trembled. An immeasurable torrent of merit descended from the heavens, piercing through the clouds above Mount Buzhou to alight upon Nuwa's brow. 60% merged directly into her being. 10% settled upon the gourd vine and the firstborn humans. The remaining 30% flowed into the River Styx. Who stood behind her? Such vast merit, he could scarcely fathom its magnitude. As the river of underworld stirred with excitement, a subtle sense of injustice regarding the great Tao flickered in his heart. Nearly the merit derived from Nuwa's creation of humanity equaled the combined efforts of his own endeavors in crafting characters and the Shura clan. It was no wonder that Nuwa, having solely created the human race, attained sanctity, uniting with the Tao to become a sage. Yet, the river of underworld was equally astonished, calculating that this harvest would suffice for him to transcend into the realm of the primordial golden immortal. At that point, even if the three pure ones had ascended to the status of heavenly Tao saints, he would not fear them. In the vast wilderness, the only one to be wary of would be the Tao ancestor Hongjun, who had long recognized him as a variable in the cosmos. At that moment, Nuwa spoke, declaring, You are the creation of my hands, and I shall bestow upon you names. Henceforth, you shall be known as the human race, with a stroke and a dot. Thus is humanity formed. We express our gratitude to the Mother Goddess for this naming. Chapter 52. The disturbance in the wilderness, Nuwa's request as the saints appeared. A purple aura enveloped the skies for 30,000 miles. The moment Nuwa achieved sanctity through her creation of humanity captured the attention of all beings in the wilderness. They gazed upon the divine figure shrouded in purple mist atop the golden lotus, their eyes gleaming with envy. Since the three teachings at the Purple Clouds Palace, who among the beings of the wilderness did not aspire to become one of the 9 heavenly Tao saints? After the Tao ancestor Hongjun bestowed the primordial purple aura, it was understood that the 6 disciples of the Tao ancestor would inevitably become saints. However, none anticipated that the first to achieve this would be Nuwa, an inner disciple. By rights, it should have been the 3 pure ones, disciples of the outer gate. On Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones gazed at the sprawling purple mist in the sky, their eyes filled with astonishment and envy. Nuwa, our junior sister, has unexpectedly become a saint before us. Is this not a slap in our faces? We are the true lineage of Pangu. Yuqing Yuanshi gritted his teeth, while on the side, Shangqing Tongtian brimmed with determination, exclaiming, How could our junior sister have outpaced us? I refuse to accept this. I too shall attain the Tao and become a saint. I shall create a race and acquire merit. The usually reticent Taching Laozi sighed deeply. With the emergence of the human race, it seems the fortune of heaven and earth is shifting. Perhaps the protagonists of this realm are about to change. His gaze turned towards the Wu and Liao tribes on Mount Buzhou, his profound eyes glimmering with an inexplicable light. He then addressed Yuqing and Shanqing. To Crete with a smile gracing his face, Mingyi offered his heartfelt congratulations. His expression was sincere. After all, he had acquired a substantial amount of merit as a result. Meanwhile, the human race below reverently paid their respects to Yuwa, exclaiming, "We honor the Mother Goddess. We celebrate our Mother Goddess," observing the humans, akin to her own offspring. Yuwa felt a twinge of reluctance as she sensed the lingering essence of her blood within them. She turned her gaze toward Mingyi and said, "Friend Mingyi, I have attained sainthood and cannot linger in the primordial realm. I must unite with the Tao and refrain from intervening in the development of humanity. I am about to depart for the chaos to establish my own sanctuary. May I beseech you to assist in awakening the intelligence of our human race?" Having witnessed the evolution of the Azura clan on the Blood Sea continent, Niwa admired their harmony, civilization, and vitality. With the presence of the Tao Lord Mingyi, every Azura exhibited decorum and discernment. More importantly, each member of the Azura clan possessed a certain spirit, a resolute will to conquer fate. It was evident that Mingyi possessed a profound methodology. She yearned for her own human race to embody such an indomitable spirit, for it was essential for survival in the harsh primordial world. As a saint, however, she was bound by the edict that unless humanity faced a catastrophic calamity, she could not interfere in their progression. Upon hearing her words, Mingyi appeared momentarily dazed. He had not anticipated that the human race, which was meant to develop freely and robustly, would become entwined with him. Nevertheless, this development was fortuitous, providing him with a legitimate reason to seek merit for humanity in the future. Without hesitation, the River of Underworld agreed. "Very well. In that case, Sage Niwa, let us proceed as follows. I shall first impart to them the fundamental skills for daily living. As for the rest, I will lead a group of humanity to the Blood Sea continent, allowing them to dwell alongside the Azura tribe for a period. This way, they will acquire a wealth of knowledge while also understanding the value of what they possess, which is often hard-won." After contemplating for a moment, Niwa found merit in the River of Underworld's words. Without facing adversity, one cannot truly appreciate the ease of acquisition. Furthermore, she did not wish for humanity to become a race reliant on the assistance of others. Her desire was for them to embody the spirit of overcoming adversity. Thus, she nodded in agreement. "If that is the case, I shall trouble you, fellow Taoist." Subsequently, Niwa summoned her celestial powers, and her voice resonated across the vast expanse of the primordial land. "Humanity is a race of my own creation. For the next 30,000 years, let it be free from disturbance." In that moment, the majesty of the sage enveloped the entirety of the primordial realm, instilling fear into those powerful beings who harbored ulterior motives to dissect humanity. The might of the sage is inviolable. Thereafter, Niwa gestured towards the direction of the monster court. A resplendent golden phoenix materialized beneath her feet. With her fair, jade-like foot resting upon the back of the golden wind, Niwa ventured into the depths of chaos. As the River of Underworld gazed upon the graceful figure of Enwa departing, he turned his attention to the multitude of human eyes below, all filled with eager anticipation. He leapt from the precipice, landing gently before them. "I am the River of Underworld." In Chapter 53, The Decision of the River of Underworld, Strengthening the Path of Blood, he addressed the assembly. "You must not behave in such a manner. One must understand the necessity of clothing." Observing the unabashed and bare forms of the innate human race before him, the river was momentarily at a loss for words. The root of his discomfort lay in the fact that the thoughts of these humans were as pure and unblemished as a blank slate, devoid of any notions of gender. Noticing their continued confusion following his remarks, the river sighed and stated, "It is cold. One must wear clothing. With the presence of flying ants and wandering beasts, clothing is essential. There exists a distinction between the sexes. Thus, clothing is a necessity. In essence, the first lesson is to learn how to wear and create garments." With that, the River of Underworld swiftly made his way to a nearby tree, plucking 2 enormous leaves from above and gathering several fine blades of grass. He first wove the grass into a long cord, then threaded it through the holes of the 2 leaves. The River of Hades beckoned to the first innate member of the human race. Under the astonished gaze of the other, it fashioned a simple garment of leaves around their waist. Ming, he clapped his hands, signaling the other members of the human race to emulate his actions. The first batch of innate humans, their minds ignited with wisdom, began to imitate him under his guidance. Their figures darted gracefully through the surrounding woods and meadows. Before long, the once lush expanse of grassland spanning 1,000 miles transformed into a barren stretch, revealing the earth beneath. The commotion frightened the birds and beasts, sending them fleeing in all directions. The air was infused with the scent of freshly turned soil. The River of Hades gently rubbed his nose, observing that each innate human had acquired a simple yet vibrant green skirt, which lifted his spirits considerably. Well, with the issue of attire resolved, we shall now turn our attention to sustenance. After the recent exertion, it is only natural that your stomachs are beginning to feel hunger. When hunger strikes, it is time to dine. As for the matter of dining, Styx originally intended to hunt a beast before the gathered humans, kindling fire by rubbing sticks to prepare roasted meat. Yet upon reflection, he ultimately abandoned this notion. If memory served him right, as the future chosen one of the primordial chaos, every action of mankind would draw the attention of the heavenly Tao. Whether it be the first spark of flame or the first crafted tool, each would summon celestial virtue, transforming into sacred artifacts of cosmic merit. Thus, this primal fire ought to be kindled by their own hands. His role should remain that of a guide. As for sustenance, greater nuance existed. Some provisions might satiate hunger, yet through bodily digestion, yielded but meager vitality. Others, diminutive in appearance, concealed formidable energy within. A single bite, though lacking in satiety, could profoundly enhance one's life force. Certain fare bore toxicity, rendering it inedible unless processed through particular methods. All these truths required mankind's own pursuit and discovery. Having addressed nourishment came the matter of shelter. Here, he could but offer conceptual guidance. A dwelling must provide refuge from wind and rain, with the additional capacity to repel wild beasts. At this juncture, Styx resolved to refrain from excessive interference in humanity's development. His earlier demonstration of garment-making stemmed partly from unbearable discomfort at their nakedness, partly to establish an illustrative precedent. For the remainder, active exploration and learning would prove far more efficacious than passive instruction. The river of the underworld dispelled the other human races, leaving only 3,000 individuals meticulously crafted by Nuwa. With a solemn expression, she spoke, "I shall now present you with an opportunity to expedite the development of humanity. From among you 3,000, I will select 10 representatives to journey to learn from the Azura clan. As for who these 10 shall be, that decision rests in your hands." Upon hearing Nuwa's proclamation, the throng of 3,000 exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting confusion. The mention of the Azura clan and the path of human advancement left them in a fog of uncertainty. After all, not even a full day had elapsed since their descent into this primordial world. They had yet to grasp the harsh realities of their surroundings or the struggle against nature. Furthermore, as innate beings of humanity, they possessed robust physiques and keen intellects, instilling within them a lack of fear towards the unknown. Nonetheless, they understood that since their mother goddess had entrusted them to this man clad in a crimson robe, he was undoubtedly a figure worthy of their trust. With this thought, they exchanged glances once more, ultimately deciding that the 10 who had emerged first into existence would accompany Nuwa to the Bloodsea continent. After reiterating several matters of importance, the River of Hades waved his hand, driving away all the formidable beasts within a radius of 100,000 miles. Accompanied by the 10 innate beings of the human race, he departed from the foot of Mount Bujo without a backward glance. Upon reaching the Bloodsea continent, he entrusted the innate beings to Xiao Yin and others, agreeing to return the human race to Mount Bujo in 3 years. The River of Hades no longer concerns itself with the affairs of humanity. After all, he has fulfilled the promise made to Nuwa. As for everything else, a humanity that has not weathered storms cannot forge its own will, nor can it secure a glimmer of hope amidst the machinations of future sages. Furthermore, the River of Hades, cannot perpetually tend to the human race. Although he harbors a unique affection for humanity from his previous life in this primordial land, everything must ultimately be substantiated by strength. As long as he remains incapable of becoming the paramount force of the primordial realm, he shall remain ensnared in the scheming of the sages. Even someone as formidable as Tong Tian ultimately faced betrayal, imprisoned by the Tao ancestor in the depths of chaos. Thus, the River of Hades harbors complex feelings toward humanity. On one hand, humanity serves as a channel for him to accrue the power of merit over an extended period. On the other hand, there exists an unbreakable bond from his past life that he cannot sever. With this in mind, he hopes that humanity may assist him in garnering greater merit, while he, the River of Hades, endeavors to aid them in the process of obtaining such merit. In this manner, he fulfills his desire for greater power, which requires substantial merit, while simultaneously resolving his lingering attachment to humanity. The pursuit of merit and the aid of humanity do not hinder one another. Rather, they complement and enhance each other. Upon grasping this connection, the River of Oblivion closed its eyes, and consciousness descended into the sea of awareness. Within this vast expanse, strands of virtuous power swirled, while below flowed a liquid-like golden ocean. This was all the merit accumulated from assisting Nuwa in the creation of humanity. Gazing upon this immense reservoir of virtue, a faint smile graced my lips. This time, it should suffice to elevate my cultivation to the level of Hanyuan de Luo Jingxian. Should it not? Enhancement Pearl. Commence the enhancement. The direction of enhancement. Comprehend the path of blood. Chapter 54, The Power of Fortune. The Astonishment of Touching. 69,997. 69,998. 69,999. As Mingi gazed upon the blood highway within him, heightened by the enhancement of the strengthening orb, it steadily ascended, poised to surpass 70,000 zhang, causing an involuntary surge of exhilaration within him. However, when the blood highway reached a height of 69,999 zhang, it abruptly ceased its ascent, stubbornly refusing to advance even a fraction further. Unconsciously, Mingi cried out, "Enhancement, orb, grant me strength." Yet, no matter how vehemently he roared, the remaining height of 1 zhang loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm, refusing to yield even a fraction. However, as Mingi gazed upon the oceanic expanse of merit within his consciousness, he felt a profound perplexity. Shouldn't this merit be sufficient to transcend this formidable barrier? At that moment, Mingi gleaned from the messages relayed by the enhancement orb that to surmount this final obstacle, not only merit was required, but also fortune. Fortune? The River Styx murmurs softly. The path of destiny surpasses even the merits of virtue. Just as Nuwa could harness the power of virtue to refine the primordial purple chi, ultimately attaining enlightenment and becoming a sage, so too can the power of destiny accelerate one's cultivation. Moreover, destiny possesses a unique capability that virtue lacks. It can be mobilized by its wielder to temporarily enhance combat prowess. Consider the patriarchs of the three primordial clans in the previous Kulpa, who sought to break through to the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm by contending for destiny. Their ambition led to the utter annihilation of all three clans, burdened with immeasurable karmic debts that persist to this day. In this current Kulpa, the demon, in which clans similarly chase after the elusive power of destiny, hoping its blessings might elevate them to sainthood or the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Destiny insufficient? Must I then establish my own dominion to contend with these two mighty clans for supremacy over heaven and earth? The River of Oblivion dares not to imagine. If I were to emerge and vie for the position of the primordial sovereign, would the Dao ancestor Hong Jun personally descend from the Purple Cloud Palace? In the face of the peril of a shattered primordial realm, he would surely seek to annihilate me. Is this enhancement orb intent on my demise? Gazing upon the once numerous cracks on the enhancement orb, they have now become almost imperceptible. Mingi felt an unsettling realization that all the merit he had accumulated was entirely consumed in the restoration of this orb. It was now abundantly clear that the power of merit was no longer sufficient to satiate the orb's insatiable appetite. It craved the essence of fortune as well. In this moment, Mingi harbored a flicker of doubt regarding the enhancement orb within him. He wondered if there resided an ancient figure or perhaps a strikingly beautiful maiden within its depths. Alas, regardless of the methods Mingi employed, he found himself utterly unable to discern even the slightest secret of this orb. Thus, he resolved to pursue the essence of fortune. The River of Oblivion ultimately yielded to the enhancement orb. Regardless of the orb's intentions, the insights I have gained regarding the great Tao within my mind are undeniably authentic. These insights form the very foundation of my existence in this primordial continent. Whether the demands of the enhancement orb are those of an equitable exchange or whether I am but a pawn manipulated by the powerful, it matters not. The River Styx understood. At present, he still required the assistance of the enhancement pearl. Even if one day he wished to challenge either the pearl itself or the presence within it, strength would be indispensable. Contemplating this, his thoughts once again flowed unimpeded as he pondered methods to harness the power of destiny. The future protagonists of this world were undoubtedly the human race. To obtain an unending stream of destiny's energy, one must forge connections with humanity. Just as the three pure ones achieved sainthood by establishing religious sects under the pretense of serving mankind, thereby claiming a portion of humanity's destined energy. Indeed, founding a sect and establishing a doctrine, the eyes of the River of Hades brightened. It was indeed my destiny to establish the Azura sect. However, the River of Hades recalled that in the original narrative, the Azura sect founded by him bore no connection to the human race whatsoever. Consequently, that River of Hades ultimately failed to acquire a substantial amount of fortune, remaining but a step away from the esteemed position of a sage. Yet now, the holy matriarch Nuwa has personally entrusted the human race to me. I can seize this opportunity to establish a sect and thereby share in the fortune of humanity. In the future, I could further leverage this moment to contend with the three pure ones. With narrowed eyes, the River Styx began to scheme in his heart. The supreme pure Laozi had established the human religion only after imparting the golden elixir path to mankind. Similarly, the Jade Pure Yuan Shi and the supreme pure Tongtian had each founded the explanation and interception religions respectively by disseminating their own great paths. And what of me? What great path should I impart to humanity? Within the palace of Azura, the River Styx rested his chin upon one hand, gazing at the white clouds drifting across the sky as he pondered deeply. A century later, beneath Mount Buzhou, the supreme pure Laozi rode upon his azure ox, traversing the vast mountains and rivers. Ever since his fellow disciple Nuwa attained enlightenment and became a sage, Laozi found it increasingly difficult to sit in tranquil meditation to comprehend the primordial violet chi. He raised his fingers and performed a divination. In the depths of the unseen, there exists a guiding force. His path to enlightenment is destined to unfold among the human race. Thus, it is only natural for him to embark on a journey through their realm. A century after the emergence of humanity, he arrived at their territory. Upon his arrival, the venerable Tai Ching was taken aback. The humans bore little resemblance to his preconceived notions. Their advancement was astonishingly swift. He had anticipated a time when humans were still primitive, struggling daily for survival, wrestling with beasts, and contending against the elements, steeped in squalor and chaos. Yet, what unfolded before him were figures clad in exquisite silks and finely woven garments, their faces aglow with the joy of contentment, leaving him momentarily dazed. How could this be a race that suffered from hunger and cold? As he traversed the realm of humanity, Tai Ching encountered even more wonders. Rows of houses and palaces constructed from trees and bamboo, wisps of smoke curling from chimneys, and courtyards adorned with unknown cuts of meat drying in the sun, all bore testament to the fact that humanity had transcended the markers of barbarism. They were a civilization akin to many other races in the primordial world. After merely a century, could it be that the wisdom of humanity was so profound? Observing the scene before him, Tai Ching marveled. Indeed, Only a race such as this could serve as the foundation for a sage's path to enlightenment. Dismounting from his azure ox, he led the creature through the crowd, his smile growing ever more radiant. At last, he paused, realization dawning upon him. He understood his purpose, to impart wisdom among humanity and become the progenitor of their celestial path. However, before embarking on this mission, he needed to further observe the people, to craft a doctrine that resonated with their essence. Thus, he opened his heart and prepared to listen to the voices of the masses, seeking to comprehend the intricacies of human existence. In the distance, he overheard a child's conversation with his mother. "Mother, rest assured. Today I shall harness the power of my vitality to become a formidable warrior, so you need not worry. Little Pingin, please be cautious. I do not wish for you to become a great figure. I only wish for your safety. The martial arts are merely a means for you to maintain your health." "Understood, mother. But next door, Su Qian has already awakened his literary potential. I do not wish to lag behind. I aspire to be a warrior." Hearing their exchange, Tai Ching's heart stirred, and he murmured to himself, "What is a warrior? What does it mean to awaken one's literary potential?" Intrigued, Tai Ching followed young Pingyan as he pressed forward. Chapter 55. Confrontation in the Path of Martial Arts. The path of martial arts is a journey of self-discipline and transcendence. It involves the cultivation of both body and spirit. When one possesses determination, they fear nothing and advance resolutely. A resonant voice, rich and powerful, echoed across the square. Young Pingyan clenched his fists, vitality surging within him, his face alight with fervor and aspiration. "That is enough for today. Let us commence our practice." Observing from a distance, Tachin was astonished by the figure executing the martial art. Though the technique lacked formidable power and did not invoke any principles, it remarkably activated the flow of vital energy within the practitioner, transforming the essence of nourishment into pure vitality, thereby enriching the essence of both spirit and blood. Under this nurturing, the practitioner's body grew stronger. Moreover, if Qing was not mistaken, the individual was not merely strengthening their form. They were beginning the next stage, refining their essence into energy. This bore a striking resemblance to his own path of the golden elixir. However, this method of cultivation appeared to be more suited to humanity. Compared to the golden elixir path, the entry barrier for this practice was significantly lower. The path of the golden elixir requires practitioners to possess unique talents and spiritual awareness, whereas this path of the so-called warriors could be pursued even by a beggar from an alley or a 3-year-old child, as long as they had attained a semblance of awareness. With sufficient nourishment and relentless effort, one could embark on this journey. The distinction lay solely in the duration of the process. Could this be a method of cultivation that humanity had independently discerned? Tachin shook his head, unable to believe, nor dare to believe, that a race barely a century old had not only shed its primitive nature but had also developed a unique method of cultivation. If this were true, how could the other beings of the primordial world continue to exist with dignity? Should the myriad creatures of the wild learn of such a rapidly advancing race, would they not unhesitatingly seek to annihilate them, to prevent the emergence of a future where humanity surpassed them? Tachin gazed at the multitude in the square, pondering deeply before he spoke again, his eyes reflecting profound apprehension and intrigue. Could it be the influence of the friend from the River of Oblivion? Tachin recalled that when his sister Nuwa attained sainthood, the figure of the River of Oblivion stood behind her. This notion began to coalesce into a more coherent understanding. Thus, the awakening of literary potential seemed to follow a logical progression. The great sage, Laozi of Taching, is acknowledged by the myriad beings of the primordial realm as the master of the literary path. The methods of cultivating this literary path are undoubtedly imparted to humanity by the great sage. Indeed, whether in martial or literary endeavors, the paths of cultivation were bequeathed to humankind by the great sage. Regrettably, perhaps due to the nascent state of humanity, their surroundings were rife with beasts and existential threats. Consequently, humanity displayed a fervent inclination towards physical combat and struggles against wild creatures. Thus, the advancement of martial arts flourished rapidly among humans. From the venerable centenarians to the newly born toddlers, it would be deemed disgraceful for anyone to claim kinship with humanity without possessing the ability to execute at least 2 sets of ancestral martial forms. Furthermore, in the course of battling feral beasts, the indomitable spirit and willpower latent within their beings resonated profoundly with the principles of martial cultivation, accelerating its development. In stark contrast, the progress of the literary path was lamentably dismal. Many among humanity exhibited little interest in it, with some outright declaring that reading and writing were beyond the capabilities of mortals. The notion of awakening one's literary faculties, which requires extensive study, was a distant dream. Moreover, the experiences of humanity remained painfully superficial. The literature they possessed primarily consisted of the observations and moral teachings of their forebears during their tribulations in the primordial realm. Even if one were to achieve enlightenment, the essence of the literary path within them would be alarmingly scant, let alone the ability to manifest it in action. This predicament vexed the great sage considerably. Fortunately, every 3 years, a contingent of humans ventured to the Shura tribe for learning and exchange. Among these individuals, there were always a select few intrigued by the literary path, well-versed in the tomes of the Shura tribe. Some had even traveled alongside formidable Shura warriors through the primordial realm, thus having read extensively and journeyed far, which naturally elevated their literary essence. In recent years, Humanity appeared to have entered a phase of rapid development, bolstered by the protection of numerous martial practitioners and ample agricultural reserves. Many newborns were thus raised in a comfortable environment, gradually leading to an increase in children learning to read and write, thereby enriching the lineage of the literary path. At this juncture, the great sage sat in meditation upon the precipice of Mount Buzhou, where Niwa attained enlightenment. When the presence of Laozi of Taching permeated the realm of humanity, he sensed it. He understood that the time for Laozi to establish the teachings for humanity, drawing upon their fortune, was imminent. Alas, this teaching was a misnomer, for it did not intervene while humanity suffered under the onslaught of the demon race, instead choosing to bask in their fortune while shunning involvement in the calamity of the shamanic and demonic conflict. Truly, the aloofness of the great sage, Taching, was disheartening. The words of the river of Hades brimmed with scorn. Subsequently, his gaze turned towards the horizon, where a chilling intensity erupted from the depths of his eyes. As long as I am present, do not even dream of seizing the fortune of the many among the human race. This fortune of humanity shall be mine. The safety and security of the human race are assured by my hand. I declare it. Even the Grandmaster Hongjun would be of no consequence. Whether it is the need for the human race to accumulate vast merits for oneself, the desire to possess the fortune of humanity, or perhaps a lingering obsession in his heart, the river of Hades would never allow humanity to become subservient to a sect that seeks only benefits while evading responsibility. In the next moment, the figure of Hades vanished from the precipice, reappearing beside the venerable Taiji. May I inquire, esteemed friend Taiji, what brings you to the realm of humanity? The river of underworld feigned ignorance, yet the sudden appearance of his figure beside Taiching elicited no surprise. Observing the fervor for martial and literary pursuits among the human race, he discerned that all of this was part of the river of underworld's intricate scheme. Consequently, it was evident that his own arrival could not elude the watchful gaze of the river of underworld. Having met you, fellow Taoist of the river of underworld, I must acknowledge that this human race is a creation of my junior sister, Niwa. As her elder brother, it is entirely natural for me to express concern here. However, I must inquire as to your purpose in this realm. Taiching, with unmasked displeasure, confronted him directly. He had not anticipated that the river of underworld would discern the potential of the human race to become the protagonist of the future heavenly domain so early on. By establishing a foundation for this race ahead of him, the river of underworld had set a precedent. Had he arrived a century later, it is conceivable that the human race would indeed have fostered formidable figures adept in both martial and literary arts. At that juncture, he would find it impossible to propagate his own teachings through honorable means. Thus, would his slender thread of fortune still hold true? In this context, it was clear that the current confrontation between Taiching and the river of underworld was a struggle for the transmission of teachings. The strong would prevail while the weak would retreat. Such was the essence of their conflict. Taiching's words unequivocally articulated his stance. I am the elder brother of Niwa, while you, river of underworld, are merely an outsider. Your endeavors to disseminate teachings among the human race border on the excessive. Should my sister Niwa come to realize this, she would ultimately choose her elder brother, Taiching. Mingi comprehended Taiching's intentions and spoke softly. It is the holy Niwa who entrusted me with the task of overseeing the human race. I have been engaging with humanity in this realm for a century. The words of the river of the underworld are laced with irony. Niwa would rather entrust the human race to me, a mere outsider, than to you, her fellow disciple. What are you so proud of? Furthermore, I have been among the human race for a century, while you have only just arrived. Do you aspire to preach to the humans? You might as well abandon that dream and depart swiftly. Very well. Since you, my friend from the river of the underworld, are so confident, let us demonstrate our true capabilities beneath our hands. Chapter 56. Taiji preaches the excited human race clearly. Taiji Laozi can hardly contain his anticipation for the imminent opportunity for enlightenment. He leaps into the sky, the celestial tower of the universe shimmering above him. The Taiji diagram swirling at his feet. Golden lotus blossoms of the great Tao envelop him. He then gently points his feathered wisp towards the azure bowl below. And to his astonishment, clouds appear beneath the bull's feet, lifting it up to stand behind him. The resounding bellow of the bull reverberates across the earth. Taiji's actions undoubtedly capture the attention of many in the human race, who gaze upward at him in awe. Noticing their admiration, Taiji nods inwardly. He recognizes that although these humans have practiced martial arts, their faint aura resembles a flickering flame in the vast wilderness, barely discernible. Clearly, they cannot soar through the skies. His recent display of prowess serves to highlight his status as an immortal. Coupled with the Azure Bull's cooperation, it creates an impression that the celestial beings not only possess divine qualities but can also elevate others to the same celestial status. However, in the next moment, the expression on Taiji's face shifts dramatically as a young boy named Ping and suddenly shouts, Mr. Chi next door once said, a full bottle does not clatter, but a half-full bottle rattles. I asked my mother what it meant. She said, the more one lacks something, the more one will flaunt it. This immortal, who appears so ethereal, is likely nothing among the immortals. Coughing, Taiji nearly chokes on his indignation. Who would have imagined that his deliberate display would be dismissed as inconsequential? He is indeed the esteemed disciple of the Grand Master of the mysterious sect. Nevertheless, Taiji understands the purpose of his visit and chooses not to engage with a mere child. He pretends not to hear the boy's words and proclaims loudly, I am the foremost of the three pure ones, a disciple of the mysterious sect. Today, traversing the lands of the human race. I find their methods of cultivation woefully simplistic. Aware of the difficulties faced by humanity, I wish to impart the teachings of immortality, and all who are fated may listen. Without waiting for the humans below to respond, Taiji sits cross-legged in the sky, golden lotuses flowing from his mouth as he speaks. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. As soon as Taiji's words resonate, chaos ensues among the humans below. A child points upwards and asks, Uncle Lu, what is this old immortal talking about? What is this Tao and name? I understand each word, but why can't I comprehend them together? Uncle Lu pats the boy's shoulder. You're still young. It's normal not to understand. But you, Lu uncle, do you understand? Of course, as an adult, how could I not understand? Listen carefully. The phrase the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao means that this Tao. No, wait, what's going on? Let me think it through. Uncle Lu is just boasting, pretending to understand. The valley spirit does not perish. This is called the mysterious female. As Taiji speaks, he observes the crowd below, fully aware that most cannot grasp the profound nature of his words. Yet, he remains indifferent. To cultivate the Tao of immortality, one must be a rare genius, one who is fated to enter the mysterious sect. Those who cannot comprehend need not be considered. While Taiji expounds his teachings, the river of the underworld cannot help but sneer, how exceedingly arrogant. The river of darkness harbors no concern regarding Taiji's teachings among the human race. It is not that the river of darkness possesses an overabundance of confidence. Nor does it believe that humanity relies solely upon it, shunning other paths of cultivation. Rather, the profoundly enigmatic path of the golden elixir is simply ill-suited for the majority of human practitioners, as its threshold is exceedingly high. One must recognize that even the literary path, which merely requires one to read and write, to be well-versed in poetry, faces immense difficulties in spreading among humanity. The even more esoteric golden elixir path struggles even more profoundly to take root within the human populace. Have we not heard of the encirclement of cities by rural areas? The impoverished masses and the working class constitute the very essence of this world. Do not be deceived by the ever-growing number of humans gathered beneath the venerable Taichi. A significant portion of them are merely spectators, while those genuinely seeking to learn the ways of the immortals are exceedingly few. Upon realizing that the unfolding events had already stirred the attention of formidable human beings, the river of darkness cleared its throat lightly. It understood that the time had come for its emergence. With a graceful motion, it materialized high above, seated in a meditative posture opposite Taichi. I am. As the words of Mingi remained unspoken, some among the human tribe below recognized his figure and excitedly exclaimed, Look, it's Master Mingi. Where? Let me see. Master Mingi. Is he the close friend of the mother goddess Nuwa? So this is what Master Mingi looks like. He is quite handsome. Wasn't Master Mingi supposed to be the father god of the Azura clan? Why does he look so much like us? Observing Mingi's presence in the sky, the humans began to fervently discuss among themselves. Although Mingi had only revealed himself to the human tribe on one occasion, his esteemed reputation had spread throughout. The prosperity and comfort they enjoyed today, with ample food and clothing, as well as the opportunity for martial and literary pursuits, were largely due to Mingi's influence. The methods of martial and literary cultivation originated from Mingi's Blood Sea continent, earning him the affectionate title of Master Mingi among the human tribe, their revered ancestor. Soon, all attention was drawn to Mingi's appearance. I wonder if I will be able to join the next exchange at the Azura sect? Someone mused eagerly. I've longed to go. Indeed, Master Mingi, isn't the 3-year interval for our exchanges rather lengthy? Could it be changed to once a month? Or even annually? If that is not feasible, perhaps we could have a few more slots each time? Sensing that Mingi seemed settled and might not depart soon, the humans grew bolder and began to voice their suggestions. Since learning that their development over the years had stemmed from the Azura clan, every human elder who had visited the Azura returned with a sense of yearnings, expressing a desire to cultivate diligently and return to the Azura clan. The entire human tribe held a deep admiration for the Azura. Now that they finally had the chance to meet Master Mingi, they were determined to seize this opportunity. Noticing the excitement and enthusiasm of the humans below, Mingi felt a surge of joy within him, thinking that his efforts to aid the humans had not been in vain. At the same time, his resolve strengthened. He raised his hand to signal for silence and then spoke, I am Mingi, and I understand the hardships faced by the human tribe. I shall convey the teachings of martial and literary arts. Just as he was about to articulate his grand intentions for the fortune of the human tribe, a voice filled with urgency interrupted him. Wait. Chapter 57. A principle greater than heaven. Hearing Mingi's words, Taichi realized what the other intended to do. Thus, Taichi could not allow Mingi to succeed. Observing the current situation, it was evident that Mingi had already won the hearts of the people. If he did not take action, the opportunity for enlightenment would slip away. Mingi, my friend. Since you claim that Sister Nuwa entrusted the human tribe as the voice of Mingi faded, a sudden exclamation emerged from the crowd of the human race, led by the young Pinyin. Mingi ancestor, what reason is there to even engage in discourse with someone like him? He is not worth your anger. Moreover, we cannot comprehend his golden cordell. Even if we could, what significance would it hold? My mother once recounted how, in the infancy of our race, it was you Mingi ancestor, who personally guided us in the essentials of life. You instilled in us the understanding that we should not develop a sense of dependence. You imparted the principles, leaving us to practice them ourselves. I fail to see the merit of the Golden Core Tao. What I do know is that you, Mingi ancestor, have always been benevolent towards our people. Thus, it is only fitting that we reciprocate your kindness. This is a truth greater than the heavens themselves. Young Pingin's face flushed with fervor, as if he yearned to express every thought swirling in his mind. With his courageous lead, Uncle Lu chuckled softly, lifting his gaze. His murky eyes filled with resolve. Indeed, I care not what your Golden Core Tao entails, how remarkable it may be. What I do know is that during our gravest trials, it was Mingi ancestor who stood by us. It is through the indomitable will of our martial way that we have carved our existence in this primordial wilderness. It is also through the teachings of the great scholars that we have come to understand right from wrong, ensuring our sustenance. At that time, we saw no trace of your Golden Core Tao. Uncle Lu hesitated for a moment before adding, since you are the senior brother of our mother goddess, I refuse to believe that you are unaware of the tribulations faced by our race since its inception. As Uncle Lu's words echoed, the human populace prepared to voice their thoughts. At that moment, Tai Ching's voice resonated once more. While the martial way may sustain you in this primordial expanse, if you wish for the human race to establish a foothold among the myriad beings of the wilderness, you must cultivate the Golden Core method. Only through the Golden Core can you ascend further. Tai Ching sighed inwardly, taken aback by the reverence in which Mingi was held among the humans. He underestimated Mingi's influence. Realizing that beyond imparting the methods of cultivation, the essence of human existence, every aspect of life, was imbued with Mingi's guidance. Yet, as he observed the martial and literary practices of the humans, he found them lacking in comparison to the profound depth of the Golden Core Tao. The mastery of the Golden Core Tao had the potential to directly transform celestial cultivation methods, while the martial and literary paths remained but peripheral practices. Thus, Tai Ching held unwavering confidence in his Golden Core Tao. The lack of understanding from the masses stemmed both from Mingi's entrenched position and the esoteric nature of the Golden Core Tao, which posed a formidable barrier to comprehension. The ignorance of the people was simply a result of their limited insight. In light of this, Tai Ching concluded that only one path lay before him. I shall demonstrate my strength to you, Mingi. Do you dare to engage me in a contest of skills and philosophies? Without waiting for Mingi's consent, Tai Ching unleashed the Tai Chi diagram, enveloping the space above Mingi with an air of confidence. He recognized Mingi's formidable nature, but that was in the past. The present him was transformed. Since acquiring the primordial purple energy, he had dedicated himself to profound contemplation, having already severed two of his corporeal forms, leaving only one step to ascend to the realm of the three bodies. Furthermore, he had concealed his true power, mastering the path of chaos and comprehending the Tao of Yin and Yang. All this, unbeknownst even to Yuqing and Shangqing. Today, let Mingi witness my true strength. As the Tai Chi diagram manifested, Mingi's countenance betrayed no sign of trepidation. The blazing red lotus of karma appeared instantaneously, effortlessly countering the Tai Chi diagram. In that moment, Mingi's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. Tai Ching, let us battle in the void of chaos, to spare the human race from harm. With those words, Mingi's figure surged into the chaos. This was a matter of the great Tao. He would not yield. Yet, their confrontation was too perilous for the human race to bear. If they unleashed their full powers, even the primordial land would struggle to withstand it. Thus, they would take their battle to the chaos, where they could unleash their might without restraint. Realizing the wisdom in Mingi's suggestion, Tai Ching followed him into the chaos. Above the human race, a reflective image akin to a water surface emerged, depicting the figures of Mingi and Tai Ching amidst the chaotic realm. Upon entering the chaos, Tai Ching eagerly summoned forth his two corporeal forms of virtue and vice, surrounding Mingi with his spiritual treasures. Mingi, if you concede now and acknowledge before the human race that the martial and literary paths pale in comparison to the Golden Core method, we shall forego this contest. Chapter 58, The Wrath of Nuwa, the embarrassment of Tai Ching. This old man is cheating. He has 3 against Mingi ancestor alone. This is utterly unfair. Observing the scene where Mingi was encircled by 3 figures, the human onlookers were filled with palpable concern. Just as young Pinyin had asserted, since their inception, the human race had benefited immensely from Mingi ancestors' guidance. Indeed, without Mingi, the human race would not have reached its present state. Yet, there were moments when the ancients of the human race would ponder deeply. Why does the ancestor of the underworld treat the human race in such a manner? Is it merely due to a single utterance from the mother goddess Nuwa? Today, as both Taiji and the underworld manifest simultaneously, a faint suspicion arises within their hearts. Perhaps their cultivation necessitates certain elements from the human race, a need to impart knowledge among humanity. However, this very realization deepens their profound respect and affection for the ancestor of the underworld. For in the years that the ancestor has devoted to teaching humanity, he has never made any demands. Every 3 years, he has encouraged the human race to send representatives to learn and exchange ideas with the Azura clan. Such tireless efforts to aid humanity ultimately aim to pass down the martial and cultural arts. This method of cultivation requires nothing of great significance from them, merely diligence and perseverance. Yet, what in this world does not demand persistence and effort? In contrast to those who, upon first meeting, seek to impose their doctrines upon humanity with an air of superiority, the distinction is stark. The master of the river of the underworld is truly remarkable. In contrast to the ancient sages of humanity, his heart is rather intricate. The hearts of ordinary humans, however, are quite unblemished. They merely hope for the master of the river of the underworld to prevail. The River Styx's master was kind to them. Consequently, they reciprocated his kindness. Thus, upon witnessing the master seemingly ensnared in a 1 versus 3 predicament, trepidation began to stir within their hearts. Should the master falter? Would we be relegated to pursuing that nonsensical golden elixir path? Master Styx, you must strive with all your might. You must vanquish that old man. I cherish the martial arts, where every blow connects. I have no desire to cultivate that absurd golden elixir path, clenching their fists until they turned pale. They gazed at the scene unfolding in the sky, fervently wishing for Styx to triumph in this contest of magic. In the midst of chaos, the events transpiring were also felt by the saintly Enwa. Within the Enwa palace, she observed the 2 figures in the chaos and murmured, I entrusted the human race to my friend, Master Styx. Over the years, he has never disappointed me. Humanity grows stronger by the day. Brother Taiji, now you're for the martial and literary paths of Taoist Mingi. Are they truly suitable for the human race? As a sage, would I remain unaware? I sincerely hope that victory ultimately belongs to Taoist Mingi. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to intervene personally. Meanwhile, within the Zixio Palace, at the very moment when the figures of Tai Ching and Mingi emerged amidst the chaos, the Tao ancestor Hongjun opened his eyes, revealing no trace of emotion. He cast a glance at the 2 amidst the chaos, then shifted his gaze towards the distant Hua Huang Palace. Subsequently, he gently waved his whisk in the direction of the Hua Huang Palace. He chuckled softly, Tai Ching, do you not think you are being a trifle overconfident? The River Styx gazed indifferently at the 3 corpses before him, yet his heart bore an unspoken weight. The supreme purity standing before him could well be described as the most cunning old fox in the primordial chaos, a master of schemes and calculations. Engaging in battle with such an opponent demanded utmost vigilance. Moreover, beyond the visible manifestations of good and evil, the River Styx detected faint traces of the golden immortal of chaos emanating from supreme purity's being. Could it be that supreme purity was simultaneously treading 2 divergent paths? The river of Hades, reluctant to overreach, summoned the 3,000 blood deities. At the moment the blood deities materialized, Tai Ching's pupils involuntarily constricted into fine lines. However, upon sensing the aura emanating from the blood deities, a look of relief spread across his face as he bowed to the 2 figures of good and evil. Much obliged. Fellow Taoists. After his words fell, the 2 figures of good and evil surged forward to attack the 3,000 blood deities. Boom. In merely one exchange, one of the blood deities was shattered, dispersing into a mist of crimson. Fellow Taoist Tai Ching, behold the true essence of my abilities. Noticing the blood deity's effortless defeat, the river of Hades brandished his dual weapons, Yuan Tu and Abi, and charged at Tai Ching. He never intended for the blood deities to triumph over Tai Ching's embodiments of good and evil. He merely sought to delay his opponent for a brief moment. For him, if he could vanquish Tai Ching's true form, everything would come to an end. Faced with the figure before him, Tai Ching's expression remained impassive as he bellowed, Yin Yang Dao manifest. Rumble. As an aura belonging to the Tao emerged from the chaos, a magnificent black and white Tao manifested within. Meanwhile, within the palace of Nuwa, the instant Tai Ching's Yin Yang Dao appeared, Nuwa sensed impending danger. She prepared to depart from the palace. In the next moment, an invisible barrier materialized outside the palace of Nuwa. A formidable force thwarted her escape. Feeling this irresistible power, Nuwa cast her gaze towards the Zixio Palace, questioning in fury, why? Yet, the presence within the Zixio Palace offered no response. The barrier remained steadfast before Nuwa, rendering her unable to advance. However, if someone were present within the Zixio Palace at that moment, they would observe that Hongjuan's face bore a grotesque expression, sometimes devoid of emotion, other times vividly animated, quite perplexing. On the other side, gazing upon the black and white Tao, and sensing its terrifying aura, the river of Hades murmured, so it is indeed as such? He then regarded the Yin Yang Dao, which stood merely 50,000 zhang high, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Nothing more than this. In the next instant, to Tai Ching's astonished gaze, an aura even more formidable than that of the Yin Yang Dao surged forth from the river of Hades. Boom. A blood-red Tao emerged within the chaos, towering at an astounding 69,999 zhang. Subsequently, to Tai Ching's utter despair, alongside the blood-red Tao, a black Tao, standing at 50,000 zhang, materialized. At this moment, the river of Hades had already arrived, brandishing his dual swords in a thrust towards Tai Ching. Tai Ching's face paled as he summoned the heavenly and earthly profound yellow Linglong Pagoda, straining to resist. The Yin Yang Dao wavered precariously under the onslaught of the blood Tao and the Tao of slaughter. Sensing the horrifying aura radiating from the river of Hades, Tai Ching gritted his teeth, unhesitatingly retracting the embodiments of good and evil, raising the pagoda above him, and retreating towards the vast primordial lands. Observing Tai Ching's disheveled retreat, a sinister smile crept onto the river of Hades' face. Then, with a flash, he appeared in Tai Ching's path to the primordial lands. Fellow Taoist Tai Ching, where might you be heading? Our contest has yet to conclude. The River Styx brandished fist radiating crimson and obsidian hues, striking toward the primordial heaven-earth profound yellow exquisite pagoda. Fellow Taoist Styx, cease. An unprecedented look of terror flashed across Tai Ching's countenance. A mournful wail then echoed through the primordial chaos as Tai Ching swept his voluminous sleeves forcefully across the wilderness, shattering the vision above humanity in an instant. 2 hours later, Styx hovered once more above the mortal realm, his face alight with lingering satisfaction. Chapter 59. The reluctant Tai Ching establishes the Azura sect. Did the ancestral Styx emerge victorious in the end? The crowd below watched in suspense as the projection of Styx charging toward Tai Ching abruptly dissolved into fragments. Those Styx had clearly dominated the battle, leaving the elder Tai Ching in disarrayed retreat. Uncertainty gnawed at their hearts. What if the tides had turned afterward? Suddenly, a voice rang out, trembling with exhilaration. Look! Up there, the ancestor. The ancestral Styx has returned. All eyes lifted to the heavens, where a scarlet-robed figure descended with serene grace, his expression suffused with triumph. Cheers erupted. He won. Truly, he prevailed. We are spared the fate of enduring that tedious golden core Tao. All hail the ancestral Styx. Meanwhile, within the palace of Nuwa, the goddess exhaled in relief as she witnessed Styx's effortless victory over Tai Ching in the primordial chaos. Pride swelled within her, as expected of fellow Taoist Styx, never failing to astonish. Yet her gaze soon shifted toward the direction of the Violet Heaven Palace, her delicate brows knitting in contemplation. The heavenly Tao decreed that the patriarch would not intervene save during calamities. Why then did he obstruct my attempt to aid Styx? Did he foresee this outcome? Or, within the Violet Heaven Palace, as the manifestation of Styx's dual crimson and ebon Tao unfurled behind him, the ever-shifting visage of the patriarch abruptly stilled. After a prolonged silence, a peculiar smile curled upon those inscrutable features. You have lost control. What purpose does my confinement serve now? In restraining me, you two are bound. The countenance smoothed once more into impassivity, yet within those fathomless eyes, infernos raged. Elsewhere, upon Mount Kunlun, Yuqing Yuanshi and Shajing Tongtian sat in uneasy silence. Elder brother. Tongtian murmured, where has our eldest sibling gone? Why has he not returned? Yuanshi shook his head. I know not. He spoke only of sensing the moment of his Taoist fulfillment, of wandering the wilderness in search of enlightenment. A shadow crossed Tongtian's face. He has glimpsed the path to sainthood, yet I remain blind to it. When shall I too ascend? His gaze pierced the chaos, as if beholding the patriarch Hongjun within the Violet Heaven Palace, that being whose merest gesture could sunder heavens and shift celestial bodies. Longing burned within him. Yuanshi's expression darkened in shared yearning. May our eldest brother succeed. Then, perhaps, we may seek his guidance and attain our own ascension. He sighed. With fate now in turmoil, the great calamity looms. Without sainthood, none may claim survival. The two immortals lingered beneath the firmament, hearts restless with unfulfilled ambition, until, in an instant, their pupils contracted in shock. They vanished, reappearing midair to flank the staggering figure of Tai Ching. Elder brother, Yuanshi demanded, sensing the discordant, unstable aura radiating from him. What being in all creation could have wounded you so? Tai Ching, having severed 2 of his 3 corpses, stood at the threshold of perfection. Few in the primordial realm could rival him, yet now, his essence lay in disarray, his Tao heart teetering. Tongtian's voice brimmed with fury. Name your assailant, and we shall demand retribution. Tai Ching's throat tightened. He shook free of their support, his silhouette steeped in desolation. He could not bear to recount his humiliation, nor the shattering of his conviction. For despite his heritage as Pangu's scion, despite the patriarch's favor and the boundless resources at his command, how had he, Tai Ching, been bested by that wretched bloodspawn Styx? Even escape had been denied him. Beneath his robes, his body ached with every movement. His fists clenched. Why? By what right? The river of Hades gazed down upon the human race, his heart brimming with unparalleled joy. Amidst the chaos, after the supreme clarity had ceased the real-time projection, the River Styx had completely unleashed its fury, delivering countless blows upon Tai Ching. The relentless assault even caused the heaven and earth profound yellow pagoda to falter, its swirling essence of profound yellow beginning to crumble. Frightened, Tai Ching swiftly withdrew it into his body to nurture and restore it. Then, the River Styx turned its wrath upon Tai Ching's mortal flesh, punch after punch. Though the physical harm was minimal, the humiliation was profound. Eventually, for reasons unknown, Tai Ching ceased all resistance, rendering the River Styx's onslaught devoid of satisfaction. Calculating the passage of time, and fearing that the human race had waited too long, the River Styx reluctantly spared Tai Ching, now invigorated and triumphant. It gazed upon the fervent masses below, a radiant smile gracing its countenance. With a voice that resonated like thunder, it proclaimed, I am the River Styx. Moved by the hardships of humanity, I impart the ways of martial and scholarly cultivation to strengthen the body and overcome all adversity. This day I establish the Azura sect, opening its gates to all of humankind. Let those who attain the highest 3 ranks in martial or scholarly arts enter my domain. May the great Tao bear witness. Boom. As the words echoed, the great Tao responded from the unseen depths of existence. While heavens will may be partial, the great Tao is absolute. All deeds that benefit the primordial world shall be rewarded with virtue. As the first being to establish a sect in the primordial chaos, Mingi naturally accumulated a considerable amount of merit. Furthermore, he laid down the paths of martial and literary cultivation for humanity. In terms of the great Tao, this directly facilitated the advancement of both the human race and the primordial world. At that moment, an immense torrent of merit descended from the heavens. Of this, 70% flowed from above Mingyi and entered his being, while the remaining 30% was divided. 10% drifted from Mount Buzhou into the boundless sea of blood, ultimately merging with the Azura clan. Another 10% hovered above the human realm, eventually descending upon the heads of the disseminators of martial and literary teachings. The final 10% coalesced in the void, transforming into 2 books radiating golden light, Treasures of Merit, the true understanding of martial arts and the true essence of literature. Chapter 60, The Tremor of the Four Directions, Mingyi's decision observing the 2 treasures of merit coalescing above the human realm. The river of the underworld beckoned, and 2 volumes transformed into radiant streaks of light, descending into its grasp. Ignoring the treasures of virtue in its hands, the voice of the river of the underworld reverberated through the ears of all beings in the primordial chaos. The Shura sect opened its gates wide, taking upon itself the mission of enlightening the myriad creatures of the primordial world. Those who share a common aspiration in this vast expanse are welcome to join. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuqing Yuanshi and Shanqing Tongtian remained engulfed in shock and fury over Taiching's injury. The 4 swords of extermination floated ominously behind Shanqing, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Do not let me discover who has harmed my elder brother. Otherwise, I shall ensure they pay dearly, Shanqing declared. Yuqing, however, spoke with reason, asserting that now was not the time for anger. The paramount concern was the recovery of their elder brother. I sensed a rift in his Dao heart. What trials has he endured? As the 2 were consumed by their worries, the voice of the river of the underworld resounded across the entire primordial continent. Yuqing's face darkened with indignation. What is the Shura sect? The human race, created by our sister Nuwa, dares to be tainted by the likes of the river of the underworld? In contrast to Yuqing's ire, Shanqing's eyes sparkled with admiration. This friend of the river of the underworld commands my respect. Rising from the depths of the blood sea, his resolve in pursuing the Tao is admirable, and he harbors compassion for all beings in the primordial realm. Yuqing shook his head in disagreement. Third brother, as the true disciples of Pangu, we must not belittle ourselves. What status does the river of the underworld possess to befit the enlightenment of humanity in the myriad beings of the primordial world? Shanqing hesitated, recalling the Tao ancestors' words that there are teachings without distinction, providing a glimmer of hope to all creatures. However, upon seeing Yuqing's somber expression, he ultimately shook his head. Within a cave not far away, Taiching struggled to stabilize the chaotic energies within him when he heard the solemn vow of the river of the underworld. An unnamed fire ignited fiercely within his chest. This should be my opportunity. In the next moment, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Shanqing quickly focused his mind to mend the fracturing Tao heart. After a lengthy pause, Taiching the river of oblivion once harbored the thought of seizing the 2 sacred treasures of virtue into his own hands. However, upon establishing the Azura sect, he felt not only the overwhelming merit but also the intertwining fate of the sect with that of the human race before him. In the future, as humanity grows stronger, that fateful power will only intensify. It seemed more prudent to entrust these 2 treasures to the ancient sages of humanity, allowing them to elevate both martial and literary paths, thus ensuring his own benefit in the process. Thank you, Master River of Oblivion, exclaimed the clans of the Nesting and Fire people as they gazed at the sacred treasures of virtue in their hands, their expressions heavy with the weight of responsibility. They understood that this was not merely an opportunity, but a duty concerning the future of humanity. Yet, they did not tremble in fear. After all, as members of the human race, they must possess the courage to face all adversities. Now that this matter is settled, I must return to the Blood Sea continent to contemplate the Great Tao. Should any issues arise, you may seek me there. Furthermore, regarding your previous suggestion about the insufficient number of individuals traveling to the Blood Sea continent each year, I have given it some thought. The 3-year interval is non-negotiable. It is too brief for you to truly learn anything. However, the number of participants can be appropriately increased. You may establish competitions in martial and literary disciplines, held every 3 years, where the top 100 from each event may journey to the Blood Sea continent. Those who have participated cannot return again. Furthermore, different rankings can be set based on age. The specifics can be discussed among you, the Nesting and Fire clans. I shall take my leave now. As his words faded, the River of Oblivion prepared to depart, but then seemed to recall something. Lowering his gaze, he searched the crowd until his eyes settled on a young man named Chen Pingyan. With a gentle tone, he spoke. You are Chen Pingyan, are you not? I hope to see your presence on the Blood Sea continent in the future. With that, the River of Oblivion lifted his head and gazed into the void. In the next moment, his figure vanished above the human realm. Chapter 61. The Establishment of the 3 Purities, the 5 Saints of the Primordial Era Blood Sea Continent. Azura Palace. Seated cross-legged upon a mat, Mingyi's bony hands were clenched into fists, gently resting beneath his sharply defined jawline. His gaze fixated on the floor of the grand hall, as if awaiting the blossoming of some unseen flower. In truth, Mingyi was deeply contemplative regarding the path that lay ahead. The establishment of the Azura sect and the dissemination of martial and literary cultivation methods among humanity signified a complete rupture with the Sanqing. After all, usurping another's grand Tao is akin to slaying one's progenitors. The Taiji Laozi would certainly not let this transgression go unpunished. The mere thought of the silent, yet formidable Taiji Laozi caused Mingyi significant distress. Had he offended Tong Tian instead, matters would have been far simpler. A confrontation could be easily resolved through combat. Yet, that Laozi was no ordinary figure. One must recognize that during the subsequent journey to the West, he was ensnared by the machinations of the West, leading to the flourishing of Buddhism. Ultimately, Laozi endured silently, transforming from a Taoist into a Buddhist, thereby siphoning off the fortunes of Buddhism. Such restraint and cunning could instill fear in the hearts of many. Now, having positioned himself as an adversary to Taiji, it was only prudent to remain vigilant. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations are rendered insignificant. Minghe let out a sigh of relief, the heaviness on his face dissipating somewhat. With the fortune of the human race and his own established teachings, I believe my power of fortune is now sufficient for a breakthrough. As long as I can ascend to the realm of the Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian, I shall have nothing to fear. With this thought, Minghe immersed his consciousness in his sea of awareness, gazing at the seemingly inexhaustible power of merit at his disposal. A faint smile gracing his lips. He began to strengthen, to enhance the path of blood. As his words fell, wisps of gray mist swirled around the enhancement orb, quickly transforming into characters. The path of blood was being fortified. Subsequently, Minghe sensed a certain aura being guided by the enhancement orb, and the height of the path of blood within him began to grow slowly. Surely, this must be the power of fortune? At that moment, Minghe suddenly heard the sound of the Tao resonating across the vast wilderness. I am Ta Ching Laozi. Today, I feel the hardships of countless beings in the wilderness. I shall impart the golden elixir's path and establish the Taoist teachings. I will enlighten all beings of the wilderness. Let the Tao witness this. Boom. As the resonant voice of the Tao echoed through the void, the Taoist teachings were established. The Tao is impartial and selfless. All that benefits the development and evolution of the wilderness receives merit. Streams of merit descended from the heavens, merging into the crown of Ta Ching. However, the amount of merit he received was still less than half of what Minghe possessed. Immediately afterward, Ta Ching sensed the power of fortune within the world beginning to coalesce. At that moment, he felt the primordial purple energy within him being rapidly refined. In no time, it was successfully transformed. Subsequently, the third corpse was also successfully severed. 3 strands of pure chi descended from his crown, transforming into 3 distinct figures. I have met with my fellow Taoists. They then transformed back into pure chi, merging with his being. Thus, the wilderness welcomed another saint of the heavenly Tao. Not far from Ta Ching, Yuqing Yuanshi and Shangqing Tongtian sat in meditation, seemingly enlightened after the establishment of the Taoist teachings. After an indeterminate amount of time, they opened their eyes and exchanged smiles. My elder brother, please. Yuqing Yuanshi exclaimed with a triumphant smile, bowing into the chaos. I, Yuqing Yuanshi, today feel the hardships of countless beings in the wilderness. I shall impart the method of refining chi and establish the Chan teachings. I will enlighten all beings of the wilderness. Let the Tao witness this. I, Shangqing Tongtian, today feel the hardships of countless beings in the wilderness. I shall impart the path of formations and establish the Jia teachings. I will enlighten all beings of the wilderness. Let the heavenly Tao witness this. Thus, the 3 pure ones established their teachings and attained sanctity, bringing forth 3 saints of the heavenly Tao into the wilderness. In a brief span of time, the skies above Kunlun Mountain were inundated with boundless merit. In that moment, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, auspicious signs descended from the heavens, and the entire Kunlun Mountain was suffused with golden energy. The unique purple aura of the saints stretched for 30,000 miles, lingering for long periods. This spectacle caused an uproar among the myriad beings of the wilderness. The 3 pure ones, as the true lineage of Pangu, flourished in a magnificent display, the red flowers, green leaves, and white lotus roots all attaining sanctity on the same day. Surely, Kunlun Mountain is extraordinary, a place of supreme fortune. We must hasten to Kunlun Mountain and partake in the blessings of this sacred land. Unlike Minghe, who established the Azura teachings, the 3 pure ones attained sanctity concurrently with the establishment of their sect, much like Nuwa. The 30,000 miles of purple aura floating above the wilderness stirred the minds of countless beings. What does it matter to establish a sect? To become a saint is the eternal truth. In that moment, every being of the wilderness yearned to draw closer to Kunlun Mountain, seeking to cultivate and comprehend the Tao near the sanctified grounds. Some beings who had visited the Zishu Palace pondered in confusion. Why, when both established teachings, did the ancestor of the Blood Sea, Minghe, not attain sanctity? Was it due to insufficient talent or foundation? As this thought arose, their admiration for the 3 pure ones deepened. They recalled how Minghe once held sway over the treasure rock, imperious and unmatched. They could not help but silently mourn for him in their hearts. If memory serves, he had even seized a piece of innate supreme spiritual treasure from the 3 pure ones. They wondered whether the 3 pure ones, now saints, would seek justice from the Blood Sea. In the 33 heavens, after witnessing the sanctity of the 3 pure ones, Tai and Dijun engaged in a lengthy discussion behind closed doors. The content of their discourse remained unknown, but upon their emergence, they issued a series of commands to bolster the strength of the demon race. They even delivered teachings multiple times. Each demon warrior could see a fervor in Dijun's eyes that they had never perceived before, a fervent desire for the position of saint. In their hearts, every demon warrior harbored a vague notion: the next battle between the witch and demon races was likely to commence soon. In the Blood Sea continent, Minghe gazed silently at the impending ascent of the blood path, poised to breach an elevation of 70,000 zhang. The ascension of the three purities to sainthood elicited no particular astonishment within him. After all, as a disciple of the Tao ancestor, it seemed rather trivial that his mere interference could thwart such an elevation. Surely, the qualifications and temperament of Laozi, the supreme purity, could not be deemed so inadequate. However, he anticipated that the supreme purity would not easily relinquish his ambitions, but rather continue to exploit humanity as a means, veering towards unorthodox paths and disseminating his doctrines. To his surprise, the supreme purity had entirely forsaken humanity, redirecting his focus towards the myriad spirits of the primordial chaos. Had he truly abandoned the fortunes of humanity? Or did the supreme purity harbor ulterior motives? The river of underworld had to deliberate with utmost caution, for after the conclusion of the Lich calamity, the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would commence. Should the opposing party forsake humanity? They would abandon their claim to the position of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors' disciples. In the future, as humanity ascends to prominence, they would find themselves rendered obsolete. He could hardly believe that the adversary would simply acquiesce. At that moment, the blood path suddenly surged to an astonishing height of 70,000 zhang. The bizarre crimson manifestation of the path radiated an ethereal glow, illuminating the surroundings. Streams of sanguine essence coalesced upon the manifestation, ultimately forming intricate and profound patterns. These resplendent patterns danced upon the blood path, imbuing it with an air of mystery and nobility. However, this spectacle, concealed beneath the Blood Sea formation, did not allow a trace of crimson to spill into the primordial continent. On the Blood Sea continent, Hanli, Xiaoyan, Shihao, Li Qiyi, along with 7 gourd children and Lingzhu heir, were seated in the square adjacent to the Shura Palace. Upon witnessing the blood path, which seemed poised to pierce the heavens above the Blood Sea, they were struck with astonishment and reflected. It appears that our Father God and Ancestor have further refined their cultivation, stepping into the realm of the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. We must diligently cultivate and elevate our own powers, otherwise, one day, not only will we be unable to assist our Ancestor, but we may also become a burden to him. As subordinates of the River of Underworld, they had long been cautioned about the precariousness of the path of slaying the 3 corpses, necessitating a careful approach to their cultivation. The arduous path of validating one's way through strength, while challenging, was indeed the righteous course. A century later, atop Kunlun Mountain, the figures of the 3 clear ones re-emerged. With the majestic stature of saints, their celestial manifestation soared thousands of zhang above the primordial realm, gazing upon the myriad beings of the world. Chapter 62. The 3 clear ones recruit disciples, a missed opportunity boom, accompanied by the distant and resonant chime of a great bell. The voices of the 3 clear ones echoed in the ears of all primordial beings. I am Taiji Laozi. I am Yuqing Yuanshi. I am Shangqing Tong Dian. Today, we shall widely open our mountain gates. All those with great perseverance and wisdom in the primordial realm are welcome to join us. The opportunity lasts for 10,000 years. A clamor arose. The saints are recruiting disciples. Hurry, hurry. Summon all the talented prodigies from our clan to Kunlun Mountain for a chance to prove themselves. Where is our Qilin child? Regardless of what he is doing, he must immediately head to Kunlun Mountain and become a disciple of the saints. Quickly inform our Ancestor that the 3 clear saints have opened their mountain gates to recruit disciples. Similar scenes unfolded across various factions and races on the primordial continent. When the saints and ancestors previously recruited disciples, one had to visit the Zixio Palace, leaving countless beings of insufficient cultivation filled with regret and resentment. Now, with the 3 clear saints recruiting disciples on Kunlun Mountain, it undeniably offered them immense hope. With a span of 10,000 years, even if one's own cultivation fell short, they could be escorted by powerful clan members. This extraordinary opportunity was one that everyone yearned to seize. At that moment, near Kunlun Mountain, a group of 4 was hastily traversing the forest from east to west. They had originally traveled on clouds, but upon arriving at Kunlun Mountain, they encountered the recruitment of disciples by the 3 clear ones. To avoid disturbing the saints, they had to descend and proceed using stealth techniques. At this moment, the leader, a young man, suddenly halted, lifting his gaze towards the direction of Kunlun Mountain, his expression rife with indecision. The 3 women following him also came to a stop, observing him intently. Brother Gongming, why have you stopped? Inquired by Xiao, clad in verdant garments, tilting her head in confusion. Indeed, Brother Gongming, is something amiss? Added Xiong Xiao. Draped in white, her face reflecting concern. Only Yun Xiao, dressed in purple, gazed quietly at the figure ahead. Understanding that ever since witnessing the heavenly manifestations of the 3 clear ones and learning of their recruitment of disciples, Brother Gongming had been in a state of distraction. Sighing softly, Yun Xiao stepped forward. Brother Gongming, do you wish to become a disciple of these saints? Upon hearing her voice, Zhao Gongming turned, revealing a conflicted expression. Yun Xiao continued, after all, it is a matter of the saints recruiting disciples. If you wish to go, you need not accompany us to the boundless Blood Sea. With her words, Yun Xiao then turned to Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. If you two share the same sentiment, you may remain behind and not feel obliged to follow me. At her words, Zhao Gongming seemed unable to accept the situation. I fail to comprehend, Yun Xiao, why you are so determined to venture to the boundless Blood Sea and be apprenticed to that ancestor of the River of Underworld. Not to mention that the ancestor has yet to attain the status of a saint after establishing the Shura sect. which speaks volumes about his inferiority to the three clear ones. Yet, that is the boundless blood sea. Who among the primordial continent does not know it as a gathering place for filth and malevolence? What good can possibly come from such a place? Faced with Zhao Goming's confusion, Yin Xiao shook her head, her eyes brimming with resolve. Brother, my life as pursuit is to act with a clear conscience. We have once received the teachings of the ancestor of the river of underworld. He is indeed a mentor to us. Now that he opens his mountain to recruit disciples, it is only right that I should go. However, brother, each has their aspirations, and I do not wish to impose mine upon you. Then, Yin Xiao turned to Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, asking, what is your decision? Will you accompany brother, or join me in heading to the boundless blood sea? Let it be known that the choice made today should not be regretted in the future. Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao exchanged glances, resolutely affirming, since our transformation, we have never left each other's side. We shall naturally stay with our elder sister. Only Bai Xiao, before departing, cast an angry remark towards Zhao Gongming. This shall be the last time I call you brother. You have deeply disappointed me. Bai Xiao, Yin Xiao rebuked, without waiting for Zhao Gongming's response. Yin Xiao led Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao onward. Left behind, Zhao Gongming's face flushed with emotion as he recalled the myriad memories shared with Yun Xiao and her sisters, the elder sister's steadiness, the second sister's playful charm, and the third sister's forthrightness. After a few breaths, Zhao Gongming inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, I, Zhao Gongming, am righteous and benevolent. How could I be among the unfaithful and ungrateful? Without the three clear sisters, even being a disciple of the saints would bring me no joy. With that, Zhao Gongming planted his feet firmly on the ground and surged forward in pursuit. Three clear sisters, please wait for your brother. Meanwhile, on the western coast of the primordial continent, a gaunt figure, carrying a spirit coffin on his back, gazed at the celestial manifestations of the three clear ones. Murmuring to himself, the river of underworld, the three clear ones have established their sects in succession, and the three clear ones have become saints, widely opening their mountain gates. Yet, as a member of the Zishu 3000 guests, I, Ran Ding, remain merely a small Deluo, unable to glimpse even a fraction of the quasi-saint realm. Where then shall I seek the path? The Taoist Ran Ding looked towards the eastern direction of the Buzhou Mountain and the western boundless blood sea, his expression rife with uncertainty. To ascend as a disciple of a saint would offer the protection of a saint, allowing one to rest easy. If one were to become a disciple of the River Styx, given that he himself has not achieved sainthood, the path of the great Tao would likely be fraught with peril. In the next moment, he let out a startled exclamation. How strange. How utterly bizarre. That very River Styx clearly held the primordial purple chi in his grasp. During the division of treasures at the precious cliff, he had fiercely contended against the three pure ones. Moreover, he was the first mighty figure to establish a sect. Why then did he not ascend to sainthood? Could it be that this primordial purple chi harbors some flaw? The Taoist burning lamp was not lacking in innate talent. Yet, due to his inherently suspicious nature and penchant for scheming, he had lingered at the great Luo realm for far too long. And now, in this very moment, he had detected a trace of something amiss. After a long silence, Burning Lamp gave a firm nod. Enough, enough. Rather than seeking refuge under the wings of a saint, it would be better to journey to the Sea of Blood and engage in discourse on the Tao with the River Styx. Thus, Burning Lamp resolved to venture into the boundless Sea of Blood, for he harbored another intuition. He was, after all, a lamp that had once rested upon a coffin. Having taken form through cultivation, since his transformation, he had never been favored by the creatures of the primordial world. The three pure ones, being the orthodox descendants of Pangu, represented a realm where he would likely only invite humiliation upon himself. The River Styx, too, hailed from a place despised by the mighty figures of the primordial world. Perhaps the two shared common ground, and mutual understanding might blossom between them. Journeying to the boundless Sea of Blood might indeed be the wiser choice. The sacred land of mankind beneath the cliff where Enwa had once fashioned mankind, the site had since become the sacred land of humanity. Every 3 years, the grand finals of the martial and scholarly competitions were held here. Today, the finals had concluded. Yu Chao and Swearin observed the gathered talents of mankind with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Chuandu, Pinyin, as the champions of this year's scholarly and martial competitions, you two shall lead our finest to the continent of the Blood Sea for study and exchange. Just then, the proclamation of the three pure ones resounded across the primordial world. Among the crowd, Xuandu and Pinyin gazed upon the divine manifestations of the three pure ones, their eyes burning with fierce determination. Bah! To think such shameless opportunists could ascend to sainthood, truly, the heavens have gone blind. Spatch and Pinyin. One day, I shall reach the pinnacle of martial arts and demand of that old man, which is mightier, is Golden Core Great Tao, or the martial path of mankind. Beside him, Xuandu chuckled and shook his head. He knew of Pingyin's reverence for the patriarch River Styx, as well as his disdain for the supreme pure one, who had once vied with the patriarch for the opportunity to spread teachings among mankind. Pinyin, it is time we depart. With a breath of noble spirit, swift as the wind over 1,000 miles they rose. While these varied scenes unfolded across the primordial world, atop Mount Kunlun, the supreme pure one, Taishang Laojun, the jade pure one, Yuanchi Tianzuan, and the supreme purity, Tongtian Jiaozhu, all felt an inexplicable restlessness, their auras flickering with a trace of disorder. How peculiar! Why does it feel as though a destiny that was rightfully ours has slipped away? The next moment, their expressions brightened as they beheld the countless beings of the primordial world rushing toward Mount Kunlun, some sprinting, others leaping, still others riding clouds and mist. They dismissed the earlier disturbance from their thoughts. Chapter 63, The River Styx's Surprise, the Oath of the Great Tao. Several more years passed. In the far western lands of the spiritual mountain, two figures successively ascended to sainthood after uttering grand vows. Thus, among the 3,000 guests of the violet heaven, all who had held the primordial purple chi, save for the River Styx, had merged with the Tao and become heavenly saints. For a time, all beings of the primordial world rejoiced. The demonic races, in particular, bustled with fervent activity, and Emperor June grew ever more anxious. As the Taoist burning lamp appeared at the borders of the Sea of Blood, the River Styx's brow arched slightly in puzzlement. Should this burning lamp not be at Mount Kunlun, seeking to become a disciple of the Jade Pure One? Failing that, was he not to be appointed deputy patriarch? Why then has he come to my continent of the Blood Sea? Mingi regarded the other merely as a passerby. However, as he observed the figure of the burning lamp drawing nearer, he could no longer remain composed. He understood that the purpose of the visitor's journey was to arrive at the Sea of Blood. In the next moment, Mingi's silhouette appeared outside the boundless Sea of Blood. May I inquire, esteemed friend of the burning lamp, what brings you to my Sea of Blood? Upon suddenly finding Mingi before him, a presence he had not sensed, the burning lamp was taken aback yet simultaneously pondered. Truly, Mingi's cultivation is indeed profound. I cannot perceive him in the slightest. He then adorned his aged visage with a smile and clasped his fists, stating, I have heard that fellow Taoist Mingi has established the Azura sect, and I, lacking in merit, wish to take my leave and seek refuge beneath its banner. Eh? Observing the earnest demeanor of the burning lamp before him, Mingi was astounded. What is happening? The future vice leader of the Chan sect wishes to join my Azura sect. Subsequently, Mingi scrutinized the burning lamp, reflecting on the latter's history. The burning lamp, a manifestation of a lantern from the coffin of an esteemed figure, was a member of the 3,000 guests of Zixiao. Yet he had merely attained the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Later, he became the vice leader of the Chan sect, yet remained unappreciated by Yuqing Yuanshi and was even targeted by the Chan sect's foremost disciple, Guang Qingzi. Ultimately, for the sake of the great Tao, he betrayed the Chan sect and turned to Buddhism, becoming the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp. By all rights, one such as this, a traitor's turncoat, should not be welcomed into my fold. Yet, were I in his position, serving as vice leader within a sect, unappreciated and constantly undermined, I too would rebel. Not only would I rebel, but I would also aspire to become the rightful leader. Furthermore, the burning lamp possesses considerable strength and is adept in strategy. Indeed, he is a capable hand in affairs of governance. My Sea of Blood is in need of such a presence. However, what if he were to betray the Azura sect in the future? The river of the underworld narrowed its eyes slightly, deep in contemplation, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Observing the serious demeanor of the river of the underworld, the fiery lamp secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There was no fear in the other party's contemplation, rather, the true dread lay in a direct refusal. This, at the very least, indicated that there remained a glimmer of opportunity. Subsequently, the fiery lamp continued. Although I currently possess the cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal, I merely require a single fortuitous moment to sever a corpse and ascend to the threshold of sanctity. I possess several innate spiritual treasures, which bestow upon me considerable combat prowess. Furthermore, I have a few innate spiritual roots. While they are but ordinary, they still hold potential. Stop, 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 interjected the fiery lamp's companion. Mingi gazed at the ever-revealing lantern, who sought to elevate his own value. And a decision began to form within him. If fellow lantern sincerely wishes to join my Azura sect, I would, of course, welcome him with open arms. However, at this juncture, a hint of hesitation crossed Mingi's countenance. Upon hearing Mingi's welcoming words, Lantern's heart soared with elation. Yet, upon hearing the word, however, he understood that Mingi was about to set forth conditions. Provided these conditions were reasonable, he would acquiesce, for after all, joining the Blood Sea would surely allow him to transcend to the quasi-saint level. Moreover, as long as he remained within the Blood Sea, he would be free from any peril to his life. What difference would there be compared to serving under a saint? But what is it? Fellow Mingi, please do not hesitate to speak. The river of Hades continued, however, with your cultivation. It is inconceivable that I would allow you to hold a mere ordinary position within my Azura sect. It is equally impossible for me to accept you as a disciple. After all, we are all peers among the 3,000 guests of Zixiao, and we shall interact as equals. However, should you wish to delve into the core of my Azura sect, which is intimately connected with the attainment of the Tao, you must first vow a solemn oath to the great Tao. Upon your acceptance to join the Azura sect, you shall never betray it. If you do, you will sever your ties with the great Tao and meet a grim fate of demise and obliteration. Upon hearing the mention of the core of the Azura sect and its relation to attaining the Tao, the heart of the burning lantern surged with excitement, and he exclaimed, I am willing. I am willing. Although taking the oath to the great Tao signified an irrevocable bond with the Azura sect, sharing both glory and disgrace, and forbidding any betrayal, what did such an oath matter in comparison to the pursuit of the Tao? The other party had presented the opportunity for enlightenment, which spoke volumes of their sincerity. Faced with such a leader, what reason could there be to hesitate in pledging the great Tao oath? As for any doubts about the River of Hades, they were dispelled by the latter's impeccable reputation and standing in the primordial realm. Whether it was for the sake of all beings in the primordial world, creating written language, or later, for the convenience of ordinary beings, developing the tools of ink, paper, and brush, or even later still, out of a promise to Nuwa, safeguarding humanity for countless years. And founding the Azura sect to cultivate both martial and literary paths for humankind, each of these deeds illuminated the River of Hades' noble character, revealing him to be a great power of the primordial world, deeply committed to his promises, and incapable of deception. Very well, since that is the case, I wholeheartedly welcome you, Burning Lantern, to join my Azura sect. With the words of the River of Hades echoing, Burning Lantern stood at the edge of the Sea of Blood and proclaimed his oath to the great Tao. I, the Taoist Burning Lantern, hereby join the Azura sect, venerating the ancestor River of Hades as our leader, and I shall never betray. Should I betray, may I be denied entry into the great Tao and meet my end. Boom. In the depths of fate, there exists a profound connection. Ha ha ha, with the addition of the esteemed Taoist of the Burning Lamp, our Azura sect shall undoubtedly grow in strength. Henceforth, the Taoist of the Burning Lamp shall serve as the vice leader of our Azura sect. Taoist of the Burning Lamp, please come this way. Mingi laughed heartily, inviting Randang to enter the Blood Sea continent. Please, Master, Randang exclaimed with immense excitement. Just as the two were about to step into the formation leading to the Blood Sea continent, a voice echoed from the distance behind Mingi. Wait, Master Mingi. Could you please pause for a moment? As Mingi turned to gaze back, he beheld 4 figures soaring through the distant sky, 1 man and 3 women. The man was tall and robust, exuding an aura of righteousness. The women possessed an ethereal grace, their extraordinary demeanor accentuated by the swirling winds. Their flowing skirts revealed glimpses of their alluring figures, adding an enchanting allure. Is it she? Upon recognizing the silhouette of one of the women, Mingi realized she was the leader of a faction from the 3 immortal mountains, where he had once ventured in pursuit of the languages of myriad beings. However, he had never encountered the man during his previous visit. At that moment, the woman held a pair of golden scissors, which shimmered with a radiant glow, reminiscent of a roaring dragon. Soon, the trio of women and the man alighted before Mingi, clasping their fists in greeting. Yu Xiao, Xiongxiu, Bixiu, Zhao Gongming. We pay our respects to the ancestor Mingi and humbly request permission to join the Shura sect. This is our formal homage to our master. The River Styx's heart trembled once more with profound astonishment. Extraordinary occurrences arise every year, yet this year they seem particularly abundant. These promising disciples who should have joined the GS sect, Sanshao and Zhao Gongming, how have they also found their way to my Blood Sea? Fully aware that Sanshao would spare no sacrifice to avenge Zhao Gongming, such unwavering devotion in this treacherous primordial world filled with schemes and machinations is truly worthy of admiration. Thus, upon their arrival, how could the River Styx possibly refuse them? Excellent. Splendid. All the heroes of the primordial world now gather under my banner. Before the River Styx could even utter a word, Sanshao and Zhao Gongming solemnly swore their great Tao oaths, never to betray, lest their cultivation stagnate and their souls perish, obliterated by the Tao itself. Having witnessed Ronding's earlier vow, they followed suit without hesitation. A thunderous roar echoed as the great Tao acknowledged their pledge. Ha! Come, follow me. The river of the underworld laughed heartily, inviting everyone into the formation. In Chapter 64, the embryo of the cultivation continent and the decision of the Earth Mother. Driven by curiosity about the Sea of Blood, the crowd followed the river of the underworld into the formation. In the next moment, Randang's mouth fell agape, his expression one of incredulity. Could this truly be the boundless Sea of Blood? It felt more like a paradise, even without the path to enlightenment. The spiritual energy of this continent alone could elevate my cultivation to new heights. Randang found it unimaginable that this boundless Sea of Blood bore no resemblance to the rumors he had heard. If he were to cultivate here for 10,000 years, how much could his prowess possibly advance? As a formidable being who had traversed many paradises in the Primordial Era, he recognized that those places could not compare to this boundless Sea of Blood. Furthermore, those realms had long been claimed before the River Styx could utter a word. The faint whispers of Ling Zhuo reached his perception. Mosquito Taoist, behave yourself. Ling Zhuo murmured softly into Mosquito Taoist's ear, discreetly gesturing toward the grand hall. Upon hearing this, Mosquito Taoist finally noticed the hall was now filled with attendees. Hastily, she composed herself, smoothing out the disheveled folds of her robe as if nothing untoward had occurred, and gracefully made her way toward the seat beside the ancestor of the River Styx. Ahem, Mosquito Taoist pays her respects to the ancestor, she declared before shifting her gaze to the likes of Burning Lamp Taoist and Lady Cloudsoar, scrutinizing the unfamiliar faces before her. As Mosquito Taoist studied them, Burning Lamp Taoist reciprocated the appraisal. He recalled how, during the sage's second sermon on the Tao, the ancestor of the River Styx had brought Mosquito Taoist to the Violet Cloud Palace. If memory served, her aura at the time had barely surpassed the threshold of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Yet now, to Burning Lamp's perception, her presence loomed like an unfathomable abyss, immeasurable, profound. Perhaps she had already ascended to the quasi-sage realm. A pang of bitterness stirred within Burning Lamp's heart. She had arrived at the Violet Cloud Palace 30,000 years later than he had, yet now her cultivation had surpassed his discernment. Such were the privileges of patronage and resources. Then, a flicker of satisfaction warmed him. After all, he too now had backing and mains. At that moment, the ancestor of the River Styx cleared his throat, his voice resonating through the hall. Ahem. Once all eyes were upon him, he continued. Since the founding of the Azura sect, over a century has passed. Ah, never mind. Since all present are kin, I shall cut to the heart of the matter. Mingi adjusted his posture, resting his elbows on the table, his distinctly knuckled hands supporting his chin. After settling into a comfortable position, he began to speak slowly. Our blood sea has now established the Azura sect. In the future, we shall witness a steady influx of powerful human warriors joining us, as well as the attraction of numerous formidable beings from the primordial realm. Given this, the Azura sect can no longer be so casually managed. From now on, each of you must assume your own duties and responsibilities, in addition to your cultivation. When Taoist, ancestor, I am here. I shall establish a repository of scriptures within the Azura Palace, dedicated to the collection and preservation of cultivation techniques. It will contain the foundational practices of the 3,000 Daos and the 800 auxiliary paths, encompassing areas such as cultivation, talismans, artifact forging, and formations. In due course, you will be responsible for its management, and we can discuss the specifics later. Understood. When Taoist replied earnestly, shedding his previous lethargy. Xiaoyan, Hanli, Shihao, Li Qiyi, present. And now, let us proceed. Mingi held several esteemed positions, elder of the scripture pavilion, Mosquito Taoist. One of the 4 great transmission elders, such as Xiaoyan, one of the 7 law enforcement elders, the 7 Calabash brothers, deputy sect leader, Randall Taoist. And one of the 4 direct disciples, Zhao Gongming, Yin Xiao, Xiongxiao, Bixiao. Once all present had assumed their respective roles, Ling Zhuer, gazing longingly at Mingi, timidly inquired, Ancestor. What about me? The River of Hades smiled knowingly. You shall naturally continue to serve as the steward of the Azura Palace. From this day forth, all spiritual stones of the Azura sect, including the subterranean spiritual veins, will be under your administration. This is indeed a lucrative position, entrusted to Ling Zhuer, who has been by my side the longest. The decision made by Mingi brought immense joy to Ling Zhuer for an entire day. Subsequently, Mingi shared his vision with the high-ranking leaders of various sections. His ambition was to establish the entire Bloodsea continent, with the Shura Palace at its heart and the Shura sect as its core, erecting 3,000 cities. Each city would be governed by a formidable Shura warrior of golden immortal cultivation. Thus, the embryonic form of a cultivation realm, sanctified by the Shura sect, began to take shape on the Bloodsea continent. Beneath the unyielding mountain, within the ancestral witch palace, the chaotic heavenly mechanisms and impending calamities of the universe weighed heavily upon Hutu, causing her increasing agitation. On that fateful day, she summoned all the ancestral witches together. After imparting some crucial matters, she departed from the palace, determined to carve out a sliver of hope for the witch clan. Her destination was none other than the boundless Bloodsea. Chapter 65. A debt repaid is not difficult to incur again since Randall and the Sanshao sisters joined the Shura sect. 3,000 years swiftly passed. During this span, both the Shura and human races flourished, producing numerous powerful individuals. The positions of city lords across the 3,000 cities were filled by qualified strong beings. On the Bloodsea continent, there were now 3,000 golden immortals, comprising both humans and Shuras. The bond between the human and Shura races had grown increasingly intimate, resembling a singular ethnicity. Moreover, although Mingi created the Shura race prior to the humans, it was essentially a mimicry of the human form. The Shura race had long diverged from its original lineage. Both races were educated under the same paradigm established by Mingi. It could be said that aside from possessing an additional pair of wings, the Shuras were nearly indistinguishable from humans in terms of physical structure, habits, and thoughts. Consequently, intermarriage between the two races flourished. Presently, only the humans of Unyielding Mountain retained pure bloodlines, while those on the Bloodsea continent had intermingled with Shura blood. The genesis of this interconnection stemmed from a human powerhouse named Shinpingan, who fell in love with a Shura maiden named Ningyao, thus paving the way for mutual affection between the two races. Observing the burgeoning strength of the Bloodsea continent, Mingi's spirit soared. The more robust the Bloodsea continent, the Shura sect, and the human race became, the more abundant his fortune and power would grow, elevating his own cultivation in tandem. On this day, Mingi sat cross-legged atop the grand hall of the Azura Palace. Below him were the core members of the Azura cult, each bearing a serene countenance, their eyes brimming with contemplation and enlightenment. This was Mingi's sermon, conducted once every millennium, aimed at enhancing the core strength of the Azura cult. Observing the figures below, each reflecting thoughtfully after the discourse, one could sense their subtle revelations and insights. Mingi nodded. The individuals before him were indeed the vanguards of the future chaos, each possessing remarkable innate talents. Among them, Randang, after receiving his guidance, ceased to ponder the path of severing the three corpses. Instead, he devoted himself to comprehending the Tao of Oblivion, advancing his cultivation at an astonishing pace. It would not be long before he could transcend to the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Quasi-Saint. The auras emanating from Zhao Gongming, the three heavens, and others grew increasingly potent, drawing them closer to the lofty state of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Several others also began to experience breakthroughs. However, at this moment, Mingyi's primary focus was on Ling Zhuo. Under his relentless urging, Ling Zhuo had ceased her daily tasks of tidying the scripture pavilion and instead embarked on a journey of enlightenment and cultivation. Observing her continuous progress and her deepening understanding of the Tao of space, Mingyi felt a sense of relief. Only by approaching the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal before that destined day could she withstand the immense transformations to come. As time flowed onward, Mingyi discerned a peculiar phenomenon. The concentration of spiritual energy within the vast expanse of chaos appeared to be diminishing. This decline triggered a chain reaction, compelling the myriad beings of the chaos to seize resources from one another in their quest for advancement. Consequently, conflicts among the myriad beings intensified, with an atmosphere of bloodshed permeating the world. Unbeknownst to many, Mingyi sensed that a great calamity loomed on the horizon. At times, he pondered deeply. Aside from the struggle for dominion over the universe, could the depletion of spiritual energy also be a catalyst for this impending tribulation? Just as Mingyi sought to unravel the mysteries of the calamity through the passage of time. Beyond the Blood Sea, the River Styx beheld a figure he had long anticipated. Gazing upon the crimson barrier that emerged within her sight, Huta's heart grew ever heavier. Along her journey, she had witnessed countless primordial beings, driven by greed for a single spiritual fruit or a mere artifact, resorting to plunder and betrayal, only to meet their demise. Their souls scattered to the winds. Yet these tragedies were not the source of her sorrow. Such was the cruel truth of the primordial world, where cultivation knew no bounds of morality. What weighed upon her spirit was the sight of those fragmented souls, adrift between heaven and earth, with nowhere to turn. Some turned to ghostly cultivation, while others could only await the inexorable pull of the great Tao's power, dragged into the boundless blood sea to suffer eternal damnation. Each time she bore witness to such scenes, Huda felt the inexorable call of her destiny, urging her forward. She knew this was her fate, much like Anhua's creation of humanity, both an opportunity and a shackle. And now, beneath the Blood Sea continent, the endless crimson tides awaited her. Moreover, her compassionate nature could not endure the suffering of so many lost souls, drowning in the Blood Sea with no hope of salvation. In the next moment, the space before her rippled, and the figure of the River Styx materialized. "Fellow Taoist Hutu," he spoke, "what brings you to my Blood Sea?" The moment he saw her, the River Styx understood her purpose and knew that the great calamity between the Wu and the Yao was imminent. Yet that mattered little to him. Hutu standing before him now was his true concern. Instead of answering, Huda posed a question of her own. "Fellow Taoist River Styx, do you not see the slaughter that fills this world? Countless wandering souls, bereft of refuge, doomed to either drown in the Blood Sea or vanish into oblivion. Does this not stir pity within you?" Mingyi gazed upon the compassionate Huda before him, retracting the four-character scripture he had intended to utter. "What concern is it of mine? What concern is it of yours? What concern is it of his?" The River Styx heaved a profound sigh and spoke. "Indeed, as the sovereign of the Blood Sea, I witnessed countless lives in the primordial wilderness extinguished each day. Their lost souls, with nowhere to return, can only sink into the abyss of my crimson tides. Fortunately, this sea of blood is boundless, otherwise, it could never contain them all. If only there existed a means to refine these fragmented remnants into the purest essence of soul, allowing them to coalesce once more and be reborn into the cycle of reincarnation." "Rebirth, reincarnation," murmured Hutu, lost in thought. "Fellow Taoist Mingyi, is this truly your wish as well?" "Since it is so," Huda turned her gaze back to Mingyi. "Fellow Taoist, I intend to sacrifice my very being to manifest the wheel of reincarnation, to grant all beings of the primordial wilderness a chance at rebirth. Yet, there remain a few unresolved matters weighing upon my heart. Might I seek your aid in this endeavor?" The river of the underworld naturally comprehended what the other party wished to convey. It was merely a matter of their inability to let go of the witch clan, as well as their desire to utilize the boundless Blood Sea. The matter of borrowing from the infinite Blood Sea was still open to negotiation. However, he had no inclination to involve himself in the affairs of the witch clan, unless, of course, a monetary incentive was offered. Mingyi promptly replied, "I kindly ask my esteemed friend Huda to express her thoughts first, after which I shall make my decision." As soon as Mingyi's words fell, Huda spoke. "Once I transform into the cycle of reincarnation, I shall find it exceedingly difficult to depart from this realm of rebirth. However, the impending calamity of the witch and lich approaches, and I humbly request the assistance of my friend Mingyi for the welfare of my witch tribe." The river of Hades resolutely declined. Has the fellow cultivator not yet discerned the intentions of the heavenly Tao? The witch and lich tribes shall inevitably not ascend to the status of the primordial sovereign. A wry smile appeared on the face of Hutu as she sighed. "Alas, it was my folly. Might you, dear friend, leave behind a trace of the witch lineage for me, to be sent to this realm of reincarnation?" The river of Hades nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the Earth Mother exhaled a sigh of relief and continued, "In my realm of reincarnation, I require the use of your sanctum." "Dear friend." Before she could finish her sentence, the river of Hades raised a hand and interjected, "Borrowing is permissible, yet one must adhere to the principle of reciprocity. Continual borrowing may prove burdensome. Pray tell, how long does the Earth Mother intend to borrow, and what shall I gain in return?" Chapter 66. The River of Hades negotiates terms. Earth Mother establishes reincarnation. The words of the river of the underworld rendered the body of Huta momentarily rigid. When Huda spoke of borrowing, she had never contemplated the notion of repayment. After all, the act of establishing the cycle of reincarnation for the beings of the primordial wilderness is a monumental deed of merit. Had it been any other powerful entity of the primordial realm, they would have eagerly relinquished their own sanctuaries in exchange for such overwhelming merit. However, Huda was confronted with the River of the Underworld, a being who had participated in numerous events and accrued substantial merits of the Great Tao. As for the fleeting, immense merits, the River of the Underworld held no interest. More precisely stated, the River of the Underworld seeks not merely this trivial merit. What then? Does the River of the Underworld truly desire? Huda parted her lips, ultimately directing the question towards the river. Upon hearing this, the river revealed a smile that was inscrutable. Dear Hutu, I propose this. Let us dispense with the formalities of borrowing and lending. Henceforth, this Blood Sea continent shall be divided between us, each taking half. The upper realm of the Blood Sea continent will belong to me, while the boundless Blood Sea beneath will be yours. As the words fell, the river ceased to speak, a smile gracing his features as he gazed at Hutu. She understood that what followed would hold greater significance, yet the river of Hades broke into a radiant smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. However, I have already apportioned half of this blood-soaked land to my esteemed companion. Should not the path of reincarnation that you have established also be shared with me? Furthermore, should the merits and powers acquired henceforth not be equally divided? Hades, your appetite seems rather insatiable. As the voice of the River Styx faded, Huta's face flushed crimson with indignation. She had forsaken her own clan, sacrificing herself to manifest the cycle of reincarnation, such immense sacrifice ultimately benefiting the River Styx for naught. How could Huda possibly consent to this? Styx, I sought negotiation with you because I believed you renowned throughout the primordial chaos for boundless compassion, your heart embracing all living beings. In truth, I need not your permission to establish the Tao of reincarnation within your blood sea. From the moment she heard Styx's terms, Huda had abandoned all thought of discussion. She now resolved to seize by force what she desired. The smile upon the visage of the River of Oblivion remains undiminished. Fellow Earth Spirit, please do not take offense. If the conditions are not suitable, we may continue our discussions. As for your assertion that one can establish the path of reincarnation upon the Blood Sea continent without my consultation, I find it rather perplexing. With a chilling laugh, Mingi taunted, feel free to give it a try. As his words echoed, he summoned the Blood Sea Grand Formation. Suddenly, the Blood Sea continent began to rise slowly from the ground, causing the waters of the Western Sea to surge back violently, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The creatures of the Western Sea felt as if the apocalypse was upon them. At that moment, Mingi turned to Huda with a smile, remaining silent, but raised his slender fingers, pointing into the distance. It seemed that in the next instant, the Blood Sea continent would lift from its place under his command. How is this possible? Huda's eyes widened in shock as she beheld the ascending Blood Sea continent. Even though Mingi was the master of the boundless Blood Sea, it was inconceivable that he could relocate it. This was the boundless Blood Sea, not an ordinary mountain or lake. Witnessing the Blood Sea being manipulated by Mingi was akin to hearing of a mighty being from the Primordial Era carrying the Mount Bujo away. It was utterly unfathomable. Simultaneously, Huda realized that her ambitions of seizing power were dashed. With no strength to fight or steal, she had no choice but to negotiate. I can only offer you a third, including the dominion over the cycle of rebirth, of which I can only grant you authority over 2 paths. It's a deal. I want the powers of the sure path and the human path. Upon hearing Hudu's words, Mingi readily agreed. His request for half was merely a strategy to leave room for negotiation. He believed that acquiring the sure path and a third of future merits from Hutu would be satisfactory. To his surprise, he was granted a full third. That represented a significant portion of the merits from the 6 paths of rebirth. In the future, every being from the primordial realm that traversed the 6 paths would contribute to his merits. As long as the primordial world endured, the cycle would not cease. This ceaseless flow of merit power was simply irresistible. When Huda heard Mingi's request for the human path and the sure path, her expression revealed surprise. How did he know about the existence of the human path and the sure path within the cycle? As for why he desired them, Huda could comprehend, given the deep connections these 2 paths had with Mingi. However, she still found it puzzling. For the myriad beings of the primordial realm, both the sure path and the human path were insignificant races. Why then would they each constitute a separate path? In the next moment, Huda's thoughts were disrupted by Mingi's voice. Fellow Taoist Hutu, if that is the case, shall we quickly proceed to the Blood Sea and establish the cycle of rebirth? In the blink of an eye, Hutu and Mingi found themselves beneath the boundless Blood Sea. Watching the wailing souls and restless spirits surging in the Hutu's intentions were truly profound. At that moment, Gong bellowed in fury. What kind of celestial law is this? Why can't it accommodate my witch clan? Sooner or later, I will shatter that celestial law. Only Zhu Rong remained stationary, seemingly a bit ashamed. Yet he ultimately spoke with displeasure. Without the 12 capital heavenly gods grand formation, what do you expect to achieve? You can't even break through the heavens of the demon clan. Zhu Rong's words rendered the numerous ancestral witches in the ancestral witch hall solemn and anxious. Indeed, without the 12 capital heavenly gods grand formation, how could they summon Pangu's projection to confront the grand formation of the heavenly stars in the 33 heavens? Upon witnessing Huda transform into the cycle of reincarnation, Dijuan's eyes widened in astonishment. This ancestral witch indeed possessed a heart of great compassion, willing to transform herself for the sake of all beings in the primordial chaos. He sighed, lamenting. It is a pity that Huta can never leave that realm of reincarnation again. Taichi remarked, isn't that advantageous for us? Without Hutu, the 12th capital heavenly gods grand formation would be difficult to form. Once the millennium period is over, the witch clan will surely be ours for the taking. Observing Taichi's excitement, Dijuan shook his head. Do not be blindly confident. Huta has transformed into the incarnation of reincarnation and become a saint of the earth. She must have foreseen this and undoubtedly has contingency plans. Then, seemingly recalling something, Dijuan inquired, how did your observation of the human race go? As you accompanied Baze to discern their differences? Upon hearing this, Taichi's face broke into a proud smile as he softly replied. I was just about to discuss this matter with you. After our observations near the human territory, we have uncovered a monumental secret. The bloodline of humanity possesses a restraining effect on the physical form of the witch clan. What? Is it truly so? A smile also spread across Dijuan's face. If we were to forge weapons using the bloodline of humanity, wouldn't the formidable physical prowess of the witch clan become a trivial matter? However, Dijuan shook his head once more. No, the human race was created by Nuwa. Wouldn't we be betraying her by doing so? Moreover, the human race is under the protection of the friend from the river of the underworld. Caught in hesitation, Dijuan found himself indecisive. Taichi, displeased, remarked, Brother, what are you hesitating for? If this can enhance the strength of our demon clan, surely Nuwa would be immensely pleased. Furthermore, why fear the river of the underworld? Yet, Dijuan persisted in shaking his head. No. Allow me to ponder further. In the far western lands, at Ling Mountain, Juanti gazed at the reincarnation realm obscured by the sea of blood, his face etched with contemplation. After a long while, he spoke, Dao brother. It is certain that the realm of reincarnation is rife with evils. If we were to guard that realm, the merit and power would undoubtedly flow unceasingly. In response, Jane shook his head, setting aside whether we can obtain Hutu's consent. That sea of blood is the domain of our friend from the river of the underworld. How can we intrude? Mentioning the river of the underworld, Zhuan Ti's expression turned fierce. If he disagrees, we shall compel him to consent. He has amassed such immense merit yet has not merged with the Tao. How can he possibly stand against us? As he contemplated establishing a grand aspiration and merging with the Tao, Zhuan Ti felt a surge of confidence. Even the weakest of saints is still a saint. How could he be compared to someone who isn't even a saint, like the river of the underworld? Upon hearing this, Jane felt a flicker of interest. Shall we give it a try? Unlike Zhuan Ti, Jane had always maintained a rational stance towards the river of the underworld. Based on the river's performance within the primordial chaos, Jane sensed that the river seemed to grasp truths unknown to them. Despite possessing such immense merit and holding the primordial purple energy, he had not merged with the Tao. Jane's initial thought was not that the river of the underworld lacked talent, but rather, could it be that the river is doing this intentionally? However, after hearing Zhuan Ti's words, Jane's heart wavered once more. What if he truly lacks talent? Even if there are ulterior motives, as saints, we are immortal and unyielding. What is there to fear? After a long pause, a glimmer of determination crossed his eyes, as if he had made a decision. In that case, let us venture into the boundless sea of blood. Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti's face brightened with relief and joy. We have awaited the arrival of this day for a long time. Chapter 68, Crafting the Underworld, the Anomaly of the Pearl Below the Sea of Blood. The river of the underworld exclaimed, Friend from the river of the underworld, your cultivation. Huto, having become a saint of the earth, felt an undeniable astonishment upon sensing the unmasked, fully unleashed aura of the river. She had not participated in the third sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace and was, therefore, unaware of the river's possession of primordial purple energy. While she knew that the river had done much for the benefit of all beings in the primordial chaos and had established the Azura teachings for humanity, accumulating immense merit, she considered the river's merit comparable to that of Nuwa, who created humanity. Thus, even if the river had not attained sainthood, Huda had never underestimated him. However, she had merely speculated that the river might be at the pinnacle of the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm quasi-saint. Beneath the saints, only Dijuan, Taichi, and the strongest of the witch clan, Dijiao, could rival him. Yet, after just breaking through to become a saint of the earth, Hutu admitted that she had indeed underestimated the river. Prior to this, she believed that before establishing the 6 paths of reincarnation, the river's actions were somewhat petty, intentionally bullying her. Now, it seemed that if he truly harbored such thoughts, with his cultivation at the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal level, he could have easily subdued her, coercing her to establish a grand oath. Everything before her could have belonged to him, but he did not. Rather than saying that the river of the underworld used Huta's 6 paths of reincarnation to gain merit, it was more accurate to say that Huta relied on the river's sea of blood to become a saint of the earth. Every action and every morsel is preordained. Understanding this, Huta crossed her slender hands at her waist and bowed. Thank you for your assistance, friend from the river of the underworld. The river of Hades remained steadfast in its position, gracefully accepting the offerings of the Earth Mother. Aware that she would surely express her gratitude upon sensing his cultivation as a primordial golden immortal, he awaited the inevitable acknowledgement. Indeed, since ascending to the status of a primordial golden immortal, the river of Hades felt a newfound strength in its resolve. As the saying goes, beneath the sage, all are but ants. Now, he possessed cultivation comparable to that of the heavenly Tao saints, if not surpassing it, in this vast primordial realm. As long as he did not seek his own demise, what was there to fear? Certainly, he held a certain trepidation towards the Tao ancestor Hongjun, who embodied the Tao itself. Thus, he pondered, were it not for the fear of altering the course of the primordial world, which might disrupt his future plans. He could easily establish the 6 paths of reincarnation. This endeavor would merely require the expenditure of some merit and time to deepen his understanding of the Tao of reincarnation. Hence, he graciously accepted the Earth Mother's gratitude, a saintly acknowledgement. With a smile, the River of Hades spoke nonchalantly, "I shall not take your offerings without due cause." As his words echoed, his long sleeves waved gracefully over the blood sea, concentrating his spirit upon the enhancement orb, envisioning the appearance of the underworld from his past life. He commenced the enhancement, directing it towards transforming the blood sea into the realm of the underworld. With deft hand gestures, the entire blood sea surged and roiled. In but a moment, the boundless blood sea transformed dramatically. A force akin to weaving the heavens and earth commanded the vast expanse, reshaping it into a new reality. Countless Tao symbols emerged, shimmering radiantly within the blood sea. Soon, the waves receded in all directions, revealing a vast plateau. River's brows furrowed tightly, his face revealing a trace of astonished mirth. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the grand hall, reappearing beyond the blood sea formation array. Chapter 69. The shameless Western duarchs, might I inquire as to what brings your excellencies here? The River of Hades gazed at the 2 eminent figures from the west before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was acutely aware that the Western saints were notoriously opportunistic and shameless. Their appearance amidst the sea of blood compelled him to adopt a cautious demeanor. Soon enough, the River of Hades discerned their purpose for coming. They had likely witnessed the transformation of the Earth Mother into the cycle of 6 paths and were here to seek merit by aiding in the salvation of malevolent souls. As anticipated, the face of the one known as Jane radiated compassion as he addressed the River of Hades. "My esteemed friend from the river, the Earth Mother has established the path of reincarnation in the Sea of Blood for the benefit of all beings in the primordial wilderness. However, there are wicked spirits whose past transgressions weigh heavily upon them, rendering them ineligible to enter this cycle. With hearts full of compassion, we cannot bear to ignore their plight. We seek to assist in their salvation and guide them towards rebirth." Upon hearing Jane's words, a peculiar smile graced the River of Hades' lips as he jestingly remarked, "Are you implying that within my Sea of Blood lies an entity that shares a connection with your Western domain?" Jane, seemingly oblivious to the mockery in the River of Hades' tone, replied calmly, "Indeed, that is precisely the case. Might I request, dear friend, that you step aside to allow us to meet the Earth Mother?" At that moment, the figure behind Jane, Junti, impatiently interjected, "Why are you wasting time with him?" Junti stepped forward, tilting his head and regarding the River of Hades disdainfully. "Hurry and vacate, or lead us to the Earth Mother. Otherwise." Junti raised the divine staff he held, a menacing grin spreading across his face. "Oh?" The River of Hades regarded Junti with amusement, a strange smile playing on his lips. "What if I refuse to yield? Will the Saint Junti resort to violence against me?" Observing the River of Hades' fearless demeanor, Junti's pupils constricted, and instinctively he took a step back, recalling memories that prompted a moment of hesitation. Yet, as he remembered his current status as a saint, he regained his composure and moved forward once more. "River of Hades, do not be ungrateful," Junti warned. "Do not act rudely." Jane gently patted Junti's shoulder, then turned to the River of Hades with a smile. "Dear friend, we harbor no intentions of enmity. We only wish to converse with the Earth Mother. Might the River of the Underworld yield a concession? This journey into the boundless Sea of Blood is not intended to avenge the past grievances of siege. Only Junti has persistently harbored such thoughts, unable to let go. The primary objective of Jane's visit is to negotiate with Hutul, seeking a position within the realm of the dead to accrue merit." In the face of Jane's smile, the River of the Underworld secretly admires him. Truly, he is a figure capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the entire Xianmen in the future. Such cunning and forbearance are not qualities possessed by ordinary beings of the primordial chaos. Only the elusive Ta Ching, who is deeply contemplative and strategic, could be his equal. As for Junti, the River of the Underworld holds him in contempt. As the saying goes, a barking dog seldom bites. Such individuals, who boast once they attain a modicum of power, are hardly worthy of mention. Subsequently, the River of the Underworld glanced at Junti and spoke plainly. "The realm of Huta resides within my Sea of Blood. In my blood sea, those I permit may enter. My descent stands firm, not even a saint can sway me." In response to the River of the Underworld's refusal, the smile on Jane's face gradually faded, revealing a hint of displeasure beneath his calm exterior. "Dear River of the Underworld, are you resolute in your decision? Why must you make it difficult for us?" The River of Hades shook his head and stated, "It is not my intention to create difficulties for the sages. Rather, I harbor concerns regarding your entry into my blood sea. After all, I fear that you may once again become enamored with something within my blood sea, claiming it to be intertwined with your Western destiny. Such a vast web of causation is a burden I cannot bear." At this juncture, the River of Hades shifted his tone. "Moreover, my dear friend, the Earth Sovereign, being a sage herself, would have extended an invitation for your visit if she desired to meet you. Why wait until now?" Upon receiving this admonition, The guide suddenly grasped the underlying truth. Indeed, as a sage, the Earth Sovereign must surely possess awareness of all that transpires beyond the Blood Sea. Even if she cannot physically traverse the underworld, she is capable of communicating through divine thought. Instinctively, the guide suspected that the River of Hades was a pawn of the Earth Sovereign, deliberately obstructing their passage. However, he was not inclined to yield so easily. He promptly bowed towards the Blood Sea, exclaiming, "Earth Sovereign, the guide and I have urgent matters to discuss. Might you allow the River of Hades to clear a path so we may converse in detail?" As the guide's words faded, the voice of the Earth Sovereign resonated through the void. "Ah, dear guide, I have heard your words in their entirety. However, I am currently not inclined to engage in conversation with anyone. I kindly ask you to depart." Within the underworld, the Earth Sovereign sensed all that transpired beyond the Blood Sea, her heart fraught with irritation. The establishment of her realm had barely begun. Yet sages sought to extract benefits from it, which was exceedingly vexing. Moreover, the tumultuous affairs of the witch clan weighed heavily upon her mind. She had no desire to engage in a game of mutual evasion and scheming with the two Western sages. Her sole focus lay in swiftly concluding the calamity of the witch and demon, thus securing a path for the witch clan's survival. As for the other matters of the underworld, she observed the current situation and felt that the River of Hades had already managed them adequately. Satisfied, she contemplated entrusting the future affairs of the underworld entirely to the River of Hades, allowing herself to reside peacefully beside the cycle of reincarnation, accruing merit and comprehending the great Tao, in hopes of uncovering a glimmer of hope for the witch clan. Upon hearing the Earth Sovereign's words, the guide felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and continued to call out, "Earth Sovereign, as the underworld is newly established, I am certain you lack assistance. My Buddhist sect has 3,000 disciples at your disposal." "Dear guide," the Earth Sovereign's voice resonated once more, tinged with fatigue, "I must insist that you return." Just as the guide was about to speak again, the River of Hades stepped forward, extending his hand with an impassive expression, and declared, "Dear guide, please take your leave." "Did you not hear the Earth Sovereign express her desire not to meet with you?" Reluctantly, the guide acquiesced, bowing once more, "Earth Sovereign, should you come to reconsider in the future, feel free to send word." With that, the guide turned to depart. Witnessing this scene, the guide's companion grew increasingly anxious. This visit had been intended for a confrontation with the River of Hades, to avenge past grievances. Thus, he had been at odds with the River of Hades at every turn. Were it not for the guide's intervention, he would have engaged the River of Hades long ago. Now, seeing the guide prepare to leave, he felt compelled to act. The River of Hades, too, was unwilling to let the guide and his companion depart without contest. The recent words from the companion had indeed irked him. It seemed that since attaining sagehood, he had become rather presumptuous. Currently, the River of Hades merely wished for the companion to recognize the reality of their situation, to prevent future complications. Thus, just as the guide turned to leave, a chorus of voices suddenly emerged from beyond the Blood Sea's array, exclaiming in unison, "Wait, hold on, River of Hades. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons?" The guide turned back, his expression one of confusion as he gazed at the River of Hades. The River of the Underworld slightly arched its elongated brows, refraining from engaging in the conversation initiated by the guide, instead directing its gaze towards the equally vocal Zhuan-Ti. "What brings you here, my esteemed friend Zhuan-Ti?" The guide was aware of Zhuan-Ti's intentions and sought to deter him. He understood that an accord must have been reached between the River of the Underworld and the Empress of the Earth. It was even conceivable that the river had long since pledged fealty to her, bowing beneath her silken garments. Otherwise, why would the Empress transform amidst the boundless sea of blood into the 6 paths of reincarnation, while the river offered no semblance of descent? The guide was reluctant to cultivate enmity with the Empress, particularly at this juncture. Thus, he was keen to prevent Zhuan-Ti from stirring trouble or complicating matters further. He swiftly raised a hand to obstruct Zhuan-Ti, conveying a silent message with a glance. "Zhuan-Ti, since our esteemed friend the Empress bears us no ill will, let us hasten our return to Mount Ling." Zhuan-Ti observed the frivolous demeanor of the River of the Underworld, then glanced at the guide's expression, ultimately gritting his teeth. With a reluctant sigh, he resolved, "Let you frolic a while longer. Once the Empress comes to her senses, I shall deal with you." With this thought, Zhuan-Ti let out a cold huff and prepared to turn away. Witnessing Zhuan-Ti's behavior, the River of the Underworld's eyes flickered with surprise. It had not anticipated that Zhuan-Ti could exhibit such restraint. Given this circumstance, the corners of the River of Hades curled into a sinister arc as it continued to speak. "Zhuan-Ti, what is it that you truly desire? Speak plainly. Have you, upon attaining sainthood, become even more timid and fearful?" Upon hearing these words from the River of Hades, Jiayin felt a sense of foreboding and instinctively reached out to grasp Zhuan-Ti. However, it was already too late. At this moment, Zhuan-Ti's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at the River of Hades, gritting her teeth and exclaiming, "River of Hades, what did you say? Do you dare to repeat that?" In the depths of the River Styx, there exists a sense of triumph. What does it matter if it is repeated 100 times? Yet, cutie, are you not merely seeking to impart a lesson upon me? Why do you hesitate? Failing to voice your intentions? The demeanor of the River of Hades gradually shifted to one of gravity. "I have long harbored the desire to engage in a contest of skills with the saint and to truly experience the majesty of this revered figure." This was the unspoken sentiment of the River of Hades. even in the absence of the provocation from the one known as Zhuan-Ti. He intended to find an opportunity to compare his strengths against the celestial saint after exploring the mysteries of the reinforcement pearl. He yearned to discern whether the celestial saint possessed greater prowess or if he, as a primordial golden immortal, was more formidable. It is only through combat that one can uncover their shortcomings and seek to rectify them. Mere speculation is hardly a worthy path. How delightful. Zhuan-Ti was evidently incensed by the words of the River of Hades. He let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens, and golden flames enveloped his form. Even the space above the Blood Sea appeared to warp under the searing heat of those flames. In an instant, the waters of the Western Sea transformed into a vast expanse of vapor. Countless beings of the sea were reduced to ashes beneath the Saint's fury. River of Hades. Even if the Earth Mother were present today, I shall impart upon you a profound lesson. You, who are blissfully unaware of the vastness of heaven and earth. How dare you offend the dignity of a saint, even if you were the mere master of the Blood Sea? As his words echoed, Zhuan-Ti clasped his hands before his chest. In that moment, a golden Buddha-like figure, towering tens of thousands of zhang, manifested above the great formation of the Blood Sea. The figure remained tranquil and benevolent, its eyes closed in serene meditation. River of Hades, you shall pay a grievous price for challenging the authority of the saint. As Zhuan-Ti's voice resonated, the golden figure opened its eyes, revealing a terrifying golden lightning that exuded immense authority. Even the Buddha is capable of wrath. In an instant, the right hand of the golden figure fell naturally, forming a gesture of subduing demons, descending upon the crimson shield of the Blood Sea formation. Witnessing Zhuan-Ti summon the Buddha-like figure, the one known as Jie-ing understood that today's events would likely not conclude peacefully. Zhuan-Ti had ignited his true fire and chose not to impede any further, allowing his attack to fall unrestrained. Yet his mind remained vigilant, closely observing the figure within the Blood Sea, wary of any intervention from the Earth Mother. Meanwhile, all that transpired outside the Blood Sea formation was witnessed by the Azura and human tribes upon the Blood Sea continent. They gazed in astonishment at the sudden emergence of the colossal golden figure, their hearts filled with trepidation yet brimming with curiosity. Could the revered ancestor of the River of Hades withstand such a terrifying blow? Their doubts swiftly dissipated, replaced by a resolute conviction, merely a saint. Did not the venerable Laozi of Taching eventually ascend to the status of a saint as well? Was he not also soundly defeated by the ancestor of the River of Hades? In the chaotic realm, the tale of the Nether River triumphing over the Grandmaster of Taching was conveyed to the Azura clan by the formidable beings of the human race. As this narrative circulated, it became embellished with fantastical details. Some proclaimed that the ancestor of the Nether River exhibited overwhelming divine power, vanquishing the Grandmaster of Taching with ease. Others claimed that the ancestor merely waved his sleeve, leading to the effortless defeat of the Grandmaster. There were even whispers that the Grandmaster knelt before the ancestor, bowing in repentance and pleading to be accepted as a subordinate, only to be rejected due to his lack of resolve. Thus, the Grandmaster lamented his lost opportunity, serving as a cautionary tale to his kin that one must possess unyielding spirit to capture the attention of the mighty and attain great fortune. Upon witnessing the golden visage of the Zen Master, all members of the clan envisioned the grand figure of the Nether River, eagerly anticipating a confrontation between the two. Go forth, ancestor. You shall prevail. Yet, amidst the fervor, the lantern-bearer and figures like the three heavens and Zhao Gongming displayed traces of concern. They pondered why those around them, upon gazing at the saintly manifestation, were devoid of trepidation, instead brimming with fervent zeal. Even the four great demon gods of the Azura clan, including Xiao Yin, mirrored the sentiment. Could it be that they were unaware of the saint's formidable prowess? Beneath the saint, all were but ants, a statement not made lightly. Perhaps their isolation on the Blood Sea continent had shielded them from the saint's renown and strength. A twinge of envy washed over them as they regarded the human and Azura clans. Such is the audacity of the ignorant. Their eyes returned to the immense demon-slaying seal poised to descend upon the Blood Sea formation, their hearts a mixture of dread and anticipation. They feared that under the saint's seal, the Blood Sea formation would be reduced to mere dust. Yet, they could not fathom why their hearts brimmed with expectation, hoping that the ancestor of the Nether River could avert the impending calamity. And yearning for the saint of the earth beneath the Blood Sea continent to intervene and assist the Azura sect in overcoming this tribulation. As for thoughts of retreat, the lantern-bearer had entertained such notions but extinguished the flickering flame of escape upon recalling the great oaths he had sworn. Moreover, how could one hope to flee beneath a saint? The three heavens and others harbored no such thoughts, their resolve steadfast during their time within the Azura sect. The ancestor of the River of Hades treated them as if they were her own kin. How could they possibly betray her? Within the realm of the underworld, Buddha gazed at the golden visage of Zhuan-Ti, her heart devoid of any concern. She was well aware of the River of Hades' cultivation and knew that her counterpart could undoubtedly withstand Zhuan-Ti's assault. Yet, a sense of curiosity lingered within her. Dear friend of the River of Hades, what is your true combat prowess? As the multitude on the Blood Sea continent beheld the unfolding events beyond the Blood Sea, their thoughts diverged in myriad directions. A seal of demon suppression, radiating a resplendent golden light and exuding an aura of irresistible might, descended upon the Blood Sea formation. Chapter 71. A fiery fury, the judgment of the guide, the seal of demon suppression, imbued with unparalleled authority and fueled by the righteous wrath of Saint Zhuan-Ti, struck the Blood Sea formation. In that moment, Zhuan-Ti felt, and as the River of Hades endeavored to appease himself, his demeanor shifted dramatically in an instant. The smile on his face became rigid, and an expression of incredulous astonishment flickered in his eyes, with a resounding roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The descent of the demon suppression seal abruptly halted. The Blood Sea Grand Array remained unscathed. Moreover, to the astonishment of the venerable Zhuan-Ti, the seemingly formidable golden demon suppression seal was restrained by an equally terrifying force. Remarkably, the seal began to ascend along its previous trajectory, returning whence it came. It was only then that Zhuan-Ti noticed, standing before him, the river of Hades, his right hand raised high, accompanied by the upward motion of his fair hand. Beneath the demon suppression seal, a blood-colored palm emanating a radiant glow ascended, with the impetus of that crimson giant hand. The demon suppression seal continuously retreated until it came to rest upon the chest of the golden Dharma form, with a sharp exclamation from the river of Hades. That blood-colored giant palm detonated with a thunderous explosion, sending forth a ripple of crimson. At the very center of the explosion was the golden Dharma form, which bore the brunt of the impact. It barely held together for a few breaths before disintegrating into fine powder, scattering into a cloud of golden dust. In that fleeting moment, the skies were engulfed in a dense mist of red and gold, obscuring even the radiance of the golden crow on the Blood Sea continent. Upon witnessing the effortless shattering of the golden body by the patriarch of Hades, the human race and the Azura tribe erupted in jubilation. The ancestor is formidable. I knew he could do it. The likes of Ran Ding and San Shao were equally shaken by this scene, astonished that the patriarch of Hades could withstand the strike of a sage and even mount a counterattack. At that moment, the image of the river of Hades in their hearts grew even more majestic. Had the ancestor transcended the realm of the primordial supreme golden immortal? This realization dawned upon them shortly after they had pledged their oaths to the path upon joining the Azura sect. The river of Hades conveyed to them that the path to enlightenment through the severance of 3 corpses was fraught with insignificance. Furthermore, the number of celestial sages was limited. Should they aspire to attain sanctity through this method, they would need to tread upon the heads of countless primordial beings to seize that singular opportunity. Not to mention, the viability of this path remained uncertain. Even if success were to be achieved, how could one ascertain that the slender thread of hope belonged to them? As despair enveloped them, the river of the underworld elucidated the cultivation method of the supreme Tao of the primordial golden immortal to them. Although this path is arduous, at least they need not vie desperately for the last position of the celestial sage. It is widely acknowledged that the river of the underworld holds the primordial purple energy. However, it did not rely solely on this strand of primordial chi to attain sanctity. Initially, many assumed that the river of the underworld lacked sufficient innate talent and foundation. Yet, it now appears that the venerable ancestor of the river has indeed embarked upon the path of the primordial golden immortal. The question remains, how does the might of the primordial golden immortal compare to that of the sages? As they gazed upon the magnificent golden and crimson mist that obscured the heavens, such thoughts emerged in their minds. They cannot hastily conclude that the primordial golden immortal is definitively superior to the sages based on a single clash. With hearts filled with anticipation and curiosity, their eyes turned towards the mysteries concealed within the mist. In the realm of the underworld, the Earth Mother, upon witnessing the river of the underworld effortlessly neutralize the attack of the adept, revealed a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. So this is the true prowess of my friend of the river of the underworld? Although the adept may not have exerted his full strength, did the river of the underworld truly unleash all of his power? The aura emanating from Mingi's recent strike was only half of what Huda had previously sensed within the underworld. Huda's eyes sparkled with intrigue, heightening her anticipation for Mingi's forthcoming actions. Meanwhile, Jiayin, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt an unsettling premonition. Although it was Zhuan-Tai engaged in combat with Mingi, Jiayin, whose mind was as delicate as a strand of silk, had caught a whiff of familiarity from their exchange. Mingi had always been ponderous and steadfast, akin to a seasoned hound. Why then did he suddenly rise to challenge the sanctity of the saints? Surely, Mingi must possess a confidence bordering on certainty. Oh no. The thought struck Jiayin with alarm. Despite his usual prudence, he had become somewhat reckless after attaining sainthood, losing sight of the myriad beings around him. Instinctively, he shouted, Zhuan-Tai. No, in an attempt to halt Zhuani's actions, but it was too late. Upon witnessing Mingi shatter his golden body manifestation, Zhuani's fury surged once more. Feeling that his dignity as a saint had been affronted, he scoffed at the nonchalant Mingi before him, declaring, Do not presume that withstanding a single blow from me grants you the right to become complacent. This golden body manifestation is but 70% of my power. Nevertheless, shattering it does warrant a measure of pride on your part. Among those below the saints, your strength is indeed commendable. With a shift in tone, Zhuan-Tai coldly proclaimed, however, I shall not hold back any longer. Mingi, do you dare to venture into the chaos with me for a decisive battle? As his words faded, Zhuan-Tai transformed into a radiant golden light, racing beyond the primordial realm. He prepared to unleash his full might. Fully aware that the primordial continent could not withstand the full force of a saint's strike, nor could he bear the monumental consequence of its destruction. Observing Zhuani's retreating figure, Mingi narrowed his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. I never imagined you possessed such fervor, Zhuan-Tai. In the next moment, Mingi was poised to rise. When Jiayin's voice echoed in his mind, Friend Mingi, I implore you to show restraint. The River Styx raised his brows slightly, revealing a trace of surprise. Could this Jiayin, that old silver coin comparable to Tai Ching, have already discerned his true strength? However, he had no intention of letting Junti off so easily. Turning his head, he gave Jiayin a faint shake of his head. Jiayin hesitated internally, weighing whether the River Styx was truly formidable or merely putting on airs. In the blink of an eye, his thoughts shifted countless times. Finally, with gritted teeth, he flicked an object from his sleeve, which swiftly landed in the River Styx's palm. Upon receiving it, the River Styx's expression flickered with astonishment. Satisfied, he nodded at Jiayin before vanishing in the next instant, leaving behind only a wisp of crimson mist. Chapter 72, Concession. As the figures of the River Styx and Junti faded from sight, the humans and Azura clans upon the Blood Sea continent craned their necks in anticipation, hoping their revered ancestor would return victorious upon auspicious clouds, as the legends foretold. Meanwhile, the three Shao sisters and Ran Dang wore expressions of deep concern, fretting over whether the River Styx would emerge unscathed. Sensing the newly acquired spiritual treasure within his sleeve, the River Styx resolved to temper his approach when facing Junti. He would avoid shattering the latter's Dao heart entirely and grant him enough dignity in defeat, lest the loss be too humiliating. After all, Jiayin's offering had indeed been precious enough to sway his heart. River Styx. Junti's voice rang out the moment they steadied themselves within the chaos. Now, witness the true might of a sage. May this humble you, curb your arrogance, and guide you toward the great Dao, cloaked in an air of benevolence. Junti's words instantly stirred regret in the River Styx's heart. I should have demanded more from Jiayin. Junti's talent for provoking animosity was truly unparalleled. In that moment, Mingi could no longer contain his desire to strike. Suddenly, the furious voice of Junti echoed through the chaos. Mingi, take this. With the empowered divine scepter in hand, Junti swung it toward Mingi's direction. The scepter, catching the wind, grew in size, transforming within mere breaths into a colossal form, akin to a towering mountain, descending upon Mingi's figure. Upon witnessing this assault, Mingi's thoughts shifted. Instead of summoning the blazing red lotus of karma to counter it, he chose to unleash the magical energy within him, enveloping his entire being. In an instant, his form was shrouded in a duality of crimson and obsidian hues. The river of the underworld advanced towards the towering divine scepter of empowerment. With each step taken, his form surged in stature. By the time he stood before the divine scepter, he had grown to match its colossal height. Raising his fists, the paths of blood and slaughter entwined upon them, radiating an unparalleled divine might. With a thunderous roar, the river of the underworld unleashed his fist upon the divine scepter. Boom. In an instant, the river of the underworld collided with the divine scepter. At the moment of contact, he felt an overwhelming force reverberate through his fists, causing him to involuntarily stagger back a step. Fortunately, this power was still insufficient to inflict harm upon him. The River Styx murmured inwardly, then took another resolute step forward toward the sacred pestle. He had deliberately refrained from summoning the karmic flame lotus, wishing to test the limits of his physical prowess. After colliding with the sacred pestle, a quiet confidence settled within him. Now, he could use Junti's sacred pestle to temper his bodily strength. Yet the sacred pestle was not entirely unscathed by the River Styx's strike. In Junti's perception, the radiance at the point of impact dimmed slightly, though under the infusion of his divine power, the faint dullness vanished in an instant. Such terrifying physical might. After a moment of astonishment, Junti intensified his assault. In the blink of an eye, the sacred pestle and the River Styx clashed tens of thousands of times within the primordial chaos. This spectacle had already drawn the attention of the other sages of the primordial world. Within the palace of Nuwa, the goddess herself watched the scene unfold with fury. Shameless Junti, she spat. A sage, yet bullying the River Styx. Her eyes brimmed with concern as she observed the battle. Though she had once witnessed the River Styx overwhelming Tai Ching in the chaos, Tai Ching had not yet ascended to sainthood then. The gap between a sage and a quasi-sage was vast, utterly incomparable. Thus, she did not believe the River Styx could triumph over Junti. Only when she saw him withstand the sacred pestle with sheer physical strength did her worry begin to ebb. The River Styx's cultivation has deepened further, but this is as far as it goes. If the situation turns dire, I must intervene. With this thought, she cast a fleeting glance toward the Violet Heaven Palace, betraying no hint of her intentions as she remained seated, poised and unreadable. The memory of the patriarch's last intervention, how he had confined her, remained fresh in her mind. A lesson she dared not forget. Meanwhile, atop Mount Kunlun, Shaojing Tong Tian watched the River Styx endure the sacred pestle's blows, his eyes alight with fervent battle lust. The River Styx's physical power must now rival that of the witch clans. If one day he can withstand an innate supreme treasure with his bare body, I shall challenge him to a glorious duel. Yuqing Yuanshi, however, shook his head in disdain. Junti, unworthy of sainthood, stooping to battle one beneath him, and worse, failing to gain the upper hand. Truly laughable. Nearby, Tai Ching Laozi observed the River Styx's relentless strikes, his tranquil gaze flickering with unease. The memory of their past encounter in the chaos resurfaced in his mind. After a long silence, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. River Styx. Now is not the time for me to act. But wait. Sooner or later, the destiny of the human race will be mine again. With that, he closed his eyes, dismissing the battle and the chaos from his thoughts. Even in defeat, he refused to believe the River Styx could overcome a heavenly sage. A sage, a sage. The title itself is not to be underestimated. As for the Violet Heaven Palace, within its hallowed halls, the figure seated in eternal meditation pulsed with unstable radiance, his aura erratic. The chaos unfolding beyond seemed to escape his notice entirely. Having tested his body against the sacred pestle from every angle, the River Styx felt as though his shoulders, elbows, wrists, hips, knees, ankles, and the great dragon of his spine, from sinew to bloodline, had been tempered by a mighty hammer. A satisfied smile graced his lips. At this moment, the strength of his physical form was worlds apart from what it had been before the battle, having improved by no less than 10%. Yet upon sensing another collision, he realized his body had scarcely advanced any further. The River of Underworld retracted the smile from his face and let out a sigh. What a pity. He then raised his head, fixing his gaze upon the divine staff of empowerment, the weariness in his eyes dissipating. Friend Zhuanti, the game has come to an end. In the next moment, the River of Underworld lifted his foreleg high, arching his body like a bowstring drawn taut. As he stepped forward, a dense aura of red and black enveloped his right fist, launching forth with the force of a cannonball. Boom. With a single blow, the divine staff of empowerment was sent hurtling back towards Zhuanti, akin to a collapsing mountain. Without pausing, the River of Underworld advanced towards Zhuanti, swinging his fists. Bang. Zhuanti reacted swiftly. The moment the divine staff was struck away, he summoned the Seven Treasures mysterious tree, directing it towards the River of Underworld. Do not rejoice too soon. River of Underworld. Startled by the sudden display of such formidable combat prowess, Zhuanti felt a flicker of anxiety and reluctance within. He knew that the River of Underworld still possessed the treasures of the fiery red lotus and the primordial slayer, Abhij, which had yet to be summoned. Relying solely on his physical strength, he had withstood the assault of the divine staff. Faced with the River of Underworld's onslaught, he hastily invoked the Seven Treasures mysterious tree. The outcome hinged on this decisive moment. Meanwhile, the River of Underworld had already taken note of Zhuanti's actions. As the Seven Treasures mysterious tree was summoned, the fiery red lotus appeared before him, blocking the radiant colors of the tree. Subsequently, he struck down upon the Seven Treasures mysterious tree. For a moment, the two were locked in a stalemate. In the next instant, Zhuanti summoned another item, the 6 roots of pure bamboo. The verdant bamboo shot towards the River of Underworld like arrows. The corners of the ability of Mingi to vanquish Zhuanti indeed brought a sigh of relief to her. However, her eyes soon manifested an expression of astonishment. Could it be that Mingi possessed the capability to contend with a saint? Might it be that Mingi was traversing an entirely different path to enlightenment? After ascending to the status of a saint, Inwa gradually discerned the shortcomings of the heavenly Tao saints. Although being a heavenly Tao saint grants one the boon of immortality, it is a double-edged sword. The very essence of a heavenly Tao saint requires the anchoring of one's primordial spirit within the heavenly Tao, thus making the foundation of their cultivation reliant upon the primordial purple energy in their grasp. Moreover, there were hints of being somewhat constrained by the heavenly Tao itself. For instance, the last time she sought to leave the Huang Palace to aid Mingi, it was precisely due to her status as a heavenly Tao saint. The Tao ancestor Hongjun, having merged with the Tao, easily obstructed her. Otherwise, while she might not have triumphed over him, she certainly would not have been immobile, trapped in the Huang Palace. From that moment, Inwa began to explore alternative paths. It was then that she stumbled upon the path of achieving enlightenment through strength. Henceforth, she diligently contemplated the principles of her own creation. At this juncture, her comprehension of the path of creation had reached a profound level of 45%. If that were the case, could it be that Mingi had also delved into the path of creation? She recalled how Mingi once birthed the Azura clan and played a pivotal role in her own creation of the human race. Inwa gazed into the distance, as if peering through the chaotic mist, envisioning an endless sea of blood. On Kunlun Mountain, when Yuqing Yuanshi witnessed Mingi halt Zhuanti's movements with a mere sword strike, he could no longer dare to make a move. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. What a disgrace for a saint. This truly brings shame upon us saints. To be bested by a mere Mingi. How could he remain frozen in place, paralyzed by fear? If it were me, even if it meant self-destruction, I would ensure that Mingi felt the repercussions of offending a saint's dignity. With a shift in tone, Yuqing Yuanshi continued, however, if it were me, I would never suffer defeat. Below the saints, all are but ants. Except for the 2 saints of the West. Unlike Yuqing Yuanshi, Shaqing Tong Tian was overwhelmed with emotion, seeming unable to remain still. He mused within, Mingi must have cultivated some formidable divine power. Otherwise, how could he possibly triumph over a saint? Truly, Mingi is a being who once stood shoulder to shoulder with us in the Zixio Palace. It appears he did not attain sainthood through the primordial purple energy, but rather grasped something entirely different from it. One day, I must engage in discourse with that Mingi. Subsequently, he cast a glance at another distant mountain, the abode of Yuqing Yuanshi, and shook his head. Yet, my second brother seems to harbor disdain for this Mingi of blood-soaked origins. Perhaps I should refrain from provoking him. As for Taiching Laojun, although he remained in deep contemplation of the Tao, his attention was persistently drawn to the battlefield within the chaos. Upon witnessing Mingi's victory over Zhuanti, his breath became somewhat unstable. What a useless Zhuanti. I had thought you could teach this ignorant Mingi a lesson on behalf of us saints. How is it that you were defeated instead? Truly, a disgrace to the saints. However, this Zhuanti has inadvertently helped me gauge Mingi's capabilities. Although Mingi may have overcome Zhuanti, compared to us 3 pure ones, he is hardly worth mentioning. After a cold snort, Taiching's aura gradually stabilized, and golden lotuses began to fill the cave. When Mingi's figure reappeared above the Blood Sea formation, Jiayin bowed to him. Thank you, Mingi, my friend. Following this, he ventured into the chaos. Although he had previously endeavored to curry favor with Mingi by offering gifts, allowing Zhuanti to take a step back. He knew that as a saint, Zhuanti would undoubtedly feel a blow to his pride after being bested by a non-saint like Mingi. He hastily made his way into the chaos, secretly relieved. I knew it. This Mingi is always prudent and would never recklessly challenge a saint. Indeed, he possesses the ability to defeat a saint. Soon after, curiosity welled up within Jiayin. Why does Mingi guard the entrance to the Blood Sea formation so fiercely? Preventing us from stepping inside? Is there a secret hidden within that Blood Sea? Memories of the Blood Sea he had previously encountered flooded his mind. Filthy, chaotic, and wretched. He shook his head. That place, what could it possibly contain aside from vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts? Contemplating this, Jiayin nodded, determination glimmering in his eyes. With so many malevolent souls, once redeemed, the merits would be immeasurable. One day, the footsteps of the Western teachings shall tread upon the Blood Sea. Upon entering the chaos, Jiayin observed Zhuanti's disheveled demeanor and could not help but let out a sigh. Zhuanti. Before Jianin's comforting words could escape his lips, he saw Zhuanti suddenly lift his head, his eyes rekindling with fervent determination. Dao brother, I must return to Mount Ling. I shall enter seclusion and contemplate the primordial purple energy. I refuse to believe that I can never triumph over Mingi. Seeing Zhuanti's unyielding spirit, Jiayin couldn't help but display a peculiar expression. After a long moment, he burst into hearty laughter. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Ever since becoming a saint, Zhuanti has seldom contemplated the Tao, succumbing to arrogance. Who would have thought that after this setback at the hands of Mingi, he would seek to cultivate once more? For a moment, Jiayin could only marvel at the wonders of life. On the other side, after Mingi saw Jiayin depart, he promptly returned to the Azure Palace. Before he could settle down, he heard the voice of Hu to reach his ears. Mingi, my friend, could you come to the underworld for a discussion? As the saint of the underworld, Hutu, despite being beneath the Blood Sea, witnessed all that transpired in the chaos. Mingi, I am curious as to how your physical prowess has attained such formidable strength. Upon Mingi's arrival, Hutu directly posed the question. Just moments ago in the chaos, Mingi had managed to contend with Zhuanti's spiritual treasure solely through physical might, and not only did he stand his ground, but he ultimately sent that spiritual treasure, the God Staff, flying with a single punch. If it is merely physical strength, the River Styx could now be mentioned in the same breath as the ancestral witches. However, the River Styx was a primordial being, unlike those ancestral witches who could only cultivate their physical forms but not their primordial spirits. This realization filled her heart with boundless astonishment. Facing Hutu's curiosity, the River Styx merely smiled faintly. He had always known that sooner or later, Hutu would grow curious. After all, from beginning to end, she had never forgotten her former identity as an ancestral witch. Since I now govern 2 of the 6 paths of reincarnation, from this day forth, we are essentially bound by the same fate, the River Styx declared. Therefore, I shall be utterly candid with you. With those words, he took a deep breath, and his inner mana surged. In an instant, the manifestations of the great Tao materialized behind him, a towering blood Tao, soaring over 70,000 zhang high, and a killing Tao, nearly 60,000 zhang tall, both shimmering with an ethereal radiance above his head. Sensing the sudden emergence of these 2 awe-inspiring Taos above the Blood Sea, Hutu's beautiful eyes trembled with shock. Her gaze swept over the colossal pillars of the Tao's manifestations, tracing the intricate Taoist runes that flickered amidst the swirling currents of light. Her cherry-red lips parted slightly, and after a long pause, she finally inhaled deeply before softly asking, her voice tinged with uncertainty, fellow Taoist River Styx, is this the method of force to attain the Tao? The River Styx nodded in confirmation. At his acknowledgement, a bitter taste welled up in Hutu's heart. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, aside from the River Styx before her, no one understood the method of force to attain the Tao better than the Witch Clan. During the first sermon of the Tao ancestor, Hutu had once ventured to the Purple Heaven Palace to listen. She had even secretly transmitted her voice to the Tao ancestor, seeking guidance on how the Witch Clan, devoid of primordial spirits, could cultivate the Tao. Yet, even the Tao ancestor had been powerless in this matter. Or perhaps, Hutu speculated, the Tao ancestor simply did not wish the Witch Clan to grow too powerful. From that moment onward, Hutu's figure never again graced the halls of the Purple Heaven Palace. Back then, the Witch Clan had resolved to emulate their progenitor, the mighty Pangu, and tread the path of attaining the Tao through sheer force. Alas, this path had been walked by none other than Pangu himself, journeying alone along the great Tao. The ancestral witches had fumbled their way forward, stumbling and faltering, never advancing far. Now, the 12 ancestral witches remained mere quasi-sages, unable to grasp the great Tao of primordial chaos. This had once led them to doubt whether this path was even viable. After all, even Pangu, their revered progenitor, had ultimately perished, transforming into the very fabric of this world. Yet, the scene unfolding before her now struck Hutu's heart like a thunderbolt. No wonder fellow Taoist River Styx held Zhuanti in such contempt. This was not arrogance, it was confidence. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Hutu studied the River Styx beside her. With a flicker of intent, a manifestation of the Tao also appeared behind her, though far smaller in comparison. A plane. Earth and yellow Tao materialized above her head. Fellow Taoist River Styx, Ho-Tu declared without hesitation, bowing deeply, I humbly seek your guidance. Witnessing Ho-Tu's earnest plea for instruction, the River Styx let out a faint sigh and shook his head. Fellow Taoist Ho-Tu, it's not that I'm unwilling to assist you. The truth is, your ancestral witches possess physical forms but lack primordial spirits. I'm truly powerless in this matter. These words were not mere excuses from the River Styx. To ascend from a Chaos Golden Immortal to a Chaos Great Luo Golden Immortal, the most crucial step is to anchor one's primordial spirit upon the great Tao behind them, much like how sages rely on the primordial purple chi to tether their spirits to the heavenly Tao. Yet, the primordial spirits of the witch tribe have long been inseparably fused with their physical forms, indistinguishable from one another. This path to Chaos Great Luo Golden Immortality is, indeed, impassable for them. Are we, the witch tribe, truly destined to be rejected by the primordial world, our path forward severed? We were born from the essence of Father God Pangu. Why? Upon hearing these words, Huda's face fell in despair, tears glistening like pear blossoms in the rain. After pondering for a moment, Mingi spoke, surely, you must have sensed it. When you relinquish your corporeal form and transform into the cycle of reincarnation, the subsequent physical body, reshaped through the power of celestial merit, no longer bears the disadvantages of the unity between the primordial spirit and the physical form. Thus, one can naturally cultivate the path of the pervasive great Tao of the Golden Immortal. As for the ancestor witches of the Ancestor Witch Hall, if they wish to continue along the path of the pervasive great Tao of the Golden Immortal, they might consider giving it a try. Upon hearing Mingi's suggestion, Buddha shook her head in resignation, a wry smile gracing her lips as she replied, to perfectly sever and reshape the ancestor witches' primordial spirits from their physical forms. An immense celestial merit is indispensable, but where can one possibly find such a vast reservoir of merit? The river of the underworld remained silent as it prepared to bid farewell. Suddenly, a thought struck its mind, and it spoke. If the Earth Mother could gather all the ancestral blood during the calamity of the witch and zombie, perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope for the witch lineage. As the words fell, the figure of the river of the underworld transformed into a mist of crimson, vanishing from sight. Observing the now vacant space, the Earth Mother's expression of despondency dissipated, replaced by a flicker of surprise and anticipation. All the ancestral blood? It should be possible. Soon after, the river of the underworld's initial words resurfaced in her mind. A blush tinged her milk-white visage as she pondered, who is truly your ally? What actions would the Earth Mother take upon hearing her suggestion? The river of oblivion remains indifferent. The reason for engaging in such extensive dialogue with Hutu is simply that they have now become allies. This alliance is rooted in their shared possession of the 6 paths of reincarnation. If they wish to prevent the collapse of the 6 paths, it is imperative that their relationship as allies endures unconditionally. The river of the underworld yearned for the strength of the Earth Mother to grow even more formidable. After departing from the realm of the dead, he seated himself cross-legged upon a mat, reflecting on the events of the day and contemplating his forthcoming actions. As he closed his eyes in deep thought, a significant occurrence transpired upon the primordial land. On this day, beneath the sacred Fusang tree, 10 little golden crows engaged in playful banter. Suddenly, one of the crows remarked, "It has been some time since our father bestowed upon us the great sun golden crow technique. Why not venture into the wilderness and test its power? We can also engage in a friendly competition to see which of us is the strongest." The youngest crow hesitated and replied, "But father warned us that this divine ability is too potent. We are not to use it in the wilderness unless in exceptional circumstances." One of the crows countered, "If we do not venture into the wilderness, how can we truly understand the might of this technique?" Noticing the lingering hesitation among the others, the crow continued, "Rest assured, father has always been most fond of us." "Very well, but if father scolds us, you must protect us, elder brother." "Fear not, for I am the eldest." Thus, the 10 golden crows, amidst laughter and joy, set forth towards the primordial land. Chapter 75. Hoi shoots the suns, the wheel of merit. How is this fair? Outside the ancestral shaman hall, in a nearby tribe, Hoi expressed his discontent to Chang'e. Why has Xing Tian been chosen as the next candidate for the ancestral shaman? Receiving the sacred blood of the Earth Mother. During the last war of the shamans and demons, I single-handedly felled hundreds of demon gods with my bow. How am I inferior to Xing Tian? Observing Hoi's furious demeanor, Chang'e remained silent, gently using a cloth to wipe the veins bulging on his arms. The river of the underworld rested his chin on his right hand, while his left hand lay upon his knee, his long, fair fingers rhythmically tapping. A contemplative expression flickered in his eyes. In comparison to the saints, my combat prowess is by no means inferior to theirs. In fact, the saints have attained their status through the aid of primordial purple energy, rather than through a steady and diligent cultivation process, akin to hastily forcing growth. Whether in understanding the Tao or in the application of magical power, I surpass them. Thus, I am able to suppress that Zhuan-Ti. However, their situation is akin to boarding a vehicle before purchasing a ticket. As long as they diligently cultivate afterward, they will inevitably repay their debts and become true saints in due course. Therefore, I must not revel in my triumph over Zhuan-Ti. Sooner or later, they will fully comprehend the primordial purple energy and ascend to become genuine heavenly Tao saints. Moreover, Zhuan-Ti and Jieyin, the 2 Western saints, are already among the weakest of the saints. Subsequently, the river of the underworld cast his gaze upon the enhancement orb within his sea of consciousness. It appears that the function of my enhancement orb bears a striking resemblance to that of the primordial purple energy. However, this artifact demands a considerable amount of merit. Currently, it also requires the power of fortune. Although, at the moment of breakthrough, the river of the underworld sensed no diminishment in fortune, it remains a necessity. It is as if one cannot wield the enhancement orb without a substantial reservoir of fortune. Furthermore, after acquiring the paths of humanity and Azura, he felt a subtle shift in the enhancement orb. As his thoughts swirled, the magical and spiritual energies within him surged toward the enhancement orb. The River Styx attempted to refine and strengthen the pearl. Otherwise, an uncontrolled or perpetually residing within oneself would require constant vigilance from the River Styx. Even though this enhancement pearl had elevated his cultivation to such heights, rivaling the heavenly Tao sages, as his spiritual energy and divine consciousness surged forth, the once unresponsive pearl, which the River Styx had exhausted every effort to influence, suddenly stirred. A wisp of divine consciousness and spiritual energy penetrated the pearl's interior. Within the pearl, a misty gray expanse stretched endlessly, saturated with an indistinct haze, and this gray mist bore an uncanny resemblance to the primordial chaos itself. The consciousness of the underworld river continued its journey into the depths of the strengthening orb. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Suddenly, with a soft thud, the underworld river sensed that it had reached the terminus of its path, colliding with an invisible barrier. The river of Hades meanders along the walls, seeking a path. However, after a considerable time has passed, Mingi discovered that he seemed to be revolving around a spherical enhancement orb. He realized that perhaps this orb held deeper layers yet to be unveiled, awaiting his further progress. Thus, he summoned additional magical and spiritual energy, pouring it into the enhancement orb. As the energies flowed in, strands of chaotic essence suddenly ascended into the air. With fortune at hand, the supreme manifestation occurred. Immediately, those chaotic essences transformed into clouds, drifting freely in the atmosphere. At that moment, Mingi's eyes sharply narrowed. A resplendent golden wheel materialized in the sky, dazzlingly bright. Upon discerning the nature of this golden sun, his mouth slightly agape, he exhibited an expression of disbelief. Was this the power of virtue? The golden wheel of virtue? With a mere thought, Mingi found himself beside the golden sun, feeling the aura it exuded. He confirmed it was indeed the power of virtue, a sun wholly composed of such energy. How much virtue would it take to create this? Just as Mingi was struck with astonishment, he sensed something peculiar within him. Why did it seem as though he could control this golden wheel of virtue? With a shift in his consciousness, the golden wheel vanished from the enhancement orb. At that moment, behind Mingi in the Azura Palace, a golden light wheel spun ceaselessly. Simultaneously, Mingi opened his eyes, filled with joy. So, this golden wheel of virtue was truly mine? Chapter 76. The future of humanity is entrusted to you. It turned out that the virtue he had accumulated over the years, upon entering this enhancement orb, had not vanished but had instead gathered together, ultimately forming this magnificent golden wheel of virtue. Understanding the origin of this phenomenon, Mingi felt a surge of delight. What pleased him even more was that this golden wheel of virtue was not a physical entity, but rather existed in a realm between the illusory and the real. With a mere thought, the golden wheel could disappear, concealed within the void. Furthermore, he sensed that since acquiring this wheel, both his comprehension of the great Tao and his combat prowess had seemingly transformed, enhancing by 30%. Just as Mingi reveled in the presence of the golden wheel, a hint of surprise crossed his brow. He became aware of the events transpiring across the primordial continent. 10 blazing golden crows hung arrogantly in the sky, radiating intense heat. Were all 10 suns rising at once? Was the war of the witch and demon finally about to commence? The river of the underworld recalls that the commencement of the final battle against the lich was ignited by Ho Yi's shooting of the suns after a decadal alignment. At that moment, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Swiftly, he vanished, appearing high above the Shura Plaza. Guardians, hasten to me. In the next instant, 7 figures, each adorned with a distinctive gourd upon their heads, materialized above the Shura Plaza. Father, what summons us? The River of Hades felt quite helpless upon hearing this title. Ever since the emergence of the Calabash brothers, they had persistently called him grandfather. No matter how many times he attempted to correct them, his efforts proved futile. Eventually, he simply resigned himself to it. Observing the spirited and flushed faces of the Calabash brothers before him, he could only sigh. Styx parted his lips hesitantly, then swallowed the words that lingered on the tip of his tongue. Guard our home well in the Bloodsea continent. Father, are you leaving? Mingi nodded. Once the mosquito Taoist returned, he instructed her to convey a message, should the 2 individuals who came previously appear again. They must not be allowed to enter the Bloodsea continent. After imparting this warning, Mingi's divine consciousness swept over the area below, preparing to call upon Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao sisters. At that moment, due to Mingi's impending call, they had already been alerted. Randall and Zhao Gongming, among others, had long since arrived at the Azura Square. The River of Hades cast his gaze upon them and spoke. Taoist Ran Deng, Gongming, Yin Shao, Xiong Shao, Bai Shao. Accompany me to the realm of humanity. Upon witnessing the 10 suns looming in the sky, the River of Hades' initial thought was that the human race might not endure much longer. After all, unlike the Bloodsea continent, they lacked the protective blood sea formation. Thus, he contemplated bringing some core members of the Shura sect to assist. Initially, he intended to take 7 of the Calabash brothers along, as it would serve as a chance for them to broaden their horizons in the primordial world. However, upon reflection, he realized that the Calabash brothers were still innocent and playful at this moment. Allowing them to have fun was one thing, but expecting them to lend a hand was quite another. Simultaneously, he recalled that they were not far from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It was indeed time to introduce Ran Ding and the 3 Xiaos to the human race. As the 10 golden crows appeared near Mount Buzhou, the ancestral figures of humanity, Swearin and Yuchao, were abruptly awakened from their cultivation. They hastily organized the scholars and cultivators, summoning the winds and rains. They gathered all members of the human race, urging them to take refuge in caves and refrain from venturing outside. Yet, despite their efforts, as time passed, the winds could not be summoned, nor could the rains be called. The water sources of the human cities ran dry, and the vegetation gradually withered. Ultimately, under the scorching sun, the parched trees began to spontaneously combust. Fires erupted in various corners of the human realm, yet the humans were merely victims of an unrelenting disaster. The 10 golden crows primarily aimed to confront the Wu clan beneath Mount Buzhou, and humanity was merely caught in the crossfire. Observing his kin with cracked lips and faces akin to with if the Netherworld River Patriarch wished to save us, he would have arrived by now. Moreover, leading too many of our kin would make it impossible for me to protect them all. I fear we would perish in the vast wilderness before ever reaching the Blood Sea continent. Swearin remarked that if the Netherworld River Patriarch intended to come, he should have arrived already. He must be entangled in other matters. You should select a group of children from our tribe to take to the Blood Sea. The rest shall remain here with me, awaiting rescue. Yukashi pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the parched faces of each tribesman. Finally, he nodded in agreement. Swearin handed the treasured artifact of literary virtue to Yukashi. The future of our people rests in your hands, he said solemnly. At that moment, a sudden chill swept through the air, bringing with it a long-lost coolness that enveloped everyone. Then, drip, a drop of moisture landed on cracked lips. The people licked their mouths, tasting sweetness like spring water. Rain. They looked up in joyous disbelief. Above them stretched an immense dark cloud, spanning hundreds of thousands of zhang. Gentle rain, sweet as mother's milk, descended upon the scorched earth, the fevered bodies, and the parched hearts of the people. Rain. It's raining. Water. So much water. Mother. We're saved. We have water. The entire tribe erupted in ecstasy. People rushed out with bowls to catch the heavenly bounty. Then, the voice of the Netherworld River resounded across the land. I am the Netherworld River. Fear not. Panic not. All people, assemble immediately at the city square. At these words, the tribe's strongest warriors leapt with excitement. I knew it. Such a vast cloud could only mean the Netherworld River Patriarch has come to save us. Our people are saved. Laughing, they streamed from their homes toward the squares, forming orderly lines. A young man whispered in confusion, who is this Netherworld River? Which of our heroes can summon clouds so vast? Indeed, which sage is this? I've never heard his name before. The question spread among the youth until an elder in ancient robes took a thoughtful draw from his pipe. The Netherworld River Patriarch, he began, is a primordial being from the boundless Blood Sea. His significance to our people rivals that of the Holy Mother Anwa herself. With a knowing smile, he added, visit our sacred grounds, and you shall see his statue beside hers. The crowd stood stunned. Such reverence for this Netherworld River. Silence reigned until someone pointed skyward. Look. Someone approaches. Chapter 77. Quafu chases the sun. Chaos looms. I am Zhao Gongming, foremost disciple of the Netherworld River Patriarch. Hearing of humanity's suffering under 10 suns, I come to deliver you. A man in crimson robes edged with gold appeared above the city. The Patriarch's chief disciple. Such magnificence. See his garments? Clearly a wealthy nay. An immortal of means. Wealth? Observe the golden orbs floating about him, each a magical artifact. So many treasures. Our city lord possesses but 2. Immortal Zhao Gongming is staggeringly affluent. Listening to their awe, Zhao Gongming smiled proudly. Every artifact was his own creation, even without his master's prestige. He was revered in Azura City as a master craftsman, one who could forge even low-grade spiritual treasures given materials. When the murmurs subsided, he cleared his throat. You must be starving. My master commanded this relief mission. With a sleeve flourish, shadows fell upon the square. Meat, game meat, grain here, and fruit. The crowd gasped. Under the 10 suns, crops had burned, and beasts perished without shade. After water, famine had loomed. Now, this bounty could sustain the city for days. They lifted grateful voices. Thank you, immortal Zhao Gongming. Praise the Patriarch. But the crimson figure had already vanished, soaring toward the next city. Zhao Gongming warmed at the echoes of gratitude. Have I fulfilled my master's charge? To be remembered thus. Truly, this feeling is sweet. Meanwhile, above the entire human race, figures like Ran Deng Daoist, Zhao Gongming, and the 3 Xiao sisters continuously appeared, reenacting the recent events. With their assistance, humanity finally regained a semblance of vitality, surviving the great calamity. At this moment, within the Hua Palace, the goddess Enwa, upon seeing the figure of Mingi manifest above the human realm, felt her anxious heart finally settle. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Mingi, she murmured. Elsewhere, Quafu, carrying Hui on his shoulders, relentlessly pursued the 10 golden crows. With each mighty leap, wisps of white mist escaped his nostrils, and occasionally, the sound of his labored breathing could be heard. Even for a great witch like Kwafu, the prolonged chase was taking its toll, his body succumbing to exhaustion. Yet, the 10 golden crows continued their leisurely dance across the horizon, neither too far nor too close, maintaining a teasing distance as if mocking their pursuers. This only stoked the flames of fury within the two great witches. As mighty warriors of the witch clan, when had they ever endured such humiliation? Hui repeatedly drew his bowstring, but without exception, his arrows lost their lethal force near the golden crows, effortlessly deflected. Sensing his strength waning and fatigue creeping into his limbs, Kwafu took a deep breath, his eyes burning with hatred. During the previous great calamity between witches and demons, his brothers had all perished at the hands of the demon clan. His loathing for them ran deep. He longed to feast on their flesh and drink their blood. And now, seeing the golden crows, his heart swelled with grim satisfaction. These must be the offspring of the demon emperor. Dijun slaying them would strike a devastating blow. Thus, Kwafu made a decision. He inhaled sharply and roared to Hui upon his shoulders. This time, you must not miss. Understanding his intent, Hui urgently protested, Kwafu. What are you planning? Stop. Kwafu laughed bitterly, his voice resounding to the heavens. Trading my life for the children of Dijun is no loss. If guilt weighs upon you, then avenge me, shoot down more of these accursed crows. With that, he ignored Hui's pleas. A chilling cry tore from his throat as his lifeblood ignited, surging through his veins with newfound power. In an instant, Hui felt the world blur beneath him as their speed doubled. Within mere breaths, they closed the gap between themselves and the golden crows. Now, Kwafu urged. Hui drew his bowstring taut, his gaze sharp as lightning, locked onto the golden crows above. Whoosh! The arrow streaked forth like a thunderbolt, piercing the back of one golden crow. Though the crow had sensed the killing intent and confidently veered aside, its arrogance proved fatal. Thud! The arrow accelerated suddenly, effortlessly impaling the crow's chest. Golden blood rained from the sky like a macabre shower. Their brother. The remaining crows shrieked, only now realizing how close their pursuers had come. Without distance to weaken the arrow's force, they were defenseless. Grief and fury twisted their features as they watched their sibling plummet. An arrow lodged in his heart. You dare! They roared, their eyes alight with rage. Yet, upon sensing the deadly aura of the next arrow, they frantically beat their wings, desperate to retreat. But this time, escape was impossible. The figures below clung to them like shadows. Hui drew his bowstring again, the curve of the bow like a full moon. Twang! Another golden crow fell, his chest torn open. Panic seized the remaining crows, but Hui did not relent. Again and again, he loosed his arrows, one, then another. At last, the eldest crow commanded, halt. He turned to the youngest among them, his gaze tender yet resolute. Little 10. Today, we cannot escape death. But of us all, your potential is greatest. Flee, now. Eldest brother. Enough. Would you have us all perish here? Carry our hope back to the Sunstar. Find our father. With a sweep of his wings, the eldest crow conjured a golden halo, enveloping little 10 in its radiance. Go. The remaining crows, faces set with determination, surged toward Hui and Kwafu, buying time for their youngest sibling, tears glistening in his eyes. Little 10 turned and fled without looking back, streaking toward the Sunstar. He would find their father and bring salvation. Meanwhile, Hui, sensing Kwafu's life force fading beneath him, burned with fury. Seeing the golden crows charging recklessly toward them, he bellowed in rage. In one fluid motion, he drew 3 arrows from his quiver, knocked them to his bow, and let them fly. Elsewhere, within the sacred grounds of the human race, the River Styx had just finished instructing Swerin and Yu Chao on how humanity could restore vitality and prevent plagues when he sensed the scorching suns in the sky vanishing one after another between heaven and earth. As the oppressive heat of the world began to wane, Mingi murmured to himself, the chaotic era is upon us. In the 33rd layer of heaven, Emperor Jun had just completed the day's rehearsal of the great celestial array. Suddenly, an impulse seized him, and he sensed that a momentous change had transpired in the cosmos. Hastily exiting the grand hall, he cast his gaze from the demon court towards the wild expanse of the primordial land. There, 10 golden suns radiating intense heat loomed above the wilderness. His expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed in anger. Someone, quickly head to the primordial land and retrieve those rebellious children. He had long warned his offspring against practicing the great sun golden crow technique within the confines of the primordial realm. Once unleashed, the technique would envelop an area of millions of miles in the formidable power of the sun, scorching everything beneath it. Even if those golden crows had only just begun to master their powers, their divine abilities would be unbearable for ordinary beings of the primordial land. Moreover, the calamity was magnified by the fact that 10 golden crows were simultaneously wielding such power. Since establishing the demon court, he had considered himself virtuous and benevolent, and his formidable cultivation had drawn countless powerful beings and spirits of the primordial land to his side. Yet now, his own children were abusing their abilities for selfish desires, trampling upon the sacred land of the primordial realm. Was this not an affront to his honorable name? Furthermore, Emperor Jun had just noticed that the location of those golden crows coincided with the territory of the witch clan. If he provoked their ire, his children could be in grave danger. With his heart ablaze with urgency, he could no longer delay, transforming into a streak of radiant light. He sped towards the primordial land, declaring, "You need not accompany me. I shall personally retrieve my wayward children." As he traversed the first layer of heaven and reached the 32nd, he felt a piercing pain in his heart, as if his breath had momentarily ceased. In that instant, he witnessed one of the suns dimming in the sky, ultimately plummeting towards the earth below. No. His face contorted with rage, his eyes bulging as he roared. With his internal power surging wildly, he accelerated even further. "Children, wait for me." However, despair soon gripped him as, just as his words fell from his lips, another sun, swaying precariously, fell from the heavens after barely holding on for an instant. Ah, no. His complexion reddened further as he struck his chest fiercely. In the next moment, a stream of golden essence surged forth, coalescing into a dense golden mist. As Emperor June dashed through the mist, his speed increased yet again. His heart raced with panic. June roared with fury. At the same time, unnoticed by both June and Kwafu panted heavily. His lips cracked and oozing traces of blood. He knew he was utterly exhausted, his vital essence nearly depleted in his relentless pursuit of the golden crows. Teetering on the brink of death, even if he miraculously survived, the loss of his vital essence would forever prevent him from regaining the strength of a great witch. Witnessing June's terrifying assault, Kwafu licked his parched lips and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. He rasped. "We brothers just slaughtered 9 golden crows, June's own offspring. Damn it, this life was worth it." Drawing a deep, shuddering breath, the dry air scraping through his throat like an ancient bellows, he coughed violently. Cough, cough. You must live on for me. Return to the tribe and boast of our deeds. Better yet, visit the witch tombs and tell my old comrades Kwafu avenged them. Worth it. At first, didn't grasp the weight of Kwafu's words. But realization struck like lightning, and he bellowed, "Kwafu, stop. If we die together. How can I bear the name of a great witch if you leave me to live in shame?" Kwafu remained serene, ignoring Ho's plea, tipping his head back. He roared, "Witch Clan's vital essence, condense." In an instant, a single drop of blood, radiating an aura rivaling that of a primordial witch, materialized. Every great witch possessed an innate divine ability, yet against the overwhelming might of June, even the most formidable power was futile. The only way to breach June's impenetrable blockade was to compress his entire essence into a single drop, a drop mirroring the potency of a primordial witch. In this drop, Kwafu's essence held but one power. Legends speak of Kwafu, who chased the clouds and raced the sun. Sensing the emergence of this essence, June's instincts flared with unease. He braced himself, flames of the golden crow wreathing his form. Even a cornered rabbit bites, how much more so a great witch? Yet in the next heartbeat, under June's disbelieving gaze, the essence vanished, and with it, Ho's presence. Bewilderment gave way to seething wrath. Rage for his slaughtered children. Rage that, beneath his very eyes, a mere great witch, his enemy, had escaped. "Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down and grind your bones to dust." At that moment, Kwafu's body collapsed. No meteor-like flames had struck him, his life had simply burned out. Only his lifeless husk remained, sprawled upon the earth, his eyes gazing eternally toward the distant Mount Bujo. Expectation. Reminiscence. June closed his golden eyes, imprinting Ho's essence into his senses. As long as Hoi remained in the primordial wilderness, he would be found. And what distance could a great witch's power truly span? Sure enough, June's perception locked onto Ho's presence, already racing back toward the Witch Clan's territory, hurtling toward the Primordial Witch Hall. "Even the Primordial Witch Hall cannot shield you. I will kill you regardless." In a flash, June vanished, reappearing above the Witch Clan's domain. Left behind, Kwafu's body gradually dissolved, transforming into a grove of pink peach blossoms. That day, June stormed the Primordial Witch Hall, rousing all but Xing Tian still within. Fusing with primordial witch essence. Outnumbered, June faltered, teetering on the edge of annihilation, until Dong Wangtai arrived with legions of demonic deities. With the resonance of the Dong Wang bell freezing time and space, he wrested the enraged June from the hall. Had it not been for the lingering dread of Patriarch Hong Jun's warning, and their lack of absolute certainty, the great war of witches and demons might have erupted that very day. When Dong Wangtai escorted June back to the demon court, the latter secluded himself, cradling the corpses of his 9 golden crows. Only after Shihi's prolonged solace and whispered words did he re-emerge. "My lord, you are not just my husband, nor merely the father of the golden crows. You are the sovereign of the demon court, the emperor of countless demonic clans." And the first decree June proclaimed was this: slaughter the humans. Forge the slaughter witch sword. At this moment, June no longer cared if massacring humanity would estrange Nuwa or Mingi. To a father bereft of his children, nothing mattered more than vengeance. Meanwhile, the River Styx had already returned to the Bloodsea continent with Ran Dang, Zhao Gongming, San Shao, and others who had manifested their divine presence before mortals. The purpose of this journey had been accomplished. On one hand, they had rescued humanity from the depths of suffering and turmoil. On the other, it allowed figures like Ran Dang to become familiar faces among the mighty sages of the human race. Presumably, the future endeavors of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would now proceed with greater ease. Yet, What struck Mingi as slightly peculiar was that on the journey back from the human realm, he sensed his own fortune and destiny had grown subtly more potent. And during this time, the River Styx made an unexpected discovery. At this moment, seated cross-legged upon a prayer mat, the River Styx closed his eyes in meditation. His divine consciousness ascended to the golden wheel of merit floating in the void behind him. Chapter 80. The Plea of Mankind from the Vast Emptiness. Strands of golden merit energy continuously converge from all directions, ultimately vanishing into, or rather, merging with, the golden wheel of merit. In the River Styx's perception, the merit energy that once flowed through the crown of his head, the Biwee point, and finally gathered in a sea of consciousness, no longer traversed his body. Instead, it now poured directly into the void behind him, becoming part of the golden wheel of merit. As for the sources of this merit energy, some were bestowed by the great Tao as rewards for purifying the turbid and malevolent energies of the primordial world through the blood sea. Others stemmed from his status as the master of the primordial literary path and the creator of humanity's literary and martial paths. Each time a new being in the primordial world engaged in learning, a small portion of merit was granted. Though individually insignificant, the sheer volume accumulated was substantial. Moreover, the recent emergence of the 10 Golden Crows was not merely a calamity for the witch tribe and humanity. Wherever they passed, devastation befell the entire primordial world. On his return journey, the River Styx, moved by compassion for all living beings, and, admittedly, also for the sake of merit, wielded his divine powers to reshape the heavens and earth wherever he traveled. Repairing and restoring, he revitalized the shattered wasteland, breathing new life into the ravaged land. This, too, yielded no small measure of merit. And as these streams of merit energy flowed into the golden wheel, the underworld unexpectedly received a message from the wheel of merit, allowing the direct utilization of this merit power to enhance the comprehension of the grand principles, thereby eliminating the need for the reinforcement orbs. In other words, a portion of the functions of the reinforcement orbs has now merged with the wheel of merit. Naturally, the underworld can also choose to store this merit power for alternative purposes. Is this not akin to a superfluous act, an unnecessary endeavor? The River of Oblivion is truly perplexing. The function of the Wheel of Merit is akin to that of the enhancement gem. The sole distinction lies in the fact that the Wheel of Merit is entirely under one's own control, uniquely belonging to oneself. In contrast, the enhancement gem has only allowed me to glimpse the first layer of the world thus far. The River of the Underworld was utterly perplexed. Ultimately, it decided to cease pondering. Instead, it recalled the merits acquired along the arduous journey of mending the primal chaos. It was then that a thought abruptly emerged in the depths of its mind. If the merits obtained through such endeavors were indeed substantial, then what monumental merits could be gained from Yua's act of repairing the shattered earth of the primordial realm? Mingi felt an involuntary sense of anticipation. Subsequently, with eager expectation, he summoned Ling Zhuer. Upon observing that her cultivation had yet to reach the pinnacle of quasi-saint, he could not restrain himself from delivering a scathing reprimand. He then provided her with a focused lesson, imparting the wisdom of the Tao for 300 years. On that day, Mingi had just refined the last trace of his merit power, elevating his comprehension of the blood Tao to a remarkable 70 to 80%. Suddenly, the voice of the Burning Lamp Taoist resonated from outside, tinged with urgency. Ancestor, Burning Lamp has urgent matters to report. As Mingi's voice echoed, his figure appeared at the Grand Hall's entrance, standing beside Burning Lamp. Ancestor, a powerful individual from the human race, has sent a message via flying sword. It appears that a significant number of humans have mysteriously disappeared. What? Mingi expressed his astonishment. A sudden realization flashed through the River Styx's mind. If his memory served him right, this matter must have been orchestrated by the demonic tribes. Turning his gaze toward the eternal flame, he declared with certainty, there was no doubt. The demonic tribes were behind this. Under the eternal flame's perplexed stare, the River Styx spoke deliberately. The essence of human blood is a treasure to the demonic tribes. That very essence possesses the power to breach the formidable flesh of the witch clans. What? The eternal flame's eyes widened in disbelief. Across the primordial lands, all beings knew that the witch clans boasted the most indomitable physical forms, a source of endless frustration for the demonic tribes in their battles. If human blood truly held such power, then indeed, the demonic tribes could very well be responsible. Yet, a shadow of doubt crossed the eternal flame's furrowed brow. But how? The witch clan's flesh was peerless in its resilience. How could the meager essence of a mere human shatter such might? How utterly baffling. Ancestor, he pressed. How did you come to know this? With a cold snort, Mingi scoffed. What a fuss to make. The Hongwang continent is full of wonders. There are countless things you have yet to discover. With a smile, Randang inquired, what should we do about the human race's plea for help? Is that even a question? Mingi replied with irritation. The human race has always been under the protection of our Azura sect. Anyone wishing to bully them must first seek our approval. He continued, if this delay hinders our acquisition of merit, I shall dismiss you from your position as deputy sect master. Quickly summon the strong from the Azura sect. We must head to the human race. Yes, ancestor. Randang bowed and retreated. As he left, a rumor surfaced in his mind. It was said that Ancestor Mingi shared a profound bond with the Saintess Nuwa, one that transcended mere friendship. It now seemed true. Otherwise, why would the ancestor repeatedly guard the human race, a feeble existence in the Hongwang realm, where few immortals could be found? Was it not because these humans were created by the Saintess Nuwa herself? Moreover, each time, the Saintess refrained from intervening. This merely indicated that Ancestor Mingi was reluctant to burden her with such matters. Meanwhile, in the holy land of the human race, Sui Rin, Yu Chao, and the recently emerging sage, Zi sat in high seats, surrounded by numerous powerful beings of the human race. Their faces were somber, filled with anxiety, and the room was steeped in a heavy atmosphere of despair. I wish you all a prosperous 2025. May your wishes come true. Happy New Year. Chapter 81. Arrangements for the future ancestor. If this continues, we may not endure for much longer. A middle-aged man clad in golden armor, armed with a long spear, anxiously addressed the three figures above. His words shattered the silence in the room. Another voice quickly followed. Ancestor, why not let us leave the city and engage the demon race in battle? We would rather die fighting than sit here waiting for a miserable end. Listening to the sentiments of those below, the wrinkles on Sui Rin's aged face deepened. Upon discovering the truth behind the substantial losses of the human race, which bore the shadow of the demon court, Sui Rin, Yu Chao, and Zi understood that the human race was no match for them. They promptly ordered all humans to gather towards the Holy Land while hastily sending messages via flying swords to seek the aid of the Blood Sea ancestor Mingi. Within approximately half a month, all humans from the Buzhou Mountain were escorted to the vicinity of the Holy Land. Fortunately, their exodus had seemingly escaped the notice of the demon court, as no demon had appeared to obstruct their path. However, 3 days prior, when all humans had finally gathered and breathed a sigh of relief, the figures of the demon race re-emerged. More alarmingly, this time the demon court had abandoned all pretenses, deploying a substantial force of demons above the human race. According to Sui Rin's analysis, they had mobilized a demon deity along with all their generals and soldiers. Just the entirety of this demon deity's forces was enough to confine the humans within the Holy Land, leaving them immobile. Sui Rin had no choice but to activate the protective formation of the Holy Land, positioning 365 human powerhouses as focal points to resist the demon forces. Yet, even with such measures, time wore on, and the strength of the human warriors began to falter. Sui Rin estimated that in 2 days, the formation would no longer hold. At that point, they would face the onslaught of the demon court directly. Sui Rin lamented internally. This was merely a contingent led by a single demon deity. It was crucial to remember that the demon court possessed 365 such teams. Bowing his head, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Against such a disciplined army, the humans had no chance of victory. Even if they fought valiantly, it would only serve to grant them a semblance of dignity in death. However, as the leader of the human race, he understood that if he could not endure, the human race would truly perish. Yet, who could claim that the human race had no hope? When Sui Rin raised his head once more, confidence and expectation shimmered in his eyes. Standing before the gathered onlookers, he declared, given the speed of the flying swords, they should soon reach the Blood Sea continent. Once Ancestor Mingi receives our message, he will undoubtedly come to our rescue. The significance of the River of Hades to the human race is beyond mere words. Upon hearing its name, the previously restless human warriors below all settled back down. Very well, let us wait a little longer. Indeed, once the ancestor of the River of Hades arrives, the predicament before us will be but a trifling matter. Ancestor, I shall go to the formation area to see if anyone requires elixirs or perhaps to rest a while. I shall accompany you to uplift the spirits of our old comrades. As the crowd rose and departed from the chamber, the figure of Sui Rin gazed at the now empty room, sighing inwardly. Yet, the human race cannot endure much longer. It remains uncertain whether they can hold out until the ancestor of the River of Hades arrives. Maintaining a stoic expression, Sui Rin turned to look at Yu Chao. After a moment of mutual eye contact, years of collaboration allowed them to instantly comprehend the intentions reflected in each other's gazes. Nodding in agreement, they both turned their attention to the young Zi. Zi, we have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with you. This pertains to the future of our human race. As the words fell, under Zi's puzzled gaze, they summoned from within themselves 2 radiant treasures of virtue, emanating a golden glow. Ancestor, what is this? Upon seeing the 2 treasures, Zi's eyes flickered with surprise. Indeed, as you surmised, these are the formidable foundations of our human race, the true understanding of martial path and the true essence of literary path. At this juncture, Sui Rin and Yu Chao's eyes deepened as if recalling the past. It was then that the ancestor of the River of Hades established the Azura sect and imparted the 2 paths of cultivation to our human race. He entrusted us with the true understanding of martial path and the true essence of literary path, emphasizing that perfecting the martial arts was secondary. The legacy of these virtuous treasures is paramount. Holding these treasures equates to grasping the very lifeblood of our race. Whether in martial or literary cultivation, they can assist our people in achieving transcendence, elevating to the realm of immortals. Over the years, our human race has forged ahead, and while not all have become immortals, at least 80 have succeeded. After attaining immortality, some ventured to the Blood Sea continent for further study, while others delved deep into the wilderness to explore its vastness. They are the strength of our human race and our hope for the future. Now, I implore you to take these two treasures to the Bloodsea continent and locate them. You are destined to be the next king of our human race." Hearing Suerin's words, which carried the weight of finality, Zi, who had been initially excited upon seeing the treasures, felt a flush of indignation and disbelief. "Ancestor, have we truly descended to Suerin?" And Yu Chao narrowed their eyes, gazing at the distant mountain-moving ape. "Esteemed fellow cultivator, pray tell what offense our human race has committed to warrant such annihilation?" Suerin drew a deep breath, his voice trembling not from fear but from righteous fury. He had believed humanity had grown strong, yet under the assault of this demonic beast, they faced utter devastation. His rage burned hotter still for not knowing the reason behind this merciless slaughter. The mountain-moving ape scratched its ear, a mocking grin twisting its features. "Well then, since your entire race shall perish today, I might as well grant you the clarity of a ghost. Blood, your human blood, holds great value to us demons. As for its purpose, that I shan't reveal." Its tone shifted as it continued. "Now that you know, let us play a game." Turning, it bellowed, "All demons, cease your slaughter." Satisfied as the bloodshed halted, its gaze swept over the surviving humans. "Good. I shall grant you a chance at life. Our demon emperor decrees a spark of humanity must remain. Thus, I permit 1,000 of you to live, but you must decide amongst yourselves who survives." Then, as if recalling something, it pointed at Suerin and Yu Chao. "Ah, but you two are exceptions. Only one of you may live, after slaying the other with your own hands. Ha ha. Choose swiftly. You have but the time it takes for incense to burn. Fail to decide, and I shall select the survivors myself." Yu Chao's voice rang out in defiance. "Does your demon court not fear the wrath of the sage Nuwa? Though she has not intervened in our plight, she remains our sacred guardian. Surely she would not abandon her own children." The ape scoffed. "Nuwa, you were but tools for her enlightenment. Do you truly believe a sage would care for your lives? Our Emperor Jun was her ally. Nay, she once stood among our ranks. Your deaths serve the demon court as future. She would not protest. Besides," it sneered, "have I not promised to spare a remnant of your kind?" Yu Chao's chest heaved with rage, his aged face flushed. He knew Nuwa would never forsake them. Her absence must be compelled. Yet powerless before the ape's taunts, he roared, "Your atrocity shall be repaid. Nuwa and the ancestor Mingi will avenge us. We reject your mercy." Turning to his people, he cried, "Today, we fight to the last. Charge." A thunderous cry rose from the humans as their collective will coalesced into a towering aura, piercing the heavens, reaching even the chaos beyond. In Nuwa's palace, tears streaked the goddess's face as she witnessed the carnage. She had sought to confront Emperor Jun, but an irresistible force from the Purple Heaven Palace held her captive. Hearing her children's unwavering faith, she screamed toward the heavens, "Release me. Those are my children, my children." Yet her pleas echoed unheard. Collapsing in despair, she suddenly stiffened, her eyes alight with renewed hope. "He comes. He is here." Chapter 83. Humanity's Despair. Hail the ancestor Mingi. In the 33rd heaven, Emperor Jun sat upon his gilded throne, his expression inscrutable. Yet those who knew him would sense the transformation, where once serenity dwelled, now roiled violence and grief barely restrained. As the White Marsh approached, bowing, "Your Majesty, the prototype of the witch-slaying sword is complete. Only the human's essence remains to forge it." At the weapon's mention, a flicker crossed Jun's face. "Once it is done, proclaim to all demons, when the 10,000-year covenant ends, we march upon the witch tribe. And the human blood? Their remnants have fled to their sanctuary. News of success should arrive soon." Jun nodded. "Remember, Nuwa crafted them. Leave 1,000 alive to preserve their line." "As you commanded, sire." Dismissed, the advisor withdrew. Gazing beyond the heavens, Jun whispered, "Soon, soon, I shall avenge you, my children." Bai Zhe bowed respectfully and retreated, casting a final glance at Emperor Jun with a silent sigh in his heart. Ah, when will His Majesty emerge from this sorrow? At the foot of Mount Buzhou, within the sacred lands of the human race, fools, stubborn, and unyielding. Since you refuse to cherish the mercy I have shown, do not blame me for what follows. The mountain-moving ape, infuriated by the resolute and fearless gazes of the humans, roared in anger. "Minions! Here, slaughter them all. Charge." At his command, the demonic soldiers raised their weapons and surged forward. Yet, the humans met them with equal ferocity, their eyes blazing with unshakable determination. To face death is to embrace life. The human race knows no fear. They cried in unison. As heaven moves with vigor, so must the noble strive without cease. Even in death, we shall tear a bloody price from these demons. High above, Suerin and Yu Chao exchanged a glance, their aged eyes alight with resolve. Straightening their backs, they seemed to reclaim the vigor of their youth, when they had first been shaped by the hands of the goddess Enwa, dancing in joy beneath Mount Buzhou. Under the guidance of Patriarch Mingi, they had plucked leaves to weave garments, dug roots to sate hunger, spun wood to spark the first flame of humankind, and felled trees to raise their shelters. This was the essence of their people. No hardship, no matter how dire, could break their spirit. Now, with radiant smiles, they summoned their life-bound treasures, a flickering flame, and a nest-like dwelling. Old friend, it has been too long. In an instant, they transformed into streaks of light, hurtling toward the mountain-moving ape. Their auras blazed with the glory of their past. The ape sneered. "Paltry celestial immortals, daring to challenge me? As a divine beast of the demon court, my power surpasses the golden immortal realm. How could you hope to prevail? Die." With contempt, He swung his spiked club toward them, already envisioning their skulls shattered beneath its weight, a smirk twisting his lips. Yet, in the next breath, his grin vanished. His weapon halted mid-swing as though mired in quicksand. Straining with all his demonic might, his face flushed crimson. Break free. But the club remained immovable. Then, from the heavens, a thunderous voice boomed, shaking the demons to their knees. You dare? The human race is under the protection of the Azura clan. A mere divine beast dares to defy us? Above, a massive crimson cloud loomed, bearing tens of thousands of figures, their presence eerie and formidable. The speaker, bowing low, addressed the figure seated upon a lotus of karmic flames. Patriarch, how shall we deal with these demons? Reverently, Randang awaited Mingi's command. Below, the demons, including the mountain-moving ape, trembled in terror as cold, gleaming blades pressed against their throats. The Azura disciples had appeared without warning, their swords poised like vipers ready to strike. Under the sun's glare, the silver blades gleamed like death warrants, sealing the demons' despair. Meanwhile, the humans stared in disbelief. Moments ago, they had steeled themselves for a final doomstand. Now, their guardian patriarch Mingi, the close ally of the sage Inwa, had arrived. A collective sigh of relief passed through them. Locking eyes, they saw mirrored joy. They had been spared. We're saved. We live. Cheers erupted, a cacophony of elation. Swerin and Yuchao, no less astonished, marveled at Mingi's timely arrival. Had he delayed but a day, their people might have been extinguished. Hastening beneath the crimson cloud, they clasped their hands and called out, Swerin of the human race, Yuchao the human race, greet Patriarch Mingi. The masses followed suit, their voices rising in unison. We greet Patriarch Mingi. The cry echoed across the sacred lands, piercing the heavens as if to carry their deliverance to every corner of the primordial world. It was a chorus of joy, of triumph over death. With Mingi here, who would dare harm them? The patriarch smiled gently at their voices before turning his gaze to the demons below. His next words were ice. Kill them. The command struck like a blade. The demons, faces ashen, raised their weapons in futile defiance, only to feel cold steel kiss their throats. Crimson flooded their vision as they crumpled. The mountain-moving ape, watching his forces fall, bellowed at Mingi. Do you know whom you defy? We serve Emperor Jun. Release us at once. Zhao Gongming, standing before him, scoffed. Emperor Jun? How terrifying. In the next instant, his gaze sharpened like a honed blade, and the gleaming dagger in his hand plunged deep into the opponent's chest. Sensing the flicker of life gradually fading from its body, the mountain-moving ape's eyes widened with disbelief. How dare you? Lord Dijuan will surely avenge us. With a thunderous crash, the ape's mountainous frame collapsed to the ground, and all the remaining demons lost their will to resist. Or perhaps, from the very beginning, they had stood no chance against the relentless onslaught of the Azura sect. In mere moments, the sacred human lands were drenched in crimson, rivers of blood flowing freely across the battlefield. Above, the River Styx, witnessing the resolution of humanity's peril, finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. It had not been in vain, his near-exhaustive summoning of the elite forces from the Blood Sea continent to aid mankind. His gaze then shifted toward the celestial court of demons, narrowing slightly as he murmured under his breath, Revenge? I fear, there will be no such opportunity. Without delay, he turned to the lamp-bearer, issuing swift instructions for the restoration and solace of the human survivors. Then, lifting his head once more, his eyes burned with unyielding resolve. Celestial court, here I come. The river of Hades understood that the essence of the human race was of paramount importance during the War of the Lich. The slaughtering witch sword had the power to pierce the formidable bodies of the witch clan. Yet, despite this, it could not alter the inevitable outcome of mutual destruction between the two factions. However, Dijun surely did not share this sentiment. He would not easily relent. After all, the loss on the part of the demon clan was merely a minor celestial golden immortal and his subordinates. In pursuit of human blood, the demon court would undoubtedly regroup and return with renewed vigor. The sole solution to these tribulations lay in addressing the root of the issue, Dijun himself, a father who had just lost 9 children. This was the very source of the dilemma. The river of Hades ventured forth with the intention of dissuading him from such thoughts, while simultaneously proclaiming to all beings in the wilderness, the human race is under his protection. This marked the first occasion where the river of Hades unveiled his terrifying fangs to the vast expanse of the wilderness. In the 33 heavens, Dijun found himself lost in thought, his gaze blank and devoid of emotion. Memories of the past played repeatedly in his mind. He recalled the time when he had just ascended to become the sovereign of the demon court, standing above countless others, and had united with Shihi of the Lunar Star. Shortly thereafter, Shihi informed him of her impending motherhood. The exhilaration that surged through him was beyond the realm of words. In due course, several little golden crows were born, igniting an instinctive bond within him. He knew that his lineage had expanded in this world. He watched these little ones grow, personally guiding their cultivation. Yet, as the demon court flourished, he observed the golden crows grow independent and resolutely choose to depart, leaving him ensnared by the myriad affairs of the court. Eventually, he was confronted with the harrowing image of 9 golden crows pierced by arrows. Regret flooded his heart. If only he had spent more time with them. If only he had imparted more wisdom. Alas, there were no such ifs to be had. The only remaining if was to forge the slaughtering witch sword, annihilate the witch clan, unify the myriad races, and descend as the sovereign of heaven and earth. With the immense power of fortune, he could break through to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. At that juncture, he would collaborate with Dong Huang Tai, utilizing the Eastern Emperor Bell to traverse the river of time and retrieve that lost moment, thereby altering the outcome of events. This was the resolution reached by Di Jun and Dong Huang after much deliberation. Thus, for the sake of his children and the essence of humanity, he must succeed in crafting the slaughtering witch sword. Just as Di Jun was lost in his reminiscences, a thunderous sound erupted, shaking the 33 heavens to their core. Di Jun was jolted from his reverie, anger surging within him as he bellowed, "Who dares? Come forth!" Was this an attempt to annihilate the demon court? Yet, what awaited him was an even more intense cacophony, the tremors growing stronger. Who dared to disregard his words? Enraged, Di Jun unleashed his divine sense, seeking to uncover the identity of the audacious intruder within the demon court. In the next moment, astonishment flickered in his eyes as he swiftly made his way outside the grand hall. At that moment, a voice reverberated throughout the demon court like thunder. Di Jun, come forth at once. As Di Jun emerged from the grand hall, suspended in the air, he beheld the entirety of the 33 heavens shrouded in a sinister crimson hue. This realm served as the abode of all demon saints, including Di Jun and Dong Huang, a sacred sanctuary for the mightiest of the demon court. Every being residing here was above the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Now, this congregation of formidable beings was enveloped in an eerie blood-red mist, an affront to the very dignity of the demon court. Through the sanguine haze, Di Jun discerned a blood-red figure above the mist, his eyes narrowing. He was acutely aware that the slaughter of the human race would inevitably incite the ire of the River of Hades. Thus, he had initially refrained from unleashing his full might. Only when the entirety of the human race had converged towards the sacred land did he resolve to strike decisively. Yet, despite this, Di Jun had long been prepared for the River of Hades' impending confrontation. He had not anticipated that this day would arrive so soon. Upon witnessing the River of Hades' emergence, Di Jun grasped the gravity of the situation. The endeavor to extract the essence of humanity had likely failed. Nevertheless, he was resolute in acquiring that essence. In that instant, Di Jun relinquished any thoughts of negotiation with the River of Hades. To obtain the essence of humanity, he must vanquish the River of Hades before him. A tempestuous battle spirit surged within him like a sharpened blade, piercing through the blood-red mist to reveal the figure of the River of Hades. Di Jun's eyes widened in determination as he coldly intoned, fingers weaving intricate gestures. The great array of celestial bodies, activate. Chapter 85. The Sword of the Stars. What has transpired? Who dares to invade my demon court? Does the River of Hades wish for obliteration? The disturbance caused by the emergence of the River Styx had long since captured the attention of numerous demonic sages below. One by one, they ceased their activities, transforming into streaks of light as they appeared beside Emperor Jun. By then, Emperor Jun had already begun weaving hand seals, summoning the celestial star formation. With the utterance of his incantation, countless stars across the vast expanse of the primordial heavens ignited simultaneously, centered upon the 33-fold heavens. Subsequently, Emperor Jun activated the grand formation. A torrent of starlight surged toward him, and in an instant, his entire form was enveloped in a radiant silver glow. Amidst the frenzied surge of stellar energy, it was as though he had donned a resplendent silver battle robe, its surface shimmering with luminous patterns, resonating with the profound echoes of the great Tao. The aura emanating from Emperor Jun now far surpassed his previous state, intensifying manifold. Sensing this transformation, the pupils of the River Styx contracted slightly, his gaze fixed with astonishment upon the silver battle robe adorning Emperor Jun. He had not anticipated that Emperor Jun could harness the power of the stars to briefly elevate his cultivation. Impressive, most impressive, he murmured. The River of Hades seemed to have found a spark of inspiration upon this celestial battle garb. At that moment, Emperor Jun raised his gaze towards the River of Hades in the sky and called out with a commanding voice, "Friend of the River of Hades, I harbor no intention of enmity towards you. However, I must obtain this essence of the human race. If you could take a step back and allow me to claim the human lineage for the demon court, I, Emperor Jun, shall surely reward you handsomely in the future." In Emperor Jun's mind, the River of Hades had always been cautious and enigmatic, its cultivation formidable and not to be underestimated. Hence, he understood that relying solely on his own power would likely prove insufficient to contend with the River of Hades. Nevertheless, this was the demon court, his domain. Here, the speed and potency of mobilizing the great array of celestial bodies far surpassed that on the primordial earth, bolstered by the celestial energies. A swell of confidence arose within him. At this moment, Emperor Jun felt assured that he could deliver a significant blow to the River of Hades. Yet, he had always held an affection for the River of Hades and was reluctant to engage in conflict. Before taking action, he sought clarification. "Friend of the River of Hades, are you truly determined to oppose the demon court? You are aware that my elder brother has always admired you and wishes to recruit you." Unbeknownst to them, Eastern Emperor Tai had also arrived beside Emperor Jun, his expression tinged with regret. He recognized the sheer terror of Emperor Jun's strength under the auspices of the great array of celestial bodies. Even he, under the enhancement of the Eastern Emperor Bell, found himself unable to escape its confines, destined only to endure the onslaught. As for the River of Hades, he conceded that in their encounters, he had never managed to gain the slightest advantage. The River Styx indeed surpassed him in strength. Even so, he believed the River Styx could not endure against Emperor June in this form for long. In the end, it would likely retreat beneath the crimson lotus of karmic flames. Just as he had. Hearing the words exchanged between Emperor June and Dong Wang below, the River Styx harbored profound helplessness within its heart. I have no desire to oppose you. Yet, who forced the human race into such dire straits? Faced with Emperor June, who commanded the cosmic star formation, and Tai's, wielding the bell of Dong Wang, even the current heavenly Tao saints might struggle to gain an advantage, while the River Styx could effortlessly overpower Xuanti. That was solely due to Xuanti's inherent weakness. Against other heavenly Tao saints, such as Tong Tian or Tai Ching, victory, if achieved, would not come easily. Similarly, confronting Emperor June in this state, the River Styx truly wished to avoid direct conflict. Moreover, merely defeating Emperor June would be one matter, but if he were severely wounded, the demonic court's strength in the impending war between witches and demons might be diminished. Should the witches claim ultimate victory instead of mutual devastation, the mantle of the primordial world's protagonist would never fall upon humanity. And then, how could the River Styx scheme for merit and fortune thereafter? Thus, regardless of reasoning, even the River Styx is reluctant to engage in combat with Emperor June. Yet, it finds itself compelled to confront him now. In the depths of his heart, Mingi silently cursed. How foolish the demon court truly is. If they desire the essence of the human race, there is no need to annihilate them entirely. An equitable exchange could easily suffice. The demon court possesses an abundance of rare treasures. Even a mere fraction of those would undoubtedly entice the humans. In such a scenario, would they not willingly offer a drop of their precious blood? Though these thoughts swirled within him, Mingi could not voice them. Instead, he coldly declined, expressing gratitude for Emperor June's kind intentions. Words are futile. Let our actions speak for themselves. Ha ha ha, splendid. Emperor June laughed heartily, having anticipated Mingi's rejection based on his understanding of him. Amidst his laughter, Emperor June formed a series of intricate hand seals, directing his fingers towards the celestial bodies in the firmament. Mingi, I beg your pardon. In an instant, countless stars illuminated the sky, transforming into massive meteors ablaze with celestial fire, hurtling towards Mingi. At that moment, the very heavens and earth shifted in hue. Beings across the vast expanse of the primordial continent beheld meteors engulfed in golden and silver flames, racing towards a singular destination. The sight was both resplendent and awe-inspiring. As he observed the approaching meteors, Mingi felt the overwhelming aura radiating from them. The river of Hades could not help but sigh and shake its head. Alas, I never anticipated witnessing the meteor shower that eluded me in my previous life. It is indeed a breathtaking sight, with meteors resembling a shower of stars reflected in the depths of the river's gaze, shining brilliantly like the Milky Way. Beneath this exquisite exterior lies an unparalleled peril. With slender fingers raised solemnly before his chest, the River Styx uttered coldly, "Lotus of karmic flames, go." As his words faded, the lotus of karmic flames surged forth from within him, expanding rapidly upon meeting the wind. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal crimson lotus spanning thousands of zhang, standing majestically before him, rotating slowly. Its surface shimmered with radiant light, as if embodying the myriad paths of the great Tao, captivating and soul-stirring. At that moment, a meteor shower descended violently from the heavens. Yet, the seemingly divine meteors, upon contact with the lotus of karmic flames, were effortlessly repelled. Like pebbles dropping into a river, they left only ripples in their wake, causing no further disturbance. Seeing his first strike fail, Emperor June showed no surprise. He knew that if the River Styx could not withstand such an attack, it would truly betray his years of admiration for him. With a swift change in hand seals, Emperor June laughed heartily. Haha, fellow Taoist Styx, take another strike from me. Under his guidance, the scattered starlight in the sky converged, coalescing into a celestial sword shrouded in a hazy glow. Emperor June leaped from the ground, his starry cloak billowing behind him as he grasped the sword midair and shot toward the River Styx. Sensing the celestial blade in his opponent's hand, the River Styx laughed in kind. The lotus of karmic flames above shrank back to its original size, appearing beneath his feet. Then, with fingers pointed like swords, he directed Yuan Tu and Abai, the twin swords, which shot toward Emperor June like streaks of light. Chapter 86. Even so, what of it? Mount Kunlun, the three pure ones, as saints, had long observed the events unfolding in the 33rd heaven. After divining the circumstances, they remained indifferent, watching the spectacle unfold. Among them, Taishang Laojun sneered inwardly upon witnessing the battle between the River Styx and Emperor June fight on. No matter who emerged victorious, it would be to his benefit. That Emperor June, a mere bird transformed from the essence of the sun star, dared to trample upon the myriad beings of the primordial world, proclaiming himself the ruler of the demon court. Worse still, he had the audacity to challenge the Wu clan for dominion over the primordial world. As the true inheritor of Panga's legacy, Taishang Laojun had long despised him. At least the Wu clan bore the name of the great god Pangu, making them the rightful heirs of the primordial world. What claim do you demons have? As for the River Styx, Taishang Laojun had long harbored deep resentment toward him. He yearned to tear him apart to vent his fury. But for now, he had more pressing matters. Otherwise, he would have long since descended upon the Blood Sea to wage war against him. Watching the River Styx and Emperor June locked in battle filled him with immense satisfaction. If only they could both perish, what a joyous outcome that would be. Yuqing Yuanshi, even more disdainful, watched the two figures locked in combat with cold indifference. Those who are not saints are but ants. Then, his gaze shifted to Tong Tian, whose eyes burned with battle fervor, and he shook his head slightly. Our youngest brother is far too reckless. I must find time to properly admonish him. Look at what his disciples have done to Mount Kunlun. Meanwhile, Shanqing Tongtian paid no heed to Yuqing Yuanshi's gaze. His eyes remained fixed on the battle in the 33rd heaven, his heart yearning to be the one standing there. Nuwa Palace. When Nuwa saw the River Styx appear at Mount Buzhou and rescue the humans, she finally exhaled in relief. With fellow Taoist Styx present, the demons surely cannot harm the humans. Yet, no sooner had she relaxed than her heart clenched again. She noticed the river of the underworld, astonishingly, flew alone to the 33 heavens, intent on engaging in battle with the mighty Emperor June. She was well aware of the purpose behind this journey, to resolve the matter at its very source. However, that realm was the stronghold of the demon court, fortified by the presence of the Eastern Emperor Tai and a multitude of demon saints and gods. Should the adversaries deploy the grand celestial formation, it would likely prove exceedingly difficult for the river of the underworld to withstand their might. At this moment, Nuwa felt a surge of joy for the support the river of the underworld offered to humanity, yet simultaneously, a sense of concern loomed over her due to the latter's audacious incursion into the demon court. The 33 heavens. The river of underworld engaged in a fierce duel with Emperor June, who wielded twin swords and the star sword. In the span of mere breaths, they had exchanged thousands of blows. The more they fought, the more exhilarated Emperor June became, his eyes reflecting admiration and hesitation as he gazed at the river of underworld. Friend of the river of underworld, do you not reconsider? With your formidable prowess, why do you insist on protecting that insignificant human race? Instead, how about this? I shall forego the blood of the human race in exchange for your promise to join my demon court. During their confrontation, Emperor June sensed the terrifying strength of the river of underworld. Although he had yet to unleash his full power, he could also discern that the river of underworld had not done so either. Both combatants were engaged in a mutual probing, carefully controlling their strength. It is worth noting that, bolstered by the star robe, his combat prowess was not inferior to that of the saint of the heavenly Tao. Yet, even so, their exchanges remained evenly matched. Emperor June pondered deeply. He believed that, compared to the slaughter which sword capable of piercing the formidable flesh of the witch and demon, the allure of the river of underworld, whose combat capabilities could rival the saints of the heavenly Tao, was undeniably greater. The latter held boundless potential. If he could seize this opportunity to bring the river of underworld into his ranks, it would be a tremendous triumph. Faced with Emperor June's renewed overture, the river of underworld felt no hesitation whatsoever. Previously, his reluctance to join the demon court stemmed from the knowledge that it was destined for ruin. To survive, he knew he could not align himself with it. However, after ascending to the status of a primordial supreme golden immortal, the river of Hades no longer trembles with fear. Even in the face of the annihilation of the demon court, he possesses the means to ensure his own survival. Nevertheless, he remains unable to join the ranks of the demon court for two reasons. Firstly, he has attained the cultivation of the primordial Taoist immortal, and his aspirations have evolved since his arrival in the primordial wilderness. Beyond this, he requires the already perfected Tao of Hongjun and has only just begun to unlock the first layer of the enhancement pearl. The river of Hades now stands unafraid before any entity of the primordial wilderness. Furthermore, and of significant importance, to harness the power of the enhancement orbs for one's cultivation requires not only the strength of virtue, but also the favor of fortune. To acquire such fortune, it is destined that the river of Hades must forever remain a sovereign leader of its own sect, competing with numerous factions for fortune, and cannot align itself with other forces. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, the river of Hades is destined to have no connection with the demon court. I am grateful for your kind consideration, my friend. The gaze of Mingi was as sharp as lightning. His eyes transformed into a piercing sword that penetrated the white clouds of the 33 heavens. I wish to experience your esteemed skills, my friend. Upon hearing Mingi's unwavering refusal once more, Emperor June lowered his head with a sigh. Very well, very well. In light of this, dear friend Mingi, I must apologize. Tai, come forth and assist me. After witnessing Emperor June's unhesitating summons for Dongwang Tai's aid in the depths of the River of Oblivion, a sense of astonishment enveloped him. Was this truly the same proud, self-assured, and magnanimous demon Emperor Dijun? Moreover, just a moment ago, the latter had been seeking to recruit him. Now, he beheld the appearance of the Eastern Emperor Tai on the battlefield between himself and Dijun. The river of Hades bowed its head, a hint of amusement flickering in its gaze. How intriguing. The demise of the little golden crow has rendered Emperor June somewhat ruthless, has it not? Yet, what of it? What can it possibly achieve against me? As the river of Hades lifted its gaze once more towards Emperor June and Dongwang Tai, its eyes brimmed with an overwhelming martial spirit, a tempestuous will to battle that pierced the heavens and shattered the chaos. This upheaval stirred the myriad beings of the primordial land, who collectively raised their heads in awe. In the eyes of the countless entities of the primordial realm, that sort of martial intent, as tangible as it was formidable, rampaged through the resplendent sea of stars. It collided with the two blazing golden-red flames at the heart of the starry expanse. Chapter 87. My path is not solitary. Before arriving at the demon court, the river of the underworld has already made its preparations, as have all the beings of the primordial wilderness to showcase their true strength. I shall no longer feign ignorance. I lay my cards on the table. For, given the current circumstances, it appears that to eventually transcend and become a sage of the great Tao, one may require a greater force of destiny. Surely, one cannot wait until that moment to seek out the essence of fate, can one? Rather than adopting such a passive approach, it is far more prudent to reveal one's capabilities early on, not only to attract the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness to join the Shura sect, but also to confront the combined assault of Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai. Without hesitation, the River Styx unleashed its full might. Amidst the deafening roar, two towering paths of power manifested above, descending like colossal pillars of blood and slaughter upon Emperor Jun and Dongwang. Witnessing this spectacle and sensing the terrifyingly violent aura in the sky, the demon sages below, including Bai Zhe, felt as fragile as a lone boat amidst a tempest, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Their great Luo golden immortal cultivation seemed utterly insignificant, crushed underfoot. Such destructive force, could it rival that of a sage? Bai Zhe murmured, his face ashen with dread. As stalwarts of the demon court, they had never felt so powerless, not even against the ancestral witches of the Wu tribe. Now, they could only watch helplessly as Emperor Jun, Dongwang, and the River Styx clashed. Bai Zhe gazed at the crimson figure tearing through the starry sea, effortlessly shattering celestial energies, his eyes brimming with envy. We were all once disciples of the Purple Heaven Palace, yet while I remain a mere great Luo golden immortal, he has ascended to rival the heavenly sages. A revelation dawned upon him. There existed another path to enlightenment beyond merging with the Tao. Yet, this was the demon court. Even a sage would not leave unscathed. Bai Zhe looked up at Emperor Jun and Dongwang within the cosmic star formation, admiration swelling in his heart. Together, they were invincible, capable of standing against the 12 ancestral witches. How could the River Styx hope to depart unharmed? Under the expectant gazes of the demon court, the River Styx collided with Emperor Jun and Dongwang, wielding divine might. Dong! A resonant chime echoed as Dongwang Tai summoned the chaos bell without hesitation. Halt! His expression darkened as he beheld the two manifested paths behind the River Styx, his heart roiling with shock. Is this the path of the primordial chaos great Luo golden immortal? He and Emperor Jun had founded the demon court not only to provide sanctuary for their kin but also to harness the fortune of the realm, seeking to break through to that very realm. Yet, upon learning of the three corpses severing method from the Tao ancestor, they sensed its flaws, requiring three treasures of identical attributes to sever the corpses, and even then, their power would be shackled by the treasure's quality. Thus, as sovereigns of the solar star, they aspired to emulate Pangu, forging their path through sheer strength. Stagnating for years at the quasi-sage realm, they pinned their hopes on unifying the primordial world, leveraging its boundless fortune to ascend. Now, witnessing such a realm before them, Dongwang Tai could only summon the chaos bell with all his might to withstand the River Styx's assault. Beside him, Emperor Jun was equally astounded, then elated. I'm not alone. Here stood proof that another had tread the same path. Though he had suspected the River Styx pursued strength-based enlightenment, the latter's pursuit of virtue had sown doubt. Now, beholding those towering paths, all uncertainty vanished. Laughing heartily, Emperor Jun made a decision, abandoning his intent to unleash the cosmic star formation's full power. He instead channeled it to shield himself. With a roar, a golden path of power manifested behind him. He would use his own Tao to comprehend the River Styx's realm, to grasp the essence of the primordial chaos great Luo golden immortal. Understanding his brother's intent, Dongwang Tai likewise roared, a silver-white path unfurling behind him. The three figures clashed under the awed gazes of the onlookers. Crack! The heavens trembled, unable to bear their might. Space shattered, dark fissures spreading across the 33 heavens. Within moments, boom! A spatial tempest engulfed the realm, forcing Bai Zhe and the others to stabilize it with frantic formations. Above, the sky was swallowed by void, leaving only shadow. The denizens of the primordial world could no longer perceive the battle, glimpsing only fleeting silhouettes. 3 days later, the crimson figure re-emerged from the abyss. Spotting Bai Zhe below, it impassively raised a hand. A blood-red palm, spanning tens of thousands of feet, descended. Bai Zhe and his comrades paled, mustering their formations in desperation. Yet, like paper, the barriers tore apart. As the palm loomed, they shut their eyes, resigned to death. A minute passed. Emperor Jun's voice rang out, bemused. Why stand there idle? Clean up this mess. Look at the state of the court. Opening their eyes, they beheld the ravaged 33 heavens, their bodies unharmed. Relief flooded them. We live. Was the River Styx spent after all? They nearly jeered, until their eyes fell upon a colossal palm-shaped crater marring the land. Silence fell. They knew, the River Styx had spared them. Why? Even more perplexing was the absence of fury on Emperor Jun and Dongwang's faces despite the court's ruin. What in the world happened? Bai Zhe and others were somewhat perplexed. Chapter 88. The Decision of the Human Race. Upon Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones, who had been intently observing the heart of the battlefield, wore varied expressions as they gazed towards the direction of the 33 heavens, remaining silent for an extended period. Ultimately, Without exception, they returned to their abodes and entered secluded meditation. Tai-Ching Laozi sat upon his mat, his thoughts in disarray, unable to find peace in his posture. At last, he sprang to his feet with a sudden resolve. He paced back and forth within the confines of his cave, murmuring to himself. Has he grown even stronger? How has he ascended to the realm of the primordial supreme golden immortal? Tai-Ching Laozi was baffled. It is essential to note that, apart from honing his skill in severing the three corpses, he had simultaneously cultivated the path of proving the Tao through strength. Seeking to comprehend the power of the great Tao, among the three pure ones, none possessed a deeper understanding of the formidable challenge posed by the realm of the primordial supreme golden immortal than he. Even though he had attained the status of a saint of heaven's Tao, the power of yin and yang still lingered at the height of 69,999. That final step remained elusive, refusing to yield. At times, Tai-Ching Laozi found himself pondering whether he was overthinking the matter. Was the path of proving the Tao through strength of dead end on the vast continent of Hongluang? Was the path of severing the three corpses truly the only righteous path? Although he had witnessed the narrow victory of Mingyi over Zhuanti in their last encounter, he remained steadfast in his belief that Mingyi had not transcended to the realm of the primordial supreme golden immortal. Yet now, the resplendent manifestation of the great Tao behind Mingyi seemed to convey otherwise. The river of the underworld has achieved the status of a primordial golden immortal, undoubtedly mocking the Ta-Ching by stating that his inability to break through is merely a reflection of his inferior talents, which pale in comparison to those of the river. This assertion is difficult for the ordinarily nonchalant, yet inwardly proud Ta-Ching to accept. I am the manifestation of Panga's primordial spirit, within this vast wilderness. I am the strongest. Meanwhile, the state of Yuqing Yuanshi is not significantly better than that of Ta-Ching Laozi. Sitting serenely on a mat, he repeatedly forms hand seals to calm the tumult within his heart. The river of the underworld is merely a foul entity born of the blood sea. How could it possibly possess such formidable power? And those two scruffy birds, what merit do they possess to wield the combat prowess akin to that of a sage? We are the saints of the heavenly Tao. We are the strongest. Yuqing Yuanshi senses a trace of an aura emanating from the battle between the river of the underworld and the Eastern Emperor Dijun, which instills a sense of apprehension within him, leaving his heart in turmoil for a prolonged duration. As for the figure of Shang Qing Tong Tian within another cave, he sits cross-legged on his mat, having entered a state of meditation. For swords of extermination orbit around him, a faint yet palpable battle intent coalescing above his head, lingering without dissipating. In the palace of Nuwa, upon witnessing the river of the underworld depart unscathed from the demon court, leaving behind a striking palm print, Nuwa feels a significant portion of her pin-up frustration finally release. With a hint of pride, she turns her gaze toward the direction of the Zixiao Palace, as if to convey, even if you obstruct me, what of it? I have the assistance of my ally, the river of the underworld. At this moment, within the Zixiao Palace, Daozu Hongjun gazes expressionlessly toward the demon court, lost in thought. After a considerable time, he seems to arrive at a conclusion, lifting the spiritual fruit that had long rested in his palm. A flicker of humanity gradually returns to his eyes. A primordial golden immortal, is it? Soon, it shall be. At this juncture, the river of the underworld, having traversed the flames of karma, departs from the 33 heavens, arriving above the unmoving mountain. He refrains from simply obliterating Bai Zhe and the other demon saints with a single strike, for he is wary of altering the outcome of the impending battle between the witch and demon tribes by eliminating the 10 demon saints of the demon court. Such an outcome could elevate the witch tribe to become the sovereigns of the wilderness, which would spell disaster. Moreover, during his clash with Dijun and the Eastern Emperor in the endless chaotic star domain, it became evident that their path also adhered to the principle of proving one's Tao through power. Regrettably, they did not achieve the status of primordial golden immortal. However, at that moment, when the fabric of space shattered and the celestial mechanisms became muddled, Dijun and the Eastern Emperor abruptly ceased their combat, bowing deeply to him. They explicitly declared their intent to relinquish their obsession with the blood essence of humanity henceforth and made a humble request, entrusting to him the essence of the deceased little golden crow, beseeching the river of the underworld to assist in preserving the last remaining little golden crow after the conclusion of the witch and demon war. Without the slightest hesitation, the River Styx gathered the golden crow's essence into its grasp. As for safeguarding the last fledgling crow, it was but a trivial matter. Moreover, according to the original tale, that golden crow would not perish in the great battle of its kind. Sensing the warm radiance of the crow's essence within its sleeve, the River Styx heaved a faint sigh. How pitiful is the heart of a parent under heaven. Mingyi was acutely aware that the actions of the opposing party stemmed from two considerations. On one hand, given their cultivation levels, they realized that confronting a being of his caliber, a primordial great Luo golden immortal, might not result in their defeat. However, the prospect of seizing the essence of the human race was beyond their reach. On the other hand, it was a matter of guardianship. As Mingyi pondered these thoughts, the sacred land of humanity came into view. At that moment, Suiren and Yuchao were engaged in conversation with numerous members of the Azura sect who had come to offer assistance. When Suiren and Yuchao beheld Chun Pingan of the human race and Ning Yao of the Azura clan standing together hand in hand, a wave of excitement washed over them. Their gazes turned to the Azura members working alongside the humans to restore the battlefield. In that instant, they realized that, unbeknownst to them, the lines between the human race and the Azura clan had begun to blur. It was at this moment, as the leaders of the human race, a singular thought emerged in their minds. They exchanged glances and stepped aside to whisper to one another. Ultimately, they embraced and patted each other on the shoulder, acknowledging that upon the arrival of the revered Mingi, they would petition for the relocation of the sacred land of humanity and its people to the vicinity of the Blood Sea continent. Such noble intentions. At that very moment, Randang among the crowd sensed something and lifted his gaze skyward. We welcome our master. The multitude of Azura and human members also looked up. Upon witnessing the figure clad in a blood-red robe, standing upon a blazing red lotus, exuding an aura of ethereal elegance and enigmatic charm, their eyes sparkled with fervor and madness as they collectively chanted, "We welcome our master. We welcome Grandmaster Mingi. My esteemed friends, I apologize for my tardiness. My arrival, albeit delayed, is assured," Mingi proclaimed. Chapter 89. A decision against ancestral wisdom. Grandmaster Mingi, please stay. As Mingi surveyed the humans before him and noted their safety and minimal losses, he exchanged a few words with Randang, Swearin, and Yu Chao. He reassured them that they need not worry about the matters concerning the demon court any longer, for he intended to return to the Blood Sea continent to reflect upon the Day's battle and contemplate the forthcoming calamity of the witch and demon. At this juncture, Swearin and Yu Chao suddenly raised their voices, startling everyone present, including the Azura members. Randang promptly stepped forward. "Dear friends, our master must return to the Blood Sea continent. He has entrusted me with the responsibility of managing all subsequent matters. Please, feel free to convey anything to me." Randang's words were imbued with courtesy. Although he could not fathom why this seemingly insignificant human race held such importance in Mingi's eyes, as the vice master of the Azura sect, he was committed to honoring the master's will above all else. "We appreciate your concern, Master Randang, yet this matter requires the Grandmaster's decisive judgment." "I beg your pardon," Swearin expressed, clasping his hands in gratitude. Mingi, perched upon the blazing red lotus, displayed a hint of curiosity. What could be so imperative that it necessitated his intervention? The crimson lotus spun incessantly as it gradually descended. Mingi raised an eyebrow slightly, curiosity evident in his voice. "Speak. What is it?" Swearin seemed apprehensive about Mingi's potential refusal. With a sudden thud, he fell to his knees upon the ground, accompanying Swearin's act of reverence. Yu Chao also knelt beside him. "We implore you, ancestral master, to grant our request." Witnessing this scene, Mingi's expression grew grave. In his memory, Swearin and Yu Chao appeared as destined leaders of the human race. He had always approached the myriad entities of the primordial world with respect, never fear. Since his descent into existence, he had only bowed before Nuwa. This was the first time he had encountered such a display. A sense of caution arose within Mingi. What request could warrant such a grand gesture? Simultaneously, a profound curiosity stirred within him. With the existential crisis now averted, what could be so crucial that the human race required his assistance? As Mingi pondered, Swearin and Yu Chao exchanged anxious glances, cautiously observing Mingi, fearful that their words might displease him. In the next instant, an irresistible force coursed through their knees. Under the influence of Mingi's mystical power, they slowly rose to their feet. "Enough," he said. "If you have something to say, do so swiftly. This kneeling business is not a custom I entertain. Speak plainly, and I shall consider your request." The river of the underworld is not one to readily acquiesce to others' requests. It merely seeks to hear the plea. Swearin, swallowing hard, mustered his courage and spoke. "We hope, esteemed ancestor of the underworld, that you might grant our request to relocate the sacred grounds of humanity and all its people to the vicinity of the Blood Sea continent." As his words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the air, as if the drop of a pin could be distinctly heard. At that moment, Yu Chao also steeled himself, bravely stepping forward. "In truth, the ancestor of the underworld had always shown great care for our kind. We are aware that such a request is indeed rather audacious. However, recent events have illuminated the frailty of our human strength. We do not fear death, yet we refuse to perish in such a pitiful manner." "Very well, I consent," came the swift and decisive reply from the river of the underworld, cutting off Yu Chao's unfinished sentence. In that instant, an overwhelming joy surged within Swearin and Yu Chao. They had contemplated that although the ancestor of the underworld had frequently aided humanity, he remains the leader of the Azura clan, akin to a Neza among our people. The Blood Sea continent is the stronghold of the Azura. Thus, their desire to dwell nearby could very well provoke unease or displeasure in the ancestor. Therefore, should they wish to inhabit the vicinity of the Blood Sea, they anticipated considerable obstacles. They had even prepared to vow their unwavering loyalty, yet never did they foresee such an effortless acquiescence. Is it truly granted? Swearin and Yu Chao exchanged incredulous glances, the astonishment evident in their eyes. This shock swiftly transformed into elation. Once all humanity settles near the Blood Sea, such fears would be rendered obsolete. The two, brimming with excitement, clasped each other's shoulders in a fervent gesture. Just then, the voice of the river of the underworld rang out anew, halting their movements in an instant. They both turned to face him, apprehensively wondering if the ancestor had reconsidered. They hastily exclaimed, "Rest assured, ancestor of the underworld, we shall undoubtedly. The river of the underworld waved his hand, sealing the mouths of his interlocutors with his mystical powers, and continued, however, there is no need for you to linger around the Blood Sea continent. We shall relocate the entire human race to the Blood Sea continent. As his words echoed, the river of the underworld transformed into a crimson streak of light, departing first. His voice resonated across the horizon. Randang, you and all disciples of the Azura sect shall escort the human race to the Blood Sea continent. Yet, remember this, unless a formidable enemy emerges that the humans cannot confront, or there is a threat to life, do not intervene. Treat this as an exercise for the human race in the primordial land. With those lingering notes, the river of the underworld had long vanished, leaving behind a contemplative Randang, as well as Swearin and Yuchao, who remained immersed in shock from the words they had just heard. Moments later, Swearin and Yuchao felt a release as the river of the underworld's magical restraint was lifted. The two, filled with excitement, swiftly approached Randang, clasping their fists in respectful bows. Master Randang, we have matters to discuss. We kindly request your attention. Upon hearing this, a look of satisfaction spread across Randang's face, clearly pleased by their deference. However, recalling the river of the underworld's attitude towards the human race, Randang promptly extended his hands to assist the two in rising, his smile radiant. Ah, my fellow cultivators, you honor me too much. This is your land, and these are your affairs. You may proceed as you see fit. Just act as if we are not present. With that, Randang willingly led the Azura sect members toward a distant clearing. Swearin and Yuchao exchanged glances and cleared their throats. In the next moment, they leapt into the sky. Everyone, please cease your activities. We have urgent news to share. The recent events had already caught the attention of many human clansmen, though at that moment, they were too far away to grasp the full significance of what had transpired. Only a few had overheard parts of the conversation, while most remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Now, as they beheld the figures of Swearin and Yuchao, curiosity compelled them to gaze upwards. Under the expectant stares of the crowd, the words of Yuchao and Swearin resonated in the skies above the human race. Following deliberations between myself and Yuchao, we have made a decision that contravenes our ancestors' wishes. We have resolved to relocate the sacred sites and the entirety of the human race to the Blood Sea continent. We have already received the agreement of Master River of the Underworld. Now, I officially announce this, a collective migration. Those in favor, please follow me and Yuchao. Those who wish to remain in their ancestral lands, we shall not compel you. You now have time to consider this matter. 3 days hence, the migration shall commence. Chapter 90. The Path of Slaughter. Kong Xian's visit a collective migration? To the Blood Sea continent? Is this for real? As Swearin and Yuchao's words concluded, a wave of astonishment surged through the human populace below. Their initial reaction to the prospect of relocating to the Blood Sea continent was one of disbelief, quickly followed by a flurry of discussions. I have long yearned to visit the legendary Blood Sea continent, but alas, my cultivation was insufficient back then to secure a place. The Blood Sea continent? Is that not the stronghold of Master River of the Underworld's Azura sect? If we go there, will we still be considered human? Will we be consumed by the Azura race? TSK, my good fellow, you truly underestimate the intentions of the noble. If the ancestor of the River of Hades truly wished to annihilate our human race, he would have long since devoured us entirely. How could we have survived to this day? At this moment, the opinions among the human race regarding the journey to the Blood Sea continent were markedly diverse, with faces flushed and discussions fervent. Observing the crowd below, one could sense a revitalized vigor, seemingly oblivious to the near extinction we faced at the hands of the demon race. Above, the figures of Swearin and Yuchao exchanged discreet nods. Regardless of differing perspectives, each was rooted in the consideration of humanity's future. They held a shared belief that a satisfactory resolution would eventually emerge. Meanwhile, on the path to the Blood Sea continent, the emotions swirling within the River of Hades remained tumultuous. He had never anticipated that the final request from Swearin and Yuchao would be the relocation of the entire human race to the Blood Sea continent. Would this not lead to the eventual amalgamation of humanity and the Shura race? Should that occur, what transformations might transpire during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, as well as the calamity of the canonization? Would it jeopardize humanity's role as the central figure of the primordial world? Although he had acquiesced to this proposal, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him. If the narrative were altered and humanity ceased to be the protagonist of the unfolding saga, would not all his meticulous planning have been in vain? It seemed evident that after the conclusion of the witch and demon calamity, he would have to expel humanity from the Blood Sea continent. The River Styx ultimately made this decision. At worst, he could fabricate some conflicts when the time came, inciting discord between the Azura clan and humanity, or perhaps sowing divisions within humankind itself. Then, he would step forward to intervene, sending a portion of humanity to the primordial wilderness in hopes of ensuring their continued survival upon that ancient continent. Setting aside the affairs of mankind for the moment, the River Styx turned his thoughts inward, reflecting on his battle against Emperor Jun and Donghuang. Though the final victory had been his, he keenly perceived his own shortcomings. Here he stood, a great Luo golden immortal of the primordial chaos, yet he had struggled so mightily against 2 opponents at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. His offensive capabilities remained lacking. Gazing at the swiftly receding wisps of white clouds in the distance, the River Styx narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself. Through the great Tao of blood, he had ascended to the realm of a great Luo golden immortal. Yet the true strength of the blood Tao lay not in destruction, but in boundless vitality, granting him an indomitable physique, inexhaustible endurance, and unparalleled resilience in the clash of flesh and bone. The River Styx far surpasses other heavenly Tao saints. This is the advantage bestowed upon him by the path of blood. Similarly, the path of blood essentially fortifies one's resilience. However, it lacks offensive prowess. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, the River Styx resolved that upon returning to the Blood Sea, he must swiftly elevate the path of slaughter to the level of a primordial chaos golden immortal. Compared to the path of blood, the path of slaughter is born for carnage, unparalleled in offensive might, unstoppable and invincible. Soon, the colossal Blood Sea formation emerged within the River Styx's sight. At that very moment, his crimson pupils abruptly constricted into slits. He beheld a figure standing just beyond the formation, emanating an aura reminiscent of the primordial three clans. Why have the primordial three clans come to my Blood Sea? The River Styx's voice resonated calmly the next instant. I am the River Styx. May I inquire, fellow Taoist, what business brings you here? Kong Xian's expression flickered with hesitation. Ever since witnessing the battle between the River Styx and the Heavenly Emperor Di Jun and his brother Dong Wang a few days prior, he had sensed an aura from the River Styx that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of a heavenly Tao saint. At this moment, as the prodigious talent of the contemporary Phoenix clan, descendant of Yuan Feng, he admitted, his heart stirred. Despite ascending to the rank of a golden immortal through sheer talent and bloodline, the oppressive weight of his accumulated karma had rendered his cultivation progress agonizingly sluggish. He had exhausted countless methods to rid himself of this karmic interference, yet none prevailed. Only through ancient clan records did he learn that the power of virtue and fortune could accelerate cultivation, one of the reasons the once dominant primordial three clans had declined from their zenith. Though a golden immortal could be considered formidable within the primordial continent, it was merely the threshold of true strength. Where could he possibly obtain virtue and fortune? It was only during his travels across the land that he heard the name River Styx, lord of the literary Tao, wielder of boundless virtue. Later, rumors spread of the founding of the Azura sect, which possessed both virtue and fortune. Yet, at the time, Kong Xian had been unwilling to bow beneath a quasi-saint. He had even contemplated seeking tutelage under the three pure ones, only to abandon the notion. The three teachings, self-proclaimed orthodox heirs of Pangu, were prideful and aloof. How could they possibly accept one burdened by karma? Moreover, accepting him would taint their sect's fortune. Without immense virtue, his karmic shackles could never be undone. Then came the day the River Styx unveiled his overwhelming might, crushing the last vestiges of Kong Xian's pride. Resolute, he journeyed here, yet his heart trembled with uncertainty. Would the River Styx accept him? After all, doing so would squander precious virtue. But in the next breath, the hesitation in his eyes vanished, replaced by steely resolve. I have not come empty-handed. I bring the sincerity of my Phoenix clan. Just then, the River Styx's voice reached his ears. Kong Xian's face brightened with joy as he lifted his gaze toward the figure. Chapter 91. Kong Xian joins the Azura sect, internal strife among the witch clan there. Above the vast western sea, stood a crimson figure, feet resting upon the karmic flame red lotus, twin azure and rainbow swords hovering behind him. His jet-black hair, tied into a high ponytail, flowed with effortless grace. His piercing eyes, sharp as blades yet tinged with languid indifference, exuded an eerie, captivating aura. The sea winds billowed his scarlet robes, enhancing his ethereal presence. Not a trace of Tao intent radiated from him, as if he were merely a dashing swordsman. The Tao, in its purest form, returns to simplicity. Sensing the River Styx's impeccably restrained aura, devoid of any ostentation, Kong Xian marveled inwardly. The impression that Mingyi left on him was markedly different from that of the three purities he had encountered before. The three purities, each one loftily proud, exuded an aura of authority, as if they feared that others might not recognize their saintly nature. In stark contrast, the venerable Mingyi before him appeared significantly more unassuming. It was utterly inconceivable to associate the present Mingyi with the formidable figure that had recently wreaked havoc in the demon court. As Kong Xian stood there, lost in thought while gazing at Mingyi, he noticed the elder subtly raise an eyebrow. Quickly, Kong Xian approached and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, saying, I am Kong Xian of the Phoenix clan, paying my respects to Senior Mingyi. Upon hearing this, Mingyi felt a surge of astonishment. Kong Xian, the one endowed with multicolored divine light, a pinnacle of strength beneath the saints? The very being revered as the national guardian beast of the Shang dynasty, who preferred to serve as the commander of the Sand Mountain Pass. What brought him to my Blood Sea continent? As Mingyi regarded Kong Xian, confusion clouded his mind. Just then, Kong Xian once again clasped his fists and bowed deeply. I have heard that the Shura sect embraces the talented of the vast wilderness. I, unworthy as I am, wish to join the ranks of the Shura sect. At these words, Mingyi's heart trembled even more. Kong Xian desires to join my Shura sect? Mingyi could scarcely believe his ears. As far as he was aware, Kong Xian was a being without affiliation, having risen to the pinnacle of strength just beneath the saints solely through his own prowess, a mere step away from where Mingyi stood at the time. Now, The notion that Kang Xian sought to enter his fold was nothing short of astonishing. However, Mingyi understood that the innate three clans bore immense karmic burdens due to the calamity of Long On, which had shattered the primordial earth. Should he consent to Kang Xian joining the Azura sect, it was inevitable that he would need to assist in alleviating the heavy karma that weighed upon him. What Mingyi did not anticipate was that an even greater surprise lay ahead. Suddenly, Kang Xian produced an object from his sleeve and continued. Junior is aware that my Yuan Feng clan is burdened with karma. As the holy son of the Phoenix clan, my own burden is even greater. Thus, if Senior Mingyi would accept me, the elders of my clan have proclaimed that from this day forth, the Yuan Feng clan shall stand united with the Azura sect, sharing both fortune and misfortune. As his words fell, Kang Xian held aloft a token radiating fiery energy, embossed with the image of a phoenix. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though a genuine phoenix was poised to take flight from the token. This token contains the bloodline inheritance and cultivation methods of my Phoenix clan. Faced with this unexpected revelation, Mingyi narrowed his eyes, contemplating the pros and cons. If he were to accept Kang Xian into his fold, he would have to bear the karmic burden alongside him, assisting in its resolution. Of course, he could choose not to alleviate it. Yet, what difference would that make if he were to take on a burdened individual of little worth? But what would transpire if he chose not to take Kang Xian in? The River Styx felt a tinge of regret. Not to mention, in the original storyline, Kang Xian alone managed to cultivate himself to the quasi-sage level despite being burdened with so much karmic retribution. His innate talent was truly extraordinary. Even the mere fact that he possessed the bloodline inheritance method of the Yuan Phoenix clan was incredibly alluring. Although it wasn't of much help to the River Styx at the moment, it held great significance for the Azura sect. Moreover, the River Styx greatly admired Kang Xian's character. Having pledged to become the divine guardian beast of the Shang dynasty, he remained until its very downfall before departing. Such loyalty and righteousness were qualities the River Styx cherished. Thus, in the end, the River Styx agreed to Kang Xian's request. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my fifth disciple. However, before joining, you must swear a great Tao oath. This is not directed at you alone. Every disciple who joins the core of the Azura sect must swear such an oath. The River Styx received the cultivation technique inheritance token from Kang Xian's hand into its sleeve. I, Kang Xian, swear this before the great Tao as my witness. After Kang Xian made the solemn oath to the great Tao, in the depths of fate, there lies a response. At the very moment when Kang Xian became the fifth disciple of the River of the Underworld, a soft exclamation escaped the depths of Ming He's heart. Just moments ago, he suddenly sensed the surge of the fortune and power of the Azura sect. Has the power of fortune increased? Could it be that Kang Xian was the catalyst for this change? After the initial astonishment, Mingyi swiftly contemplated a possibility. To his surprise, could it be that there was such a fortunate opportunity in becoming a disciple of Kang Xian? The River of the Underworld cast a subtle glance at Kang Xian. Upon noticing the swirling black karma resembling a tornado atop his head, he summoned forth the golden wheel of merit behind him. Thud. With the resonant sound of the Tao manifesting, the dazzling golden wheel of merit suddenly appeared above the western sea. The moment the wheel emerged, Kang Xian felt a profound lightness in his shoulders, and his mind cleared considerably. He looked up and saw that under the illumination of the wheel, the karma above his head seemed to encounter an adversary, desperately attempting to flee. However, it was firmly pinned to his crown by an unseen force, rendering it unable to escape, only able to struggle weakly. Ultimately, it dissipated gradually amidst moans, albeit at a sluggish pace. Kang Xian estimated that if he could bask in the golden light of the wheel daily, the burdens of his karma would dissolve within a span of 10,000 years. Merely this radiance could instigate such a transformation in his karma? How profound must the power of merit be? If it were directly employed to combat this karma, he could hardly fathom the scene that would unfold. Kang Xian's heart raced with astonishment. Just then, he noticed the slender fingers of the River of the Underworld gently point towards him. A strand of merit power was drawn from the wheel, ultimately coalescing into a winged copper coin. Clink. The crisp sound of coins landing before Kang Xian echoed. A total of 10,000 merit coins, surely enough to alleviate your karma. With that, the River of the Underworld turned expressionlessly towards the Blood Sea continent and departed. Go on. Kang Xian hastily gathered the merit coins into his embrace, elatedly following the River of the Underworld towards the Blood Sea continent. Upon entering, he was met with even more astonishing revelations awaiting him. In Mount Buzhou, within the ancestral witch hall, Xing Tian had fully absorbed the ancestral witch's blood of Hutu and opened his eyes. Feeling the terrifying power radiating from within, he clenched his fists tightly. In the next moment, a formidable aura of the ancestral witch emanated from Xing Tian's being. Observing this, the other ancestral witches nearby couldn't help but smile. Splendid. Congratulations to our witch clan for the emergence of another ancestral witch. Xing Tian, in the time to come, strive to comprehend the laws within the blood and master them swiftly. Yes. On the other side, Gong Gong spoke joyfully. I told you Hutu would not neglect our witch clan. Did she not hastily deliver the ancestral witch's blood? I was right, wasn't I? Zhu Rong, facing Gong Gong's veiled mockery, looked somewhat perturbed. Even as Xing Tian has fused with the ancestral witch's blood, how long will it take for him to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of quasi-saint? At this moment, hearing these words, Xing Tian confidently patted his chest and declared, Rest assured, Lord Zhurong, I will surely achieve a breakthrough to the quasi-saint pinnacle before the battle of witch and demon. Gong Gong interjected sarcastically. Did you hear that? Xing Tian possesses ample confidence. Zhurong scoffed, stating that this only attests to Xing Tian's good aptitude. What does that have to do with Hutu? She is merely a self-serving individual, indifferent to the greater good of our witch clan for her own ascendance to sainthood. You are being unreasonable, Zhurong. Gong Gong retorted angrily. You are the unreasonable one, continuously defending Hutu. She is no longer an ancestral witch. Yet, Hutu is still concerned for our witch clan. Nonsense. Zhurong, do you wish to fight? Let us do it. I have long found you displeasing. In an instant, the joyous atmosphere surrounding Xing Tian's ascension to ancestral witch transformed dramatically. The figures of Gong Gong and Zhurong vanished from the ancestral witch hall. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed over Mount Buzhou. The members of the witch tribe emerged from their dwellings, gazing upward. Chapter 92. The Fall of Mount Buzhou Blood Sea Continent. In the Azura Palace, a figure sat cross-legged upon a mat, an overwhelming aura of slaughter enveloping him. Behind him, the golden wheel of merit spun continuously. Strands of merit power swirling rapidly within it. As the merit power whirled, the murderous aura emanating from the river of the underworld intensified. Suddenly, the golden wheel of merit came to an abrupt halt. Simultaneously, a towering black pillar of light appeared in the void behind the river of the underworld, shimmering with brilliance, revealing an array of Tao symbols. Boom! An overwhelming aura of slaughter instantaneously engulfed the entire Blood Sea continent, prompting countless beings to look up in awe, murmuring, "What new insight has Father God attained? This aura seems rather terrifying." The spectators gazed at the black Tao manifestation looming above the Blood Sea continent, their eyes filled with shock and admiration. This scene had occurred once before, when a blood-red pillar appeared in the sky. However, this time, the black pillar was distinctly more alarming than the previous crimson one. The mere sight of the black pillar felt akin to touching a blade radiating a chilling aura, causing one's eyes to ache and a sense of violent fervor to swell within. It ignited a fierce desire to engage in battle at that very moment. Fortunately, the massive black pillar vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, allowing the inhabitants of the Blood Sea continent to exhale in relief and collapse to the ground, casting wary glances towards the Azura Palace. That aura was truly terrifying. At the moment, the dark, murderous Tao manifested above the Blood Sea continent, in the midst of chaos. Far removed from the primordial continent, lay a place perpetually shrouded in black mist and eerie silence. Many creatures traversing the chaos instinctively avoided this area, their gazes filled with trepidation. They understood that within this black mist resided a terrifying presence. Numerous beings that had passed through were mercilessly ensnared, ultimately ceasing their struggles amidst harrowing screams. At this moment, a figure seated atop a black lotus abruptly opened his eyes, a terrifying aura of slaughter erupting from his gaze. He turned his attention towards the direction of the primordial continent, as if piercing through the dense chaos to behold the land. The Tao of slaughter, proving the Tao through strength? Who could it be? After a prolonged silence, he burst into hearty laughter. Hong Jun, oh Hong Jun. Even if you have grievously wounded me and banished me from the primordial realm, what of it? The Tao of slaughter is immortal. My path is never solitary. After a fit of maniacal laughter, the individual fixed their gaze intently upon the distant primordial continent, ultimately resigning to close their eyes in discontent. The swirling black mist gradually regained its tranquility. In the face of this scene unfolding amidst the chaos, not a single being within the primordial realm took notice. Not even the one residing in the palace of purple clouds, who remained utterly oblivious. At this moment, within the Blood Sea continent, the river of the underworld felt the ominous presence of the path of slaughter behind him, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. The path of slaughter had finally ascended to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Henceforth, should he encounter the combined forces of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang, he would effortlessly suppress them with a mere flick of his hand. The path of slaughter, now transcended into the primordial golden immortal, was no longer what it once was. Its terrifying destructive power, if faced with the celestial star array again, would easily rend it asunder. Just as the river of the underworld reveled in the joy of his breakthrough, his heart still tumultuous with elation, a thunderous rumble echoed across the Blood Sea continent. Once more, an unusual phenomenon unfolded. Beside the Shura Palace, a towering tree of celestial origin erupted into existence. Upon its branches, radiant light swirled, and the sound of the great Tao resonated. The moment he sensed the aura of that celestial tree, the figure of the river of the underworld vanished from the grand hall, only to reappear beside the tree an instant later. Soon, a voice emanated from within the celestial tree. Ancestor, I have finally succeeded. Upon perceiving the joy in that voice, the river of the underworld nodded in satisfaction. Lingzhuer, congratulations on your successful breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm. In the next moment, the celestial tree in the sky vanished without a trace, and Ling Zhuer, clad in emerald robes, appeared at the river of the underworld side. Ancestor, yes, stabilize your cultivation. It won't be long before immense merit will require your assistance. With her eyes slightly narrowed, she contemplated the matters that lay ahead. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. What had transpired? The expression of the River Styx subtly shifted as its consciousness extended beyond the Blood Sea. The sound emanated from the direction of Mount Bujo on the primordial continent. It appeared that the distant Mount Bujo was under assault from an overwhelming force, beginning to tilt and collapse. In that moment, the sky of the primordial realm seemed to lean as well, ultimately succumbing to ruin. The river of heaven surged backward, and celestial flames descended. The beings surrounding Mount Bujo in the primordial realm faced utter catastrophe at that instant. A grave realization dawned. Mount Bujo has fallen. Mingyi was utterly astonished. He then turned to Ling Zhuor beside him, a smile gracing his face. Ling Zhuor, there is no need to solidify your foundation any longer. Come with me to Mount Bujo. What for, ancestor? Amidst Ling Zhuor's exclamations, Mingyi had already grasped her hand. Vanishing from the Blood Sea continent and speeding toward Mount Bujo. This power of merit shall be mine. Chapter 93. The Return of Humanity. Chiwa rescues all beings of the primordial chaos. When Mingyi arrived at Mount Bujo, the three pure ones, residing in Kunlun Mountain, had already gathered there. Among them, Taiji Laozu wielded the Taiji diagram, strenuously resisting the collapsing Mount Bujo. Yuqing Yuanshi summoned the celestial auspicious clouds to block the flooding waters of the heavenly river. Shaoqing Tongtian continuously wielded the four swords of extermination to sever the heavenly fire surging from the chaotic space. They were bustling with activity. Upon catching sight of Mingyi's figure appearing in their line of vision, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that at last, a formidable ally had come to their aid. Mingyi, my friend? In the next moment, under their watchful gazes, the river of Hades strode away without a backward glance. Departed? He has arrived. Has he left again? The venerable Tachin could hardly contain his frustration. It dawned on him that the river of Hades, upon witnessing the collapse of Mount Bujo, was suddenly struck by a thought. He contemplated that the human race need not traverse millions of miles to reach the Blood Sea continent. Would it not be splendid to seize this opportunity and transport the Blood Sea continent closer? Once this notion arose from the depths of his heart, it became an indelible presence, swirling incessantly in his mind. Excellent. If that is the case, let us hasten to summon the human race back. The sage's consciousness surged into action, swiftly enveloping the vast expanse of the primordial land. Before long, the river of Hades discovered the whereabouts of the human race. Today, the lamplighting Taoist was in splendid spirits, filled with gratitude towards the venerable ancestor of the river of Hades for entrusting him with the task of escorting the human race to the Blood Sea continent. Throughout this journey, he bore witness to the resilience and unity of the human race, enlightening him on the essence of perseverance and the eternal passing of the torch. It is no wonder that the river of Hades held such affection for humanity. In this moment, the lamplighting Taoist seemed to grasp a profound understanding. The reason why the ancestor of the underworld river treats the human race in such a manner is not only due to the close relationship between the Saints in Hua and the ancestor, but also because of the admirable qualities inherent in humanity. Simultaneously, under the influence of the human race, the mindset of Ran Ding, who had initially wished to escape upon encountering misfortune, began to undergo a subtle transformation. This change instilled in Ran Ding a renewed conviction regarding the path of the great Tao, illuminating the road ahead with greater clarity. At that moment, Ran Ding swiftly led the human race to alter their course, returning to Mount Bujo. Suddenly, the voice of the ancestor of the underworld river echoed in Ran Ding's mind, causing him to look up in confusion towards the direction of Mount Bujo. In an instant, as Mount Bujo collapsed, all the powerful beings above the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm in the vast wilderness heard the voice. Thus, Ran Ding was left pondering the reason behind the ancestor of the underworld river's insistence on having the human race return to Mount Bujo. Especially when the mountain was fraught with peril, the collapse of the celestial pillar hinted at potential disasters. He began to doubt whether the voice had indeed come from the ancestor of the underworld river himself. At that moment, from the direction of Mount Bujo, the ancestor of the underworld river summoned the fiery red lotus of karma. The boundless flames of the red lotus surged with fury, scattering clouds across a radius of millions of miles, turning the sky a fiery crimson. Sensing the supreme red lotus fire, Ran Ding confirmed the identity of the ancestor of the underworld river. Such flames could not be feigned. Though uncertain of the ancestor's motives behind such a command, Ran Ding respectfully bowed. He then summoned the figures of Suiren and Yu Chao from among the crowd, conveying the ancestor's intentions. Upon hearing Ran Ding's words, Suiren and Yu Chao reacted in stark contrast to him, instinctively questioning whether the ancestor of the underworld river had ulterior motives. They harbored no doubts about the ancestor's sincerity and certainly did not suspect any change of heart. Their faith in the ancestor was unwavering, indicative of the reputation he held among the human race. Without further hesitation, Suiren and Yu Chao promptly issued orders for everyone to change their course and head towards Mount Bujo. The words of Suiren and Yu Chao instantly incited a commotion among the human race below. Why were they returning to Mount Bujo? Hadn't they agreed to go to the Blood Sea continent? Did the ancestors decide against that journey? What prompted this sudden change of heart? Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Suiren cleared his throat and raised his hand, signaling for silence. The ancestor of the River of Oblivion remained oblivious to the myriad thoughts that the human race harbored due to a mere command of his. Even if he were aware, he would have no inclination to address them. At this moment, after communicating with the radiant lamp, he returned once more to the vicinity of Mount Bujo. At this juncture, with the concerted efforts of the three pure ones and their allies, the situation had been momentarily brought under control. The river of Hades gazed upon the foot of Mount Bujo, where the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness were engulfed by the boundless waters of the celestial river and the calamity of heavenly flames. With a powerful sweep of his long sleeves, he summoned the seven-gored children of the human race from afar, transporting them with his divine prowess. Just as they appeared to still be in a state of bewilderment, the river of Hades slowly opened its mouth. As the guardian of my Azura sect, one must possess the awareness to protect the myriad beings of the primordial chaos. Below, the myriad beings were ensnared in an abyss of suffering, requiring your assistance. Hurry forth. Subsequently, the river of Hades discreetly transmitted a message to the seven individuals. Swiftly aid the heavenly Tao in rescuing the myriad beings of the primordial chaos, for such actions shall yield merit. Upon hearing these words, the seven gored children exchanged glances, then turned to the river of Hades with resolute expressions, proclaiming, "To safeguard the myriad beings of the primordial chaos is our bounden duty." With strides of righteousness, they soared towards the site of calamity. The eldest and second child collaborated, with the second child scouting the disaster while the eldest and third swiftly cleared fallen trees, liberating the trapped beings below. The fourth and fifth children hastily consumed the waters of the heavenly river and the flames of the heavens. The sixth child occasionally appeared before the eldest, second, and third, assisting the rescued beings, only to reappear before the seventh child, placing the saved beings upon the enlarged gourd. In that moment, the seven gourd children were engrossed in their fervent endeavors. Observing their industrious figures below, the river of Hades nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze. There, he beheld Nuwa, her fair feet treading upon the map of mountains and rivers, emerging from the chaos into the primordial realm. Nuwa disregarded the three pure ones and swiftly approached the river of Hades. "I have come to greet you, Taoist friend of the river of Hades. Might I inquire about your esteemed opinion?" Chapter 94. Nuwa mends the heavens. Where were you all when she was mending the heavens? Seeing Nuwa bypass the three of them to approach the river of Hades directly, the three pure ones felt displeased. "We are your senior brothers. How can you treat us so?" When Nuwa inquired of the river of Hades regarding the situation at hand, their discontent grew. Clearly, it was they who had toiled here for half the day, while the river of Hades merely cast a glance. Why did she not ask us instead? We are far more acquainted with this place. Each of them gazed at the river of Hades with eyes filled with resentment and envy, jealous that their junior sister seemed closer to an outsider. Ignoring the gazes of the three pure ones, Nuwa continued her discourse. Mingi lifted his gaze toward the vast spatial rift above Mount Bujo, alongside the gaping chasms that erupted with water and flames. Seemingly enlightened, he spoke, "Taoist Nuwa. The most pressing matter at hand is to swiftly mend this celestial breach. I possess some Shirong in this fragment of the treasure rock. I ask you, dear Nuwa, to employ the Qian Kuan cauldron to refine them and ascertain if we can seal this rift." As his words fell, a palm-sized piece of Shirong and a boulder-sized fragment of treasure rock appeared in Mingi's hands. Observing these items, the Sanqing reflected on a past event that transpired beside the treasure rock, where Mingi single-handedly withstood their combined onslaught and seized a spiritual treasure from their grasp. He had even managed to snatch another from the hands of the Western Saints amidst their assault, ultimately escaping with the treasure rock. What extraordinary fortune he possessed. Who would have imagined this fragment would prove useful here? Yuqing Yuanshi, who had always looked down upon Mingi, expressed his jealousy. Taiji Laozu, however, maintained a calm demeanor. Fixated on Mingi's figure, his mind shrouded in contemplation, a flicker of shadow crossing his gaze. "Just wait, there will come a time for your lamentation." Meanwhile, Tog Tian could not help but thump his thigh, exclaiming, "Mingi, my friend, your prowess is indeed remarkable, to produce such a treasure to mend the heavens." As Mingi presented his treasures, Nuwa pondered for a moment before retrieving 5 stones of varying hues from her bosom. Subsequently, she summoned the Qian Kuan cauldron and cast in the Shirong, the treasure rock, and the 5 colored stones. After a span of 81 days, a radiant beam of light soared from the cauldron. With a commanding cry, Nuwa urged Tong Tian and Yuanshi to step aside. Once they complied, she pointed her verdant fingers toward the cauldron, sending forth a luminous orb shimmering with 5 colors toward the enormous void in the sky. The orb expanded with the wind and soon reached the rift, merging seamlessly with the heavens. Within mere breaths, as a stream of light spiraled, the mending orb fused with the sky, becoming indistinguishable from it. In that instant, the 5-colored radiance enveloped the entire sky above Mount Bujo, drawing the attention of countless beings who gazed upward in awe. The heavens have been restored? No longer do they leak. Splendid. The myriad beings at the foot of Mount Bujo erupted in joyous exclamations. Not far from the mountain, Ran Ding, upon witnessing the 5-colored glow, murmured, "What transpired there? What role has the master played in this?" Meanwhile, the human populace, captivated by the brilliance, remarked, "So beautiful. What has occurred at Mount Bujo? Could this be the reason the ancestor Mingi summoned us back?" In an instant, the previously despondent atmosphere among the humans transformed into one of eager anticipation, their hearts brimming with curiosity about the ancestor's intentions. Upon witnessing the successful restoration of the sky, Nuwa, Mingi, and every saint present collectively sighed in relief. As celestial beings, their cultivation was intertwined with the very fabric of the primordial Tao. Only with the eternal existence of the primordial world could they achieve immortality. Thus, when such a monumental event unfolded, it was impossible for them to remain passive. Moreover, the absence of Daozu Hongjun signified his trust in these heavenly saints, believing them capable of resolving the crisis. Naturally, they all desired a smooth resolution to the matter of the heavenly breach. Next, their gazes turned toward the precariously leaning pillar of heaven atop Mount Buzhou, their expressions laden with concern. How could they prevent this pillar from collapsing? Shall we saints take turns supporting it? Proposed Taiji Laozu, suggesting that the power of the saints could sustain the pillar's stability. However, it cannot rest upon the shoulders of just one saint. We must alternate, remarked Yuqing Yuanshi after a moment of thought. This is not feasible, even as saints. We must continue our cultivation and cannot remain here indefinitely. Perhaps we should forge numerous spiritual treasures to uphold the pillar instead. Yet, Yuanshi shook his head, stating, that is impractical. Even I, with my 100 talents, cannot concoct such formidable combined treasures, nor can I guarantee their permanence. What then shall we do? The assembly fell into contemplation. Just then, a resonant voice echoed from nearby. I concur with Taiji's suggestion. Let us, Junti and I, remain here at Mount Buzhou to support the pillar. The crowd turned to see the Western saints approaching, gleaming in golden light. Since you all are unwilling to remain here for this task, devoted as you are to your cultivation, we, recognizing our limited talents, would be best suited to this endeavor. Upon hearing this, the Sanqing exchanged glances, each discerning the reluctance in the other's eyes. Taiji Laozu promptly responded, I believe my second brother is correct. We saints must prioritize our cultivation. Fellow Jane, you and your companion must understand that you need to focus on your own growth rather than squander time here. Taiji's refusal was gracious yet firm. Jane shook his head, retorting, in comparison to the myriad beings of the primordial world, what does our cultivation amount to? We are willing to assist. Before Jane could finish, Yuqing Yuanshi coldly interjected, this is a matter of the East. How can you Westerners interject? Moreover, are you not aware of your true intentions? Jane hastily replied, Taoist Yuqing, your words are misguided. This is a matter of great significance for the primordial world. It knows no boundaries. At that moment, Tog Tian also stepped forward, exclaiming, Bah! You two simply wish to use this pretext to remain in our eastern lands for your own cultivation. Yet you cloak it in the guise of concern for the myriad beings. How shameless. Where were you during the restoration of the heavens? Junti, unwilling to yield, stepped forward, the seven treasures mysterious tree in hand, brimming with potential. Observing Junti's demeanor, Tong Tian displayed a hint of disdain, his eyes widening in incredulity. What? Have I spoken in error? We are all saints, who is unaware of whom? While we were laboring tirelessly above, what were the two of you secretly plotting below? This statement from Tong Tian bore a mix of truth and a veiled challenge toward Junti and his companion. The moment the two Western saints emerged at the edge of Buzhou Mountain, the three pure ones had already sensed their presence. However, they remained oblivious to the specifics of their subsequent actions, as the two saints from the West had concealed their aura. Faced with Tong Tian's inquiry, Junti was momentarily at a loss. At this juncture, Jian interjected with a smile, since Tong Tian Dao friend has already uncovered our presence, let us speak plainly. Indeed, we arrived long ago. We have observed the suffering of the beings of Hong Huang, ensnared in the calamities of nature. Compassion stirred within us. We could not bear to witness their plight. Tong Tian interrupted with a fierce retort. Bah! Spare me your pretentiousness about compassion. Why not cast your own merit-laden golden lotus to the myriad beings of Hong Huang, allowing them to evade disaster? He continued, enough. I shall not indulge in your riddles. If you seek to conspire against the eastern lands, let me be clear, it is impossible. Jia Yin's expression faltered. Very well, let us not waste breath on this matter. If you two continue to bicker here, do not blame me for the ruthless edge of the sword of extermination. As Tong Tian's words echoed, the four swords of extermination, hovering behind him, resonated ominously, enveloping Jia Yin and Junti in a palpable aura of menace. Simultaneously, Laozi of Taiqing and Yuanshi of Yuqing also regarded Jia Yin and Junti with menacing intent. Witnessing this scene, Jia Yin hastily waved his hand with a forced smile. Why resort to hostility? If it is not feasible, so be it. Why escalate to violence? Realizing Jia Yin's capitulation, Tong Tian snorted dismissively, then turned his gaze toward Laozi and Yuhua. I once traversed the northern sea and learned of a mysterious tortoise possessing 4 limbs. Resembling a towering mountain, insurmountable, akin to the celestial pillar of Buzhou Mountain. Why not sever the tortoise's limbs? They could undoubtedly support this pillar. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances before directing their attention to Yuhua. We believe stabilizing the 4 corners with the limbs of the mysterious tortoise is a viable plan. What does Sister Yuhua think? Yuhua did not respond immediately, but instead gazed toward the river of the underworld, her silence speaking volumes. Noticing Yuhua's apparent inclination towards the river of the underworld's perspective, the 3 pure ones were filled with heartache. Is she not our sister? Jia Yin and Junti, meanwhile, were taken aback. Although they knew Yuhua had been present during the creation of humanity, they presumed her bond with the river of the underworld to be strong. However, they were unaware of the river's subsequent actions toward humanity, leaving them astonished by Yuhua's apparent deference to the river's opinions. Yuhua is a saint. What merit does the river of the underworld possess? Subsequently, they calculated and gleaned some truths about humanity, which somewhat alleviated their shock, though they remained incredulous. They speculated that the River of the Underworld's actions for humanity were motivated by a desire to win Yua's favor. Yet, the current circumstances seemed to suggest the opposite. As their thoughts drifted back to the moments of their earlier deductions, they recalled a being from Hong Huang speaking words that hinted at the profound relationship between Saint Nuwa and the River of the Underworld. They exchanged knowing glances. And as their gaze returned to Nuwa and the River of the Underworld, it was laden with significance. Upon receiving Nuwa's glance, the River of the Underworld mused inwardly. The opportunity has arrived. After feigning contemplation, he spoke slowly. The collapse of the celestial pillar could be addressed through alternative means of support or repair, which is an excellent approach. Tong Tian Dao friend, your idea of using the tortoise's limbs to uphold the heavens and earth is indeed commendable. Just as he finished speaking, Tong Tian immediately summoned his power, his form flickering. Since no one is opposed, there is no time to waste. I shall journey to the northern sea at once. With his words resonating, he had already traversed several thousand zhang. At that moment, the River of the Underworld shifted, leaving behind a trail of crimson mist. In the next instant, he appeared in Tong Tian's path. Tong Tian Dao friend, please hold. River of the Underworld, do you have something to say? Tong Tian looked at him, puzzled. While slaying the northern sea tortoise to save all of Hong Huang is indeed a meritorious deed, I possess an even better solution. What? Tong Tian was taken aback by the river's words. Although eliminating the tortoise could avert the crisis of the celestial pillar's collapse, the tortoise would inevitably perish if deprived of its limbs. If the River of the Underworld had a superior alternative, why not embrace it? I have an object that can uphold the heavens, substitute for Buzhou Mountain, and protect Hong Huang. However, upon hearing the river's proclamation, the saints present were filled with skepticism. To their knowledge, nothing capable of replacing Buzhou Mountain existed in the vast expanse of Hong Huang. Just how immense was Buzhou Mountain? It could be said that half of the Hong Huang land was encompassed by it. If such a replacement existed, they would have discovered it long ago. It could not have gone unnoticed. Unless the Dao ancestor intervened to reverse time and reshape the world, they were left with no choice but to slay the tortoise. As for the river's assertions, they held no belief in them. Only Nuwa timely inquired, River of the Underworld, what concerns do you harbor? Please, River of the Underworld, share your thoughts without reservation. Do not keep us in suspense. Time is of the essence, urged Laozi of Taiching, who was straining under the weight of Buzhou Mountain. He was eager to see what the River of the Underworld could possibly propose. Please, River of the Underworld, elucidate your plan. Do not delay any further. If you lack a suitable solution, I shall proceed to the northern sea. Tong Tian declared, his agitation palpable. Very well. I shall disclose my intentions. I can restore the collapsed Buzhou Mountain, but I require a promise from you all. Assist me with a minor favor after this matter. River of the Underworld, it would be prudent to disclose this in advance. Otherwise, if you request our aid in any nefarious deeds, how could we lend our assistance? Moreover, you have yet to explain how you intend to repair the celestial pillar. How could we easily acquiesce to your request? As soon as the words of the River of Hades fell, Laozi of Taiching awakened and spoke clearly. Upon witnessing the River of Hades step forward, the Western receiver's eyes flickered with intrigue. He understood that the River of Hades was not one to speak without purpose, and thus hesitated to respond. Esteemed friend of the River of Hades, please elucidate. If conditions permit, we in the West may indeed consider your proposition. Meanwhile, Nuwa gazed at the River of Hades with admiration, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Friend of the River of Hades, is this truly the case? Can you truly mend the celestial pillar? This is simply magnificent. What is your request? I shall certainly grant it. In that moment, numerous sages turned their inquisitive gazes towards the River of Hades. Higi, it is not a difficult task, nor does it require any sacrifice on your part. The River Styx smiled faintly, then with a flicker of his mind, a crisp sound resonated as a golden halo of virtue manifested behind him. The moment the halo appeared, every sage present was momentarily dazed, their hearts trembling with awe that lingered long after. Chapter 96, The Birth of the Virtue Coin. So much virtue power? How could there possibly be this much virtue power? I always wondered why no trace of virtue power could be sensed upon the River Styx, despite his countless righteous deeds. So it had condensed into a halo of virtue. Before this, I assumed all his virtue had been expended to purify the boundless blood sea of its foul miasma. But now, it seems this blood sea holds mysteries beyond our understanding. With such an abundance of virtue power, why has he not ascended to sainthood through it? In that instant, myriad thoughts flashed through the minds of the sages. All were stunned by the radiant halo of virtue shimmering behind the River Styx. They could scarcely fathom the heights they might reach, were they to possess such vast virtue power. Then, the River Styx spoke once more. I wish to create a currency, one that circulates solely among cultivators. I shall name it the Virtue Coin. Virtue Coin? Could it be? Being sages. The moment they heard his words, their gazes instinctively turned toward the golden radiance behind him. The River Styx nodded slightly, with a subtle stirring of his mind. The coin of fortune emerged from the halo of virtue. Under the perplexed yet expectant gazes of the assembled sages, a wisp of virtuous energy drifted from the radiant halo, passing through the square hole of the coin of fortune. Clink. In the next instant, accompanied by a crystalline chime, golden coins shimmering with divine light materialized before the revered immortals. As the river of the underworld gently waved his sleeve, a merit coin materialized before each of the saints. Is this truly the merit coin? Nuwa gazed curiously at the golden currency in her hand, sensing the latent power of virtue within. Subsequently, she turned her gaze back to the river of the underworld, and the admiration in her eyes became even more pronounced. Dear friend of the river of the underworld, what purpose does this merit coin serve? Unlike Nuwa, Laozi of Taiji was more concerned with the coin's utility. Just as cultivators require spirit stones to enhance their cultivation, many of them reach a bottleneck in their progress, desperately seeking the Tao yet finding it elusive. Indeed, within the primordial chaos, numerous beings burdened by karma struggle to break through their limits. In such times, the assistance of the merit coin becomes essential. Yuqing Yuanshi disdainfully tossed the merit coin back into the hands of the river of the underworld. What difference does this make compared to the power of virtue? Merely a clever trick to attract attention. Moreover, those ensnared by karma lack sufficient blessings. Why should we concern ourselves with their fate? At this moment, the sage Tongtian interjected hastily. No, brother, you're mistaken. Heaven embodies the virtue of benevolence, and the Tao ancestor has proclaimed that from the great Tao, 50 is derived. And the heavens yield 49, leaving one to be seized. The Tao will indeed provide a glimmer of hope to the beings of the primordial chaos. With this merit coin, the denizens of the primordial chaos are granted an additional path to salvation. River of the underworld, do you find my reasoning sound? In response to Tongtian's inquiry, the river of the underworld nodded affirmatively. What you say is indeed true, dear friend Tongtian. With this merit coin, the beings of the primordial chaos gain a chance for redemption, a chance for rebirth, and an opportunity to glimpse the great Tao. However, deep within, the river of the underworld harbored different thoughts. This merit coin possesses such capabilities? I merely sought to amass a bit of virtue for myself. The River Styx created these merit coins precisely for the day when the Blood Sea continent would emerge before all living beings. It would inevitably attract a massive influx of creatures from the primordial chaos. At that time, he could collect rent. Fellow Taoist of the Styx, this is indeed a virtuous act. Just then, Jane, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. To offer all beings of the primordial chaos a chance to repent and reform. The sea of bitterness has no bounds, yet repentance is the shore. Truly, fellow Taoist of the Styx shares a profound connection with our Western teachings. In this matter, our Western sect shall certainly lend our utmost assistance to you. The river of the underworld cast a calm glance at the guiding figure, secretly reflecting that he had no connection with the West. Let whoever has ties find their own. Nonetheless, he expressed his gratitude for the support received. Thank you, fellow Taoist. At this moment, the Western sect had acquiesced to the conditions set forth by the river of the underworld. Nuwa, without needing to inquire further, was already in close alliance with him. Among the three pure ones, the upper pure Tongtian appeared to have no objections, while the jade pure Yuanshi regarded the situation with disdain, directing his gaze towards the grand pure Laozi, who held a merit coin and remained silent. After a prolonged silence, Laozi sighed softly. If fellow Taoist of the underworld can indeed repair the heavenly pillar today, we shall acquiesce to this matter. He toyed with the merit coin for a considerable time, still unable to fathom the intentions of the river of the underworld. This was merely a currency condensed from the power of merit, yet he was aware that the river of the underworld always harbored grand ambitions. It could not simply be as his third brother suggested, aimed at the myriad beings of the primordial realm. However, for the time being, he could not decipher it. Nevertheless, this matter posed no threat to him. Although slaying the Xiangui could resolve the issue of the heavenly pillar's collapse, the Xiangui was also of quasi-saint caliber. A creature of ancient lineage and a dominant force in the northern sea, teeming with life upon its back. Killing it would inevitably attract a certain degree of karmic retribution. At this juncture, the bond among the three brothers was strong, and they naturally wished to avoid tainting the hands of upper pure Tongtian with karma. Ultimately, they agreed to the matter. Just then, the jade pure Yuanshi broke the silence. Since we have already consented to the matter proposed by fellow Taoist of the underworld, Mingi, my esteemed friend, please reveal the method to mend the heavenly pillar promptly. If you cannot, it would be prudent for the third brother to venture to the northern sea to slay the Xian turtle. Indeed, Mingi, I am curious to witness what could possibly replace the unyielding support of the Buzhou mountain that upholds the heavens and the earth. Even relocating my western spirit mountain could be within the realm of possibility. It is perplexing how, at times, Zhuan-Ti aligns with the stance of the Yuqing primordial. Yet, the expressions of the others present were markedly different. Laozi of Taching and Jian remained silent, their calm countenances betraying a hint of anticipation. They were aware of Mingi's cunning and knew he would not act without purpose. Meanwhile, Inwa and Tongtian exhibited curiosity and excitement, having witnessed Mingi's countless unconventional feats. They were filled with expectation. Noting the varied expressions among the assembly, Mingi smiled serenely, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he raised a hand and beckoned towards the foot of Buzhou mountain. Lingzhuer, come forth swiftly. Chapter 97. Lingzhuer's trepidation and the legend of the Jinmu at the foot of Buzhou mountain. The surroundings bore the scars left by the violent influx of the heavenly river, a disordered scene of devastation. Lingzhuer, clad in a verdant Taoist robe, rolled up her sleeves, revealing arms as white as lotus roots. She glanced back at the multitude of ancient beings standing upon the towering mountains. a satisfied smile gracing her delicate features. Her eyes, sparkling like a star-studded sky, curved into crescent shapes as she clapped her hands enthusiastically, nodding in approval. Oh, so this is what the ancestor referred to as boundless merit. Having rescued so many ancient beings from peril, I must have garnered a considerable amount of virtue. Ling Zhuo mused. However, as soon as the ancestor Mingi brought her to Buzhou Mountain, he unceremoniously cast her downwards. Ling Zhuo gazed at the myriad ancient beings struggling in the waters of the heavenly river, her heart heavy with compassion. Recalling the ancestor's words about a significant merit related to her, she instinctively took action to rescue them. Fortunately, in addition to her cultivation, she was renowned for her diligence in tidying up the Shura Palace and the Blood Sea, making her exceptionally capable in this endeavor. Swiftly, she rescued many of the ancient beings floundering in the river, and with her quasi-saint cultivation, she summoned her true form. Countless branches darted forth, precisely retrieving a figure from the waters with remarkable speed that left even the 7 Calabash brothers in awe. They felt that they had collectively not saved as many as she had alone. Just as Ling Zhuo paused to catch her breath and surveyed her surroundings, preparing to venture to another location of Buzhou Mountain to rescue more ancient souls, she suddenly heard Ancestor Mingi's call. Ling Zhuo, come forth swiftly. Why is the ancestor calling for me at this moment? Ling Zhuo thought instinctively. Can he not see I am busy saving lives? There are still so many ancient beings in need. Pouting in confusion, she felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet, knowing the importance of the ancestor's summons, she understood that while saving lives was vital, the ancestor's matters were of even greater significance. Without hesitation, she soared into the air towards the direction of the collapsed heavenly pillar of Buzhou Mountain. In mere moments, propelled by her quasi-saint speed, Ling Zhuo appeared within the sight of the assembled saints. Sensing the aura radiating from her, the saints were struck by a fleeting thought. Why had Mingi summoned a quasi-saint at this juncture? At that moment, Mingi waved to Ling Zhuo, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he continued. She is the one who possesses the method to repair the heavenly pillar. What? Zhu and Ti and Yucheng Primordial exchanged mocking smiles directed at Mingi. Mingi, do not jest with us. The collapse of the heavenly pillar is such that even we saints can only maintain its stability with our utmost powers, but cannot claim to repair it. To fully restore it, we would require the limbs of the Xian turtle from the northern sea. How could she, a mere quasi-saint, possibly mend the heavenly pillar? Standing nearby, the previously hopeful Tong Tian felt a flicker of disbelief upon hearing Mingi's words. While he had faith in Mingi's ability to create miracles, he sensed that this time, Mingi might be facing his first failure. Meanwhile, Inhua, observing Ling Zhuo from a distance, regarded her with curious eyes. She did not perceive Mingi's words as mere jest. Rather, she believed Ling Zhuo possessed some extraordinary quality worth discovering. At this moment, Ling Zhuo arrived at Mingi's side. Upon sensing the overwhelming presence of the saints nearby, her complexion paled, and she felt her legs weaken. Each of the individuals before her held a prominent status in the vast expanse of the primordial realm. Although she too was a quasi-saint, she felt insignificant among them, unable to contend with even a single finger of theirs. Seeing the composed Mingi by her side offered her a measure of relief, her eyes filled with admiration. Truly, the ancestor was deserving of his title. Even amidst such a gathering of saints, he remained unfazed. No wonder the mosquito Taoists spoke of him as an invincible presence within the Zishu Palace. Ling Zhuo recalled the mosquito Taoists' past boast of their heroic deeds in the Zishu Palace, initially believing them to be exaggerated, but now she found them credible. Subsequently, she noticed Anhua's intense gaze upon her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she awkwardly shifted closer to Mingi. At that moment, Laozi of Taching and Jiayin from the west, who had been observing Ling Zhuo closely, suddenly sensed a distinct aura emanating from her. In the next instant, their eyes widened in astonishment as they turned to Mingi, questioning with intrigue, Mingi, could it be that this young friend possesses the essence of that illustrious being? The river of oblivion remained silent, a profound and inscrutable smile gracing his visage. The Grandmaster Taching, stroking his long beard, narrowed his eyes slightly as he gazed into the distance. This spirit bamboo must have inherited the legacy of that esteemed being. Otherwise, with her mere ordinary bamboo qualifications, it would be utterly impossible for her to transcend to the realm of quasi-saint throughout her lifetime. Beside him, the guide also smiled, remarking that if she could indeed inherit the capabilities of that existence, she could certainly substitute for the heavenly pillar, supporting the universe. However, it remains uncertain how much of that being's power this young friend could truly harness. At that moment, the impetuous Shaoqing Tong Tian could no longer endure their discourse and inquired with keen curiosity, "What are you discussing?" Yucheng Yuanshi also turned his gaze towards Grandmaster Taching, asking, "Brother, who is this esteemed being you speak of?" Taching gathered his thoughts before responding. That being is none other than the primordial divine demon, Jianmu. It is said that before the birth of the Hong Wang, the divine tree Jianmu could, with its own strength, stir the chaos and evolve the myriad worlds, where countless beings frolicked and played. Alas, after the father god Pangu opened the heavens, that being vanished from existence. Thus, should this young friend possess even a fraction of that being's strength, it would suffice to replace this faltering heavenly pillar and uphold the cosmos. How do you know of such matters, brother? Shaoqing Tong Tian asked with intrigue. Taching chuckled lightly, stating, I stumbled upon this rumor during the last calamity among the primordial three tribes. Thereafter, Taching turned his gaze towards the spirit bamboo behind the River of Oblivion, inquiring, Esteemed young friend, to what extent have you inherited Jinmu's legacy? Can you sustain this impending collapse of the heavens and earth? Upon hearing Taching's words, all the saints turned their attention towards the spirit bamboo, and sensing their fervent gazes, the spirit bamboo looked up at the River of Oblivion, seeking assistance. Mingi smiled gently at Ling Zhuer and nodded emphatically. Go forth. Fear not. Even if you do not succeed, our ancestor is here. They cannot harm you. Upon hearing these words, Ling Zhuer's anxious expression transformed into one of determination. Her gaze hardened as she set aside her usual meekness and timidity. She looked up at the fallen pillar of heaven. In the next moment, as her magical power surged, she transformed into a colossal tree that reached the sky. Chapter 98. The celestial tree supports heaven. Nua's anomaly in an instant, a towering tree, reaching hundreds of thousands of zhang in height, appeared before the assembled sages. Its branches and leaves flourished, and the robust trunk was adorned with intricate patterns. Radiance coursed through it, resonating with transcendent sounds of the Tao. On its branches, ethereal images seemed to evolve, as if a new world were about to be born. Is this the celestial tree? Witnessing this magnificent sight, the sages were struck with awe. This was merely a single Ling Zhuer, who had obtained the legacy of the celestial tree. Yet it seemed poised to penetrate the very fabric of reality and take root in chaos. It possessed unparalleled might, eternal and unyielding. An ancient aura enveloped them, desolate, eternal. What splendor would the celestial tree bring if it were to manifest in the world? At this moment, their hearts were profoundly shaken. After becoming sages, they had regarded themselves as the pinnacle of the primordial realm, believing themselves to be the strongest beings in existence. Aside from the Tao ancestor Hongjun, they could scarcely tolerate the existence of anything else. The myriad beings of the primordial world were mere playthings to them, tools for acquiring merit and fortune. Yet, now, in the presence of the celestial tree's supreme aura, they felt the chasm between themselves and the primordial deities of yore. Moreover, they were left in even greater astonishment by the thought of how the father god Pangu had managed to vanquish such formidable primordial beings. However, many sages found it peculiar that the colossal tree before them still retained some semblance of Ling Zhuer. The verdant bamboo leaves, resembling longswords, suggested that Ling Zhuer had not fully inherited the entirety of the celestial tree's legacy. The transformed Ling Zhuer let out a delicate cry, and with a surge of verdant energy and seemingly imperceptible spatial fluctuations, the colossal tree shot upwards, instantly reaching the location of the fallen pillar of heaven. Countless thick roots, like chains, emerged from its base, swiftly penetrating the hard surface of Buzhou Mountain. The branches then supported the collapsed pillar of heaven. Taiji Laozu felt a release of energy from his hand, and as the surging magical power receded, the Taiji diagram transformed into a streak of light and returned to Taiji's form. This moment was destined to be a personal showcase for Ling Zhuer. Just as Taiji Laozu withdrew his power, Ling Zhuer felt a tremendous force bearing down upon her. She had no choice but to summon all her strength to uphold the fallen pillar of heaven. "Ha!" she exclaimed, and in the blink of an eye, the green light flickered as a unique aura of the celestial tree enveloped her. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the many sages, Ling Zhuer barely managed to stabilize the fallen pillar, preventing its descent. However, it swayed precariously, as if it might collapse at any moment. Taiji Saint shook his head and turned to Mingi, saying, though the celestial tree can indeed repair or even replace the pillar to support heaven and earth, it seems this young friend possesses a rather thin legacy. Ultimately, success may be elusive. Yuqing Yuanshi chimed in, she merely carries a hint of the primordial deity's essence. To claim true inheritance is utterly foolish. Even the ever-cautious Shanqing Tongtian hesitated and suggested, perhaps I should venture to the North Sea to slay the Xuanwu? Nearby, Junti and Jian exchanged glances, their minds communicating silently. Brother, regardless of the outcome, I sense a connection between Ling Zhuer and our Western teachings. If she succeeds, the pillar's divine function could yield endless merit. If not, her kind heart and the celestial tree's legacy would surely benefit our West. How could we not prosper? In response to Junti's enthusiasm, Jian remained silent, his gaze shifting to Mingi. After a long pause, he finally replied, we shall see when the time comes. As the Buzhou mountain crumbled and the heavens fractured, he and Junti had already arrived at the mountain's periphery. Noticing the three pure ones were preoccupied with the calamity, they seized the opportunity to entice the followers of the three teachings, hoping to draw them into the Western sect. Cloaked under the sage's divine aura, they were unafraid of the three pure ones discovering their intentions. Some appeared tempted, while others remained indecisive. Thus, upon encountering Ling Zhuer, they harbored similar thoughts. Yet, Mingi was no easy adversary. Jian's gaze flickered with caution as he regarded Mingi. Among the gathered, he feared only Taiji Laozu and Mingi. One was a silent yet lethal predator, while the other possessed an inscrutable cultivation, shrouded in mystery. It seemed as if every action was calculated, yet devoid of apparent strategy. Therefore, in light of Junti's suggestion, Jian deemed it prudent to act with discretion. In the midst of this unfolding drama, no one noticed Nua's complex expression. Beneath her calm facade lay a tempest of emotions. At this moment, she appeared, after all, Ever since following the River of Hades, Ling Zhuo has scarcely encountered any storms or tribulations. She has not faced any setbacks. The journey of exploring the Great Path ultimately must be undertaken alone. The River of the Underworld could not always remain by her side. At that moment, Ling Zhuo seemed to sense the encouragement and anticipation reflected in the depths of Ming He's eyes. With a thunderous roar, Ling Zhuo's aura underwent yet another transformation. Chapter 99, Ling Zhuo's Breakthrough. Unexpected twists at the foot of the unending mountain, countless powerful beings of the Primordial Era, all at least at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal, had already been drawn by the collapse of the Heavenly Pillar. The fall of the Heavenly Pillar would not only affect the saints but would also spell disaster for them. Despite their formidable cultivation allowing them to traverse the chaos with ease, prolonged survival in the chaos was beyond their ability to endure. The overwhelming force of chaos was something they could not refine or absorb. Without a doubt, within less than 10,000 years, they would languish in the chaos. Therefore, while the saints were worried about their own positions, these great Luo Golden Immortals were more concerned about their future existence. Upon seeing the figures of the primordial saints, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. The sky may be falling, but there are tall figures to support it. With the saints present, there was no need for them to worry. When the Taoist of the pure heaven departed from the fallen Heavenly Pillar, Ling Zhuo's figure appeared beneath it, eliciting surprise and curiosity among the onlookers. Who exactly was this being? Was she a disciple of one of the saints? Why was she entrusted with the task of repairing the Heavenly Pillar? This aura seemed to carry the essence of ancient divinities. At that moment, countless powerful beings of the Primordial Era speculated about Ling Zhuo's identity. With saints present, their worries about the collapse of the Heavenly Pillar were alleviated. They were merely curious why this crucial task had been assigned to her, especially as Ling Zhuo struggled to maintain the collapsing Heavenly Pillar. Murmurs of doubt grew louder among the crowd. Could this individual truly succeed? While her aura appeared formidable, how could a mere quasi-saint sustain such a monumental task? Perhaps this was merely a game among the saints, an opportunity for their disciples to gain merit. Yet, it seemed this opportunity might slip through her fingers. Just then, with a resounding crash, an explosive aura erupted from the trembling figure beneath the Heavenly Pillar. Countless emerald waves radiated outward, and at the center of this verdant sea, the bent trunk finally steadied itself, gradually rising to support the Heavenly Pillar, akin to a colossal giant preparing to straighten its back. With a roar, intricate symbols began to manifest along the branches and trunk of the tree, pulsating like the very lifeblood of the ancient tree. At that moment, Ling Zhuo's celestial giant tree began to transform. The few remaining bamboo leaves morphed into various shapes. Upon closer inspection, each leaf appeared unique. Some resembled sharp swords, while others took the form of houses, books, or even entire worlds. It seemed that each leaf embodied a distinct essence, suggesting that once these leaves fully matured, they would represent different realms. Unbeknownst to Ling Zhuo, she sensed a powerful and mysterious energy awakening within her. She recognized it as the primordial essence of the tree of creation she had once acquired. Though she had refined it into a part of herself, she had not fully merged with it. Under the immense pressure of the Heavenly Pillar, the essence was stimulated and completely integrated with her being. At that moment, her expression turned dazed, as if she glimpsed a colossal tree of creation far larger than the primordial continent as the celestial being Jian stepped upon the lotus of merit. He slowly began to speak. Tongtian, one of the three purities, sighed and shook his head. Enough, he declared. I shall proceed to the northern sea to slay the dark turtle and restore balance to the cosmos. Nuwa, equally troubled, gazed towards the river of the underworld. Her eyes filled with concern. She understood that the river of the underworld was always meticulously plotted. The fact that he could stand forth and accept this task indicated that he had made ample preparations. Yet, alas, in the end, a single misstep led to his failure. Such a setback must weigh heavily upon him. At that moment, the river of the underworld smiled faintly and spoke. Tongtian, I implore you to pause. The gazes of many saints turned towards him, perplexed. River of the underworld, do you still harbor hope? Do you desire your young friend to perish beneath this celestial pillar? In response to the questioning stares of the saints, the river of the underworld calmly shook his head. The next instant, he directed his gaze towards Ling Zhuo and declared, Ling Zhuo, allow me to lend you my strength. Chapter 100, Totem, Boundless Merit. Behold. What is that? This terrifying aura. Could it be the boundless sea of blood? Indeed, I have glimpsed this endless sea of blood from afar in the western sea, and it appeared just as fearsome. Regrettably, that sea is protected by a formidable array, rendering it invisible to outsiders. But wait. Since when could the boundless sea of blood leave its original location and appear here at Mount Buzhou? The mighty beings at the foot of Mount Buzhou pointed in shock at the sudden emergence of the endless crimson. In their understanding, the boundless sea of blood was shrouded in mystery. Its sudden appearance here profoundly unsettled them. Among them, someone scoffed. What is there to see in the boundless sea of blood? It is said to be a gathering place for the foul miasma of the entire primordial continent. Filled with filth and the uncanny, birds do not alight, and fish and shrimp do not thrive. Such a place is truly unfit for beings of the primordial realm. What? How could such a filthy place descend upon the territory of Mount Buzhou? Does this not taint the spiritual essence of our sacred mountain? The emergence of the boundless sea of blood incited outrage among some primordial beings. They believed that its presence sullied the atmosphere of Mount Bujo. Simultaneously, the saints beneath the celestial pillar harbored varied reactions upon witnessing the appearance of the boundless sea of blood. Among them, the Grand Purity Laozi looked at the river of the underworld with a mix of anger and astonishment. River of the underworld, I do not know what means you have employed to bring this boundless sea of blood here, but we shall never consent to its presence. Quickly return it to its original place, or do not blame us for being unkind. The Jade Purity Yuanshi, upon seeing the blood-red sea array, could not conceal his disdain. River of the underworld, who does not know how filthy and vile your sea is? How could you bring it here? It truly offends my eyes. After the stances of the Grand and Jade Purity were made clear, the Upper Purity Tong Tian also regarded the River of the Underworld with a disapproving expression. Dear River of the Underworld, if you are resolute in placing this boundless sea of blood upon Mount Bujo, then I shall have to take my leave. Meanwhile, Niwa, witnessing the appearance of the boundless sea of blood, could not help but recall the earlier agreement made by the River of the Underworld for the entire human race to venture to the Shura continent. Her expression turned intriguing. After calculating and confirming that the human race had returned, she felt relieved and secretly amused. You all believe the boundless sea of blood symbolizes filth and malevolence. How would you conduct yourselves if you were to learn the true nature of the Sea of Blood continent? Niwa had witnessed the landscape of the Sea of Blood, where the concentration of spiritual energy surpassed even that of Mount Bujo. It was indeed a veritable paradise. Thus, in the face of the scorn from the three purities, Niwa could not help but inwardly chuckle. Not far away, the Saints Jane and Juanti, upon seeing the emergence of the River of the Underworld's boundless sea of blood, felt a surge of joy in their hearts. It seemed that the River of the Underworld shared their aspirations to relocate his cultivation site to Mount Bujo. Stepping forward with a broad smile, they proclaimed, Mount Bujo belongs to all beings of the primordial realm, not merely to the three purities. Why should the River of the Underworld's boundless sea of blood not grace Mount Bujo? We stand in support of the River of the Underworld. They mused that if the River of the Underworld sea could settle around Mount Bujo, then their own sacred mountain could follow suit. Impossible. The three purities, their faces darkened. Rejected in unison, the two saints from the west had long coveted Mount Bujo. What scheme were they concocting by suddenly supporting the River of the Underworld? Did they not understand? At that moment, the River of the Underworld waved his sleeve, a chilling voice resonating in the ears of the saints. Humph. Is this truly the time for such discussions? The celestial pillar is on the verge of collapse. Soon, all will perish, regardless of Mount Bujo's fate. In the next instant, the River of the Underworld disregarded the three purities and the western saints, gesturing as the Sea of Blood continent began to shrink, ultimately settling beneath the roots of the Tree of Creation. Ling Zhuo, clear your mind and heed my command. Yes, ancestor. Ling Zhuo readily complied with the River of the Underworld's words. She understood that her ancestor would never harm her. Moreover, her achievements were entirely due to his guidance. In the subsequent moment, she emptied her mind, allowing the River of the Underworld to direct her amidst the crumbling celestial pillar. At that moment, the countless beings of the Sea of Blood, including those protecting the human race from thousands of miles away, suddenly heard the River of the Underworld's voice. Ling Zhuo, heed my command. I, the Lord of the Shura sect, hereby designate the Tree of Creation as the divine totem of my Shura sect. Ling Zhuo obeys the sacred decree of the Lord. Boom. In an instant, a thunderous resonance reverberated through the minds of the Azura cult followers. They felt as though the fate of their sect had become inextricably entwined with that of a towering, verdant ancient tree. Simultaneously, they sensed their own powers subtly enhanced. The moment this covenant was forged, a deafening roar echoed across the Blood Sea continent. The crimson tides below surged into monstrous waves, drawing the attention of Hutu in the netherworld. Though she had anticipated this day ever since learning of the Blood Sea's mobility, she had never imagined that Mingi would relocate it to Mount Bujo, directly challenging the authority of the three pure ones. Even more astonishing was the revelation of Ling Zhuo's true strength. Once perceived as nothing more than an unassuming maid tending to flowers and chambers, she now stood as the Azura cult's sacred totem, her destiny forever bound to the sect's rise and fall. As the totem's power surged into her, Ling Zhuo felt an overwhelming force flood her being from the Blood Sea. The collapsing heavenly pillar, which had moments ago seemed insurmountable, now felt effortless to uphold. In the next breath, the towering Jianmu straightened its trunk, its branches stretching wide to bear the weight of heaven and earth, rendering the fractured pillar obsolete. The heavens trembled. A deluge of karmic merit seeped from the void, descending upon the world below. The expressions of the three pure ones and the Western sages shifted dramatically. Chapter 101. How will they survive without you? Petals rained like divine confetti, celestial cranes sang in unison, and dense spiritual winds swirled above Mount Bujo. A torrent of karmic merit, nearly half of what Niwa had received for creating humanity, cascaded downward, half merged with the towering Jianmu and the boundless Blood Sea, while the remainder dispersed among the great sages, Niwa, Mingi, and the three pure ones. Yet, curiously, not a sliver of merit touched Jane or Juanti. Their absence during the crisis raised silent questions. It worked. The colossal tree had not only replaced the heavenly pillar but now upheld the cosmos alone. What tree? That's no ordinary tree, it's the legendary Jianmu, the sky-piercing tree. Gasps rippled through the gathered immortals. The Jianmu, long lost to myth, now stood before them. Its roots intertwining with the Blood Sea. Unease spread. The Blood Sea remains at Mount Buzhou. Its corrupting influence will taint our sacred lands. Wiser voices countered. The sages will not allow this. Their doctrines are at stake. As the crowd turned their gaze upward, the three pure ones' faces darkened. Shameless Mingi, roared Laozi and Yuanshi in unison. Return the Blood Sea to its rightful place. Tong Dian stepped forward, his voice stern. Brother Mingi, withdraw the Blood Sea, or face our wrath. Before Mingi could respond, Jian interjected smoothly, patience, honored ones. Should the Jianmu falter without the Blood Sea as support, what then? Junti nodded. Indeed, for the greater good. The Blood Sea must stay. In fact, our Western paradise should relocate here as well, to safeguard against future calamities. Preposterous. The three pure ones' rejection was immediate. While the Blood Sea's presence was a nuisance, the Western sect's encroachment threatened their very doctrines. Never. Meanwhile, the River of Hades spoke up, saying, Dear friends, you must not abandon the sacred mountain. Countless beings from the Western realms are in dire need of your presence. The Western continent itself relies upon you. Without your support, how shall they survive? As soon as Mingi's words fell, both the three pure ones and the two Western saints were left perplexed. Clearly, they were being assisted. So why retract the message? In truth, Mingi's reasoning was quite straightforward. Allowing the Western Church to manifest near the boundless sea of blood would be akin to placing a ticking time bomb at one's doorstep. It is essential to understand that the Western Church had long been observing the underworld of both himself and his companion, Hutu. Even if the three pure ones consented, he could not acquiesce. Moreover, it was inconceivable that the three pure ones would agree. The three pure ones nodded in agreement, affirming that Mingi was absolutely correct. The West could not function without the two saints. They could not forsake countless beings of the Western continent for their own selfish desires. Indeed, the words of Taiping were wise. Yuqing's assertions were reasonable. Shaoqing's statements were without fault. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, transforming into a scene where the three pure ones denounced the two Western saints, with Mingi echoing their sentiments. Niwa observed the unfolding scene with a hint of amusement. Ultimately, Jian and Junti, feeling somewhat aggrieved, lamented, This is clearly a matter of Mingi. Why do you implicate us? Subsequently, the collective gaze of the crowd returned to Mingi. Taiping, with a fierce expression, declared, Mingi, you are truly shameless. Indeed, utterly despicable. Junti added in indignation. Yuqing, with a grim countenance, summoned the auspicious clouds of the heavens and approached Mingi. Such petty actions and opportunistic behavior shall not be allowed to establish a sect on Buzhou Mountain. Mingi, today, you must either swiftly relocate the boundless sea of blood, or we shall engage in battle. Taiping and Tog Tian stepped forward, indicating their stance. However, compared to Taiping and Yuqing, Shaoqing Tong Tian appeared somewhat troubled. He personally held no prejudice against Mingi. On the contrary, he believed that even if a portion of Buzhou Mountain were allocated to Mingi, what harm would it cause? Yet, as one of the three pure ones, he felt compelled to express his position. In that moment, the atmosphere above Buzhou Mountain became charged with tension. Confronted with the palpable hostility of the three pure ones, Mingi let out a cold laugh and stepped forward with determination. If that is the case, then let us engage in battle. The stage was set for an imminent clash. Chapter 102. A fierce battle against the three pure ones. In the face of the three pure ones' provocation, Mingi stood unafraid. The moment he decided to relocate the Blood Sea continent to Buzhou Mountain, he anticipated that the greatest obstacle he would confront would be the three pure ones' interference. Thus, he had already prepared himself for what lay ahead. At that time, he thought, what if I cannot defeat them? At worst, I can retreat into the boundless sea of blood and wait for the era of the three sovereigns and five emperors to pass. With the continuous development of humanity, their fortune would only grow stronger. I would accumulate more merit and fortuitous power, enhancing my cultivation. What is to worry about? Surely one day, I shall surpass the combined might of the three pure ones. However, ever since his last battle with Emperor Jun and Dong Wang, he had fortified his mastery of the path of slaughter. The thoughts of the River of Hades underwent a transformation. He yearned to comprehend the changes within himself at this moment. How had his combat prowess evolved in comparison to the past? Simultaneously, he sought to ascertain the disparity between himself and the three pure ones, the venerable saints of orthodoxy, in contrast to the rather mediocre saint, Junti. Moreover, he was on the verge of opening the Blood Sea continent for business. Without an extraordinary achievement, how could he instill fear in the lesser beings of the primordial chaos? At this moment, confronted by the formidable presence of the three pure ones, a surge of power erupted within the River of Hades. A powerful aura erupted from his being. The dark, ink-like manifestation of the path of slaughter and the vividly blood-red manifestation of the path of blood suddenly appeared in the void behind him. The dual swords, Qihong and Ubijna, floated beside him, eager for action. The golden wheel of merit and the flickering crimson flames of the karmic red lotus spun incessantly. Facing the impending battle with the three pure ones, an unprecedented gravity enveloped the River of Hades. Within his eyes, a flicker of blood-red lightning shimmered. At that moment, He unleashed his full might, his battle intent soaring to the heavens, scattering the lingering multicolored clouds on the horizon. The elder Taiching Laozi revealed a flicker of astonishment beneath his solemn visage upon sensing the River of Hades' formidable battle intent. He had not anticipated that. In the face of such a threat, the other party would not yield but instead choose to fight. Subsequently, a wave of anger surged from within. "Stubborn fool! If you seek death, we shall oblige," scoffed Yuqing Yuanshi, witnessing the River of Hades' unwavering resolve. "Ha! A man is trying to stop a chariot, unaware of his own mortality." Only the elder Shangqing Tongtian rejoiced inwardly at the sight of the River of Hades' battle intent. Engaging the River of Hades had been his long-held desire. And now it was within reach, albeit with a tinge of unfairness in his heart. In an instant, the soaring battle intents of the three pure ones collided with the invincible battle intent of the River of Hades above Mount Buzhou. Even the heavens and the earth began to change color. A fierce wind rose, and nearby trees and mountains seemed to groan under the weight of this terrifying aura. Fight. In the next moment, for figures left behind mere afterimages, they departed from the primordial land, arriving in the chaos. As the chaotic energy surged, the four figures clashed together. Witnessing the empty space left with only 4 orbs of energy, Jiayin felt a surge of admiration. The courage displayed by the River of Hades was truly commendable. In the face of the three pure ones' threat, he had launched a counterattack without hesitation. Yet, alas, even though the River of Hades possessed immense strength, facing the combined might of 3 saints, Jiayin doubted the outcome. He shook his head gently, not believing the River of Hades could prevail in the final confrontation. Nonetheless, the courage he displayed was indeed worthy of admiration. TCH. The River of Hades has always tasted victory, never knowing the flavor of defeat. The three pure ones are haughty and arrogant. Regardless of who emerges victorious, it shall be favorable for us. However, I fear the River of Hades may struggle to keep the boundless blood sea anchored at Mount Buzhou today. Zhuanti was indifferent to who would ultimately triumph. He merely harbored resentment, fearing his ambition to relocate Ling Mountain to Mount Buzhou would be thwarted. He cast a fierce glare toward the River of Hades in the chaos. "We offered our assistance, and yet you refused to aid us. With Ling Mountain unable to be moved to Mount Buzhou, I hope to witness your defeat." Meanwhile, Niwa furrowed her brows, watching the River of Hades with concern. She had prepared herself. Should the River of Hades falter, she would intervene. After finally departing from the palace of Niwa, she was determined to stand alongside the River of Hades this time. Even the nearby Lingshu, transformed into the Tree of Creation, swayed its sturdy branches, seemingly anxious for the River of Hades. Gazing at the figures in the chaos, she murmured, "Ancestor, please take care. Winning or losing matters not. Just do not sustain injuries. Otherwise, I shall bear guilt for a lifetime." She understood that the River of Hades' entanglement with the three pure ones was all for her sake, to cultivate merit for her. Alas, had I not neglected my cultivation, I would not have forced my ancestor to bring the Blood Sea continent to assist me, nor would he confront the three pure ones, leading to this conflict. As the battle commenced, the River of Hades perceived a significant advantage in his physical form. The three pure ones, being manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, possessed relatively frail bodies. Seizing this advantage, the River of Hades charged forward recklessly. For a fleeting moment, he seemed to gain the upper hand against the combined attacks of the three pure ones, leaving them somewhat disconcerted. However, after several exchanges, the three pure ones appeared to have recognized this. With a glance exchanged among them, they connected their wills and instantly distanced themselves from the River of Hades. Subsequently, they summoned their respective spiritual treasures and launched their assaults upon him. The Taiji diagram, Panga banner, and Qingping sword were unleashed from the hands of the three pure ones, streaking through the chaos toward the River of Hades. In the face of such a powerful combined assault from the innate treasures, even the chaotic energies seemed to struggle under the burden, dispersing in all directions. Sensing the terrifying aura approaching, the River of Hades narrowed his eyes, whether from the three pure ones or the innate treasures in their hands. Each was an invincible presence within the primordial realm. Yet, now he stood against them all. Nevertheless, the River of Hades felt no fear. Rather, he welcomed this opportunity to validate his progress during this period. After taking a deep breath, Mingyi let out a mighty roar. Subsequently, the aura of the murderous path behind him coalesced, and the brilliance above swirled wildly. In the next moment, he stood upon the blazing red lotus, wielding the Yuan Tu and the Ubi dual swords, advancing towards the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the Qingping sword. Chapter 103, Reluctance and Compromise. What just transpired? How could this be possible? Mingyi was actually able to contend with the Sanqing. Jiejing gazed in disbelief at the four figures entangled in chaos. Hearing this, the nearby Zhuani's eyes flickered with memories of the days when he was dominated by Mingyi. He then smirked slightly, expressing his dissatisfaction. Dao brother, Mingyi's physical form is inherently powerful, even slightly surpassing that of the ancestral witches and demon clans. The Sanqing, being manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, inherently lack physical strength. Even in a contest of physicality, they might not prevail, let alone against the monstrous Mingyi. However, Zhuanti quickly shifted his tone, continuing, surely the Sanqing have now recognized this. Thus, it is likely that Mingyi will soon find it exceedingly difficult to withstand their united might. Defeat looms. Jiejing remained silent, nodding in agreement. though he still marveled internally. To be able to engage the Sanqing with mere physical prowess, Mingi truly is formidable. On the other side, Inhua, upon hearing Zhuanti's words, let out a disdainful snort. Even if today Mingi ultimately loses, he remains vastly superior to certain others. You, Zhuanti exclaimed, visibly irritated. That statement is rather excessive, Inhua, friend. Are you suggesting that witnessing the battle above has stirred your own desires to engage with me? At this, Zhuanti seethed with indignation. If I cannot surpass Mingi, must I also fear you, a mere being of merit and enlightenment? Stepping forward, he intended to show Inhua a thing or two. Just then, Jiejing intervened, extending a hand to halt him, accompanied by a smile. Inhua, friend, your words are rather harsh. We have come to Mount Buzhou for the matter of the heavenly pillar's collapse, not to engage in duels. Moreover, we are all saints. Endless bickering yields no resolution. It would be better to calm ourselves and engage in earnest discussion. Observing Jiejing's seemingly benign demeanor, Inhua felt a twinge of wariness. She did not fear the temperamental Zhuanti, but she held a certain caution towards Jiejing. She understood that a person who appears entirely composed in a situation may either possess extraordinary cultivation and status or harbor grand ambitions. The minor grievances at hand were inconsequential. Clearly, Jiejing belonged to the latter category. Thus, in response to his words, Inhua coolly remarked, I have nothing to discuss with you. If dialogue is desired, you should converse with the Sanqing. With that, she ceased speaking and turned her gaze towards the escalating conflict among the four figures in the chaos. Jiejing, who had initially hoped to gain Inhua's acknowledgement and support, sighed inwardly upon witnessing her response. The ambition to elevate the Western teachings and relocate Ling Mountain to Mount Buzhou would have to be postponed. He then cast an envious glance at the blood-red figure that continued to maneuver effortlessly amidst the combined assaults of the Sanqing. If only my two brothers possessed Mingi's strength, we would not need to bow to the whims of the Sanqing. Resolute, he vowed to diligently cultivate and comprehend the great Tao upon his return. In the chaos, two streams of blue and red light collided with the Taiji diagram and the Panga banner, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars, stirring up waves of chaotic energy. Not far away, Mingi divided his consciousness to control the Yuan Ubi dual swords while simultaneously engaging in a fierce exchange with the Qingping sword. His fists radiating black and red light. Each clash with the Qingping sword resonated with the sound of metal striking metal, exhilarating. With a triumphant shout, Mingi faced the combined onslaught of the three pure ones. Initially caught off guard, he found himself in a state of disarray, uncertain of how to respond. A moment's lapse led to a crimson wound inflicted by the Qingping sword. Fortunately, bolstered by the power of the blood path, he remained resilient. The restorative power of the underworld river is extraordinarily formidable. In an instant, the wound vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, it adapted to the rhythm of the opponent's assaults. The mind was divided into three parts. Two portions commanded the elemental slaughter, the abyssal twin blades, and stood alongside the supreme clarity and pristine clarity, while the remaining portion confronted directly the Qingping sword, the most lethal of the three treasured artifacts. The River of Hades sought to further refine himself amidst the pressure of battling the three purities. To his immense satisfaction, his mastery over the path of slaughter had ascended to the realm of the primordial supreme golden immortal. At this juncture, his combat prowess had undoubtedly magnified several-fold compared to when he faced Emperor Jun. Thus, aside from an initial moment of disarray, he now navigated the onslaught of the three purities with remarkable ease. On the other side, the three purities gazed at the River of Hades with a profound sense of astonishment. Despite their combined efforts, the River of Hades appeared only slightly perturbed at the outset. Ultimately, he grew increasingly formidable in battle. This led them to ponder whether the River of Hades was, in fact, utilizing them to hone his combat skills. Throughout this engagement, they endeavored to employ various divine techniques to disrupt him. However, in the realm of their formidable confrontation, conventional methods and spells proved utterly ineffective. The Nether River possesses the merit of a golden wheel and the protective form of the Great Tao. Those divine abilities and techniques, yet to manifest upon the Nether River, were effortlessly countered and dissipated into nothingness. What astonished them the most was that, as time progressed, the aura emanating from the Nether River showed no sign of decline. In fact, it grew increasingly robust. In their perception, the recovery ability of the Nether River was remarkably potent, capable of ceaselessly drawing spiritual energy from the chaos to replenish its internal magical power. Moreover, the rate of absorption surpassed that of consumption. Unable to prevail in battle or sustain a prolonged conflict, they were engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness when confronted with the Nether River. Yet, their hearts were unwilling to yield. We, the three pure ones, the true lineage of Pangu, how can we, united, fail to subdue a mere Nether River? How shall we hold our heads high before Mingi swung his fists, engaging in a fierce battle with the Qingping sword? A joyful smile graced his face as he reveled in the exhilarating sensation of his physical prowess continuously ascending. Yet, in the next moment, that smile vanished without a trace. What might his allies think? The voice of Taiching slowly resonated amidst the chaos. Upon hearing Taiching's suggestion, Mingi could not help but display a hint of reluctance, casting a wistful glance at the Qingping sword before him. After pondering for a brief moment, he acquiesced to the proposal. Very well, let a single strike determine the victor. Mingi found some merit in Ta Qing's words. For the immortal sage, continuing this conflict indefinitely would yield no resolution, even should time stretch to eternity. Presently, he had other matters that required his attention. Upon hearing Mingi acquiesce to their suggestion, a satisfied smile graced Ta Qing's countenance. The divine art of the primal lotus of creation was bestowed upon him before he ascended to sagehood. Inspired by witnessing the 12 ancestors of sorcery summon the true essence of Pangu through a grand celestial formation, this art necessitated a profound connection of intent and camaraderie among the three brothers, requiring them to jointly present their treasured artifacts, the Tai Whisk, the Qingping Sword, and the three treasures Jade Rui. Through arcane methods, they would trace their origins and temporarily acquire a fragment of the primal lotus's source power. However, despite their countless rehearsals atop Kunlun Mountain, the likelihood of success remained a mere 50-50. Thus, the decision they reached was not made lightly. They would not have undertaken such a trial without the absence of superior alternatives. Yet, Ta Qing sensed an inkling of assurance within him. This time, success felt imminent. As for the impending assault from the primal lotus, Ta Qing Laozi exuded unwavering confidence, convinced that Mingi could not withstand it. Ultimately compelled to return the boundless sea of blood to the western sea. Mingi, my friend, please. Ta Qing Laozi maintained a serene demeanor, his eyes shimmering with intensity. In the next instant, he summoned the Tai Whisk from above, directing it skyward. Observing Ta Qing's actions, Yuqing and Shangqing promptly invoked the three treasures Jade Rui and the Qingping Sword. Thereafter, the three pure ones synchronized their hand gestures, unleashing streams of pure Ta Qing, Yuqing, and Shangqing powers that shot forth from their hands. The Tai Whisk, the three treasures Jade Rui, and the Qingping Sword resonated in harmonious vibrations, as if an unseen force drew them together toward the center. As they converged, chaotic energy began to surge. Soon, the three treasures Jade Rui ascended, radiating luminous brilliance, with the Qingping Sword standing proudly in the center and the Tai Whisk fluttering gracefully below. Ultimately, the three treasures Jade Rui transformed into a lotus flower, the Qingping Sword into lotus leaves, and the Tai Whisk into lotus roots. Within a few breaths, a 36-petal primal lotus of creation emerged amidst the chaos, its radiant light swirling within as it unfurled its leaves and anchored itself in the chaotic energies. Concurrently, a formidable and desolate aura manifested within the primordial void. Boom. Mingi, my friend, please. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the primal lotus, Mingi sensed a momentary halt in the flow of his own powers. Yet, gazing upon the relatively subdued essence of the primal lotus, he remained steadfast. In the depths of his heart, Mingi silently rejoiced. Fortunately, the 36th grade primal creation green lotus he summoned was not complete. It seemed to lack something. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether he could cope with it today. However, if this was merely the extent of the assault, he could certainly make an attempt. As his eyes flickered with determination, Mingi bellowed fiercely, "Come, let us battle." Behind him, the manifestation of the great Tao took shape, with crimson and obsidian rays of light swirling furiously. Empowered by the overwhelming force of the Tao, Mingi propelled himself toward the direction of the primal creation green lotus. Witnessing Mingi's fearless figure and sensing the ancient aura of the 36th grade primal creation green lotus, the two saints of the west below exchanged glances of astonishment. Indeed, Mingi was admirable. In the face of such formidable existence, he charged forward without hesitation. Alas, this was the river of Hades remains undaunted, a testament to its formidable nature. It is no wonder that Dan, relying solely on his own strength, could ascend to the pinnacle of the Tao as a supreme golden immortal amidst the blood-soaked chaos of that treacherous realm. Meanwhile, Yuqing Yuanshi, with a countenance shrouded in cold disdain, cast a scornful glance at the figure of the river of Hades, deriding a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Utterly oblivious to its own mortality, without attaining the status of a saint of the great Tao, should you suffer grave injuries, I wonder how you shall contend with us in the future, since discovering that beings emerging from the boundless sea of blood could attain a status akin to theirs. Yuqing Yuanshi has felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, akin to witnessing a once despised underachiever in class suddenly rise to become the top student. This realization has shaken him to his core, for he, who has always regarded himself as the true heir of Pangu and the most gifted being in the primordial world, struggles to reconcile this affront to his self-image. At this moment, he fervently wishes for the river of Hades to falter due to its own hubris and blind confidence, rendering it incapable of standing alongside them. Upon observing the indomitable spirit reflected in the eyes of the river of Hades, Tong Tian of the Upper Qing felt a profound resonance within. Truly, the river of Hades is the comrade I most admire in this primordial expanse. It is precisely this unwavering resolve and relentless courage that has enabled the river of Hades to achieve such heights even amidst the boundless sea of blood. Regardless of the outcome today, the river of Hades shall undoubtedly be a friend of Tong Tian in the days to come. Amidst the varied contemplations of the assembled saints, the sanguine figure of the river of Hades collided with the 36-petal primal lotus in an instant. In the chaos, the heavens and earth abruptly transformed. At the moment of impact between the River of Hades and the 36-petal primal lotus, an invisible wave surged through the cosmos. Thunderous roars echoed as the primal lotus emanated a blinding light so intense that even the saints present instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear its brilliance. At the heart of the battlefield, the River of Hades sensed an immense power emanating from the primal lotus. Since his ascension to the status of supreme golden immortal, he had not encountered such a formidable aura. This energy was reminiscent of that which he had only felt from the Tao ancestor Hongjun, a force that transcended even that of the heavenly Tao saints. Could this possibly be a power approaching that of the heavenly Tao itself? Thus, the heart of the underworld pondered. The River of Hades comprehends that above the saint of the heavenly path lies the realm of the heavenly Tao, as well as the exalted domain of the primordial Taiji and the great Luo golden immortal. The Tao ancestor Hongjun embodies this realm of the heavenly Tao. In such a state, all of one's actions resonate with the heavenly Tao itself, exerting influence over the vast expanse of the primordial world. Regrettably, it appears that the Tao ancestor has strayed onto a nefarious path, as he perceives the formidable aura emanating from the primal creation Azure Lotus. The River of Hades feels not a shred of fear. Instead, he is invigorated. Should he seize this opportunity to deeply contemplate this essence, it could significantly aid his future ascent to the realm of the primordial Taiji and the great Luo golden immortal. Yet, the potency of the aura before him is overwhelmingly immense, even with all his magical prowess summoned. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal through two paths, yet he still finds himself struggling to withstand it. Under the weight of such a terrifying presence, his form seems unable to advance a mere inch, let alone engage in battle with the primal creation Azure Lotus. Confronted with this formidable predicament, the River of Hades' gaze grows resolute. A far more powerful will begins to awaken within him. Ming, he roared in his heart. Strengthening pearl. Strengthen for me. The direction of enhancement. Comprehending the creation green lotus. Commenced the strengthening. In an instant, Ming, he felt the virtuous merits within his body surging wildly. The accumulated power of virtue he had stored over time was now being rapidly consumed. The River Styx distinctly perceived. Within the void's golden wheel of virtue, the originally radiant golden glow of meritorious power was rapidly depleting as it spun at an accelerated pace. In merely a few breaths' time, all that virtuous energy had transformed into a somber shade of gold. This darkened hue signified that the meritorious power had been entirely utilized by the enhancement orb. Even when elevating both the Tao of blood and the Tao of slaughter to the realm of primordial chaos and great Luo, it had not consumed such an exorbitant amount of virtuous energy. As Mingi gazed upon the few remaining strands of dwindling merit within the golden wheel of virtue, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. These precious fragments of virtue had been painstakingly accumulated for emergencies, yet now they had been entirely consumed in an instant. However, in the face of such a transformation, Mingi took a deep breath. He understood that the enhancement orb operated on the principle of equivalent exchange. Given the substantial expenditure, the ensuing rewards must be remarkable. Indeed, the very next moment, a resounding boom echoed throughout the chaos, as a towering manifestation of the Tao, radiating a brilliant azure light, materialized behind him. Accompanying this grand manifestation, Mingi felt an overwhelming influx of insights flood his mind. The Tao of creation. Overcome with astonishment, his heart soared with joy. Had he truly grasped a new aspect of the Tao, as he sensed the azure glow of the Daoic manifestation behind him? Mingi Kuden within the depths of the river of the underworld, a profound sense of awe welled up. It appears that my innate talent is indeed extraordinarily formidable, coupled with my relentless efforts. And of course, the reinforcement gem has played a modest role as well. In the next instant, the expression on my face shifted, a subtle smile gracing my lips. Gazing at the celestial lotus of creation before me, I took a determined step forward. Having attained the transformative essence of the path of creation, the River Styx found the primordial green lotus before its eyes to be far more pleasing and endearing now. Gazing upon the strands of primordial essence within the lotus, its pupils burned with intense longing. Were it to obtain this primordial essence, its power would undoubtedly grow exponentially. Merely comprehending 70% of the primordial Tao had already strengthened its combat prowess to such an extent, it could now vanquish 10 of its former selves with ease. It was difficult to fathom the transformation that would occur should it seize and fully assimilate that wisp of primordial essence from the lotus. By then, would it not draw infinitely closer to him? The River of Darkness lifted his head, instinctively directing his gaze towards the direction of the purple sky palace. A fleeting glimmer of combativeness and trepidation flickered at the corners of his mouth. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was far from being a match for his opponent. The paramount task at hand was to address the matter of settling the Blood Sea continent in the unraveled mountain. In the next moment, his eyes sharpened like a blade, focusing on the cosmic green lotus swaying in the void. The essence of the dual fists in his hands surged with the intent of the great Tao, erupting with a resounding force. Boom, crack. Accompanied by the crisp sounds, the aura emanating from the cosmic green lotus became chaotic, ultimately transforming back into the three treasures, the Jade Rui, the Tai Whisk, and the Qingping sword. They fell like streaks of light back into the hands of the three pure ones. All of this transpired within the span of mere breaths. From the moment the River of Darkness struck to contend with the cosmic green lotus, to his comprehension of the cosmic Tao that shattered the incarnation of the cosmic green lotus. It occurred in the blink of an eye, from the dazzling light that ignited to its swift disappearance. So rapid was the sequence that the triumphant smiles on the faces of the three pure ones had yet to wane before they became rigid with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could we possibly lose? How could the River of Darkness possibly vanquish the cosmic green lotus? And what was that fleeting manifestation of the azure Tao just now? At this moment, both the three pure ones present and the spectators such as Jane found themselves grappling with disbelief and astonishment. As saints, they had sensed the terrifying aura radiating from the cosmic green lotus the moment it appeared. Such an aura was something they had only encountered in the presence of the Tao ancestor. Thus, they had concluded that the River of Darkness would inevitably fail. Yet, the outcome seemed to defy their expectations, shattering their preconceived notions. A thought that was difficult for them to accept arose in their minds. Could it be that the River of Darkness had now reached a level comparable to the Tao ancestor? No, that cannot be. How could they possibly come to terms with this? Each of them appeared as if struck by a blow. Their faces pale and their spirits forlorn. After a long while, the River of Darkness descended from the heights, approaching the three pure ones with a gentle smile and clasped fists, saying, "I concede." Chapter 106, The Climax of Battle. The final confrontation in response to the words of the River of Darkness. Not a single saint spoke up. They were all engulfed in feelings of loss and astonishment. Only Nuwa, who had believed in the River of Darkness from the very beginning, found herself filled with joy despite the unexpected display of his prowess. After all, he was her companion on the path. Nuwa slowly walked to stand beside the River of Darkness, quietly observing the three pure ones with a smile upon her face. "My friend of the River of Darkness, you are too humble." The first to emerge from the depths of disappointment was Shanqing Tongtian. After being defeated by the River of Darkness strength, he felt a mix of dismay and incredulity. However, he soon came to a realization. In his perception, the River of Darkness had always been the formidable opponent he yearned to face. Today, that desire had been fulfilled. Moreover, the strength of his opponent was fearsome indeed. Yet, what of it? One day, I too shall become such a powerful being. Thus, at this moment, the River of Darkness ignited within Tongtian a fervor for battle. "My friend of the River of Darkness, may I inquire when you might have the time for us to engage in some discourse on the Tao?" In no time, Shanqing Tongtian extended his invitation. Since the Tao ancestor merged with the Tao, all cultivation had relied solely on personal exploration. Now, with a strong figure like the River of Darkness amidst the vast wilderness, why not seize the opportunity to learn from him? Faced with Tongtian's earnest invitation, the River of Darkness appeared somewhat taken aback. The River of Hades is quite peculiar. It appears that Tongtian has always held a distinctly different attitude towards him compared to Tai and Yuqing. There seems to be an air of camaraderie, and at times, one can even sense a hint of admiration and fervor. However, there remains a lingering feeling that it may all be a figment of his imagination. Adhering to the principle of not striking those who extend a friendly hand, he continues to engage in polite exchanges. Should an opportunity arise in the future, he shall certainly seize it. Tongtian quickly responded with a warm smile. "All right. Ha, my esteemed friend from the River of the Underworld, we have indeed made a pact. When you find the time in the future, we must engage in a profound discourse." At that moment, both Taiqing and Yuqing gradually regained consciousness. Taiqing, however, appeared to have misunderstood the situation, emitting a sinister chuckle. "Indeed, my friend from the River of the Underworld, what a splendid scheme you have devised. With such formidable power at your disposal, why do you continue to toy with us? Had you revealed your tremendous strength from the outset, we would not have been compelled to endure such a confrontation. You lack the awareness and insight befitting a being of your prowess. To mock us in such a manner? One day, I shall surely report this to our ancestral figure." At this instant, it was evident that Taiqing's resolve was somewhat shaken. He believed that from the very beginning, the River of the Underworld had been playing with their fates. Had the River of the Underworld exhibited its prowess initially, they would have retreated, and thus would not have troubled it. Yuqing, too, felt his doctrinal beliefs falter at that moment. He found himself perplexed. How could a being born from such a sordid realm surpass us, the true descendants of Pangu? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ha. This cannot be. In an instant, Taiqing and Yuqing displayed contrasting reactions, one with a cold smirk, the other with raucous laughter. The two figures staggered away into the chaos. Only Tongtian observed his elder brothers with a twinge of sympathy. With a deep sigh, he offered an apologetic smile to the River of the Underworld before hastily pursuing them. "Eldest brother, second brother, wait for me." Meanwhile, the duo of Jane and Juanti seemed somewhat unfazed by the provocations of the River of the Underworld, their hearts remaining relatively steady. Nonetheless, they bore a semblance of discomfort. After exchanging courteous greetings and bows with the River of the Underworld, they departed. In the midst of chaos, only the River of the Underworld and Yuwa remained. Time passed, and as the chaotic energies began to coalesce before him, seemingly poised to fill the void once more, he lifted his foot to greet Nuwa, preparing to return to Mount Bujo. Dear friend Nuwa, Mount Bujo awaits my return. I must take my leave. Wait. As soon as Mingi's words fell, he noticed Nuwa anxiously blocking his path. Curious, he inquired, is there something else on your mind? Dear friend Nuwa? Nuwa appeared hesitant, as if struggling to find her words, her alabaster neck flushing with a delicate pink hue that crept up to her ears, ultimately adorning her warm, jade-like visage with a rosy glow. Meanwhile, a voice, as soft as a whisper, emanated from her direction. Mingi, I too wish to engage in a discussion with you regarding the Tao of creation. Observing Nuwa's demeanor, Mingi was perplexed. What is there to feel shy about in merely discussing philosophy? Are you embarrassed to speak? He readily replied, given our relationship, there is no need for such modesty. Once I conclude my current affairs, I shall visit the Wahuang Palace to converse with you. With that, Mingi turned and departed without a backward glance. As he vanished into the distance, Nuwa's starry eyes shimmered with a myriad of twinkling lights. After a prolonged silence, a shy smile graced her lips as she murmured, What then are we? At the foot of Bujo Mountain, Ling Zhuer was engulfed in torment. Ever since the figures of Ancestor Mingi and the three pure ones faded from her view, a sense of worry had settled in her heart. She yearned to uncover the truth, yet the mysteries of the chaos had already been disrupted by the saints, rendering them a tangled mess. With her current cultivation, she found it nearly impossible to gain any insight. Her concern for Ancestor Mingi's safety grew, for although she had heard from the mosquito Taoist of his formidable strength, he was still facing three saints. No matter how powerful he was, he could not possibly contend against them. As time passed, her anxiety intensified, coupled with a sense of guilt. She believed the current predicament stemmed from Ancestor Mingi's desire to aid her in acquiring merit and better understand the river of the underworld perceives that once the Tao of creation is fully unleashed, its combat prowess will experience an unprecedented enhancement. Unlike the Tao of blood and the Tao of slaughter, the Tao of creation is far more profound and elusive. If we regard the Tao of blood and the Tao of slaughter as purely unilateral augmentations of oneself, where the former manipulates all blood-related elements to enhance the strength, recovery, and endurance of the physical form, while the latter channels the essence of slaughter to bolster one's offensive capabilities, then the Tao of creation presents a far more intricate tapestry. The Tao of creation encompasses the evolution and genesis of all things. For instance, the river of the underworld birthed the Azura race, and Nuwa created humanity. These instances fall under the domain of the Tao of creation. Furthermore, it involves the evolution of the myriad beings of heaven and earth, the crafting of worlds, and the endowment of Lith as the river of Hades rises. Its gaze appears to penetrate the azure void, traversing through the chaos, and beholding the venerable white-haired elder, the progenitor of the mystical sect. Yet, it remains uncertain which particular path of profound power he excels in, and how many such paths he has truly comprehended. The River Styx surmised that, given the machinations of that supreme being, it was impossible for him to have solely cultivated the path of severing the three corpses, or perhaps, the path of severing the three corpses concealed even more profound mysteries. The moment the River Styx raised its head, the heavens and earth abruptly transformed in hue. As the vast and overwhelming aura descended abruptly from the azure skies upon the primordial wilderness, Mingi felt its powerful presence. His eyes widened in astonishment as his formidable divine sense swept across the boundless sea of blood. Is the battle between the witch and demon races about to commence? The moment he witnessed the countless demon tribes emerging from the demon court, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Elation surged within him. Once the calamity of the witch and demon races concludes, I shall commence my own schemes. However, it seems I will face not only the three pure ones, but also the Tao ancestor, who is one with the heavenly Tao. In the next instant, Mingi vigorously waved his long sleeves. The human race, located tens of thousands of miles away, suddenly felt the world dim around them. In a whirlwind of chaos, they found themselves transported to the Blood Sea continent. A stir of excitement rippled through the humans. However, as their vision cleared, the powerful figures among them noticed the presence of Swearin and Yu Chao above, and after a brief moment of astonishment, their anxious hearts settled. They understood that they were in no danger. Yet, where exactly are we? The abundance of spiritual energy in this realm. Could it be that we have unwittingly entered a paradise of celestial wonders? At that moment, Mingi's grand voice resonated across the heavens. Do not doubt, this is indeed the Blood Sea continent. Soon, the great battle between the witch and demon races will unfold. You may cultivate in peace here on the Blood Sea continent. Refrain from venturing into the Blood Sea carelessly. Once this matter reaches its conclusion, arrangements can be made. With that, Mingi conveyed a message to the lantern holder. Lantern, you shall oversee all affairs pertaining to the Blood Sea continent henceforth. The conflict between the witch and demon races is imminent, and I must venture out. Lantern respectfully bowed towards the direction of the Shura Palace. A flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. What purpose does the ancestor have in this battle? In his understanding, Mingi had always maintained a stance of non-interference between the two races. Why, then, would he choose to depart? He shook his head, resigning himself to the mystery of the ancestors' intentions. Afterward, he spread his arms wide and took a deep breath, relishing the rich spiritual energy surrounding him. At long last, I have returned to the Blood Sea continent. Simultaneously, exclamations of awe rose among the human race. Clearly, the revelation of the Blood Sea continent had left them astounded. Meanwhile, Mingi had already departed from the Blood Sea continent, arriving at a secluded corner of Mount Buzhou. He gazed silently at the impending clash between the witch and demon races. Above the ancestral hall of Mount Buzhou, the figures of Dijuan and Donghuang led countless powerful demons, looking down upon the ancestral witches below, headed by Dijiao. Dijiao, it has been a long time. The time of reckoning has arrived. The prosperous days of your witch race are coming to an end. Today, I shall certainly slay you. And as for your great witch, Hui, I will claim his head as well. At this proclamation, golden blades of fury erupted from Dijuan's eyes, his murderous intent palpable. Chapter 108. The Collision of Great Arrays, the Battle of the Witch and Demon Races. Dijuan, you are overly confident. It is too early to declare who will ultimately prevail. The crimson figure of Dijiao, with 4 wings and 6 legs, soared into the sky, calmly gazing at Dijuan. A subtle smirk played upon his lips. To be so persistently remembered by the Lord of the Demon Court. Surely your great witch Hui would be pleased. Dijiao, you seek death. Dijuan, you old rascal. You shall not survive today. In an instant, the battle was set to erupt. The figures of Dijuan and Dijiao collided with a thunderous crash. Charge! As the leaders engaged in combat, the powerful members of both the witch and demon races sought out their former foes, rushing into the fray. At that moment, dust swirled and the heavens trembled. Chaos erupted above the ancestral hall, as the witch and demon races became embroiled in a tumultuous clash. This spectacle drew the attention of countless powerful beings across the primordial realm. As the time of reckoning arrived, the witch and demon races could hardly contain their eagerness to engage in battle. It seems that in the end, only one race shall remain, regardless of which survives. It does not bode well for us. Once one dominates, what hope is there for us wandering cultivators? Such sentiments are misguided. It must be understood that neither Dijuan nor the 12 ancestral witches are easy opponents. Even joining them may not necessarily be detrimental. Everything is subject to change. The slayer of dragons may become a dragon himself. However, it is likely that the witch and demon races will meet a fate akin to that of the 3 innate races. In light of the impending battle, many powerful hermits, who had long concealed themselves in quietude, emerged from their secluded abodes. Gazing at the swirling black calamity energy above Mount Buzhou, their thoughts were varied. Meanwhile, from the direction of Mount Kunlun, Taiji observed the chaos between the witch and demon races, a flicker of clarity piercing through his murky eyes. The battle of the witch and demon races? The calamity of the witch and demon races is about to conclude. The opportunities for our Taoist teachings are at hand. However, that clarity was soon replaced by a fervent madness as he clutched his long beard, shouting in outrage. Despicable scoundrels! Shameless! Tao ancestor, you must intercede on my behalf. Not far from Taiji's abode, in the jade-clear primordial dwelling, Yuanshi sat in a stupor upon his mat, astonished. Impossible. It cannot be. Meanwhile, Tong Tian stood atop the summit of Mount Kunlun, sensing the turmoil of Taiji and Yuanshi, sighing in lament. Alas, he gazed into the distance at the battling witch and demon races, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. May this conflict between the witch and demon races stir the Tao ancestor. If that were to occur, perhaps my elder brother and second brother could find hope for restoration. Amidst the countless gazes fixated upon the climactic battle between the witches and demons, 2 pairs of eyes stood apart from the rest. One emanated from within the hallowed halls of Hua Palace. Facing the demonic hordes, the goddess Hua found herself torn between conflicting emotions. On one hand, her origins lay within the demon court, fostering an enduring bond she could not easily sever. Yet, the demon court's merciless slaughter of humanity for their essence had sown seeds of deep resentment within her heart. Thus, she remained absent from this decisive confrontation. However, should the demons face true annihilation, Hua would undoubtedly intervene to preserve at least a fragment of their lineage and traditions. The other gaze arose from the underworld beneath the Blood Sea continent. The incarnation of Hutu, Lady Pingxin, naturally wished no defeat upon the witch clans. Yet as a sage of the earth's path, she had glimpsed the workings of fate, that neither witches nor demons were destined to endure under heaven and earth, their doom inevitable. Thus, she could only watch with sorrow and resignation, a profound sense of helplessness weighing upon her. Her sole hope now rested upon the River Styx honoring their pact. The moment the Styx departed the Blood Sea continent, Hutu had sent forth her plea, offering an additional 10th of the underworld's future karmic merit in exchange for the Styx collecting the essence of the 12 ancestral witches. Fellow Taoist Styx, you alone are my trust, Hutu murmured, a glimmer of anticipation flashing through her phoenix eyes as she surveyed the battlefield. Since witnessing the Styx's triumph over the 3 pure ones, her reliance and faith in him had only deepened. She believed one of his cultivation could easily supplant her in governing the underworld, yet he had not. Surely, this marked him as a man of honor and trust. Unbeknownst to the Styx, he had been branded a good man in Hood's estimation, a title that would have provoked his ire, had he known, compelling him to demonstrate the true meaning of Blood-Sea Tyrant. His attention remained riveted upon the escalating conflict before him. What had begun as skirmishes now raged uncontrollably, with multitudes fallen on both sides. The battlefield seethed with towering plumes of black, baleful energy, staining warriors' eyes crimson with bloodlust. The final confrontation loomed near. After another clash between Dejiang and Dejuan, the former spat blood contemptuously. "Old feathered fool, was that meant to tickle me? Produce something worthy, or admit defeat." Dejuan sneered in return. Filthy parasites who stumbled upon Panga's essence by sheer luck, yet dare claim descent from his true form. Shameless. Warriors, deploy the cosmic star formation. Instantly, 365 demon gods bearing great cosmic star banners and 800 demon generals wielding lesser cosmic star banners took their positions. Heaven and earth darkened as stellar radiance descended. Weaving into the formation's fabric, Dejiang roared in response. Raise the 12 capital divine fiend formation. The ancestral witches stood in formation, channeling their essence to summon black, baleful energy from the primordial earth. 12 towering obsidian pillars pierced the heavens before vanishing, replaced by a colossal projection of Pangu, exuding ancient might. The collision of these supreme formations sent tremors through the primordial world, their mere aura causing lesser beings to quake. Many observers assumed the battle's conclusion inevitable. Panga's projection had shattered the cosmic star formation with a single blow last time. Yet the Styx alone perceived differently. To his surprise, the current cosmic star formation seemed mightier than during his duel with Dejuan in the 33 heavens. Whether due to withheld strength or newfound breakthroughs remained unclear. Conversely, the divine fiend formation's summoned presence had weakened despite the ancestral witch's cultivation growth, likelihood his absence being irreplaceable by mere essence bestowal. Then came the cataclysmic impact. Contrary to all expectations, Panga's fist did not shatter the stellar formation, merely sending ripples across its shimmering silver surface while the projection itself staggered back, its fist cracking. Though the ancestral witches swiftly mended the damage with baleful energy, Dejuan's triumphant laughter rang out. "Just as I foresaw, without Hutu, your formation bears flaws. Warriors, summon the stellar blade." As demon gods shifted positions, a blazing golden sword of stars materialized overhead. Dejuan assumed his cosmic form, wielding the blade against Panga's projection. Undaunted, Dejiang and his kin channeled endless baleful energy to manifest a gargantuan axe of slaughter in Panga's grasp. The two primordial forces collided, stellar fury against annihilative edge, as heaven and earth trembled beneath their strife. The collision of baleful auras and celestial energies filled the heavens with terrifying explosions. Invisible shockwaves rippled across the firmament, uprooting ancient trees upon the distant Mount Bujo and blotting out the sun itself. Sand and stone swirled through the darkened skies as the world trembled beneath this cosmic confrontation. Dejuan, today shall witness either your demise or mine. Emperor Zhong's icy proclamation cut through the chaos as the primordial axe clashed against the star-forged blade. With a thunderous roar, he summoned the ancestral might of the 12 witch ancestors. Heaven-cleaving triad. The very fabric of reality shuddered as the witch ancestors' vital essence surged. Baleful energies coalesced into towering waves that tore at the seams of space itself. These crimson tides ascended to merge with Pangu's colossal manifestation, breathing eerie sentience into the primordial giant's stony gaze. With a world-shaking bellow, Pangu raised his mythic axe high. The weapon's edge became a devouring void, absorbing all light as it descended in the first cataclysmic stroke of creation. Dejuan's countenance paled beneath his stellar armor. This was the very technique that had once cleaved chaos from order. The celestial emperor responded by channeling the constellation's power through the great array of heavenly stars. Golden flames of cosmic origin wreathed his form, transforming him into a blazing astral deity. His starblade met the descending axe in a collision that illuminated the firmament. The shockwave hurled Dejuan back into his formation, his armor shattered. Blood trickled from his lips as he gazed upward where an even more terrifying energy gathered. The second heaven-rending stroke fell upon the star array, setting celestial forces and baleful energies into furious opposition. Emperor Zhong's laughter rang cruel as he prepared the third and final stroke. "This day marks the extinction of your kind. Old Crow." The forming axe blade of annihilation pulsed with ominous power. Yet as the decisive moment approached, the ritual faltered. Gongong's urgent warning revealed the strain on Xingtian, the weakest link among the witch ancestors. Though the warrior pounded his chest in defiance, his exhaustion was evident. With grim determination, Emperor Zhong unleashed the incomplete technique. The half-formed third stroke struck the celestial array with apocalyptic force. Reality itself seemed to pause as opposing energies swelled, then vanished in a silent detonation that erased all at the epicenter. Both grand formations shattered simultaneously. The witch ancestors' bodies cracked like porcelain, while star banner-wielding demons exploded into crimson mists across the battlefield. Bereft of their mystical advantages, the warring factions fell upon each other in primal fury. Chapter 110, Detonation. Betrayal. Kuenpung's defection. As the formations collapsed, warriors from both factions spat blood, yet surged forward in radiant charges. The battle had entered its most desperate phase. Amidst the tumultuous clouds of dust, their figures collided fiercely. Among them, Dijuan, adorned in the river chart and Luo book, wielded the golden crow sword. Entangled in a fierce struggle with Daijang and Rushu, Donghuang Tai, crowned with the chaos bell, radiated golden light as he deftly maneuvered between the three ancestral witches. Gong and Xianin joined forces, unleashing torrents of river water that cascaded from the heavens, swiftly transforming into countless icy arrows. Zhurong and Qiangliang collaborated, igniting thunderous flames that erupted within the ranks of the demon clan. The formidable beings of the demon tribe were equally undeterred, each demon sage unleashing their formidable innate abilities, rampaging through the witch clan's territory. As time progressed, one could observe grievous wounds marring the bodies of both clans on the battlefield. In that moment, blood flowed like rivers, staining the ground crimson, and the sky appeared to be tainted with the color of blood. Witnessing this scene, even the Lord of the Blood Sea, the river of the underworld, could not help but feel a surge of emotion. This is war. There exists no right or wrong, only differing positions and factions. Yet, the ultimate outcome is undeniably tragic. A single battle yields countless bones laid bare. All aspire to be the protagonists of this world, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that they are destined to be failures. All of this merely serves as the machinations of the heavenly Tao. The suffering of the people brings forth both prosperity and demise. Observing the harrowing scene before him, a sense of melancholy rose within the river of the underworld. Simultaneously, his spirit expanded to its utmost, keenly scrutinizing every shift on the battlefield. He understood that, barring unforeseen circumstances, an unforeseen event was imminent. As the battle between the witches and demons drew to a close, the betrayal of the Kuenpung was not far behind. And the Kuenpung. The river of Hades narrowed its eyes slightly, a fleeting flash of murderous intent glimmering within. He was determined to eliminate his target. At that moment, Donghuang Tai suddenly let out a long howl towards the heavens. "Ah, brother, the future of the demon court is entrusted to you." As the words left his lips, Donghuang Tai transformed the Eastern Emperor bell above his head into a golden rainbow and surged toward the ancestral witches. "No, Tai." Upon witnessing Donghuang's actions, Dijun quickly deduced his intentions and shouted to stop him. Unfortunately, the only response was a blinding light and a deafening roar. Donghuang had detonated himself. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion resonated throughout the cosmos, shaking the primordial land multiple times. The intense shockwave instantly tore apart the physical forms of the three ancestral witches targeted by Donghuang. Even a few other ancestral witches nearby were caught in the aftermath, sustaining severe injuries. The great witches and the minions of the witch clan below suffered significant casualties. At that moment, the very fabric of space was rent asunder, sweeping away the ferocious atmosphere. Along with the vanishing chaos, the chaos bell also disappeared. No. Upon seeing Donghuang's resolute choice to self-destruct for his sake, Dijun's heart felt as if it were being twisted in agony. As fellow solar beings, the bond between Dijun and Tai was akin to that of a singular entity, even stronger than that with Shihi. A profound silence engulfed Dijun's heart. Meanwhile, the other ancestral witches, witnessing Donghuang's self-detonation that claimed 3 of their own and severely injured several others, were enveloped by a deep sense of despair. "Dijun, even if my witch clan faces annihilation today, I shall kill you." With those words, Dijiang charged toward Dijun, accompanied by the remaining ancestral witches. Witnessing this scene ignited the once silent fury within Dijun. A torrent of rage erupted from his eyes as he faced the oncoming ancestral witches, a vicious smile creeping across his face. "Very well. Today, none shall survive. Shihi, Changshi, I entrust the children to you. I shall go as well." With a thunderous roar, Dijun collided with the multitude of ancestral witches, choosing self-destruction as well. In that instant, Dijiang, Rushou, and several other ancestral witches exchanged glances, all opting for self-detonation. Is it merely self-explosion? Who cannot do that? In an instant, the heavens trembled, blood staining millions of miles. The simultaneous self-detonations of Dijun and several ancestral witches shattered the primordial land, creating a massive, pitch-black fissure that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Countless warriors from the witch and demon clans inadvertently fell into it, emitting cries of despair. Yet, 4 ancestral witches remained alive: Zhurong, Gong, Jumeng, and Xingtian. While they felt profound sorrow, they understood that the sacrifices of their kin must not be in vain. "Xingtian, the future of the witch clan is entrusted to you." Selecting the weakest among them, they empowered Xingtian to lead the witch clan once more. Taking a deep breath, Xingtian surged towards the demon clan with renewed vigor. In light of the dire circumstances, Shihi, Changshi, and Fushi exchanged glances before stepping forward. "Baizhe, the future of the demon court is entrusted to you." Ultimately, they chose Baizhe, Dijun's most trusted subordinate. In the next moment, he soared towards the charging ancestral witches. Once again, the heavens erupted with a roar. The fissures in the ground widened, resembling a dark abyss, gazing down upon the pitiful witch and demon clans. Amidst this sorrowful atmosphere, an unexpected twist occurred. A dual-colored light of yin and yang suddenly emerged from the site of Dijun's explosion, swiftly retreating into the distance. The sight left the witch and demon clans, who were steeped in the gloom of their leader's demise, momentarily stunned. Soon after, an enraged voice rang out from the demon ranks. Kunpeng, you despicable scoundrel. I, Baize, swear that no matter where you hide, I shall hunt you down. It turned out that Kunpeng had already set his sights on the He Tu and Luo Shu left behind after Dijun's self-detonation. However, due to the presence of strong adversaries, he refrained from acting immediately. Now, with the battlefield devoid of any threats, he seized the opportunity to steal the He Tu and Luo Shu and fled. Kunpeng's actions filled the witch and demon clans with contempt. Regardless of their power, they had chosen to fight valiantly and perish, while Kunpeng resorted to such cowardly tactics. The contrast made Kunpeng's behavior appear utterly contemptible. In the corner, the River of Hades, witnessing this scene, revealed a cruel smile before vanishing without a trace, pursuing Kunpeng. The witch and demon clans had already suffered substantial losses. Their fates seemingly sealed, and their qualifications to vie for supremacy lost forever. Surely, the Tao ancestor would soon intervene. However, what mattered most to him now was Kunpeng. Kunpeng, I trust that if I were to slay you now, Dijun would be quite pleased. In an instant, his powers surged, and the River of Hades moved with even greater swiftness. Chapter 111. Slaying Kunpeng, obtaining the spiritual treasure. In a dense forest several 100,000 miles from Mount Buzhou, a dual-colored light streaked across the sky, eventually halting within the woods. He glanced back, seeing no one in pursuit, and let out a long breath. Then, a radiant glow burst forth from his robe, landing in his hand. Gazing at the He Tu and Luo Shu before him, Kunpeng wore a triumphant smile. Dijun's demise was indeed unjust, possessing the He Tu and Luo Shu, a treasure capable of foreseeing all. He had long known today's outcome, yet still chose to defy fate. If I were Dijun, I would surely find a place to probe the heavenly secrets. Avoiding calamity and seeking fortune, living a good life. Why pursue the hollow title of supreme ruler? Just then, Kunpeng's demeanor stiffened, and his smile vanished. A cold, indifferent voice echoed from behind him. If I were you, I would certainly deliver the He Tu and Luo Shu to Dijun's remaining heir, patiently assisting them, thus earning everlasting fame, rather than hoarding the treasure for myself. Though the voice remained calm, Kunpeng felt as if he had plunged into an endless icy abyss, his body turning rigid. The presence enveloping him was suffocating, rendering him immobile, while his own consciousness could not discern the identity of the speaker. In a flash, countless thoughts raced through Kunpeng's mind. Few possess such formidable power in the primordial realm. Apart from the 6 heavenly Tao saints, only the River of Hades from the Sea of Blood remained. Among those relevant to the witch and demon clans, only the Saintess Nuwa and the River of Hades were left. However, if it were the sage Nuwa, she would have intervened long ago. Why wait until the war between the witches and demons had concluded? Realizing this, Kunpeng suddenly understood who stood behind him and hastily pleaded for mercy. Fellow Taoist Mingi, spare me. I relinquish the river chart and the Luo writings, they are yours. Grant me my life, and I shall join the Azura sect. Upon hearing Kunpeng recognize his identity, Mingi showed no surprise. But when the offer to join the Azura sect was made, a cold sneer curled his lips, and the killing intent in his eyes solidified into palpable force. A traitor like you is unwelcome in my Azura sect. In the next instant, the twin swords Yuan Sha and Abi shot forth, piercing through Kunpeng's chest in a flash. A fountain of crimson blood erupted skyward as Kunpeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Death had claimed him before he could comprehend it. He had never imagined Mingi would strike with such ruthless efficiency. Then, from Mingi's fingertips, the crimson lotus flames of karma slowly emerged. With a flick of his wrist, the flames descended upon Kunpeng's body, reducing it to mere ashes in an instant. Thus, the mighty Kunpeng met his end. Mingi stepped forward, his sleeves sweeping gracefully as he gathered the river chart and the Luo writings. Along with them, he claimed Kunpeng's famed treasure, the primordial demon fan. At that very moment, the primordial world trembled violently. An invisible ripple spread across the entire realm. It was the aura of the Tao ancestor, now merged with the heavenly Tao itself. The river of underworld slowly lifted its head, casting its gaze into the chaos, murmuring softly. Has the Tao ancestor finally chosen to depart from the purple cloud palace? In the next moment, with a flicker of movement, it surged towards the battlefield of the witch and demon tribes. Since the Tao ancestor has arrived, it is only natural to witness the unfolding events. After several breaths, upon the witch and demon battlefield, both tribes ceased their hostilities, gazing in silence at the figure above. Not far away stood the 3 purities and 6 other heavenly Tao saints. The river of underworld also stood silently beside them, its eyes fixed on the flickering silhouette. Amidst the purple mist spanning 30,000 miles, Tao ancestor Hongjuan's expression remained impassive, seemingly high above like the heavenly Tao itself. The primordial land can no longer endure your devastation. The witch and demon tribes must cease their hostilities. As the words fell, Hongjun lightly waved his fingers, and the shattered primordial land instantaneously restored to its former glory. Then, his voice resonated once more. 3 purities, what comes next? 3 purities? Hong Jun cast a puzzled glance at Lao Zi of the Taiji and Yuan Shi of the Yuqing, then turned his gaze towards Tong Tian of the Shanqing. Tong Tian, with trepidation, stepped forward, performing a disciple's salute. Master, I beseech you to aid my elder brother and second brother in emerging from their confusion. Nearby, Jane and Junti exchanged glances, observing a grim-faced Lao Zi and a seemingly deranged Tong Tian, their expressions turning peculiar, filled with perplexity and astonishment. So much time has passed, yet Taiji and Yuqing have not accepted the reality? Have they even succumbed to delusion? How can they be worse off than Junti? Noticing the unspoken thoughts in Jane's eyes, Junti's lips twitched slightly. What does it mean to say I am even inferior to them? Am I truly that lacking? My mental fortitude is unparalleled, is it not? At that moment, Dao Ancestor Hong Jun gently waved his whisk, penetrating the space and lightly tapping the heads of Taiji and Yuqing. Foolish children, why do you not awaken swiftly? With the thunderous call of Dao Ancestor Hong Jun, the murkiness and madness in Taiji and Yuqing's eyes vanished. They both stepped forward, performing a disciple's salute. Disciple Taiji, Yuqing, pays respects to the master. Very well, Dao Ancestor Hong Jun replied with a blank expression. He continued, the matters that follow are entrusted to you. From this moment forth, the witch and demon tribes must not engage in conflict. In 300 years, you saints shall proceed to the Purple Cloud Palace. As his words concluded, Dao Ancestor turned to leave. Then, with a slight tremor, another voice echoed, the river of underworld shall also go. In the next moment, amidst the purple mist, his figure vanished into the void. Upon hearing this, the river of underworld's eyes flickered with surprise. What was that? At the moment the Dao Ancestor turned away. That subtle tremor, perhaps the other saints, lacking sufficient cultivation, were unaware of it, or perhaps they dared not perceive it. However, the river of underworld, who had been intently observing the Dao Ancestor, sensed something amiss. Within that tremor, it seemed to glimpse a fragment of humanity within the towering figure of the Dao Ancestor. Could it be that Hong Jun and the heavenly Dao are in disagreement? In the depths of his mind, a vague conjecture began to emerge. Soon after, the sage Enwa appeared, gazing down upon the despondent demon clan, and sighed. In the days to come, you shall venture to the vast mountains. By my decree, none shall leave without permission. This is the only way to preserve a flicker of hope for the demon race. Bai Zhe opened his mouth, intending to question Enwa on her lack of assistance. However, recalling the time when the demon clan had slaughtered the human race, he swallowed his words. Enwa's willingness to shelter even a fraction of the demon clan at this moment was already an act of great benevolence. We shall heed the teachings of the sage Enwa. With that, Bai Zhe led countless demons away from Mount Buzhou toward the vast mountains. Meanwhile, the ancestral shaman Xing Tian surveyed the dwindling shaman clan before him, his heart heavy with worry. He was but a minor great shaman, fortunate enough to have merged with the blood of the ancestors to ascend to his current status. Where could he lead the shaman clan from here? At that moment, he received a summons from the earth goddess Hutu. Xing Tian, bring my shaman kin to the underworld. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of longing appeared on Xing Tian's face, and he nodded in agreement. He then turned to address the shaman clan. All shamans, follow me. Once the demon and shaman clans had departed, the various saints in the sky also began to fade away. The world swiftly returned to its former tranquility. Time passed, though it was unclear how long. Before a blood-red rainbow streaked across the sky, the shadow of the river of the underworld reappeared. As he gazed down at the earth below, his expression grave. Chapter 112, Ancestral Witch's Blood, Golden Flames in the Ether. Mingyi swiftly performed intricate gestures, accompanied by waves of crimson magical energy, as black banners manifested across the land. Shortly thereafter, a dark formation, as deep as ink, abruptly emerged upon the ground, enveloping a vast expanse of thousands of miles. Had any other primordial beings been present at that moment, they would undoubtedly recognize that the area encompassed by this formation was the very battleground of the previous war between the witch clans and the liches, where the 12 ancestral witches and the formidable warriors of the demon court had clashed. As the formation radiated its brilliance, tendrils of malevolent energy surged from the depths of the earth, converging towards the pinnacle of the formation. Observing this scene, Mingyi remained composed, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. This formation was entrusted to him by the ancestral witch Hutu, intended for the purpose of gathering the ancestral witch's blood. Hutu had explained to him that upon the demise of a witch clan, their blood would return to the earth, permeating deep into the ground. Ultimately, with the passage of time, it would transform into the purest essence of the universe, nourishing all living things. This process, however, would only take a brief span of a century. Thus, as long as the ritual was performed within a century of the witch clan's demise, the ancestral blood could be meticulously gathered once more. The formation Mingyi employed was precisely designed for this purpose. As the tendrils of black malevolence surged forth from the ground, gradually coalescing at the center of the formation, Mingyi waved his long sleeves, releasing dozens of array plates that settled in the distance. With the formation now established, wisps of mist materialized above the earth, ultimately enveloping the black formation within their embrace. This was but a minor illusionary array. crafted to prevent other beings from inadvertently wandering into its depths. Subsequently, Mingi seated himself cross-legged in midair, closing his eyes. As radiant light flickered around him, streams of spiritual energy from the cosmos surged wildly into his being. According to the estimations of the River of Hades, as articulated by the Earth Mother, the complete extraction of the witch clan's essence may require a span of 30 years. While this duration is but a fleeting moment for the beings of the primordial world, it affords the River of Hades ample opportunity to contemplate various matters amidst his cultivation. At present, I have mastered 3 paths of power, each elevated to the realm of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. However, I find myself almost devoid of any merit power, rendering the enhancement of my comprehension of these paths a formidable challenge. Consequently, it is imperative that I secure the merit power from the masters of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Yet, to avoid cornering the mystical sect into a desperate situation that might provoke Hongjuan's intervention, I must allocate a few slots to the 3 pure ones and their ilk. Indeed, my esteemed companion In-Wa has recently collected the remnants of Fushi as the fingers of the River Styx danced. Waves of arcane power enveloped the flames entirely, veiling their essence. Deprived of the fire's presence, the tempests of baleful energy halted abruptly, suspended in place. They lingered, swirling in reluctant hesitation, before dissipating into nothingness with bitter resignation. Once more, the formation returned to its usual state, quietly gathering the essence of the witch clan's blood. Staring at the flickering flame cradled in his palm, a glimmer of astonishment flashed through the depths of Mingi's eyes. Within the heart of that ethereal fire lingered what appeared to be the faintest wisp of a fractured soul. And if his intuition served him right, this spectral remnant could belong to none other than Emperor June, old friend, he murmured, a whisper laced with both melancholy and wonder. To think you've clung to existence by this fragile thread. Fear not, for I shall shepherd you back to life. Though I must forewarn you, the throne of the celestial court shall never again be yours to claim. As if stirred by his words, the flame quivered violently, its dance ambiguous. Caught between acquiescence and dissent, a silent debate in tongues of fire. Enough, Mingi sighed, shaking his head. These matters can wait until the day you regain the voice to speak with me. With deliberate care, he withdrew the Empyrean cloud palace from within his robes, nestling the fragile ember of Emperor June's soul within its sanctuary, where it would be tenderly nurtured back to strength. The reason why the River of Hades acted to save the remnants of the soul of Emperor June, despite recognizing it within the flames, was due to the amiable demeanor Emperor June had consistently shown during his tenure as the ruler of the demon court. Time and again, he extended olive branches. And although their interactions were marred by some unpleasantness regarding the matter of the blood of the human race, such grievances were understandable given the context of revenge. Ultimately, the resolution of that incident was relatively amicable. Moreover, the River of Hades had acquired the river map and Luo book from Emperor June. Thus, saving him could be likened to a fair exchange for these treasures. Most importantly, even if Emperor June were to recover, his former strength would be difficult to regain, rendering him no match for the River of Hades. Therefore, the act of saving Emperor June was akin to sparing an ant from being crushed underfoot, a mere moment of compassion, with the potential for future utility. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, beneath Mount Buzhou, the mist that had enveloped the area for 3 decades suddenly dispersed. A blood-red figure shot forth from the dissipating fog, feeling the gentle breeze brush against his cheek. The handsome visage of the River of Hades bore a slight smile. He had gathered 11 drops of ancestral witch blood. Along with an unexpected surprise, within the long sleeves of his robe floated 11 drops of ancestral witch blood exuding a mysterious aura, accompanied by a single drop of golden blood, equally significant, swirling incessantly. This was the essence of the countless powerful witches and their kin who had perished in this realm. Though its aura was somewhat chaotic, lacking the purity of the ancestral witch blood that could grant partial mastery over the great Tao upon fusion for the River of Hades. This drop of witch blood could substantially enhance his physical strength. He sensed that merging with it could augment his corporeal power by a significant margin. Swiftly advancing along the slopes of Mount Buzhou, the River of Hades soon arrived at the Blood Sea continent, located beneath the azure expanse. Upon his arrival, his eyes narrowed sharply. He observed a multitude of witches standing outside the Blood Sea formation, with the sole remaining ancestor, Xing Tian, at their forefront. Ancestor Xing Tian, did you not say that the Earth Mother summoned us here? One of the witches inquired. Why have we arrived only to find ourselves barred from entry? Did you mishear her? Xing Tian turned, his expression appearing slightly dazed. Clearly, he had just received news from the Earth Mother that was difficult for him to accept. Regaining his composure, he managed a wry smile. This Blood Sea formation, the Earth Mother cannot unlock it. What kind of farce is this? The Earth Mother transformed into reincarnation and became a saint of the Earth. How could she possibly be unable to open a mere Blood Sea formation? Ancestor Xing Tian, could it be that the Earth Mother is toying with us, truly not wishing for us to enter the underworld? The expressions of the assembled witches were filled with indignation, unable to come to terms with Xing Tian's words. Indeed, the Earth Mother is a saint. Surely, she can at least open her own door. Seeing the fervor of the witches, Xing Tian inwardly chuckled bitterly. Do not think I expected this either. A saint of the earth claiming she cannot open her own doorstep's formation? At that moment, a witch spoke up again. What do we do now? Should we return to the ancestral hall, or simply settle here? Perhaps we should combine our efforts to see if we can force open this formation? Xing Tian quickly raised his hand to calm the witches, conveying the Earth Mother's words to them. Wait. The ancestor instructed us to wait until the river of Hades returns to the Blood Sea. She said she needs to discuss this matter with him. As he spoke, Xing Tian's voice dwindled, tinged with a hint of grievance. How powerful the witch clan once was, revered and feared throughout this primal realm. Yet now, they found themselves in such a plight, their ability to return to the underworld, transformed by their ancestor, contingent upon another's whims. When had the witch clan ever endured such humiliation? Indeed, many witches harbored sentiments aligned with Xing Tian's. Upon hearing his words, their faces flushed crimson, and they angrily exclaimed, "We must seek our ancestor, yet we must bow to the river of Hades? Have we ever been so humiliated? We shall not proceed to the Blood Sea. We will return to the ancestral hall." In their memories, the witch clan had once held no fear even towards the three pure ones, let alone the Tao ancestor Hongjun. How had they fallen to such depths? Xing Tian's countenance turned icy as he sternly declared, "Return to the ancestral hall. Do you wish for our clan to be extinguished from this primordial realm? Do you think I relish this subservience? It was precisely because our clan was too powerful and prideful, acquiring many enemies in the wilderness. In the past, with numerous ancestors present, no other clan dared to lay a hand on us. Now, I am the sole ancestor left, and any major force in the wilderness could obliterate us. Stop lamenting our fate. Instead, we should strive to cultivate diligently under the Earth Mother's protection and restore our clan's former glory. Moreover, the river of Hades possesses unfathomable power. It is said that he once battled the three pure ones single-handedly and remained undefeated. Such a being, even ancestors would steer clear of. What harm is there in waiting here for a while?" Faced with Xing Tian's reprimand, the witches felt their faces flush with anger, yearning to retort. However, they opened their mouths only to swallow back their words. Xing Tian was correct. They found themselves unable to argue, unless they wished for the annihilation of their clan. This was the only path available to them. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of desolation enveloped the witch clan. Observing the reactions of the witches below, as well as Xing Tian's demeanor, the river of Hades, concealed in the void, nodded in agreement. If the witch clan had possessed such a mindset at that time, an understanding of humility, a dedication to cultivation, and an insight into the laws of bloodlines, would they have been ensnared by the Tao ancestor and embroiled in a life-and-death struggle with the demon court, leading to mutual destruction? Alas, Mingi let out a gentle sigh. Ultimately, he decided to grant the witch clan a semblance of dignity. His form abruptly vanished from the spot and reappeared beneath the Blood Sea continent, standing beside Hotu. Hotu had evidently heard the words of the witch clan outside the grand formation, and at this moment, her eyes shimmered with profound sorrow. Upon catching sight of Mingi's figure, she quickly composed herself and spoke, "I have the honor of meeting you, fellow Taoist Mingi." The River Styx nodded in silence, offering no words. Instead, he retrieved 11 drops of ancestral witch essence blood from within his long sleeves. Simultaneously, a token radiating an eerie crimson hue materialized before Hotu. By then, the figure of the River Styx had already vanished once more. "I have linked the Blood Sea formation to your aura. From now on, you may freely control its activation and deactivation. As for this token, once the witch clan enters, let a single drop of blood fall upon it. Thereafter, they shall pass in and out of the netherworld without hindrance." Upon hearing the River Styx's words, Hotu gazed at the spot where he had stood moments before. Her silence profound. After a long pause, she folded her hands before her abdomen and bowed deeply. "My gratitude, fellow Taoist of the Styx." Thereafter, Hotu opened the gate of the Blood Sea formation leading to the netherworld. Meanwhile, the River Styx had already arrived on the side of the Blood Sea continent. Yet, the moment he stepped into the Azura Palace, he sensed an unfamiliar presence lingering over the land. Swiftly, his figure reappeared above the palace square. There, suspended in the air, was a sphere of golden flame. Within its flickering depths floated a towering fusang tree, its branches ablaze with raging fire. Beneath this spectacle stood the assembled disciples of the Azura sect. Among them, Ran Ding, upon noticing the River Styx's arrival, hurried forward and bowed. "Esteemed sect master, this flame has hovered here for 3 days. Throughout this time, we have not disturbed it, nor has it exhibited any further peculiar behavior." Styx nodded slightly. Evidently, in the face of this sudden apparition upon the Blood Sea continent, the likes of Burning Lamp merely stood guard. They refrained from claiming it, instead awaiting his sovereign judgment. At that very moment, an unforeseen metamorphosis occurred. The golden conflagration abruptly surged towards Styx with startling velocity, coming to rest directly before him. It was as though this ethereal flame had journeyed to the Blood Sea continent for no other purpose than to await Styx's arrival. The river of the underworld extended a sliver of consciousness towards the flames, eager to observe them closely. In the next instant, a flicker of astonishment crossed its serene gaze. Swiftly, it retracted the flames. Beneath its calm exterior, however, tumultuous waves surged within. Was that the aura of the Chaos Bell? Chapter 114, The Conference at the Purple Cloud Palace, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors within the Shura Palace. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, The river of the underworld was seated upon a mat. Before it, in the void, flickered two orbs of golden flames. One orb was acquired from the battlefield of the witch and demon. It seemed to conceal the remnant soul of Emperor June. The other orb, newly obtained above the Shura Palace, appeared to hold a fusang tree within. Within one of the tree's roots, the Chaos Bell lay hidden. As the river of the underworld placed the two flames together, the Chaos Bell suddenly floated out from the roots of the fusang tree. A strand of consciousness surged forth from the Chaos Bell, and thereafter, silence enveloped the surroundings. Observing the bell, which had dimmed after uttering a single phrase, the river of the underworld helplessly extended a hand. A torrent of magical energy flowed into the Chaos Bell. Time passed without notice, until a gleam of light danced upon the surface of the bell. Friend of the river, I am Eastern Emperor Tai. I am grateful for your rescue of my brother and me. I implore you to place us within this fusang tree for the nurturing of our souls. In return, this Chaos Bell shall be gifted to you. Upon finishing, the Chaos Bell transformed into a streak of light and landed in the river's hand. A golden feather slowly descended from the air. Witnessing this scene, the river of the underworld sighed softly, placing the remnant souls of Emperor June and Eastern Emperor Tai atop the fusang tree. With a wave of its long sleeves, the fusang tree transformed into a streak of light, settling within a courtyard of the Shura Palace, where the soil was composed of the essence of the earth. Surely, under this nurturing, the two remnant souls would swiftly recover. Having accomplished this, the river of the underworld closed its eyes, beginning to refine the Chaos Bell along with the He-Tu and Luo Shu, two innate supreme spiritual treasures. Time passed without notice. After 300 years, within the Shura Palace, as the river of the underworld sat cross-legged upon the mat, the golden glowing Chaos Bell and the black and white He-Tu and Luo Shu instantaneously transformed into two streams of light, merging into its crown. In the next moment, the river opened its eyes and rose to its feet. The time had come for the conference at the Purple Cloud Palace. Stepping forward, the blood-red figure vanished within the grand hall. On the other side of the Shura Palace, Burning Lamp was flipping through a jade slip, his mouth praising it incessantly. Burning Lamp, I am to visit the Purple Cloud Palace. As for the matters of the Blood Sea, you may decide for yourself. Should there be any hesitations, consult with Taoist Mosquito. If further indecision arises, seek the wisdom of Lady Hutu in the underworld. As the words fell, the figure of the river of the underworld had already vanished from the Blood Sea. Burning Lamp stood in a daze for a while, setting down the jade slip, and slowly approached the window. The Purple Cloud Palace? Indeed, 300 years ago, the Tao ancestor mentioned that all saints should convene at the Purple Cloud Palace. The calamity of the witch and demon had only recently concluded, allowing the myriad beings of the wasteland to recuperate. Is it time for the storm to rise again? As one who was on the verge of breaking through to quasi-saint cultivation, Burning Lamp was acutely aware of the words spoken by the Tao ancestor in the presence of the myriad beings. Hearing of the river of the underworld's journey to the Purple Cloud Palace, he understood that the wasteland was likely to face yet another upheaval. Subsequently, a relaxed smile appeared on his face. However, with Lord River of the Underworld present, all of this is but trivial. I need only to follow the Lord's commands and focus on my tasks. Surely, before long, I shall comprehend 30% of the path of annihilation and break through to the quasi-saint realm. At this moment, Burning Lamp was utterly loyal to the River of the Underworld, wholly obedient to its words, and filled with hope for his future. At the Purple Cloud Palace, the three pure ones and the other 6 saints arrived in succession, seated upon the 6 mats that once belonged to them. What piqued their curiosity was the presence of an additional mat beside the 6. When the River of the Underworld arrived, it naturally took its place on that mat. With a silent ripple of space, the figure of Hongjun appeared before the saints, evoking a profound sense of awe within them. Though they had all become saints of the heavenly Tao, the overwhelming presence of Tao ancestor Hongjun still instilled a deep sense of helplessness, leaving them to wonder about the true extent of his cultivation. Even the River of the Underworld, upon sensing the aura emanating from Hongjun, felt an unexpected weight upon its shoulders. The depth of Hongjun's cultivation was unfathomable, perhaps not far from the legendary realm of the primordial vast golden immortal, a state equivalent to mastering 90% of the path's power. As one who had already grasped 70% of the blood path, the River of the Underworld understood well the arduousness of advancing beyond that threshold. It vividly recalled the immense merit power expended and the lengthy time consumed to progress from 70 to 71%. Thus, it eagerly anticipated the forthcoming era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. At that moment, the 3 pure ones and Nuwa, along with the 6 saints, bowed in reverence. Disciples pay respects to the master. In response, the River of the Underworld returned the gesture. I pay my respects to the Tao ancestor. Seemingly unfazed by the River of the Underworld's actions, Hongjun spoke in a voice devoid of emotion. I have summoned you all here today to discuss 2 matters. First, the calamity of the witch and demon has concluded. Henceforth, the human race shall rise. You all must open your gates widely and educate the human race. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, the thoughts of those present diverged. Among the 3 pure ones, Laozi of the Taiji realm mused inwardly, indeed, as I suspected. When contending with the River of the Underworld for the opportunity to impart the teachings to the human race, I had surmised this outcome. Alas, I faltered at the final move, yielding to the River of the Underworld. Fortunately, I had reserved a contingency plan. It should prove crucial in the forthcoming events. Meanwhile, Yuqing Yuanshi glanced at the river of the underworld with an expression that hinted at admiration, recognizing the latter's resourcefulness and foresight. Nuwa, relieved, thought to herself, with the human race's rise, I shall no longer fear for my children being bullied. Yet, a question lingered in her mind. If the human race was indeed meant to flourish, why had the Tao ancestor in the Purple Cloud Palace opposed her when she sought to rescue them from the Huahuang Palace? The river of the underworld lowered its head, revealing an expression of resignation. Hongjun disregarded the thoughts of the crowd and continued speaking. The human race ought to have 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. You may discuss among yourselves the candidates for the mentors of these 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After a brief pause, Hongjun continued, regarding the second matter. With the fall of the demon court's Emperor Jun, the heavenly court is now in chaos, ungoverned, and disorder reigns among the stars. It is imperative to select a capable individual to preside over the heavenly court, restore order, and maintain the balance of the primordial world. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, the assembled sages began to contemplate. The ruler of the heavenly court commands the celestial bodies and governs the cycles of time and seasons, truly embodying the authority to oversee all living beings in the primordial world. More importantly, this proposition came directly from the Tao ancestor Hongjun after the complete decline of the witch and demon races on the primordial continent. Who would dare ignore the words of the Tao ancestor? Even if there were reservations, they would still afford him some respect. Both Jane and Juni were overjoyed, believing this was the first step towards the rise of the Western sect. My disciple, Maitreya, possesses an optimistic disposition and a resolute character, making him suitable for the role of the heavenly emperor. The medicine master also embodies great compassion and virtue, deserving of this position as well. However, Tong Tian from the Upper Clear faction immediately countered, Maitreya is not merely optimistic, he is rather complacent and indulgent. This is unacceptable. It would tarnish the image of the heavenly court. Why should you judge a person by their appearance? Tong Tian Taoist. Yuanshi of the Jade Clear retorted bluntly. You Westerners have no right to compete for the position of heavenly emperor. My disciple, Guangqingzi, possesses profound Taoist knowledge and a steadfast nature, making him a worthy candidate for the ruler of the heavenly court. Tong Tian pondered for a moment and thought of his own disciple, Dao Bao, and quickly recommended him. Only Taiji, Nuwa, Jane, and the river of the underworld remained silent. Nuwa did not speak because she had no disciples or suitable candidates. She was waiting for the river of the underworld to voice support for him. Jane was also waiting for the river of the underworld to speak. And since he remained silent, it implied that it was best not to interfere in this matter. As for the river of the underworld, he was an anomaly. His gaze was inward, detached, and indifferent. Taiji understood the Tao ancestors' character, since he did not ask them to recommend candidates, but merely inquired their opinions. It indicated that he had already chosen someone and merely sought their acquiescence. Thus, Taiji promptly stated, "What you say is indeed correct, master. The heavenly court cannot remain leaderless for long. It is essential to establish a candidate soon." Upon hearing this, the other sages experienced a moment of realization. Regardless of their disputes today, the ultimate decision rested in the hands of the Tao ancestor. Their conflicts would be futile. Please, master, enlighten us. The Tao ancestor Hongjun seemed to have been anticipating this request and immediately called out, Haoyan, Yaoqi, come forth. Leaning at the door, Haoyan and Yaoqi, who were busily savoring the spiritual fruits given by the river of the underworld, were taken aback by the summons from the Tao ancestor. They hastily stuffed the fruits into their robes and wiped their mouths before hurriedly entering to pay their respects. We await your commands, master. Upon hearing Hongjun summon Haoyan and Yaoqi, the sages harbored a fleeting thought, then shook their heads, deeming it impossible. The two were clearly still children. Only aware of feasting and revelry, they hardly resembled candidates for the ruler of the heavenly court. The Tao ancestor could not possibly mean that. His call must pertain to something else. Then, Hongjun's next words shattered the hearts of the assembled sages. Haoyan Yaoqi, since your service to me since my enlightenment has been without merit, you shall receive a great opportunity. Henceforth, Hao Tian shall be the Jade Emperor, presiding over the heavenly court, while Yaoqi shall be the Queen Mother, assisting Hao Tian. As the words fell, Hongjun waved his hand gently with his whisk. Amidst the swirling purple light, Hao Tian and Yaoqi transformed before their eyes into the forms of adults. With another wave of his whisk, several beams of light flew into their hands. Hao Tian. This is the Hao Tian mirror, capable of observing the heavens and monitoring the stars. The Hao Tian tower is for suppressing all things, and the Hao Tian sword is for slaying demons and vanquishing evil, unfailingly effective in eliminating great villains without incurring karmic retribution. Yaoqi, I bestow upon you the heavenly river shuttle, both offensive and defensive, capable of transforming into a celestial river. This is the Ren water peach, which blossoms every 3,000 years and bears fruit every 3,000 years. Consuming it grants longevity and ascension. Watching the sudden changes in their forms and the appearance of several spiritual treasures in their hands, Hao Tian and Yaoqi were somewhat bewildered. They were but humble attendants of the Tao ancestor, and now they were being appointed as rulers of the heavenly court. The shift in their identities was monumental. Yet, They understood well that the Master's word was law and knew they could not alter their fate. Thus, they bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, Master. The 6 sages beside them displayed varied expressions. Nuwa appeared indifferent, as the identity of the heavenly court ruler held no relevance for her. She simply wished to remain in the Nuwa palace, awaiting the rise of humanity. As the mother of humanity, her fortunes would only grow stronger, accelerating her understanding of the Tao. The 3 pure ones, however, regarded the situation with disdain. A mere child had suddenly risen to their level. They hoped Hao Yin would act wisely and not create trouble for himself. The 2 saints from the west felt a pang of envy upon seeing the spiritual treasures presented to Hao Yin. For superior innate spiritual treasures and a piece of innate spiritual root were bestowed in one go. How biased was the Tao ancestor? At that moment, Hao Tian and Yao Qi exchanged glances after receiving the treasures. Then they bowed and said, Master, the heavenly court is in decline and in dire need of revival. It may be difficult for Yao Qi and I alone to maintain its operations. How should we seek assistance? Having suddenly transformed from mere attendants to leaders of a formidable force, they instinctively sought Hongjuan's guidance. Hongjun replied calmly, You may confer with your fellow disciples. As the leaders of their respective teachings, they will undoubtedly have solutions. Very well. This matter is settled. If there are no further questions, you may take your leave. Unless faced with a cataclysmic event, I shall not emerge from the purple cloud palace again. Upon hearing Hongjuan's words, the 3 pure ones exchanged glances, then looked toward him with hesitant expressions, as if they wished to speak but held back. Hongjun sensed the moment and understood. The 3 pure ones shall remain, the others may wait outside the purple cloud palace. After the other sages departed, Hongjuan's demeanor remained impassive. Speak, what is the matter? The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, and finally, the supreme pure one, Laozi, stepped forward and spoke. We report to our teacher. The human race has nearly all been lured into the boundless blood sea by that Mingi. How can we fairly compete and impart our teachings? The Jade Pure One, Yuan Shi, chimed in, Indeed, teacher. That Mingi, Mingi, using the hands of the demon race, deceived the entire human race into the boundless blood sea. This does not bode well for the prosperity of humanity. Subsequently, the Supreme Pure One and the Jade Pure One cast a meaningful glance at the Shangqing Tong Tian beside them. With resignation, the Supreme Pure Tong Tian clasped his hands and added, Indeed, it does not bode well for the prosperity of humanity. Upon hearing this, a trace of confusion flickered across Hongjuan's serene countenance. His divine consciousness instantly enveloped the entire primordial land, scanning the boundless blood sea. In the next moment, his tranquil visage betrayed a hint of astonishment and fury. Chapter 116, The Anomaly of Hongjun. The emergence of the river of the underworld had long attracted the attention of the Taoist sage Hongjun. He had discerned that the river was an anomaly. Yet, for reasons unknown, Hongjun refrained from taking action to extinguish this aberration, often inexplicably overlooking its existence. Even today, when the river was right before him, he instinctively chose to disregard it. At this moment, upon learning from the 3 pure ones that humanity had been led into the boundless sea of blood by the river, Hongjuan's attention was once again captured. When Hongjuan's vast consciousness beheld a scene within the endless blood sea, he erupted in fury. He directed his commands towards the 3 pure ones below. The Blood Sea River is a rare anomaly of the primordial chaos, embodying rebellion and defiance against the heavens. It must not be spared. You 3 brothers are of one essence. In the days to come, you must unite your hearts and stand together against external threats. You must put a stop to the river's various aberrant actions. If the opportunity arises, ensure its demise. Upon hearing their teacher's words, the 3 pure ones were filled with confusion. What could have incited such anger in their master? At that moment, Hongjuan's face flushed crimson, a stark contrast to the demeanor they were accustomed to. More alarmingly, this was the first time Hongjun had explicitly commanded them to eliminate a particular entity. However, they were puzzled as to why their master did not intervene personally, especially since the river was just outside the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace. Surely, he must have his own plans, they pondered. Yet, reflecting on this, Laozi of the 3 pure ones wore a troubled expression and looked up at Hongjun, saying, But, Master, we are no match for the river. He then refrained from mentioning that their previous combined efforts had failed to subdue the river. Upon hearing this, Hongjun cast a disappointed gaze upon the 3 of them. He did not express anger but rather reassured them, It is understandable that you cannot contend with such an anomaly. Subsequently, a radiant light enveloped him, and with a vigorous sweep of his whisk, 3 dark purple pills appeared before the 3 pure ones. These are enlightenment pills. As you have surely realized since becoming saints, your path forward involves continuously grasping the power of the Tao to elevate your cultivation. These pills will enable you to draw closer to the Tao and enhance your enlightenment speed. Thank you for your kindness, Master. The 3 pure ones eagerly accepted the 3 pills, their faces brightening with joy. With these pills, their cultivation would undoubtedly see significant advancement. Observing their elation, Hongjun hesitated for a moment, seemingly reaching a decision. As the light shimmered around him, 3 needles radiating purple light materialized before him. Should you still find yourselves unable to confront the river, you may wield these needles against it. They will surely aid you, unbeknownst to the 3 pure ones. At the moment the needles appeared, the aura surrounding Hongjun seemed to weaken slightly. His eyes, too, appeared to possess an added spark of vitality. He gazed down at the three pure ones, who regarded the needles as treasures, an odd flicker passing through his eyes. Shortly thereafter, seemingly losing patience, he waved his hand and said, "All right, you may leave." Noticing the impatience in their teacher's tone, the three pure ones exchanged puzzled glances. Just moments ago, everything had been well. How had he changed so abruptly? Daring not to defy Hongjun's will, they bowed and exited. Once they had departed, Hongjun issued a dismissal to the other saints waiting outside the Purple Cloud Palace. Outside the palace, the three pure ones emerged, casting meaningful glances at the river of the underworld, leading it to wonder what Hongjun had disclosed to them within the palace. Soon after, the saints heard Hongjun's command for them to leave the premises. Upon hearing this, the river prepared to depart but suddenly hesitated, an unusual glint flashing in his eyes. He resumed his steps, when suddenly, Laozi of the three pure ones called out, "Friend River, Sister Nuwa, please wait." At this, both the river and Nuwa turned to face Laozi, inquiring, "What matter compels you to call upon us?" Laozi continued, "Our teacher mentioned the matter concerning the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. What are your thoughts on it?" Upon hearing this, the Western saints, who had not yet departed, gathered around in agreement, saying, "Indeed, we all know that humanity was created by Sister Nuwa. Now they dwell within the boundless sea of blood belonging to Friend River. Is it not necessary for those of the East to seek guidance from you of the West?" Before the words of Jane could conclude, Yuqing Yuanshi interjected dismissively. "We were present when the teacher spoke of this matter. Why should it concern only the West?" The fiery-tempered Zhuan Ti retorted defiantly. "Oh?" Yuanshi's anger flared up in an instant. "We cannot contend with the River Styx. We must deal with him amicably. But as for you 2 Western saints, do you truly believe the 3 pure ones are no match for you? Are you 2 Western sages prepared to engage in battle with my brothers and me?" I, Zhuan Ti, with my fiery temper, was immediately ready to clash with Yuqing Yuanshi upon his threat. However, Jian swiftly pulled me back, his face adorned with a diplomatic smile. "Fellow Taoist Yuqing, since this is the case, we shall have no choice but to seek the judgment of our master." Snap! No sooner had Jane's words fallen than the grand doors of the Purple Heaven Palace were sealed shut by an irresistible force. Witnessing this, Jane understood the will of the Tao ancestor all too well. With a resigned sigh and a shadow of gloom upon his countenance, he waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, enough. Since this matter does not concern us, we shall not remain here as unwelcome guests. Fellow Taoist Mingi, we bid you farewell." Jane offered a respectful bow to Mingi before departing with Zhuan Ti in tow. "Senior brother, please wait." At that moment, Hao Yan, who had been lingering nearby, spoke up. "What is it?" Jian replied with evident displeasure, his gaze sharp. "What an oblivious fool, can he not see we are in no mood for trivialities?" "Senior brother Jian." Hao Yan pressed on, steeling himself. "The heavenly court has only just been established, and much remains to be done. Might you be willing to dispatch a few of your disciples to assist this junior? The West is scarce in talent. None of our disciples are fit for your majesty's needs. Moreover, this is an Eastern affair. We of the West have no place in it." With that blunt refusal, Jane and Zhuan Ti swept their sleeves and strode away without a backward glance. Hao Yan and Yaozi exchanged helpless glances before turning their hopeful eyes toward Taiqing and the others. Noticing their gaze, Taiqing, Yuqing, and the others averted their eyes. The heavenly court before them was but a hollow shell, dilapidated and unworthy. They had no intention of subjecting their disciples to such hardship. Thus, they hastily addressed Nuwa and Mingi. "Junior Sister Nuwa, fellow Taoist Mingi. Regarding the matter of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race, let us convene another day at your Hua Palace to discuss it further. We shall take our leave now." With those words, the figures of the 3 pure ones vanished. Faced with such treatment, Hao Yan and Yaozi could only sigh in resignation, their heads bowing low. To think none of our senior brothers are willing to lend us aid. They felt a pang of betrayal. These same senior brothers, who had always appeared so benevolent, now revealed their indifference, unmoved even by their status as Hongjun's attendants, just as despair threatened to consume them. 2 glistening spirit fruits materialized before their eyes, accompanied by Mingi's voice. "What is the fuss over a few disciples? In 3 days, come to my boundless blood sea. I shall assist you." Lifting their heads, tears of gratitude welled in their eyes as they beheld Mingi, already some distance away, turning back to offer them a gentle smile and a nod. Hao Tian and Yaozi raised their arms in unison, bowing deeply. "We thank senior brother Mingi for your kindness. Hao Tian and Yaozi shall never forget this grace." In their hearts, they whispered, "Truly, senior brother Mingi is the one who cares for us most." Taking a deep breath, they turned toward the 33rd heaven, where the remnants of the demon court awaited. Silence once more settled over the threshold of the Purple Heaven Palace. A quarter of an hour later, a streak of crimson light heralded Mingi's return. Mingi pays his respects to the Tao ancestor. Chapter 117, The Return and the Golden Scale at the Gates of the Purple Heaven Palace. The River of Oblivion bowed his head, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. A flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. The reason for his return was not without cause. At that time, a council was convened at the Purple Cloud's Palace. The 3 pure ones were personally retained by the Taoist patriarch Hongjun, the content of their discourse remaining a mystery. Thus, the proceedings at the Purple Cloud's Palace came to a definitive conclusion. As the river of the underworld prepared to depart, It was then that he received a divine transmission from the ancestor Hongjun. River of the Underworld, shortly you shall return to the Purple Cloud's palace. I have urgent matters to discuss with you in private. Upon hearing the words of the ancestor, the River of the Underworld began to ponder. What schemes lie within Hongjun's gourd? Why summon me alone? Could it be that Hongjun intends to meet with me privately to eliminate me under the guise of this opportunity? The River of Hades discerned that Hongjun must have long realized he had slipped from control, becoming an anomaly in the primordial chaos. Thus, he instinctively believed that Hongjun sought to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. However, he soon dismissed this apprehension. If Hongjun truly intended to dispose of him, he would have acted long ago. Why wait until now? It was evident that Hongjun aimed to utilize his hands for other purposes. As for the nature of these ulterior motives, the River of Hades could only speculate, lacking precise clarity. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly intertwined with the heavenly Tao. After a tumultuous internal struggle, the River of Hades ultimately found himself before the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace. With a creaking sound, a terrifying and formidable aura swept through, causing the gates to open of their own accord. Gazing into the abyss-like entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace, he took a deep breath and entered with a calm demeanor, though his hands, concealed within his sleeves, were poised and ready to counter any sudden aggression from Hongjun. Bang! As the figure of the River of Hades stepped inside the palace, the doors closed with a soft thud. Simultaneously, brilliant flames ignited along the path, illuminating the surroundings. The Nether River gazed through the flames at the Taoist ancestor Hongjun. The figure concealed within the blaze cast a pitch-black shadow. In that moment, the silhouette, seemingly stooped, resembled an elderly neighbor. Suddenly, the figure stood upright and began to approach the Nether River with deliberate steps. The sound of footsteps echoed, and the shadow reflected on the wall gradually elongated. Witnessing this scene, the pupils of the Nether River constricted into fine lines, and a surge of magical energy coursed through his body. He began to regret coming here, his confidence wavering. He had been overly self-assured, believing that the Taoist ancestor Hongjun would not pose any threat. Yet, the spectacle before him was undeniably bizarre. This was the Taoist ancestor Hongjun. How could there be a shadow? Those above the sage realm have already unified the past, present, and future, transcending the three realms and the five elements, let alone a shadow. Moreover, the hunched form of Hongjun, akin to a frail old man, was utterly inconceivable. Was it possible that Hongjun was finally going to take action against him? Even if he were outmatched, he could not passively await his fate. Mingi believed he had encountered the greatest crisis since arriving in the primordial chaos. He thought to himself, indeed, after the enhancement of his strength, he had become somewhat reckless. If he could miraculously return this time, he would certainly engage in profound self-reflection and learn from his painful experiences. However, at this moment, how could he break free from this predicament? The River of Hades, anxious and sweating profusely, pondered incessantly on how to preserve his life should the Taoist patriarch Hongjun take action. Ultimately, he resolved to summon the merit golden wheel from behind him. Surely, upon witnessing this golden wheel of merit, the Taoist patriarch would think twice. Even the heavenly Tao would face repercussions for slaying a practitioner of great virtue. At that moment, Hongjun's voice resonated slowly within the Zishu Palace. Young friend of the River of Hades, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Upon hearing these words, the River of Hades felt even more tense. After all, who among the wicked would openly declare their malevolence? With a resounding boom, the